On the playground of Jinghai No. 3 High School, voices of discussion surged like a tide. Lin Yan's choice caused an uproar throughout the entire venue. Lu Xian furiously blocked his path. Lin Yan, have you lost your mind? You're passing up a rank hero to choose a rank corpse warrior instead? If word gets out, people will think our Lu family is too stingy to give you proper resources. When exactly are you going to break off your engagement with cousin Lu Li? Lin Yan rubbed his temples, feeling an intense headache. After 18 years since his transmigration, every encounter with his fiancée's cousin never failed to give him a massive headache. This was a world where everyone could establish divine domains and become deities themselves. The quality of one's first hero unit almost determined their future potential. High-quality heroes represented infinite possibilities, while low-quality ones had easily reachable ceilings. Which deity with sufficient resources would choose a low-quality unit? Yet Lin Yan's decision was driven by his bound anomalous foundation system. By sacrificing enough materials and faith power, he could contain those anomalous followers that transcended common sense. The corpse warrior was precisely the first crucial material he needed. Cat got your tongue? Are you really such a toad lusting after swan meat? Still clinging to that childhood engagement and refusing to let go of sister Lu Li? Lu Xian's words fired like a machine gun. Lin Yan felt a wave of confusion as memories surfaced. His parents had once been the saviors of Lu Li's parents, and he and Lu Li had been childhood sweethearts. The so-called engagement was merely something Lu Li had forced him to sign when they were young, using her advantage of being 2 years older and relying on physical force. She was exceptionally gifted and always stepped in to shield him from danger at critical moments. But circumstances changed. His parents disappeared. The Lu family rose to prominence. Lu Li became the sole heir of Jinghai City, and 2 years ago she was specially recruited by Imperial Capital University. Lin Yan glanced at Lu Xian, understanding she meant no real harm. Walking away with a cold tone, he said, "Even if I break off the engagement with your cousin, I still wouldn't marry you, so give up that fantasy." Lu Xian's face flushed red with anger as she spat, yet stubbornly chased after him. "I'm telling you to break off the engagement to protect you. Sister Lu Li has countless suitors. She can't protect you forever. You insist on choosing a corpse warrior, and now the Li Cheng and Li Hao brothers have their eyes on you." Lu Xian continued relentlessly. "Do you think choosing a hero that requires fewer resources will stop people from gossiping? But you refuse to break off the engagement. Are you trying to prove your backbone?" Lin Yan chuckled inwardly, finding the outside world's speculation about him quite reasonable. Just as he was about to speak, Lu Xian's expression suddenly changed dramatically, and she forced out a stiff smile. "Cousin, you're here?" Lin Yan turned around to see a girl with an otherworldly aura and stunning beauty standing quietly behind them. Lu Li, Jinghai City's #1 prodigy. Her appearance instantly ignited the atmosphere on the playground. "Look, that's Senior Lu Li. Isn't she at Imperial Capital University? Why is she back? She must be here to break off the engagement." "Ha!" Senior Lu Li finally came to her senses. "If it were me, I would have kicked this waste aside long ago." All the students' gazes focused on Lin Yan, their cold mockery and ridicule endless. Lin Yan ignored everything and stepped forward proactively. "Sister Lu Li, why did you come back?" Lu Li's expression remained indifferent, her every gesture carrying an aura that kept others at 1,000 miles distance. "I came back specifically to deliver a message. Then I'm returning to Imperial Capital Academy immediately." The surroundings instantly fell silent, everyone holding their breath, waiting for the verdict of the broken engagement. Yet they only heard Lu Li say coolly, "It's still the same as before. Either wait for me to graduate from university and fulfill our engagement, or you get into Imperial Capital University and defeat me personally. Then I'll agree to break it off." These underhanded schemes are useless. The air seemed to freeze as everyone stared in shock. This wasn't the right plot. It wasn't Lu Li wanting to break off the engagement. It was Lin Yan who wanted out, while Lu Li refused to budge. Lin Yan smiled bitterly. "Sister Lu Li, that was just childhood banter." From childhood to adulthood, he had long grown accustomed to Lu Li's domineering nature. He had proposed breaking off the engagement countless times, only to be rejected every single time. Lu Li would only leave behind harsh words: "If you want to break off the engagement, defeat me first." Now things were different. Lin Yan had established his divine domain, had the system in hand, and might not be unable to defy fate itself. Lu Li's eyes narrowed slightly. "Lin Yan, do you really not like me at all?" Lin Yan sighed. "Your charm is beyond question. No man wouldn't like you, but I don't need this kind of engagement." On Lu Li's cold features, a barely perceptible smile rarely appeared. "Fine then, I'll wait for you to come to Imperial Capital Academy and defeat me. Otherwise, you'll just have to obediently marry me." With that, she turned to leave. "Lu Xian, we're going." Lu Xian shivered and hurried to catch up with her cousin. "Wait for me." The surrounding students' gazes were dazed, their faces full of disbelief. "Wait, what does Lin Yan have that deserves this? What is Senior Lu Li thinking? Ow, why did you hit me? I'm checking if I'm dreaming." At this moment, Everyone felt that the pressure of establishing divine domains must be too great, causing them to have such an absurd dream. Then why the hell didn't you hit yourself instead? Soon, Lin Yan's figure returned home. Closing the door behind him, he thought about the ridiculous farce that had unfolded during the day and couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Beyond Lu Li's troubles, what concerned him more was his own situation had to get into Imperial Capital University. Only by entering the Ancient God Department at Imperial Capital University could he access first-hand materials about the Ancient God battlefield and continue to hold on to his belief that his parents were still alive. The Ancient God battlefield was fraught with danger, where even true gods could perish, so he had no choice but to bind himself to the system without hesitation. However, an grade first hero unit was far from sufficient. With his mind made up, he simply closed his eyes and let his consciousness sink into the system world. When his vision cleared again, he stood upon a plain spanning roughly 100 square kilometers. In the distance, dense green forests rose like barriers, their edges meeting the churning chaos sea. This realm was his divine domain. At the center of the plain stood a crude stone altar, solitary and imposing, surrounded by over 200 human followers. They formed a circle, murmuring prayers. Atop the altar, a withered corpse soldier swayed upright, its tattered iron armor clinging to faded skin, hollow eyes scanning the surroundings without focus. Just then, a cold yet majestic voice invaded Lin Yan's mind. We secure, we contain, we protect. Materials collection complete. Newbie gift package activated. Available summon unit. Anomalous containment object 096. Summon now. The Pale God 096. Lin Yan's heart pounded as he quickly took deep breaths to suppress his excitement. Confirm summon. As his words fell, the space around the altar twisted violently like crumpled fabric, and the corpse soldier was instantly enveloped in black mist. The human followers outside the circle immediately panicked. What is this? Run. Boom. A muffled thunder crashed overhead. From within the dark clouds, a massive face shrouded in thick fog seemed to peer down from beyond the heavens, its presence overwhelming. Simultaneously, Lin Yan's voice resonated throughout the entire divine domain. Do not fear. A hero of the divine realm is about to be born. As the divine voice settled, all the human followers showed expressions of ecstasy, their terror dissolving as they prostrated themselves. It is the voice of the true God. The merciful and mighty true God has always protected us. Accompanying their prayers, two notifications simultaneously appeared in Lin Yan's mind. Estimated sacrifice summoning completion time, 59 seconds. An ordinary human follower has felt your power and love, deepening their faith continuously. Faith level evolved to devout believer. With a thought, Lin Yan brought up his divine domain panel. Deity, Lin Yan. Level, demigod, true god, higher god, main god, ancient god, supreme god. Divine domain core tier. First tier, after core reaches 5th tier, divine fire ignition may be attempted. Regular units followers. 300 ordinary believers, 99 deep believers, 1 devout believer among humans, all first tier. Hero units followers, 0. Faith power, 139. Income, ordinary believers 0.1 points daily, deep believers 1 point, devout believers 10 points, saints 100 points. Just after delivering the divine oracle, he had actually cultivated a devout believer? Lin Yan was somewhat surprised this was indeed something he hadn't anticipated. In the realm of gods, the faith levels of followers were divided into 5 tiers: ordinary, deep, devout, fanatical, and saint. Ordinary believers could betray their deity at any moment under pressure. Devout believers would never waver even when facing life and death. As for the highest tier of saints, they could even ignore their own instincts and completely obey divine commands. The higher the faith level, not only would loyalty increase accordingly, but the faith power contributed would also rise dramatically. Leave this place. Do not appear without my summons. As soon as the divine oracle fell, a crisp system notification immediately rang in Lin Yan's mind. Ding. 096 sacrifice recruitment successful. Hearing this, he was overjoyed and immediately turned his attention to his divine domain. The swaying corpse that had been on the altar was now nowhere to be seen. In its place stood a grayish-white humanoid creature with longer limbs and an even more withered form. While the previous corpse could still barely show muscle contours, this thing looked like a skeleton wrapped in grayish-white skin resembling a twisted specimen. The undying war god, the skeleton war god 096. Lin Yan murmured to himself. 096 earned this title precisely because of its nearly unsolvable, undying constitution. Legend had it that an extremely restless doctor once made the contained entity codenamed 343 False God look directly at 096's face. Subsequently, the false god employed various extreme measures, even hurling planets as weapons at 096, yet still couldn't defeat it. However, this terrifying entity's actual designation was quite Gentle the Shy Guy. The reason was simple. 096 was usually docile, but once someone saw its face, it would immediately fall into sorrow and then hunt down that person at any cost. When this trait was triggered, its speed theoretically had no upper limit. As Lin Yan jokingly put it, because it's shy, it eliminates all witnesses so it won't be shy anymore. He quickly opened the hero panel. Hero unit, unnamed. Hero tier, tier 1. Hero quality, unknown. Gender, unknown. Other, unknown. Faith level, saint. Seeing this data, Lin Yan nodded to himself. The realm of gods had a clear rule: the combat power ceiling of followers depended on the tier of their divine domain's core. If the divine domain core remained at tier 1, even if a follower had tier 2 strength, they could only display tier 1 performance. Only when the divine domain core advanced would followers unlock higher combat power accordingly. 096 was obviously bound by this rule. Once the divine domain core reached tier 2, its combat power would instantly leap to tier 2, then continue climbing until reaching its own limits. As for the quality and gender both being unknown, Lin Yan wasn't surprised. The realm of gods had countless races, and new followers could emerge at any time. Even the omniscient system couldn't exhaust all information. But based solely on 096's nearly undying characteristics, he was certain its quality was at least SSS. When his gaze slid to the hidden data in the panel's final line, his entire body suddenly trembled, and intense excitement swept through his heart. Indeed, everything the system had said before was true. All containment objects summoned through sacrifice will directly become saints. Cultivating a saint is already an impossible task, let alone shaping one into a hero unit. Even true gods must invest countless years to accomplish this, and the higher the level, the harder it becomes to accumulate faith. Yet Lin Yan had just established his divine domain and already possessed a saint numbered 096. If word of this got out, no deity would believe it. Hero units provide 3 times the faith power of ordinary units, but he still wasn't satisfied. 096 alone was far from enough. He had to upgrade his divine domain core quickly to enter the ancient god battlefield as soon as possible. If his divine domain core could advance to the 2nd tier, he could sacrifice and summon the next hero unit. But the prerequisite was gathering at least 1 divine domain core fragment. Each fragment represented the remains of a shattered divine domain, incredibly precious. He had no reason to randomly destroy someone else's demigod domain. If he asked for help, Lu Li could assist him, but the Lu family had been taking care of him for years. She simply couldn't bring himself to ask. After much consideration, he could only take things one step at a time. If worst came to worst, he'd approach Sister Lu Li. Glancing at the time, he sighed helplessly and collapsed into bed. It was getting late, and he still had classes tomorrow. The night passed quietly. The morning in class 3 of the 2nd year was bustling with chatter. Look, Lin Yan's here. Yesterday, Senior Lu Li came back to school because of him. I heard he even made a bet with Senior Lu Li about getting into Imperial Capital University and defeating her. Him? He'd be lucky to get into Imperial Dog Academy. I really can't understand what Senior Lu Li sees in him. Lin Yan pushed open the door and immediately caused a small commotion, but his gaze was quickly drawn to a slender figure in the crowd. Lu Xin. The girl had wrapped herself up tightly, but her eye sockets were obviously bruised. Lin Yan frowned. What happened to you? Who hit you? Lu Xin was usually sharp-tongued but soft-hearted, and she treated him well. Moreover, she was a member of the Lu family. Who would dare touch her? Lu Xin, who had been somewhat evasive, heard these words and growled indignantly. It's all because of you. Last night, my cousin. Before she could finish, Lin Yan suddenly understood. As a child, he had taken plenty of beatings from Lu Li. Now Lu Xin was in the same boat as him, and he couldn't help but sympathize. You're so miserable. How pitiful. Lu Xin glared at him fiercely, took several deep breaths, and finally managed to squeeze out, don't go to class today. Come back to the Lu family with me and kill off that undead warrior of yours. Then choose a new hero unit. Lin Yan was stunned. After a hero unit died, it could indeed be recultivated using massive amounts of faith power. If faith was insufficient, one would have to extract life energy from the divine domain core, which would cause irreversible damage to the core. Even so, in Lu Xion's view, this was better than an undead warrior. She took another breath. These resources were prepared by Uncle long ago. Who knew you'd go crazy yesterday and directly choose an undead warrior, causing me to get beaten by my cousin? After saying this, she glared at Lin Yan again indignantly. Lin Yan chuckled and waved his hand. No need. What if my hero unit is actually very strong? He was already used to Lu Xion's sharp tongue and soft heart. Strong? How strong could an undead warrior possibly be? Lu Xian was frustrated with his lack of ambition. And you can still laugh about it. Forget Imperial Capital University. I wonder if you'll even be able to graduate. Student Lu Xian. Just then, a voice both excited and tinged with jealousy interrupted. If Lin Yan doesn't know what's good for him, you could give those resources to me instead. I'd be willing to accept them. Lin Yan and Lu Xian both turned to look simultaneously. Several boys were clustered around a rotund, chubby figure who was panting slightly as he jogged into the classroom. This person was Li Hao, the second son of the prestigious Li family from Jinghai, a sophomore in class 2. His older brother Li Cheng was widely recognized as the top student in the senior year and also the leader among Lu Li's many suitors. Li Hao, what are you doing in our class? Lu Xian was already irritated, and being confronted by Li Hao only fueled her anger. Who the Lu family chooses to give resources to is none of your damn business. Li Hao seemed to freeze as if struck by lightning, his whole body trembling with excitement. Lu Xian, you've finally spoken to me since school started. He immediately put on a fawning smile. I'm not asking for it for free, I can pay for it. Hey, do I look like I need your money? Lu Xian's expression was one of disgust as she raised her hand to wave him away. Li Hao, if you keep hovering around me, I'll beat you up every time I see you. Li Hao's eyes lit up as if stimulated by these words. Really? You mean it? His expression was like someone who had just heard the most romantic declaration, causing Lin Yan to facepalm a typical simp. When they first entered their freshman year, Li Hao had developed a grudge against Lin Yan simply because Lu Xian had said a few words to him. Li Hao had brought 2 lackeys to corner Lin Yan, only to get thoroughly beaten, leaving behind an indelible dark chapter in his history. Get lost. Lu Xian's final words erupted completely. Li Hao's smile froze, and his expression darkened. One of his lackeys immediately jumped forward. Hold on. Lin Yan, Brother Hao's Minotaur cultivation manual is missing. I saw you steal it with my own eyes last night. Hand it over right now, and you need to compensate us. What complete bullshit. Lu Xian didn't wait for Lin Yan to respond and cursed directly. Setting aside the fact that Lin Yan's heroic unit is undead warriors, what use would he have for that worthless Minotaur cultivation manual? She stepped forward, shielding Lin Yan behind her. Lin Yan is my cousin Lu Li's fiancé. If he wants any resources, would the Lu family ever shortchange him? Lu Li's fiancé. The onlooking student's eyes immediately flashed with jealousy. Even the lackey was envious, but didn't dare to lash out at Lu Xian. Li Hao suppressed the gloom in his expression and sneered coldly. Lu Xian, you're absolutely right. Under normal circumstances, that would indeed be the case. But Lin Yan, is he normal? What normal person would choose undead warriors as their heroic unit? As his words fell, low murmurs immediately arose in the classroom. At that moment, Lin Yan looked up calmly. So much nonsense. If you want another beating, just come and try. This statement instantly silenced the surroundings. Everyone was shocked. A year ago, Lin Yan had indeed beaten Li Hao and his 2 companions so badly that even their tutors wouldn't acknowledge them. But that was before their divine domains were established. Now that everyone possessed their own divine domains, how could Lin Yan still dare to speak so boldly? The expressions of Li Hao and his 2 companions darkened simultaneously. That humiliating beating was a source of shame buried deep in their hearts, and now it was being brought up publicly again. Well done, Lin Yan, you've got guts. Li Hao grinned maliciously. Then let me challenge you to a divine domain death battle. Do you dare accept? Li Hao, a divine domain death battle is going too far, isn't it? A nearby student couldn't help but remind him. A so-called divine domain death battle was when 2 deities would invade each other's divine domains without restraint until one side's divine core shattered. A shattered core meant that deity was completely finished. The school encouraged students to engage in mutual sparring and invasions. But if a core was actually destroyed, the invader would definitely face severe punishment from the school. Unless both parties agree in advance to engage in a divine realm death battle, they can be exempted from responsibility. As his words fell, Li Hao raised his eyes to stare at Lin Yan, his lips curling with mockery. Lin Yan, stop hiding behind women and talking big. Oh right, ever since your dead parents passed away, you've been living off women, haven't you? You must be used to it by now. Ha ha ha. His grating laughter exploded through the crowd. Lu Xian's heart clenched as she quickly grabbed Lin Yan's hand, lowering her voice to persuade him. Lin Yan, ignore him. He's just trying to provoke you. Come back to the Lu family with me. Lin Yan's eyes instantly turned frosty. Since he could remember, his parents had been everything precious to him, and now being mocked like this, rage surged through his chest. Very well, let's do this. His voice was ice cold as he directly accepted the challenge. Good, good, good. Li Hao laughed loudly, his voice dripping with venom. I'll send you, this waste, to meet your dead parents right now. Fearing Lin Yan might change his mind, a line of glowing text immediately appeared before Lin Yan. The opponent requests to initiate a divine realm death battle with you. Do you agree? Without hesitation, Lin Yan clicked confirm. The next moment, his consciousness plunged into his own divine realm. Rumble. The 2 divine realms collided violently, spiderweb cracks exploding across the barrier at their junction as massive portals tore open. Within Zhang Quan's divine oracle, over 200 minotaurs clad in iron armor stomped their hooves, creating thunderous echoes. At the front, the most imposing minotaur bore a gleaming giant axe on his back, his armor more refined than his kin. Minotaur chieftain, crank hero unit. The watching students collectively gasped. A crank hero. Li Hao truly deserves to be from the Li family. This lineup could break into the top 50 of the entire grade. Has Lin Yan lost his mind? Actually fighting a death battle with Li Hao? He's clearly going to be destroyed. A weakling's pride? Utterly worthless. Lu Xian's face turned deathly pale. When Li Hao mentioned Lin Yan's parents, she knew Lin Yan wouldn't be able to stand it, but she never imagined he would directly agree to a death battle. Outsiders had no right to interfere now. Her heart racing with anxiety. She thought, I must notify my cousin. As the followers manifested, Li Hao's face materialized on the other side of the divine realm, his voice transmitting directly into Lin Yan's ears. Hee Lin Yan, I knew you'd take the bait. Li Hao laughed sinisterly. Senior Lu Li only refused to break off the engagement to avoid being labeled ungrateful. Did you actually believe it? Once I destroy your divine realm core, she'll have reason to cut ties with you completely. When my brother Li Cheng gets into Imperial Capital University, Lu Li will naturally be moved by our Li family, and I'll be able to be with Lu Xian. Hearing this self-serving calculation, Lin Yan sneered. You're right. Your provocation was very successful. So I've decided to personally crush your divine realm core. Still talking tough at this point. Li Hao snorted disdainfully. My God. Suddenly, a cry of alarm broke the pre-battle silence. Among the Minotaur scout squad, a warrior pointed ahead, his face turning pale. Zhang Quan followed the pointing finger and saw a gray-white figure pacing through the ruins. The creature was entirely gray-white, with limbs so elongated they appeared almost deformed, skin so thin it seemed stretched over bone. Where its eyes should be were two pitch-black caverns, empty, cold, and eerie. The mentally tense Minotaur scout was so frightened by that face, he stepped back. However, as a demigod, Zhang Quan wasn't startled, but instead his eyes lit up. Ha! This must be that waste Lin Yan's hero Unitan undead warrior. I didn't expect to find it so quickly. He laughed heartily, then frowned. It seems a bit different from ordinary undead warriors. Thinking this, he snorted coldly. Just putting on airs. What tricks could you possibly pull? Just then, the gray-white undead warrior suddenly covered its face and curled into a ball. Zhang Quan's heart sank slightly. Could Lin Yan really be hiding a trump card? Woo. Low sobbing sounds drifted on the wind, and only then did he realize Lin Yan's dispatched follower seemed to have been scared to tears by his Minotaur scout squad. Witnessing this scene, Li Hao couldn't help but burst into laughter. Lin Yan, I thought you actually had some trump card up your sleeve, but this is it? Lin Yan, you wouldn't happen to be playing the fool because your bluff didn't work, hoping I'd take pity on you, would you? It's useless. Only by shattering your divine core can I make up for the humiliation you put me through. An irrepressible surge of satisfaction welled up in Li Hao's chest. He had originally planned to restore his dignity by crushing Lin Yan, but now even that effort seemed unnecessary as inner demons crumbled in that very moment. Wait, what? Am I seeing this right? Lin Yan's hero unit is actually crying from fear? Unbelievable. A hero unit scared to tears by other deities' follower legions. This will definitely become a legend at Jinghai 3rd High. Has Lin Yan never properly trained his hero unit followers? To be scared to tears like this, his faith level probably doesn't even qualify as an ordinary believer. I really can't hold it in anymore. His hero unit is literally crying from fear. Where does his confidence even come from? Ha. The class chat exploded instantly, with screens flooded with ha messages. Meanwhile, in Lin Yan's divine realm, under the oppressive gray sky that made the earth appear pale, a corpse warrior wrapped entirely in bandages, designated 096, knelt on the ground, emitting woo crying sounds. The voice, originally low and choked, was now becoming increasingly shrill, like screaming, tearing at everyone's eardrums in the silent divine realm. Damn it. No ability whatsoever, but sure is noisy, just like Lin Yan. Li Hao said impatiently, decisively issuing a divine decree. Stop wasting time. Quickly turn this corpse warrior into an actual corpse, then destroy his divine core. Receiving the command, the Minotaur warrior who had just exclaimed raised his giant axe, his hoofbeats thundering as he charged fiercely toward 096. Li Hao sneered. With such a worthless hero unit, its faith in Lin Yan has probably dropped to 0 by now. Even one of my ordinary units can kill it. However, a gray-white shadow suddenly flashed by. In the next instant, the Minotaur warrior's head rolled into the dust, blood spurting from his thick neck like a fountain. Moments later, the headless corpse clumsily toppled forward, hitting the ground with a dull thud. The sudden turn of events left all the Minotaur warriors, and even Li Hao himself, frozen in place. What just happened? How did such a big Minotaur suddenly just disappear? Before anyone could recover, another Minotaur crashed heavily to the ground, his chest torn open while sparks from his axe blade were still dying out. This time, Li Hao finally saw clearly it was that corpse warrior who had struck. How is this possible? He cried out in shock, trembling inside. Minotaur warriors already possessed formidable physical strength, not to mention being fully armed, yet they were instantly killed by a corpse warrior. Even if the opponent was a hero unit, it was still just a corpse warrior. What kind of joke was this? Even more absurd was that this corpse warrior had clearly been crying just moments ago. Another dull thud as the third Minotaur warrior's chest was torn open. Terror grew like poisonous weeds in the hearts of the surviving Minotaurs, their faith in Li Hao rapidly declining. Even after receiving attack orders, they dared not advance another step. Without time to investigate further, Li Hao roared, "Damn it! Lin Yan, you dare to ambush me! Minotaur chieftain, get up there! Tear him apart!" As soon as the words left his mouth, the Minotaur chieftain had already reached the location of this small squad. He immediately let out a muffled grunt, his eyes turning blood red as he charged toward 096. "War trample," someone shouted, and the deafening sound of war drums seemed to tear through the air. In the next moment, a Minotaur chieftain clad in heavy armor and wielding a massive axe stepped through the portal. "Chieftain! It's the chieftain!" The surviving Minotaur warriors excitedly raised their weapons. "The chieftain has come at the call of the Minotaur god. We're saved." Li Hao stood on the divine platform, listening to the cheers, and couldn't help but throw his head back in laughter. "I have to admit, Lin Yan, you did surprise me a bit, but you're still just trash. You can only bully ordinary units. Facing my Minotaur chieftain, who's also a hero unit, you'll..." Before he could finish, his eyes widened. How is this possible? In the center of the battlefield, the Minotaur chieftain roared as he swung his massive axe, the blade and 096 grayish-white claws striking each other almost simultaneously. The axe blade sank deep into 096's shoulder, splashing black blood. "Moo!" The Minotaur chieftain bellowed in pain, his muscles instantly tensing. But to everyone's surprise, 096 acted as if he felt no pain, his hollow eye sockets filled only with madness as he raised his hand for another strike. Moments later, the chieftain's massive body crashed to the ground with a thunderous impact, dust flying everywhere. 096 didn't pause, dragging his still bleeding shoulder as he plunged into the ranks of the remaining Minotaur warriors. "Monster! What kind of monster is this? Is this really a great undead warrior?" Li Hao's voice trembled. Since when did undead warriors become this strong? He instinctively looked over and saw the gruesome wound on the shoulder healing at a visible rate. Meanwhile, screams echoed one after another from deep within the battle line, interrupting his thoughts. "Retreat. Regroup with the main force." He immediately issued his divine command. In fact, before the divine order even landed, the remaining Minotaur warriors had already been shattered by fear and scattered in all directions. Li Hao could clearly feel his faith power plummeting. The grayish-white figure moved among them, each appearance claiming a life as Minotaur corpses fell one by one into pools of blood. The fleeing warriors cursed their deity. "The Minotaur god must have gone mad, making us fight this kind of monster." Around the corner, they finally saw banners fluttering ahead the main force of over 300 Minotaur troops. "Thank goodness, we can see the army. We can finally survive." Meanwhile, on the other side, Lin Yan watched through the Divine Realms display with a complex expression. He saw 096's face clearly, then fled toward the Minotaur main force. Lin Yan murmured, equally filled with shock and uncertainty. Li Hao was bleeding inside over 30 Minotaur warriors and one hero unit Minotaur chieftain, reduced to ashes in an instant. The devastating loss made him want to tear Lin Yan apart. Damn it! Why is his undead warrior so strong? I'll definitely wait. Before he could finish, he saw 096 following closely behind the survivors, emerging from the rolling dust and charging directly into his fully prepared main formation. Li Hao was stunned at first, then sneered viciously. "You actually dare to pursue? Lin Yan, you idiot. Didn't expect this, did you? My main force is right here." In his view, even if that grayish-white undead warrior was incredibly powerful, he was now just a severely wounded body. How could he possibly make waves against an army of over 300 Minotaurs? No matter how badass your undead warrior is, there's no way he can defeat my entire army of 300 Minotaurs while dragging that injured body, right? However, the feeling that he was terribly wrong sent chills down his spine in just a few seconds. "Charge! For the great Minotaur god! Damn corpses, feel the might of the Minotaurs! God of the Minotaurs, save us! Monster, this is pure monstrosity. Spare us!" Under Li Hao's divine command, the Minotaur army charged straight towards 096. The next moment, the battle line instantly collapsed. One Minotaur after another fell with agonizing screams, their bodies piling up in layers. Their massive axes and heavy hammers did manage to leave wounds on the gray-white figure's skin, but 096 seemed completely oblivious to pain. Its bloodstained arms continued to ignore all defenses, slashing wildly. Over 300 Minotaurs surrounded it, yet it never once blocked an attack, simply mowing down enemies one by one in its relentless, tearing charge forward. "Damn it! Lin Yan, what kind of monster is this?" Li Hao's eyes blazed with fury. He had clearly seen the Minotaur chieftain deal severe damage to 096, yet within moments, the creature was as vigorous as ever. If it wasn't a saint, then what could it be? Fear spread through the Minotaur army. Finally, some Minotaurs could no longer bear the pressure. They threw down their weapons and fled in panic. The rout spread like a plague. Across the vast plain, the gray-white figure moved like a wolf among sheep, chasing, tearing, and hurling with each strike. Another massive Minotaur corpse crashed heavily onto the grassland, sending dust flying. In an instant, Li Hao's carefully cultivated faith collapsed. The Minotaur's loyalty to him plummeted to levels even lower than ordinary believers, practically equivalent to total annihilation. But Li Hao could no longer worry about his declining faith. As the Minotaurs scattered in all directions, that gray-white figure had already stepped into his divine domain, and Lin Yan's army of over 300 humans surged into the barrier right behind it. He's going to destroy my domain core. Li Hao's heart went cold, and cold sweat instantly broke out across his back. Enough, Lin Yan. I admit defeat this time. Let's end this here. Li Hao shouted to stop the assault. Lin Yan sneered coldly, his steps never faltering. If our positions were reversed, would you spare me? I surrender. I truly surrender. Li Hao's voice trembled as he desperately invoked his backing. If you destroy my domain core, my brother Li Cheng and my father Li Er will never let you go. Though his words were harsh, his tone shook terribly. Seeing his threats had no effect, he completely lowered his head. Enough. Lin Yan. I was wrong. I'll give you whatever you want. Lin Yan remained unmoved. If his hero unit truly was an undead warrior and Li Hao had breached his domain, the opponent would have destroyed his core without hesitation. Now, having lost the Minotaur's protection, Li Hao could only watch helplessly as the human soldiers followed the energy fluctuations, closing in on that massive crystal emanating a tender green glow, his domain core. Attack! At Lin Yan's command, steel blades and war hammers fell in unison. The domain core was extraordinarily sturdy and, having no consciousness, wouldn't fight back like 096. So the crystal surface cracked bit by bit, while Li Hao could only watch from afar, each fissure cutting into his heart like a blade. He understood that Lin Yan was making him watch his own domain being slowly tortured to death. Just as this torment was driving him to the brink of collapse, a voice suppressing anger echoed from the void. Student Lin Yan, enough. These are just conflicts between classmates. Don't go too far. Li Hao's eyes suddenly brightened. Brother, before he could finish speaking, boom. A thunderous roar erupted as the domain core shattered completely. The entire class group chat fell silent in an instant. All the students stared wide-eyed, barely able to believe what they had just witnessed. Lin Yan had actually defeated Li Hao, and he had done it almost entirely with that single gray-white undead warrior hero, chasing the Minotaur Legion across the battlefield and completely annihilating all of Li Hao's followers and heroes in one sweep. The cold, bloody traces left by that gray figure's blade still lingered in everyone's minds like a chill. Is this really a great hero? Someone murmured. Either I've gone mad, or the world has. On the other side, Li Hao's face was deathly pale, rage boiling in his heart. Lin Yan, you set me up. You did this on purpose, deliberately using your divine realm as bait to lure me into invading. With his divine core shattered, his path was at an end. The best outcome he could hope for now was to live under someone else's roof, becoming a subordinate deity in another god's realm. Just then, the classroom door burst open with a bang. A tall figure stormed in, radiating overwhelming fury. Li Hao's older brother, Li Cheng, the top student of Jinghai Third High senior year. Brother, Li Hao could no longer hold back, rushing over and breaking into tears. Lin Yan tricked me and destroyed my divine core. Help me get revenge. Li Cheng steadied his brother and cast a cold glare at Lin Yan. This was just a small squabble between classmates, yet you struck so ruthlessly. The watching students immediately fell silent. Li Cheng's arrogance and brutality were well known throughout the school, and he had always doted on Li Hao. Now that Lin Yan had destroyed Li Hao's divine core, they all believed Lin Yan was in serious trouble. But Lin Yan didn't even furrow his brow, instead asking back. If this was just a dispute between classmates, why did Li Hao propose a life-or-death battle? Since he wanted to destroy my divine core, he should have expected today's outcome. Li Cheng's killing intent leaked out as his voice became low and threatening, as if squeezed from his throat. Lin Yan, you've got some nerve. Aren't you afraid of the Li family's retaliation? Just as the atmosphere reached a breaking point, a clear female voice broke the tension. Senior Li Cheng, with the college entrance exams approaching, shouldn't you be studying in the senior section on the third floor instead of coming down to our sophomore area? The speaker was Lu Xin. Her tone was neither light nor heavy, but it was like throwing a bucket of cold water. The fury in Li Cheng's eyes instantly froze. He took a deep breath, his expression returning to calm as he stared at Lin Yan. This isn't over. With that, he helped the still sobbing Li Hao to his feet and left. The crowd exchanged glances. Lin Yan had destroyed Li Hao's divine core, yet Li Cheng just walked away like that? But when they thought of Lin Yan's fiancé Liu Lion, the Lu family's influence, everyone understood, though it only deepened their jealousy. Lin Yan, Li Hao was the one who provoked this whole thing. With our Lu family backing you, Li Cheng won't dare retaliate openly. Lu said as she approached Lin Yan, her face full of concern. But who knows what methods he might use in private. Why don't you just stay at my house for a while? Lin Yan shook his head. The Lu family was protected by a true god. If his system were discovered, the consequences would be unthinkable. Even though Uncle Lu was on good terms with him, he didn't dare take that risk. Meanwhile, his divine realm interface continuously chimed with notifications. Due to your great victory, your followers' faith in you has greatly increased. 9 devout believers have deepened their faith in you, becoming pious believers. Ice blue data streams flickered as Lin Yan's lips curved into a slight smile. While everyone else was still discussing what had happened, his attention had already shifted to his own divine realm. The human followers were ecstatic, busily transporting the Minotaur corpses to the altar in the divine realm. The previously ferocious 096 had now returned to its harmless appearance, leisurely pacing back and forth in its habitat. 096 truly lives up to its reputation that combat power is absolutely incredible. Lin Yan stood at the altar's edge, his excitement barely contained. The entire Divine Realm battle had been almost single-handedly won by 096, which wiped out all of Zhang Quan's legions, while the human followers only handled the cleanup. As a result, their faith in Lin Yan skyrocketed instantly. With a thought, a crystal covered in cracks and emanating tender green light appeared in his palmly housed Divine Realm core fragment. Without hesitation, Lin Yan directly fused the fragment into his own Divine Realm core. Rumble. The entire Divine Realm shook, and the territory expanded at a visibly rapid pace. After the tremors subsided, he turned his attention to the spoils of war. First were the Minotaur Legion's equipment premium gear that the Li family had spent a fortune to acquire. While his human followers couldn't use it, selling it on the trading market was an excellent option. Soon, transaction notifications came from the market. Over 300 Minotaur corpses plus the Minotaur chieftain's exclusive equipment had been exchanged for more than 3,000 faith power currency. A pleasant surprise. Lin Yan smiled lightly, though for him, the Minotaur corpses themselves were more valuable. Following his orders, the followers quickly piled the bodies at the central altar of the Divine Realm while he patiently awaited the subsequent benefits. Meanwhile, Lu Xian had been keeping tabs on Lin Yan's situation, muttering to herself. That annoying Lin Yan. I told him to come back to the Lu family with me, but he refused. If something really happens to him, my cousin will give me hell. She was equally puzzled by that mysterious hero unit, wondering, how did it become so incredibly powerful? When the school bell rang, Lu Xian immediately contacted Lu Li. Cousin, Li Hao and Lin Yan fought a Divine Realm death match during class today. What? A Divine Realm death match? Lu Li's projection instantly appeared, her voice seething with anger. Li Hao dares to be so bold. The Li family. Huh, what a Li family indeed. After her initial fury, she anxiously inquired, what about Lin Yan? Is his Divine Realm core all right? Then she muttered to herself, as long as his Divine Realm core is fine. Yes, his Divine Realm core must be fine. Perfect, his hero unit needs. Halfway through her words, her voice trembled, as if she feared something terrible. Lu Xian had never seen her cousin so panicked, and was immediately shocked. She quickly recorded the conversation before explaining. No, cousin, we all misunderstood Lin Yan. His Divine Realm core is fine. In fact, he was the one who destroyed Li Hao's Divine Realm core. As long as his Divine Realm core is safe. Wait, what did you just say? Lu Li froze, almost reflexively asking, how is that possible? Didn't you say he hadn't changed his hero unit? At this moment, the entire divine domain had expanded to over 150 square kilometers. Brilliant light suddenly burst forth from the core of the divine domain, blazing as bright as daylight. Lin Yan's heart trembled with excitement. The core had advanced to Tier 2. He immediately pulled up his status panel. Deity Lin Yan Demigod. Divine Domain Core Tier 2. Common Units Followers Human Race 291. Ordinary Believers 99. Devout Believers 10. Tier 2 Units 3. Hero Unit Follower 096 Saint Tier 2. Faith Power Reserve 3100. The data showed little change from before, yet Lin Yan's brow furrowed with concern. If this continues, the ordinary followers will never advance in level. I must give them opportunities to participate in combat. Though 096 was incredibly powerful, if the divine domain were to expand to encompass millions of followers in the future, relying solely on hero units would be insufficient. Thinking of higher-level demigods and true deities who could command millions of beings with a mere gesture, he shook his head silently, knowing he couldn't place all his hopes on 096 alone. His gaze returned to the center of the camp, where Minotaur corpses lay scattered among blood and dust, their wounds horrific yet their frames still imposing. With the divine domain core upgraded to Tier 2, 2 additional hero unit slots have opened up. Now would be the perfect time to recruit a second hero. This was precisely why he had refrained from selling the Minotaur corpses. With his mind made up, he activated the altar without hesitation. The black stone platform, carved with divine inscriptions, suddenly erupted in silver light, and blood-red mist swirled within the rising pillar of radiance. Please select your sacrificial recruitment target. The system's prompt echoed in his mind, clear and emotionless. 3 translucent panels materialized before him, each corresponding to a completely different anomalous contained object. Lin Yan examined them one by one. Almost instantly, his gaze fixed upon the data in the center panelet clearly displayed the image of a plague doctor. 049, the plague doctor? Seeing this familiar icon, Lin Yan exclaimed in shock. This anomalous containment object was legendary among all anomalies, rumored to have origins connected to an extremely powerful supreme divinity. Its appearance resembled a medieval plague doctor, black robes and a bird-like mask, but that attire wasn't made of ordinary fabric. It grew directly from its body's surface. Sometimes it was also called the plague doctor. Normally, the plague doctor appeared no different from an ordinary person, but the moment it sensed what it defined as a pestilence, it would instantly go berserk. Its method of killing was brutally, simply single touch would kill the target instantly. Even more terrifying, it would then perform surgery on the corpse, making it rise again as a puppet that had lost all memory and self-awareness, yet could move freely and obey the plague doctor's commands absolutely. Given enough time, it could create an entire army of corpses. Without hesitation, Lin Yan immediately clicked Sacrifice Summon 049 on the panel. Selection complete. Estimated sacrifice summoning completion time, 9 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds, came the cold notification sound. Lin Yan nodded. The reason 096 had arrived almost instantly last time was due to the newbie gift package bonus. Now the second recruitment followed normal procedures, requiring a full 10 hours. In the realm of gods, this amount of time was nothing. He stood beside the altar, deep in thought. Even when the plague doctor arrived, creating an army would still require vast amounts of raw materials. His gaze swept across the center of his divine domain, where his human followers were gathered around the altar, still excited from the recent miracle. Lin Yan immediately dismissed the idea of feeding his own people to 049. They were his first followers and the source of his faith. They absolutely couldn't be cured into walking corpses. Moreover, bodies transformed by the plague doctor lacked thinking ability and naturally wouldn't generate faith power. Corpses would be best. Do I really need to sustain war through war? He recalled the Minotaur corpses from earlier, but unfortunately, they had all been consumed as sacrifice fuel. Thinking of combat, he remembered the bounty missions for deity wars and opened the deity forum to browse. There were plenty of posts, with gods and demigods constantly posting missions, but either the conditions weren't suitable or they required higher permissions. Lin Yan's divine domain core had just advanced to 2nd tier, so the missions he could accept were extremely limited. Thinking of Zhang Quan, the easy mark he'd encountered before, he couldn't help but sigh. Such experience-giving fools were too rare. In the forum's right sidebar, the blood-red words, Underground Arena, were particularly eye-catching. Lin Yan knew there was no shortage of divine domain battles there, but the risks were equally terrifying: heavy casualties among followers, and a moment's carelessness could even shatter one's divine domain core. After weighing the pros and cons, he temporarily abandoned this option and was about to close the forum to focus on peaceful development. The next instant, his eyes lit up. Discovered an unexplored ruined demigod relic. Interested parties may form teams to explore. Everything depends on individual skill. The post was marked. This relic is 3rd tier. Lin Yan's heart beat slightly faster. A 3rd tier relic meant the fallen one had reached at least demigod peak in life, leaving behind extremely valuable treasures. More importantly, such places were often filled with guardian monsters and corpses, perfect for 049 to transform. He repeatedly confirmed the post's contents, rapidly weighing options in his mind. After the plague doctor arrived in 10 hours, combined with his own power, it might be the perfect time to raid the relic. With this thought, he immediately bookmarked the post and stood up to begin preparing supplies. In the realm of gods, when demigods or deities fell, their divine domains would materialize and crash into the sea of chaos, forming relics. Based on the divine domain core of the demigod during their lifetime, followers entering the ruins would also be subject to level restrictions. Upon hearing the words demigod ruins, Lin Yan's eyebrows couldn't help but twitch. Exploring demigod ruins was equivalent to a high-stakes gamble. If successful, the rewards would be absolutely substantial. With this thought, he immediately clicked on the detailed information of that pinned post in the forum. The poster's spring god wrote, quite straightforwardly. 1. A group of ghouls lurks around the ruins perimeter, with the highest being 3rd tier, totaling 12, while the rest are all 2nd tier and 1st tier. 2. To enter the ruins, one must first lure this group of ghouls away. Below the post, the comment section had been flooded by countless demigods. Ghouls are grade quality. Forcing our way through would result in heavy casualties among our followers. 12 3rd-tier ones, who could withstand that? Discussions rose and fell, with almost no one planning to be the first to take action. However, Lin Yan's heart suddenly stirred. Ghouls, will these be perfect to feed to 049? Among the undead race, ghouls were considered elite, with attributes even stronger than corpse warriors who possessed heroic auras. As long as he could get his hands on them, 049's growth would reach new heights. As this thought emerged, his heartbeat suddenly accelerated. After a moment's hesitation, he proactively sent a private message to the poster and was quickly pulled into a temporarily formed chat group. The group contained 30 demigods in total, all using their divine roles as nicknames. Spring God reiterated the rules in the group. Everyone, here's the situation. Each demigod can dispatch at most 5 units anymore, and the ruins will collapse. We gather tomorrow to launch a general assault. Inside the ruins, it's every person for themselves, no complaints. Hold on. One demigod spoke up. How do we handle that batch of ghouls? That needs to be made clear, right? The group immediately erupted. Ghouls were powerful but brainless, and once they made enemies, it was a fight to the death. Most awkwardly, even if someone went to attract them, they wouldn't gain any benefits. It would be purely clearing obstacles for others. No one was willing to make wedding clothes for others. Spring God had to add. To be honest, this ruin has been eroded by the Chaos Sea for a long time and won't last more than 2 days. That's why I released the information. Time is pressing. We must first work together to clear the ghouls, or no one will be able to enter. Yet the discussion continued to drag on. Most of the demigods who came here were impoverished, with barely a reliable third-tier combat unit among them being as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. If they exhausted their only trump cards on the perimeter, they could only watch helplessly as others divided up the ruin's core. During this stalemate, Lin Yan calmly typed a line. I'm willing to lure this batch of ghouls away alone. As soon as the message appeared, the group fell instantly silent. After a long while, someone replied in disbelief. No way, buddy, are you serious? This kind of thing is no joke. Facing this group of ghouls, even just luring them away, even a third-tier hero unit would absolutely have no possibility of surviving. So, the Spring God slowly asked, what do we need to pay? Smart. Lin Yan's lips curved upward as his gaze swept across the group chat window. To lure away this batch of ghouls, my followers will inevitably suffer heavy losses. Therefore, each demigod present needs to pay currency points worth 300 faith power as mission compensation. If I fail, you pay nothing. If I complete the mission and still have strength left to continue exploring, that's my personal gain and none of your concern. How about it? The chat box on screen fell silent instantly. There were over 30 demigods in this entire meeting. 300 points multiplied by the number of participants meant 9,000 faith power points. While the individual share wasn't much for each person, when gathered in Lin Yan's hands, it would be an astonishing income. After a moment of silence, the Spring God spoke again. All right, I agree. Let's use guaranteed transaction. Naturally, Lin Yan replied with a light chuckle. Guaranteed transaction was identical to the third-party platform from his previous life's online shopping. Funds would be frozen first, then automatically transferred upon mission completion. Safe and fair. I agree too. Agreed. The remaining demigods quickly flooded the chat box with their approval. Then it's settled. The Spring God concluded. Everyone prepare today, and I'll send the coordinates to all of you tomorrow. After exiting the forum, Lin Yan felt completely relaxed, his excitement evident. Not only could he smoothly collect that batch of ghouls, but he could also earn over 9,000 faith power points. While this faith power from others' divine domains couldn't be used directly by him, it could be exchanged for universal currency in the realm of gods to purchase various precious resources. Time passed minute by minute. Several hours later. Ding. Anomalous containment object 049 Plague Doctor. Sacrifice recruitment successful. As the system's voice echoed, Lin Yan's divine domain interface immediately displayed the Plague Doctor's information. Hero unit, unnamed. Hero tier, second tier. Hero quality, second tier. Other information, unknown. Faith level, unknown. Faction, saint. Except for the saint designation, almost everything else was marked with question marks, just as mysterious as 096 profile. However, Lin Yan knew clearly that in terms of combat power alone, 049 would be no weaker than 096. That terrifying trait of death at a single touch made its harvesting efficiency absolutely outrageous. Moreover, 049's origins were said to be connected to those 3 supreme deities who loved playing cards. Deep within the divine domain, as soon as the hero information finished displaying, the altar suddenly burst forth with brilliant white light. When the radiance faded, a tall figure about 6 feet 3 inches stood firmly at the center of the altar, black robes flowing to the ground, a stern birdbeak mask, and an old-style medical bag slung over his shoulder. Compared to the horrifying appearance of 096, the Plague Doctor 049 seemed much more approachable, looking like nothing more than a tall, unusually dressed human. Therefore, the local human followers didn't show the same terror they had upon first seeing 096. Instead, having witnessed a hero's power in the previous battle, They erupted in enthusiastic cheers. A hero. Our second hero has arrived. This must also be a mighty protector sent by the divine. Cheers rose and fell in waves. Yet the plague doctor merely surveyed his surroundings and nodded with satisfaction. This place is simply too clean perfect, an incomparably magnificent divine domain. The surrounding human followers all froze in unison. The minotaur bloodstains beneath their feet remained starkly visible, and they exchanged bewildered glances. Did this new hero perhaps misunderstand what clean meant? Noticing everyone's confused expressions, the plague doctor shrugged and added, "That is to say, well, in any case, this place is clean enough." Lin Yan quietly observed this scene. He understood better than anyone that the plague doctor's notion of clean didn't refer to the environment, but rather to the absence of pestilence. However, the plague doctor's definition of pestilence was completely different from ordinary understanding. No one had figured out exactly what it was, and no one had grasped the pattern by which the plague doctor determined infection. The only certainty was that once plague-infected individuals appeared, the plague doctor's combat power would instantly skyrocket until all infected were cured. After confirming that nothing present was deemed an infection target, Lin Yan felt relieved. He had originally worried that the plague doctor might view the human followers as sources of pestilence and forcibly take action, but it seemed no intervention was necessary. Turning his thoughts back to lordship matters, Lin Yan opened the divine domain trading interface and navigated to the armor section. After a moment's hesitation, he gritted his teeth and spent 3,000 faith points to exchange for 3 sets of exclusive armor designed solely for second-tier human units. This type of armor could significantly boost defense and even briefly withstand attacks from third-tier units. However, such armor was capped at the second tier and wouldn't strengthen as the wearer's tier increased, yet the price was ridiculously expensive. Therefore, few demigods would typically purchase such equipment. The divine war ended with a resounding victory for the human faction. Lin Yan's voice echoed across the entire divine realm. "This is the armor I bestow upon my most valiant warriors." As his words fell, 3 specially crafted pieces of protective gear suddenly descended, hovering before the human followers. "Great true God, your most devout believers thank you for this generous gift. We are unworthy of such honor. The hero deserves all credit for that divine battle." The human followers excitedly prostrated themselves in reverence, while the 3 second-tier warriors immediately donned the armor without hesitation. Lin Yan could clearly sense their faith ascending once more, though it still fell short compared to the devotion of 096 and 049. The second opportunity for sacrificial recruitment was temporarily postponed. Lacking suitable materials, he planned to wait for the right moment. With all affairs properly arranged, Lin Yan fell into deep sleep. The night passed without incident. The next morning, at the appointed time with the demigods, Lin Yan opened the forum chat group. Over 30 demigods were already engaged in heated discussion, eagerly planning the upcoming demigod ruin exploration, how to cooperate, how to distribute resources, and how to trust teammates. Whether their intentions were genuine remained anyone's guess. "God of mysteries," the spring god spoke first. "Are you ready on your end? Any issues? We can't afford to fail at the last moment." "Of course," Lin Yan replied. His alias in the group was indeed God of Mysteries. Upon receiving confirmation, the spring god immediately declared, "In that case, everyone, let's move out." A precise coordinate promptly appeared in the group window. Demigod ruins differed from personal divine realms. They floated permanently in the depths of the Chaos Sea, accessible only through coordinate guidance. Without hesitation, Lin Yan exercised his divine authority, directly teleporting 096, 049, and the 3 second-tier human followers to the designated coordinates. Teleportation successful, faith power 100. Within the divine realm, the 3 armored human followers excitedly followed behind 049, the plague doctor, as their forms began to blur. The next moment, they landed steadily outside a ruined castle. Gray-white stone walls had collapsed, moss and water seeped through cracks, and the air reeked of death. Numerous foreign followers had already gathered around elves, orcs, and others totaling several hundred. However, third-tier units were scarce, numbering only a dozen or so. Just after the teleportation completed, 049, who had been calm moments before, suddenly turned blood-red in the eyes, emotions surging violently as he growled menacingly at the surrounding demigod followers. "Plague. There is plague. The pestilence spreads, it infects." His deep, cruel gaze beneath the mask swept across the area, causing many followers to instinctively shudder. Lin Yan immediately issued a divine command, and only then did the plague doctor forcibly suppress his frenzy. The spring god's voice then resonated in everyone's ears. "God of mysteries? These are the followers you sent. All second tier. Where's your other follower? Where are you hiding your third tier unit? You can reveal them now." Other demigods also expressed dissatisfaction. "If you're reluctant to risk your third tier units, don't make empty promises. Second tier units will be torn apart by ghouls before they even get close. How can they draw aggro?" Although their invested faith power would be refunded by the system if Lin Yan failed to deliver, no one wanted to waste this rare opportunity. Lin Yan responded calmly. No need for your concern. Leave those ghouls to me. You focus on exploration. The spring god hesitated to speak further. At that moment, 049 erupted again, roaring at his 5 companions. Plague. Such concentrated pestilence. Upon hearing this, the spring god was stunned. Plague? What plague? Lin Yan merely squinted slightly, casting an intrigued gaze upon the 5 followers behind the spring god. Through SCP-049's perception, these 5 dependents had been thoroughly infected by a certain plague, with higher ranks corresponding to greater concentrations of the contagion. The recent detection results silently revealed that all 5 were uniformly Tier 3 units. However, intelligence from other demigod vassals indicated that the spring god commanded only 2 Tier 3 units, with the rest being Tier 2. Clearly, the spring god had secretly manipulated something, forcibly concealing the true levels of 3 Tier 3 units. He deliberately spread information about the demigod ruins while hiding his true strength. What is he really planning? Lin Yan muttered under his breath. A conspiracy? Most likely. Nevertheless, he decided to observe and wait. After all, even 5 Tier 3 units couldn't possibly kill SCP-096 and SCP-049. Like SCP-096, SCP-049 was also immortal. Its undying body was inextricably linked to the circumstances of its creation. Following Lin Yan's orders, SCP-049 donned its black bird-beaked robe and walked alone toward the ghoul territory before the ruined castle, while 3 fully armed human units maintained distance and followed slowly. This sight left the other vassals and their demigod masters utterly dumbfounded. Has that god of mysteries lost his mind? Not sending a single Tier 3 unit, just letting a Tier 2 hero march to its death. Could it be he only has Tier 2 combat power and is some half-baked demigod? The demigods frowned, feeling the opportunity was being wasted. Several impatient ones whispered among themselves. Should we all charge together afterward? The spring god also cursed himself for being too excited the previous day, forgetting to verify the credentials of that god of mysteries first. He surveyed the other vassals, his heart pounding. No matter how good the opportunity, there would only be this one chance. He had to find a way to keep them engaged. However, the next moment brought sudden change. SCP-049 had reached the ghoul pack. Roar! Several Tier 2 ghouls caught the scent of living flesh and released low, threatening growls from their throats. Plague! You deformed creatures infected by plague need to be cured. The plague doctor roared back, its voice hoarse yet clear. As the words fell, it lunged forward, its white glove gently touching the chest of a Tier 2 ghoul. Boom! The roaring ceased abruptly. The Tier 2 ghoul's pupils dilated, its withered body collapsing to the ground, instantly growing cold. Deadly silence spread. All the watching vassals stood frozen. A fellow Tier 2 unit, killed instantly? That was at least a 2-grade difference in quality. That guy, and a grade quality hero unit? More than that. I couldn't even see its attack motion. Why did it roar as well? And what is this plague it mentioned? One demigod after another stared with burning eyes, their breathing slightly irregular. If only such a hero unit belonged to them, how wonderful that would be. At that moment, seeing their companion slain, the remaining ghouls showed no fear whatsoever. Instead, they erupted into instant fury and lunged directly at SCP-049. Their twisted forms surged forward like a tide, fangs and claws cutting through the air with sharp whistling sounds, completely engulfing SCP-049 and the 3 humans behind him from view in the blink of an eye. Gentlemen, my task is complete. Lin Yan's calm voice echoed in the minds of the demigods. Only then did the other demigods snap out of their trance, hastily ordering their followers to charge toward the ruined castle. The ghouls seemed to pay no attention to these sudden intruders, continuing to pile relentlessly toward SCP-049. What a waste such a high-quality hero unit, yet stuck with an idiot demigod. Over 100 ghouls, including more than 10 third-tier ones. A mere second-tier hero is doomed. Sacrificing such combat power for a measly 9,000 faith points utterly stupid. One thought after another churned in the demigods' minds as they felt both envious and gleeful. The abilities SCP-049 had just displayed made them green with envy. But now, witnessing this powerful hero unit about to perish in battle, aside from slight regret, all that remained was malicious satisfaction. He never deserved to have it. In the blink of an eye, all the demigods' followers poured into the ruined castle, their figures swallowed by darkness. Simultaneously, Lin Yan's divine realm received notification of incoming faith points. SCP-096, you may proceed. He issued another divine command. Meanwhile, inside the ruined castle, footsteps and whispers echoed through the long, dim corridors. Did you hear crying just now? Must be an illusion. Don't scare yourself. I didn't hear anything. It's not an illusion. I heard it too, and it's getting more miserable. Gods protect us. This place is too creepy. The hushed conversations were soon interrupted by divine commands from their respective demigods, forcing the followers to fall silent and carefully explore with weapons at the ready. The castle had appeared magnificent from the outside, but once inside, they discovered a maze of intersecting passages and countless rooms, like a collapsed labyrinth. The demigods quickly reached consensus: divide forces. The followers advanced along different corridors, pushing open one dust-sealed door after another, only to find the rooms completely empty, not even a blade of grass. Damn it, Spring God. What kind of worthless ruin did you find? One demigod lost control of his emotions, cursing directly through the divine communication channel. We've searched for so long without finding a single resource. Resources? How could there be none? Spring God let out a cheerful laugh. There are so many resources here. As his laughter faded, his 5 followers exchanged glances, cold, killing intent flashing in their eyes as they suddenly turned and pounced on the other followers who were searching ahead. Blades cut through the air and screams erupted. The other demigod's followers had no time to counterattack and were slaughtered instantly. Blood splattered across the ground. But the moment it touched the broken stones, it was devoured by an invisible maw and vanished without a trace, as if the ruined castle itself had drunk their very lives. Simultaneously, in the very center of the castle, a statue slowly emerged from beneath the ground. Witnessing the slaughter of his followers, the demigod immediately roared in fury. Damn it, Spring God! What the hell are your believers doing? He screamed at the top of his lungs, his emotions nearly collapsing. Damn, you bastard, what are you doing? This demigod was already strapped for resources. Otherwise, he would never have risked participating in this expedition. The followers he had sent out were the most elite forces in his divine realm and his final trump cards, with only one purposito: gather as many resources as possible from this demigod ruin. Now, these trump cards had been instantly slaughtered by the Spring God's followers, equivalent to directly cutting out his heart and destroying his future. His furious roar shook the group chat channel, leaving the other demigods stunned and immediately fearful for their own safety. What's happening? Why did the Spring God's followers suddenly attack the Goblin God's followers? We have no grudges between us. Spring God, I don't even know who you are. Though the gods vaguely suspected certain possibilities, they dared not voice them, still clinging to hope that it might just be a misunderstanding. However, their actions were swift. They all ordered their followers to stop dispersing, to collect resources and gather immediately. Several demigods even instantly reached a tacit agreement to join forces for self-protection. Meanwhile, Lin Yan heard the roar through the channel and muttered quietly, "This Spring God definitely has a conspiracy." However, for him, the immediate priority was still dealing with the ghouls in front of him. Ordinary second-tier ghouls couldn't last even a breath under the combined assault of 096 and 049. Third-tier ghouls only lasted a few seconds longer than their counterparts. Clearing the remaining monsters was just a matter of time. At the same time, the Spring God let out a light laugh in the group chat, his voice carrying sinister excitement. "Everyone, I said this demigod ruin was rich in resources, but I never said where those resources would come from. Your followers are my true sacrificial offerings." These few words chilled the remaining demigods to the bone. To maximize their treasure hunting, they had deliberately scattered their forces earlier, making it extremely difficult to regroup now. Judging from the Goblin God's tragic fate, any followers who encountered the Spring God's believers would be instantly killed. In their terror, each group of followers increased their running speed. But the Spring God gave them no respite. "Run," he whispered. "This is perfect for testing my carefully cultivated shadow assassins." The next moment, screams echoed continuously from the depths of the demigod ruin. "Help me, my God! Save me! What are you doing? Aren't you afraid of my God's wrath? Ah, bastards! You're all damned." The wails of collapsing teams continuously drifted into the group chat, and the faces of the demigods in the channel turned pale with alternating shades of blue and white. Like the Goblin God, they had invested everything for this expedition, even sending out their strongest followers from the bottom of their reserves. The annihilation of their followers was second only to the shattering of their divine realm, a devastating blow they couldn't bear. "Spring God, you bastard! Why? I've never offended you." One demigod, watching his most prized followers being torn to pieces, finally broke down in tears. "Ha! What a bunch of fools!" The Spring God's laughter exploded through the channel, his excitement undisguised. "Why are you crying? Once my divine core breaks through to the 4th tier, you should all feel honored by this moment." The Spring God stood at the center of the ruined castle, raising his scepter high as his piercing gaze fell upon the gradually emerging stone sculpture. A fervent whisper raced through his mind. "With the blood of these followers, I can fully unlock the most precious treasure of this demigod ruin. Once I obtain this vampire statue, given just a little time, I will definitely break through to the 4th tier." In the forum channel, 28 demigods saw this declaration and instantly erupted in fury. Murderous intent surged through private messages as they wished they could tear the spring god apart immediately. However, they only held strings of virtual usernames and had no way to trace the spring god's true identity. Moreover, once the spring god's divine core reached the 4th tier, he would be able to mass-produce 4th tier units, while they hadn't even assembled their 3rd tier reserves yet. What could they use for revenge? Meanwhile, in the wasteland outside the ruined castle, this damned plague has finally been cleared out. Under the combined assault of 049 and 096, the last ghoul had its spine snapped and collapsed onto the dark brown earth. Lin Yan immediately issued a divine decree, ordering his forces to transport all these corpses back to his divine domain, plan to use the plague doctor's methods to convert them into new 0492 units. He glanced through the group messages, hearing the roars of numerous demigods, and his eyes suddenly lit up. So this demigod ruin actually contained an opportunity for the spring god's divine core to advance to the 4th tier? Let's go take a look first. He immediately issued new orders. Inside the ruined castle, as the spring god's followers pressed their killing advance, the followers of the other 28 demigods were quickly slaughtered to the last. The hall's broken stones were piled with severed limbs from different races, yet not a single drop of blood had spilled. The crimson liquid had been greedily absorbed by the castle's floor tiles. Seeing their followers fall in droves, the demigods in the group turned pale. The sculpture at the castle's center was now 90% visible, with only the topmost portion still slowly emerging. Soon, finally soon, the spring god's throat tightened, his voice nearly hoarse. The vampire statue will be completely revealed any moment. With it, I'll possess all the resources needed for my divine core to advance to the 4th tier. Waited far too long for this day. Spring god, you'll get your comeuppance, someone snarled through gritted teeth in the channel. The spring god snorted coldly. Comeuppance? Are you going to give it to me? He no longer bothered with these keyboard warriors and looked up toward the castle's broken arched windows. All his followers had been deployed inside the castle, temporarily cutting off his knowledge of the outside situation, but he was almost certain that mysterious god, upon seeing the group messages, would definitely turn tail and flee. What a pity. The spring god shook his head and muttered to himself. That 2nd tier hero unit was so powerful, yet got devoured alive by the ghoul horde. Otherwise, I would have definitely found a way to get my hands on him. I really can't understand how that mysterious god could be stupid to such a degree. Suddenly, a low sobbing echoed from the end of the corridor. Immediately after, a hoarse roar pierced into the hearts of all the demigods. Pestilence. Plague. The spring god froze instantly. This sounded exactly like the catchphrase of that follower of the mysterious god. Wait a minute. How could this be possible? Before he could sort out his confusion, the gates of the ruined castle were violently smashed open. The plague doctor with the bird-like mask burst in with fury written all over his face, followed a few steps behind by that grayish-white humanoid monster, also a 2nd-tier creature. He was still alive? After facing the siege of over 100 ghouls, that 2nd-tier plague doctor had managed to escape unscathed? The spring god was shocked, and anger rose in his heart. Mysterious god, what are you trying to do? The plague doctor raised his head and roared. Plague. Then he charged straight toward the 5 familiars under the spring god's command. Just what I wanted. The spring god sneered coldly. Just 2 2nd-tier familiars daring to break in? My 5 familiars are all 3rd tier, and 3 of them are even hero units. The next moment, the 5 familiars spread out to surround them under divine command. A 3rd-tier goblin faced the grayish-white 096 Hedon, showing a disdainful sneer as his warhammer struck hard against 096's skull. With a thud, he smashed a bloody hole in its head. Just as he was about to mock his opponent, 2 grayish-white claws had already pierced through his skull. In the blink of an eye, the goblin's eyes dimmed, and he fell straight down. Until his death, he never understood why the monster didn't stop even though he had cracked its head open. After completing the execution, 096 didn't even pause to catch his breath before turning to pounce on the next goblin. It didn't die from that. What kind of race is this? The spring god was completely dumbfounded. On the other side, the plague doctor hissed the same word, plague, plague. He slithered past the goblin's weapon like a snake and grabbed the opponent's throat. Within mere seconds, black-green spots appeared on the 3rd-tier goblin's skin, his life force visibly draining away as he collapsed to the ground. How is this possible? The spring god's eyes widened. In the blink of an eye, 4 of his 5 3rd-tier familiars were dead. Could 2 2nd-tier familiars really accomplish this? Faced with this crisis, he suppressed his shock and cast an unwilling glance at the vampire statue that had not yet fully manifested, then decisively issued a divine command. Retreat. The only surviving familiar was a shadow assassin, cultivated at enormous cost. He had been instrumental in hunting other demigods' familiars before, and absolutely could not be lost now. Fortunately, the shadow assassin's talent allowed him to briefly become invisible, and with his incredible speed, returning to his own divine realm shouldn't be a problem. After making these arrangements, the spring god looked up and roared. Mysterious god, this isn't over. You'd better hope I never discover your true identity. Wait. How did you find this place? He had planned for this vampire statue for so long, and now he had to hand it over to someone else. How could he be willing to accept this? However, before his words had finished, his expression suddenly froze and turned to terror. He saw. After his shadow assassin went into stealth, it hadn't escaped far when the grayish-white creature suddenly looked up and whimpered, then let out a piercing shriek the next second. Its entire form became a blur as it lunged toward the shadow assassin. Its speed was even faster than the shadow assassin's full sprint. In the blink of an eye, razor-sharp claws tore through armor, blood splattered everywhere, and the shadow assassin fell dead, leaving only a cold corpse. Oh, God of mysteries! Damn you! You truly deserve to die. The spring god roared within his divine realm, veins bulging with rage. His long-planned opportunity to advance to the fourth tier had turned to dust. All third-tier followers in his divine realm were dead, and the shadow assassin he had spent enormous resources cultivating had also been reduced to ashes. Everything he had lost felt like sharp needles piercing his heart, driving him nearly mad. The spring god's furious roar echoed through the divine realm channel. The other demigods, who had been equally angry, paused for a moment, then raised their eyebrows. The spring god's followers had actually been completely wiped out by the god of mysteries? They didn't understand how the god of mysteries had managed it, but they couldn't help feeling secretly pleased. Ha ha, spring god, serves you right for being so smug. You wanted to frame me? Now you've just made someone else rich. Speaking of which, I really should thank the god of mysteries. Those 300 faith points were money well spent. Spring god, from today onwards, it's a fight to the death between us. Just wait for me to find you. Cold mockery and sarcasm filled the channel. With the spring god having lost his followers and the treasure falling into the god of mysteries' hands, his strength was now barely different from theirs. As long as they could pinpoint his location, they could have their revenge. Everyone was equally certain of one thing. That god of mysteries was definitely not simple. Deep within the demigod ruins, Lin Yan ignored the flood of communication requests in the group and directly issued a divine decree, ordering his human followers to transport all the third-tier goblin and shadow assassin corpses scattered on the ground back to his divine realm. Then, his gaze fixed intently on the Blood Clan statue continuously rising from underground. This was exactly the opportunity to advance to the fourth tier that the spring god had mentioned. Divine realm cores required massive resources to advance each level, which was why so many demigods were stuck at bottlenecks and could only take bounty missions on forums. At this moment, the Blood Clan statue had completely emerged from the ground, its dark red stone patterns seeming to flow like blood under the firelight. Lin Yan opened his divine realm panel and immediately pulled up the information. Unit name, Blood Clan sculpture. Tier, 4th tier. Description, a relic from a fallen deity. Effect, confuse with divine realm core. After fusion, the divine realm core will be greatly enhanced, capable of advancing a 3rd-tier divine realm core to 4th tier at maximum. After use, the divine realm will gain Blood God's Gaze. Blood God's Gaze, effect unknown. Blood God's Gaze. Lin Yan raised an eyebrow and murmured. Earlier, he had wondered why a divine relic could only push a core from 3rd to 4th tier. Now the answer was clear. This unknown gaze likely harbored some conspiracy, and once fused, he would probably fall right into that blood god scheme. With this thought, he immediately dismissed the idea of integrating the sculpture into his divine realm core. This item had more important uses. Please choose your target for sacrificial recruitment. Within Lin Yan's divine domain, the human followers bustled about, meticulously transporting hundreds of ghoul corpses and the 5 third-tier follower bodies from the spring god's forces back to their territory, leaving nothing behind. Meanwhile, Lin Yan's gaze remained fixed on the Blood Clan sculpture. Please select your recruitment target. The system prompt suddenly rang out, and 3 options instantly appeared before him unsurprisingly. All 3 were related to the sculpture before his eyes. Lin Yan hesitated only briefly before settling his gaze on the first option. Anomalous Containment Object 173. The sculpture. Little Peanut, he whispered. One of the SCP Foundation's original projects. Known to virtually everyone appearing as a humanoid sculpture, it was considered the arch-nemesis of 096. If 096 hunted witnesses to death for being looked at, then 173 was the complete opposite. Once seen by a living being who then looked away, it would strike instantly, a deadly killer lurking in blind spots. Lin Yan shook his head with amusement and confirmed his choice. Selection complete. Estimated recruitment completion time, 9 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Meanwhile, in a ruined divine domain deep within the Chaos Sea, crimson light suddenly exploded, and a furious roar instantly echoed. The statue I was using for possession has been destroyed. Who dares? The transportation work concluded. All corpses were neatly arranged in the center of Lin Yan's divine domain. Lin Yan quickly tallied them. Over 200 first and second tier bodies, with ghouls comprising half, 30 third tier bodies exactly. After confirming the count, he turned his attention to the plague doctor. Sure enough, the plague doctor was looking back and forth at the bodies. Each time he looked away, he immediately turned back, his bird-like mask radiating intense longing. The SCP Foundation's documentation was once again confirmed. SCP-049 was passionate about curing the pestilence. Lin Yan smiled slightly and issued a divine decree, granting permission to proceed. Oh, certainly. I would be delighted to assist. The plague doctor sighed with relief and hurried to a shadow assassin's corpse, lifting the medical bag that perpetually hung from his shoulder. From the medical case, no more than 30 centimeters long, he somehow extracted a full 2-meter operating table, unfolding it with a clang. The surrounding human followers stared in amazement, but the plague doctor paid no heed, muttering to himself as his hands worked swiftly. The pestilence has been cleansed, now comes the cure. Rest assured, my technique is quite mature, success is guaranteed. Bonesawing, Sucharingi's movements flowed like water. Finally, one human follower couldn't contain himself and asked quietly, "Hero sir, this pestilence you speak of, what does it refer to?" The plague doctor didn't look up, his scalpel continuing to fall with precision. "The great dying. The great extinction. Oh my, that. Halfway through his words, he paused briefly, continuing to tap and hammer, dissect, and suture. What should you call it, I wonder? Never mind. Many have already succumbed. More people will have to succumb until a perfect cure can be developed." The plague doctor looked up at the human who had asked the question, his expression proud. "Fortunately, I am very close to achieving this. You see, freeing the world from its threat is my life's duty. The cure, to end all cures." The human looked completely bewildered. "But hero, he's already dead. This is clearly a corpse." Before he could finish speaking, the shadow swordsman's body suddenly sat up from the operating table. This, ABA, he's come back to life?" The questioner froze on the spot, his finger trembling as it pointed back and forth between the plague doctor and the corpse, unable to stop moving just like his gaping mouth. The plague doctor snapped his fingers. The shadow swordsman's corpse stumbled down from the table, taking stiff steps. "Well, in a sense, yes, but you're oversimplifying things." He frowned as he examined the shadow swordsman, casually picking up the lower half of a ghoul's body from the ground and stitching it to the shadow swordsman's hip, his tone calm. "Broaden your perspective. Life and death, disease and health, these are merely amateur terms used by amateur physicians. There is only one ailment in this world, the pestilence. And I will end this pestilence." After completing the suturing, the shadow swordsman finally stood steady, though his movements remained stiff. While the surgery wasn't perfect, it was adequately curative, and the patient shows good postoperative response. The plague doctor nodded with satisfaction. "Bring up the next patient." Above the divine realm, Lin Yan observed the entire process from above, murmuring with interest. "The shadow swordsman belongs to the 3rd-tier hero units, but my divine realm core is only 2nd tier, so he can only exhibit 2nd-tier attributes. The 0492 cured by the plague doctor only retains the physical instincts and attributes from life, without combat skills, and doesn't count as a follower, generating no faith power. Even when following the plague doctor's orders, they can only fight on instinct. But this is already incredibly overpowered. When other demigods participate in divine realm wars, they suffer real losses of followers before victory. The more numerous they are, the more intense the battle, the more deaths occur. By the end, the more followers they start with, the fewer they have left. But I'm different with the plague doctor here. The more we fight, the more troops we gain. Although 0492 lacks skill, they can overwhelm through sheer numbers, and each one retains the original follower's attributes. Losses? I don't feel bad about them at all. Time flowed within the divine realm. When Lin Yan entered again, he discovered that all the corpses collected from that demigod ruin last time had been completely cured by the plague doctor, transformed into 0492. They were almost unrecognizable from their original races, goblins with 5 arms, ghouls with 2 heads. Hundreds of stitched-together monsters stood incongruously in the center of the plain, forming a deathly silent army of corpses, eerie and terrifying. Besides curing them, I also conducted some small experiments. The plague doctor shrugged. "Consider this compensation for my treatment, and these patients' contribution to completely curing the pestilence." He paused for half a second, then emphasized again, "I'm certain they would be willing." Lin Yan was left speechless. So they were taking advantage of the fact that corpses couldn't speak back? Yet within the plague doctor's logic, this reasoning seemed sound for that anomalous containment object. Nothing was more important than curing the plague, and once the infected died, it was considered another form of recovery. He shook his head, decided not to dwell on it, quickly gathered his things, and headed straight to school. According to the school's arrangement, students would be given several days to develop after establishing their divine domains, followed immediately by school-wide examinations. The moment Lin Yan stepped into the classroom, his previously noisy classmates instantly fell silent, all eyes turning toward him. "Lin Yan's here. See, I told you." When he chose corpse warriors as his heroic unit, there had to be some deeper meaning, but you all didn't believe me. Bullshit. You called him a clueless fool back then. Brother, Yin is still undoubtedly #1 in our class. When divine domains were first established, these people looked at Lin Yan like he was an idiot. But ever since they witnessed him nearly wiping out all of Zhang Quan's followers with just one heroic unit, shock replaced mockery, and flattery followed. Lin Yan had been mentally prepared for this, and simply walked straight to his seat. The next class was actually Invasion Warfare, personally taught by Deputy Grade Director Liya. A flash of excitement crossed Lin Yan's eyes. Rumor had it that teacher Liya was close to igniting her divine fire and ascending to true godhood, so her courses would surely be invaluable. The Invasion Warfare class procedure was, the teacher would deploy followers provided by the school to invade students' divine domains, testing and training student abilities. Simultaneously, the teacher would issue divine oracles to limit follower behavior and prevent actual casualties. In other words, as long as Lin Yan could eliminate some invading followers, he could harvest another batch of 0492s. Just as he was getting excited, a middle-aged man wearing glasses stepped through the door, and the classroom immediately fell silent. Lin Yan was slightly stunned. The newcomer wasn't teacher Liya, leaving him inevitably disappointed. The sophomore grade had 2 deputy directors, each managing 5 classes. Logically speaking, deputy directors were powerful and would be bold during invasion classes, pushing students as close to their limits as possible. Regular subject teachers wouldn't dare take such risks, making it safer but far less effective. Today's invasion class will be handled by me. The middle-aged man surveyed the room and announced in a deep voice. My name is Wang Li. You may call me Teacher Wang. Lin Yan frowned slightly, sensing that Wang Li's gaze seemed to frequently settle on him. This invasion class demon invasion war. It will officially begin in 10 minutes. Everyone prepare. As his words fell, the class erupted in chaos, filled with wails of despair. A demon invasion for their very first invasion warfare class? The demon race was virtually synonymous with evil across all realms, and even the lowest tier demons had comprehensive attributes far superior to the followers of these students who had just established their divine domains. Unlike his classmates' gloom and doom, Lin Yan's eyes lit up. Demons could only originate from the abyss and were rare in the realm of gods. Virtually no demigods could cultivate them independently. If he could use demons to create new 0492s, wouldn't their strength be even more terrifying? Before long, all students left the classroom to prepare for battle. Lin Yan's consciousness also rapidly descended into his own divine domain, issuing a divine oracle to his followers. My faithful, demons will soon invade. Ready your weapons, resist the foreign enemies, and I shall grant you my protection. The moment his oracle fell, the divine domain immediately flashed with crimson warning lights, and lines of text appeared on the interface. Warning, your divine domain is about to be invaded. Warning, countdown initiated. Warning, please prepare for battle. In an instant, the sky suddenly darkened, and a bottomless fissure tore open. The firmament. Deep red light continuously poured forth from the crack. Immediately, several demons with razor-sharp fangs and mouths, flapping their frail wings, began pouring endlessly through the rift. These pitch-black creatures, roughly the size of goblins, landed with hunched backs and low growls, their greedy gazes fixed on Lin Yan's fully deployed legion of followers. These creatures were known as lesser demons, the most common race in the known demonic hierarchy. While their overall combat power was average, they far exceeded the capabilities of followers that these newly awakened student demigods could summon. Virtually no ordinary follower could match them in battle. So this is the first wave of the demonic invasion, Lin Yan murmured to himself. According to the Academy's curriculum, the demonic invasion trial consisted of 10 waves total. These lesser demons weren't the instructor's personal followers, but rather public resources specially prepared by the Academy. The teacher's role was simply to flexibly adjust the timing and frequency of invasions based on each student's performance. Without hesitation, he deployed his hero unit, 096, into battle. Whoa! A sharp, piercing wail suddenly tore through the sky. The gray-white 096 became almost a blur as it charged toward the first group of lesser demons. The lesser demon's physical prowess was indeed formidable. Combat erupted instantly, with 2 demons' claws simultaneously piercing 096's chest. However, facing what should have been fatal penetrating wounds, 096 remained unmoved and became even more frenzied, brutally tearing apart one lesser demon's body in a spray of blood and flesh. Within moments, the remaining demons were completely pulverized. With the first wave cleared, 096's body showed horrifying cracks, blood trickling down its gray-white skin. Lin Yan examined it, then glanced at the sky, thinking to himself, good thing Teacher Wang has enough nerve. Any ordinary instructor would have paused the invasion after seeing a hero unit severely injured. Before his thoughts could settle, the sky tore open again as a new spatial rift suddenly appeared. Over a dozen lesser demons shrieked as they plummeted down, surrounding 096, and launching a fierce assault. Lin Yan frowned deeply. He wasn't worried about 096 survival, but was surprised by Teacher Wang's decision. Even Deputy Director Liya would have consulted with him first before initiating the second wave. Yet Teacher Wang had escalated without any inquiry whatsoever. Meanwhile, at the monitoring station, Wang Li was also shocked by what he witnessed. It actually withstood the first wave of demons. He stared at the screen showing the torn lesser demon corpses, squinting and clicking his tongue. Is this hero unit really an undead warrior? Then he shook his head, his raised lips curling into a cold smile. Too bad you offended young Master Li and destroyed Li Hao's divine domain core. The Li family's offer is too tempting, and all I need to do is make it look like an operational error. With this thought, he focused his mind and issued a new divine decree to the academy system. Simultaneously, within Lin Yan's divine domain, the second wave of lesser demons was also torn apart by 096. The creature was now covered in wounds, its chest brutally pierced with white bone exposed. Before the blood could even coagulate, a third spatial rift thunderously tore open, and the next wave of demons howled as they lunged toward the still fighting 096. What the hell? What kind of hero unit is this? How can it be so incredibly resilient? Wang Li stared intently at the screen, his heart surging with shock. During the two previous waves of lesser demon invasions, Lin Yan had managed to eliminate them all using just one hero unit, and that thing was still alive. At this rate, whether they could destroy Lin Yan's divine domain today was truly uncertain. While lost in these chaotic thoughts, Li Cheng's virtual face suddenly appeared before Wang Li. Teacher Wang Li, how's the situation? Has Lin Yan's divine domain core been destroyed yet? Li Cheng's voice was low and impatient. Young Master Li, Wang Li immediately composed himself and replied respectfully. Rest assured, with me here, Lin Yan's divine domain core absolutely won't survive this class. Despite his words, his gaze returned to Lin Yan's divine domain, his brow furrowed with barely concealed gloom. Given the current situation, that kid might actually make it through. He absolutely couldn't let that happen. Unless but doing that would definitely be discovered by Director Liu immediately. Forget it. Wang Li thought fiercely. I'm not personally invading Lin Yan's divine domain. All operations are within the school's authority. With the Li family's protection, everything will be fine. He took a deep breath and decisively issued his divine decree. The next moment, the sky above Lin Yan's divine domain twisted violently, cracks opening like gaping black maws, with fiery sulfurous light erupting from their depths. Hundreds of lesser demons swarmed out. These were all the lesser demons that should have appeared across 10 waves of invasion, released all at once. Deploying so many lesser demons at once is clearly aimed at destroying my divine domain core. Lin Yan narrowed his eyes, discerning his opponent's intent. The gray-white hero unit 096 stood motionless at the center of the divine domain. Lin Yan's divine avatar materialized, his cold gaze locking onto Wang Li's projection. Teacher Wang Li, who exactly ordered you to do this? Li Cheng, Lin Yan, you're just a student. How dare you question your teacher? Wang Li's divine avatar also manifested, looking down from above. This is my teaching plan. You only need to resist the invasion, but teachers must consider much more. With those words, the overwhelming legion of lesser demons swarmed down towards 096. Dense black shadows swept across the sky, their shrieks making the earth tremble. Rip rip. Waves of lesser demons pounced on 096, like ants devouring prey, layering upon each other. But 096 showed no retreat, wildly swinging its claws, the torn gray-white flesh on its joints exploding outward, spattering dark blood. With each strike, lesser demons were torn in half, their remains falling like rain. The ground quickly accumulated a nauseating mountain of demon corpses. However, the longer the fierce battle continued, the more battered 096 became. Its chest was torn open with deep craters, ribs exposed, and even its skull was half gone. Gray-white brain matter exposed to the air, still twitching. This hero unit is ridiculously powerful. Wang Li stared fixedly at 096 wounds, but fortunately, it's finally dead. Next comes the divine domain Korha. His pupils contracted sharply. That gray-white monster with half its head missing actually shrieked again and suddenly charged forward. What the hell is that thing? Wang Li's breath caught, having never seen such an absurd hero unit. After a moment of stunned silence, he gritted his teeth and issued another divine decree. Forget it. Just hold that hero unit back and attack Lin Yan's divine domain core directly. Although this hero unit was absolutely ridiculous, Lin Yan's remaining ordinary followers were just humans, and even a few dozen lesser demons would be enough to shatter Lin Yan's divine domain core. A squad of lesser demons immediately abandoned their siege on 096, flapping their bat wings as they dove straight toward the softly glowing divine domain core. Wait, how does Lin Yan still have followers? Wang Li's eyes widened in shock. Just as the lesser demons were about to reach the airspace above the core, The mist at the other end of the plane parted. 049's tall figure in gray robes slowly emerged. A second hero unit? How is that possible? Wang Li instantly realized what was happening. Lin Yan's divine domain core had just advanced to the second tier. How could he have obtained a second hero so quickly? Even more confusing were the followers behind 049, ghouls, shadow assassins, an incomprehensibly mixed variety. Wang Li looked closer. Over 200 0492 instances. These followers had vastly different appearances. Some bore sharp claws, others were bone armor, and you could even see characteristics of multiple follower types on a single body. The eerie sensation made him suspect these things weren't even living creatures. The next second, the 0492 Legion moved. Ordinary 0492 instances had attributes far inferior to lesser demons and fought purely on instinct, so they shouldn't have been a match. But this force included over 30 advanced 0492 instances refined from hero units. Their muscles bulged with power, their bones gleamed with metallic luster, and their strength and speed completely overwhelmed their peers. Boom! The two armies collided midair, and the lesser demon's front line was forcibly halted. Wang Li was completely stunned. At that moment, the tall figure in the black robe and birdbeak mask moved. Pestilence! You sources of pestilence! Don't bring your plague into this clean landy, we'll cure you. The plague doctor roared, his figure becoming a blur as he instantly closed in on the nearest lesser demon, his finger striking like a scalpel against the demon's forehead. Pop! The moment his fingertip made contact, the demon's pupils dilated, and it fell to the dust. An instant kill. Wang Li's pupils contracted sharply as he muttered in disbelief. Who exactly is the demonic race here? Wang Li's eyes were filled with shock. In the realm of gods, demons had always represented the bizarre and abnormal, but what now entered his sight? Lin Yan's divine domain followers. The team led by numbers 049 and 0492 looked even more demonic than the legendary imps themselves, violent and frenzied, chilling him to the bone. The shock lasted only an instant before being replaced by an intense sense of crisis. This was no time to be stunned. He had to destroy Lin Yan's divine core. He must. If Lin Yan managed to survive this invasion, the school would surely classify him as a genius. And even if the Li family intervened, they might not be able to protect him. Wang Li's face turned deathly pale, yet he dared not enter the battle himself. If he directly deployed his own followers, all his carefully crafted excuses would become invalid. But right now, the little demons couldn't hold out much longer against Lin Yan. Their complete annihilation was just a matter of time. Damn it! Damn it! Why is this Lin Yan so strong? Wang Li was filled with regret, cursing himself for agreeing to Li Cheng's request and coming to face such a monster-level genius. Meanwhile, deep within Lin Yan's divine domain, as the legions of 049 and 0492 stepped onto the battlefield, the air filled with the mixed scent of potions and gunpowder. The screams of the little demons gradually faded under the cold gaze of the white raven masks. Severed limbs scattered about, black blood flowing along the stone ground into viscous streams. The remaining demons put up desperate resistance, but the outcome was no longer in doubt. Behind his bird-beak mask, 049's eyes gleamed with fanaticism as he chuckled hoarsely. These infected subjects, their research value is immeasurable. They will surely advance my cure techniques to the next level. He waved his arm to stop the giant shadow beside him. 096, you fool. Stop. Don't tear them apart. I can't cure them if they're shredded. In no time, all the invading little demons had fallen. Lin Yan issued a divine decree, ordering the still cursing 049 to clean up the battlefield, then slowly withdrew his consciousness from the divine domain and returned to the classroom. In the real classroom, students returning from their divine domains one after another filled the air with chatter, still shaken. Holy crap, this demon invasion was terrifying. So these are demons. I used everything I had to barely withstand the fourth wave of invasion. My followers were completely wiped out. Yeah, the fourth wave invasion. All right, stop showing off. The whole class knows you lasted until the fourth wave. You're amazing, okay? My followers saw the demons descending and immediately surrendered and fled. I didn't even survive the first wave. Someone with sharp eyes suddenly shouted. Wait, Lin Yan's out too. Then excitedly muttered. Doesn't that mean I'm about the same as Brother Yan? Looks like I'm pretty good too. Noticing Lin Yan's presence, the students' discussion immediately shifted focus. Lin Yan merely nodded casually at these comments, responding perfunctorily while mentally planning to report the entire demon invasion situation to the school. A few minutes later, Lu Xin returned to the classroom with a pale face. She was the last student to return and had lasted the longest in this invasion. Seeing Lin Yan, she frowned slightly and couldn't help but ask in a low voice. Lin Yan, why did you come out so early? This doesn't match the level you've shown before. She hesitated for a moment, then shook her head with a light sigh. You didn't even last as long as I did. How can you keep up with my cousin's pace? I advise you to give up early. By the end, her pretty face turned slightly red, her voice barely audible. Though if you work a bit harder, you might be able to catch up to me. Ugh, Lu Xian, what are you thinking? Lin Yan didn't catch her final words. After hearing those predictable compliments, he simply rolled his eyes in resignation. Just then, Wang Li approached with an uneasy expression, standing before Lin Yan and stammering with a forced smile. Huh, Lin Yan. Student Lin Yan, very impressive. You actually withstood all the demon invasions. The special plan I designed for you wasn't in vain. The classroom fell silent instantly. The students who had just experienced the demon invasion knew exactly how terrifying those lesser demons were, and now they all stared at Lin Yan in disbelief. Lu Xian was especially shocked, her beautiful eyes wide with amazement. Despite having access to the Lu family's abundant resources and her own decent talent, she had only managed to repel 7 waves of invasion, with her familiars nearly wiped out entirely. Yet Lin Yan had withstood 10 waves? Wang Li spoke again, his tone ingratiating. Student Lin Yan, you've passed my test. I've also prepared a reward for you. You can have whatever you want. Wang Li, how dare you? An angry female voice suddenly erupted from the doorway. Leah, the grade vice director with wynard hair and a striking figure, rushed into the classroom looking disheveled, glaring furiously at Wang Li. Who gave you permission to unleash all the lesser demons into a student's divine domain at once? If you can't give me a reasonable explanation, go report to the enforcement team yourself. The surrounding students were collectively stunned. 10 waves of lesser demons attacking in batches was already a nightmare, but releasing them all at once into a student's divine domain was clearly an attempt to destroy their divine core. Someone came to their senses and whispered tremblingly. When Wang Li said Lin Yan survived 10 waves of demon invasion, could he have meant simultaneously resisting them? Before the words had finished, all eyes, including Lu Xian's, focused on Lin Yan once again. Wang Li's face turned pale as he hastily defended himself. Director Li, it's not like that. I just thought student Lin Yan's talent was too exceptional and wanted to test his limits. Isn't that right, student Lin Yan? His eyes were filled with pleading. However, Lin Yan didn't even glance at him, simply stating calmly. Teacher Leah, I suspect teacher Wang Li has connections with senior Li Cheng. Lin Yan, don't make baseless accusations against your teacher. Wang Li's voice trembled, but before he could finish, Leah interrupted. Save those explanations for the enforcement team. 2 members of the Jinghai enforcement team immediately appeared and escorted the ashen-faced Wang Li away. Only then did Leah turn to Lin Yan, her eyes full of remorse. I'm sorry, student Lin Yan. This happened due to my poor supervision. I was exploring another divine relic site and rushed back as soon as I heard the news, but it was too late. Fortunately, your exceptional talent saved you. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unthinkable. Rest assured, the school will definitely give you a satisfactory response. Lin Yan expressed his understanding. A demigod of Li Ya's caliber and strength was never meant to stay at school permanently. She spent most of her time traversing other dimensions. The moment she left the classroom, her usually cold and stern expression suddenly burst with barely contained excitement. In a flash, she appeared at the principal's office door and pushed her way in. Principal, we have a top-tier genius in my class. This could very well be another Lu Li. Her words came to an abrupt halt, a cold smile creeping across her lips. There, sitting on the couch in the spacious office, was another teacher Luo Li. Luo Li was another vice director of the sophomore year at Jinghai No. 3 High School, and Li Ya's most formidable rival. The principal leaned back in his chair, his tone leisurely yet meaningful. Teacher Li, you've also discovered a top-tier genius in your district? What a coincidence, Teacher Luo. Li just found 2 remarkable talents in her district, and is here requesting resources. Vice Director Li is here too? Luo Li looked up with a cold smirk. I wonder what caliber your genius is. Don't go picking the tallest among dwarfs and become a frog at the bottom of a well. A flash of coldness flickered in Li Ya's eyes. What exactly do you mean by that, Vice Director Luo? Nothing much. Luo Li stood up and walked over to Li Ya, deliberately emphasizing her considerably more generous assets as she stared directly at her rival with pure provocation. The 2 geniuses I discovered managed to withstand 7 waves of demonic invasion. How do you think that compares to your so-called genius? Her speech quickened as she grew more triumphant. To resist 7 waves of demonic invasion so soon after opening their divine domains, that's absolutely top-tier, genius material. Jinghai No. 3 High School doesn't produce even 1 such talent in years, and I discovered 2 at once. In her mind, Li Ya's so-called genius couldn't possibly compare to her 2 students. This thought made her even more arrogant. But the next second, she noticed Li Ya simply watching her with a mocking smile. Ah, then our class's genius truly isn't much to speak of. Li Ya waved her hand dismissively, her voice calm, yet resounding. He merely withstood 10 waves of demonic invasion with Ezio, and those were 10 simultaneous waves launched by all demons at once. Upon hearing these words, the entire principal's office fell into sudden silence. What? Upon hearing Li Ya's words, both the principal and Luo Li exclaimed in unison. Impossible. Luo Li blurted out almost reflexively. Lin Yan's divine realm had only been established for a few days, yet he had completely withstood 10 full waves of lesser demons. This achievement would undoubtedly secure first place throughout the entire third high school. Another figure immediately flashed through Luo Li's mind. 2 years ago, when Lu Li first revealed her talent, she had also relied on a demon invasion test, annihilating the entire enemy force and becoming famous overnight. Now Lin Yan was repeating that very scene. This was simply like something out of a fairy tale. Teacher Li, are you certain about what you're saying? The principal gripped the edge of his desk, his breathing becoming irregular. A genius like Lu Li was a once-in-a-century talent. It was precisely because she had been specially recruited by Imperial Capital University that Third High had risen to become one of the top schools in Jinghai City. Could another monster of the same caliber emerge in just 2 short years? Even if he couldn't match Lu Li, simply approaching that level would be enough to elevate Third High's reputation to new heights. Disregarding his composure, he pressed urgently. How did Lin Yan manage to complete the invasion clearance while simultaneously defending against all the lesser demons? Yes. Li nodded and recounted the entire sequence of events, including Wang Li's underhanded interference, her capture of him, and his subsequent delivery to the Jinghai enforcement team. Wang Li, the Li family. After hearing the full account, the principal snorted coldly, his expression dark as iron. What a fine Li family indeed. He then turned to Li Ya, his voice softening yet remaining resolute. Teacher Li Ya, you did excellently. Had Lin Yan's talent not been strong enough, we would have committed a grave error. Li Ya nodded slightly, then glanced sideways at Luo Li, her tone gentle yet laden with meaning. Sigh. Principal, I'm truly short-sighted. Compared to the 2 talents that teacher Luo Li discovered, Lin Yan is nothing special. Luo Li's face instantly alternated between pale and flushed as she ground her teeth in hatred. This manipulative woman. The student she had discovered had only withstood 6 waves of demons. How could that compare to a complete annihilation record? That comment about being short-sighted was clearly returning her earlier mockery in kind. The principal simply pretended not to notice the undercurrent between the 2 female teachers and laughed heartily. Excellent. The school must vigorously cultivate such a promising talent. Li Ya's eyes lit up as she immediately seized the opportunity. Student Lin Yan is currently preparing to advance to the 3rd tier, but he lacks the necessary advancement resources. Upon hearing this, the principal fell into contemplation. Advancing to the 3rd tier required the Divine Realm core to be enhanced through the power of followers' faith, though core fragments could accelerate the process. The 3rd tier limit was 2 second-tier Divine Realm core fragments. However, with the senior students' college entrance examinations approaching, most of the school's budget had already been allocated there. Using 2 second-tier fragments on a sophomore would essentially cut the budget in half. Didn't dare make such a bold gamble immediately. After pondering for a moment, he looked up and made his decision. Regarding Wang Li's matter, the school also bears responsibility for inadequate supervision. Here's what we'll do for the school-wide examination in 2 days. I'll add an additional reward. First place will receive all the materials needed for Divine Realm core advancement to the 3rd tier. Yes, Principal. Leah's face immediately lit up with joy. Then, turning to Lolly with a smile, he said, well, I'll go notify Lin Yan now. Deputy Director Luali, we need to push him harder so that the 2 geniuses in your class can really shine during the unified exam. Humph. Luali's chest heaved with anger as she retorted, don't celebrate too early. Who knows who'll actually come first in the school-wide unified exam. Meanwhile, Lin Yan's consciousness was sinking into his divine realm. At the center of the divine realm, Plague Dr. 049 was grumbling as he busily stitched together a small demon that had been torn into several pieces. That idiot 096 was too rough. The corpse is in fragments. How am I supposed to heal this? He angrily slapped the pile of severed limbs on the operating table, sighed helplessly, and had to bring over another relatively intact small demon. Several of the braver humans from the divine realm stood nearby. Their initial terror had been replaced by curiosity as they followed orders to hand 049 his tools. This infected subject is different from any I've encountered before. Extremely high research value. 049 examined the body closely, taking out a syringe filled with viscous fluid and injecting it into the corpse. The plague causes bodily fluid imbalance. Before proper treatment can begin, the fluids must be balanced, or the body will reject treatment. Everyone was puzzled about how a completely dead corpse could reject treatment, but no one dared interrupt. Moments later, accompanied by the grinding sound of shifting bones, the small demon crawled back to its feet. Though it now had an extra head and pair of wings, it had regained combat capability. High above in the divine realm, Lin Yan observed this scene with excitement. That means I now have nearly 300 small demons at my disposal, ready to be revived and fight continuously. As long as the corpses weren't pulverized beyond repair, 049 could cure them again. Even if only large tissue fragments remained, they could be sewn onto other 0492 bodies. From this perspective, The 0492 Legion is more valuable than I anticipated, virtually no losses, and constantly expanding. Lin Yan murmured. This ability is practically a cheat code. He shifted his gaze to the vampire sculpture in another corner of the divine realm, calculating silently. Relying solely on follower faith to upgrade the divine realm core is still too slow, even with 2 saint-level heroes under my command. I must engage in more divine realm battles while rapidly advancing the core's tier. But my time is limited, I can't cover all bases. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a system message appeared. Alert! Leah is requesting a video call. Accept? Lin Yan selected accept. A cold, refined face projected before him. Student Lin Yan, the school-wide unified exam is in 2 days. Are you ready? Leah's red lips parted slightly. This time the school has made a special request. First place will receive resources to advance a divine realm core to tier 3. Resources to advance a divine realm core to tier 3. Lin Yan's heart jolted. The next second, he realized this rare resource was likely something Leah had fought to secure for him. Seeing his silence, Leah hesitated before adding, with your talent, first place among your peers should be a foregone conclusion, but given your current reputation, other students might band together against you. Don't worry, Teacher Lee. I'll do my best. Lin Yan nodded solemnly before ending the call. The unified exam in 2 days wouldn't be simple unknown combat, but a comprehensive battle royale assessment covering survival rankings, kill points, development pace, balance, and defense, everything included. Lin Yan didn't feel completely confident, but with the opportunity to advance to tier 3, first place was absolutely essential. He surveyed his divine realm. The Plague Doctor continued crafting 0492s, while other followers worked overtime. In that case, I'll use these 2 days to boost our overall combat strength even higher. Just then, the system voice rang out again. Anomalous Containment Object 173. The sculpture, sacrifice recruitment successful. Hero unit, unnamed hero rank, tier 2 hero quality, unknown other, unknown faith level, saint. Accompanied by the system's voice, the altar erupted in brilliant light. As the white light faded, a bizarre sculpture taller than an adult and seemingly cast from concrete stood abruptly in the center of the altar. Recipe 173, Peanut, recruitment successful. Lin Yan's eyes flashed with uncontainable delight. Unlike 096 and 049, when 173's anomalous properties weren't triggered, it was merely a motionless statue, completely still. If Lin Yan directly issued a divine command forcing it to attack, its combat effectiveness would be severely weakened since the effect wasn't activated. However, he still decided to sacrifice and recruit 173 not on impulse, but because this statue was perfectly suited as passive defense for his divine domain. Thinking of this, Lin Yan murmured softly, Peanut can serve as a domain guardian. After handling the recruitment, he decisively opened the divine domain interface and logged into the forum to search for new missions. However, his luck was far worse than yesterday. Throughout the entire day, he found no suitable targets. Lin Yan was mentally prepared for this. Demigod ruins were inherently rare, with most coordinates hidden deep within the Chaos Sea, difficult to detect. Even when occasionally discovered, people would quietly monopolize the resources rather than publicly share coordinates. Maybe I should try the underground arena, he thought, hesitation flickering across his brow. The underground arena operated on the fringes of the Divine Realm's rules, where gladiators could initiate divine domain battles daily in exchange for payment. Compared to the Academy's internal simulation battles, this place was far more brutal. Complete annihilation of followers and shattered divine cores were commonplace. Those who came here to risk their lives were mostly desperate demigods. For this reason, Lin Yan had completely ignored those advertisements yesterday. His human followers were his primary source of faith and couldn't be lost. But now the situation was different. SCP-0492 could be recycled, making follower losses nearly zero, and with 173 just successfully recruited, his thinking changed instantly. After a moment's consideration, he had made up his mind. Whatever, let's go take a look first. At dusk, Lin Yan appeared at an unremarkable street-side shop. Upon entering, the interior revealed a different world. An ancient Roman Colosseum-style arena dominated the center, surrounded by countless fighting platforms enclosed in translucent spheres, with spectators' cheers faintly echoing from within the barriers. The underground arena certainly has deep pockets, Lin Yan marveled silently. Each sphere was an independent temporary space, and the entire arena was assembled from hundreds or thousands of such temporary spaces, forming a dimensional plane. Rumor had it that the mastermind behind Jinghai's underground arena was a true deity with influence spanning multiple regions. Soon, a beautiful attendant with a professional smile approached. I want to register as a gladiator, Lin Yan stated directly, converting all his faith power into currency points, exactly 3,000 points, serving as both registration funds and his future stakes. The rules were straightforward. Initiating a divine domain battle required paying corresponding currency points. Once the opponent agreed, the battle would commence, with the victor claiming equivalent chips while the loser forfeited equal losses. Generally, only same-tier cores could battle, though cross-tier challenges were allowed with payout ratios adjusted based on the gap. Certainly, I'll register your tier and other information, the attendant said with practiced efficiency. Shortly after, a metallic information card was handed to Lin Yan. If someone challenges you, or you wish to challenge others, the card will immediately notify you. The card displayed Lin Yan's current match record, remaining currency points, core tier, and other information at a glance. Upon receiving the card, a list of challengeable demigods automatically appeared in his mind. 3,000 plus points should be enough, I'll choose this one. He wasn't concerned about winning or losing currency points, but rather focused on his opponent's follower strength as he quickly filtered through targets. Just then, a notification suddenly rang in his mind. Arena alert. A gladiator wishes to spend 3,000 currency points to engage you in divine domain battle. Do you accept? Inside the arena. The moment Lin Yan's information was uploaded to the second-tier light screen, it was like fresh meat thrown into a pack of wolves, instantly drawing the attention of all the surrounding demigods. Oh, a newly ascended demigod has arrived. TSK, and a god of mysteries at that. Don't fight me for this one, I saw this rookie first. Says who? Fastest fingers get first dibs. I'm already second tier. This divine realm battle is mine by right. The underground arena had always been brutal. Every gladiator who survived here was a battle-hardened killer. Newcomers became the most sought-after, easy pickings, because the leaderboard only recorded wins, and accumulating enough matches earned rewards. For veteran gladiators, slaying a newbie was like getting a free victory. Amid the chaos, a cold voice cut through all the noise. This easy target is mine, Wolf God claims it. The moment that name was spoken, silence fell instantly. Wolf God, the ruthless fighter with 3 consecutive wins in the second tier, holding the Triple Crown title. Except for a handful of top-tier competitors, no one dared claim they could beat him with certainty. Many demigods shook their heads secretly. The god of mysteries was truly unlucky to catch Wolf God's attention on his first divine realm battle. Yet they all assumed the newcomer would never accept such a challenge. Someone calculated. My record is poor enough not to scare him off. If he refuses Wolf God, I'll submit my challenge immediately. Meanwhile, Lin Yan received a system notification. Wolf God 9 wins, 3 losses, second tier Triple Crown, has issued a challenge. Someone came this quickly? He glanced at the stats and clicked accept without hesitation. System notice. You have accepted the challenge. Please prepare for battle. System notice. Divine realm battle begins in 10 minutes. Wolf God has decent stats. His followers should have great research value. Lin Yan's eyes lit up as he began contemplating how to transform his opponent into 0492. On the other side, the spectating demigods erupted. The newbie actually accepted. Has he lost his mind? Must be his first time here. Hayes never heard of Wolf God. Don't forget, what if he has a trump card? If he really had a trump card, would he be in an underground arena? You're the crazy one. If he can last an hour, I'll eat shit while doing a handstand. Amid the commotion, even Wolf God himself was stunned for a few seconds before breaking into a savage grin. Kid's got guts. I'll show you soon enough why I'm the Triple Crown champion. Years ago, his divine realm core had advanced to the 3rd tier, making him formidable even among peers. But one battle against a higher tier opponent left him severely wounded. Though his core didn't shatter, it was forever stuck at the 2nd tier. Even so, he could still easily defeat ordinary 3rd tier demigods and remained unmatched in the 2nd tier. Soon, the 10 minutes were up. Warning, your divine realm is about to be invaded. Please prepare for battle. Warning, countdown complete. Warning, divine realm connection established. Divine realm war begins. Accompanied by the cold and urgent system voice, 2 divine realms of vastly different styles collided with thunderous force, like giant beasts crashing together, shaking the very void. At the junction, light flickered as several towering portals took shape in the air, like torn rifts forcibly stitching 2 worlds together. Charge! The Wolf God's gaze swept across the battlefield like cold stars, issuing his divine command without hesitation. On the surface, he regarded this rookie gladiator as easy prey for battle achievements and currency points. But as a 3-time champion of the underground arena, his combat instincts never relaxed. Had to use the most ferocious opening assault to intimidate his opponent and claim victory at minimal cost. The next moment, accompanied by deep roars, hundreds of werewolves surged through the portals into Lin Yan's divine realm, led by their hero unit, the Werewolf Commander. Their fangs gleamed white, their eyes blazed with battle fervor, and their muscles rippled under the moonlight-like radiance of the divine realm. With the divine command fresh and morale high, this battle seemed like the easiest hunt to them. Victory would bring abundant food from their deity. Kill. For our great god. For food. Hoarse roars rose one after another as the werewolves quickly formed ranks, advancing like an iron barrel toward the heart of the divine realm. So this is that mysterious god's domain? Forest and grassland? Nice terrain, but not a single ambush in sight. Through the shared divine perspective, The wolf god surveyed Lin Yan's territory while quickly drawing conclusions. Open terrain, rigid defenses, yes. He could almost certainly determine his opponent was a textbook student-level gladiator. Just as he completely relaxed, the wolf god's gaze sharpened slightly ahead in the dense forest. A human-shaped sculpture over 6 feet tall stood abruptly in the shadow of giant trees. Its rough, cracked gray-white concrete surface lacked any flesh. Yet like a living thing, it gazed at his werewolf legion with deathly silent eyes, sending chills down one's spine. That sculpture. The wolf god's mental alarms blared as all his senses instantly tensed. However, several minutes passed with the sculpture remaining completely motionless, as if it were merely ordinary decoration. The wolf god exhaled deeply and sneered. Just a little psychological warfare trick. Truly student-level tactics, even their diversions, are so cheap. Ignore that sculpture and continue advancing. His divine command fell like thunder. Upon receiving orders, the werewolf formation unhesitatingly left the eerie sculpture behind, their thundering footsteps raising clouds of dust in the depths of Lin Yan's divine realm. Finally, the last werewolf's gaze also left the sculpture. Damn it, this is definitely just an ordinary student. After all this time, we haven't encountered a single blocking force or trap. And I was so cautious before. The wolf god hovered high above the divine realm, issuing frantic commands while recalling his earlier embarrassment, had actually been scared into stopping for several minutes by a mere sculpture. If word of this got out, those other foolish deities would surely laugh their fangs off. But just as he was secretly feeling ashamed, his pupils suddenly contracted. On the ground of the divine realm, following the divine oracle, the werewolf commander led his werewolf legion charging deep into Lin Yan's divine territory. Though their steps rang out boldly, he couldn't shake the image of that bizarre sculpture from his mind, the cold stone surface, the twisted features of the head, those hollow eyes that seemed forever fixed on him. Each memory made his fur stand on end. Perhaps it's just the false god's illusion. He forcibly suppressed his unease, yet his pace inevitably slowed for a moment. Suddenly, he stopped. His furry ears shot up, nostrils flaring rapidly. From behind came the faintest scraping sound, accompanied by the subtle scent of blood. Almost by instinct, the werewolf commander spun around with his blade raised. The sight that met his eyes made every hair on his body stand on end. At the rear of the formation, over 10 werewolf warriors lay scattered in pools of blood, all with their cervical vertebrae snapped, their heads grotesquely twisted a full 180 degrees. And that sculpture, which had been hundreds of meters away moments before, now stood behind one of the werewolf warriors, its stone arms dripping with blood, as if it would completely snap the soldier's neck at any second. The targeted werewolf warrior sensed something wrong and slowly turned around. The cold, lifeless stone face was mere centimeters away, staring at him intently. Ah! A piercing scream shattered the silence. Damn it! What the hell is this sculpture? High above, the wolf god was also startled by this scene, his heart skipping a beat. He was even more terrified by his complete inability to sense the sculpture's movements. If not for the werewolf commander's keen sense of smell and hearing, he might have already lost half his legion. Fear spread like a plague through the werewolf legion, with warriors instinctively backing away, and even the werewolf commander's palms breaking out in cold sweat. No, I absolutely cannot let them scatter. The wolf god gritted his teeth and immediately issued a new divine oracle. Do not panic. This sculpture is merely a petty trick from that false god. Werewolf commander, attack. Destroy this sculpture. With the divine command flooding his mind, the werewolf commander took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the trembling in his heart. He gripped his massive blade with both hands, raised it high overhead, and brought it crashing down toward the sculpture marked 173. First strike. Sparks flew. Second strike. Not even stone chips fell. Third strike. Clang. The steel blade cracked with a jagged notch, yet the sculpture remained intact, its hollow eyes lifeless but clinging like maggots to bone, staring at him relentlessly. The fear in the werewolf commander's heart deepened considerably. Great wolf god, this is a monster, he said, his voice trembling uncontrollably. But he wasn't the only one shocked. As a crank hero unit, the werewolf commander had traversed countless battlefields. Yet this was the first time he encountered such a bizarre situation. Despite launching the first attack, that stone sculpture remained completely motionless, instead shattering the werewolf commander's weapon to pieces. Should I surrender? The thought of retreat crept into his mind as his gaze wandered across the divine realm. Just one sculpture had already caused devastating casualties among his werewolf legion. Continuing to force their way through would be suicide, wouldn't it? Suddenly, inspiration struck him as he stared intently at 173. Why had this sculpture remained in the same spot for so long? Earlier, it had silently killed over 10 werewolf warriors with terrifying combat power, yet now it stood rigid like a stone pillar. Could it be? A theory formed in the wolf god's mind, and he immediately ordered his legion to advance again. Within moments, he commanded the troops to halt and turn back. Sure enough, The werewolf at the rear had its neck snapped by 173. Witnessing this carnage, the wolf god didn't rage, but instead laughed maniacally in a low voice. Huh? Just as I thought. This sculpture can only attack when out of sight, but becomes immobile when being watched. I've found the way to counter it. If I can capture this mysterious god, this hero unit will be mine. He looked toward the depths of Lin Yan's divine realm, weighing his options. If that's truly his entire trump card, just trying to use psychological warfare to make me retreat, then it's nothing special. But if he has other tricks? After a moment of contemplation, the wolf god gritted his teeth and issued his divine decree. If he really had other trump cards, would he still drag the battle to the arena? Leave 2 werewolf warriors to keep watch on the sculpture. The rest continue charging. Following orders, the werewolf legion advanced again. With the watchers behind them, 173 indeed remained motionless. Lin Yan observed calmly through his divine realm perspective. Using 173 alone has too many limitations. The wolf god truly deserves his reputation as a veteran gladiator, figuring out the weakness so quickly. However, perhaps I could use 173 together with other contained objects. His gaze shifted to another corner of his divine realm. At this moment, the wolf god and his legion felt somewhat relieved, having confirmed the sculpture was pinned in place. It seems my judgment was correct that sculpture is the mysterious god's entire arsenal. Suddenly, he spotted a gray-white object curled up ahead and muttered, "What is that?" Having learned from 173's example, he was extra cautious and ordered several werewolf warriors to investigate. Woo woo woo. Piercing cries emanated from that gray-white figure. In the next instant, the gray shadow leaped like lightning in rapid succession, and with each pause, a werewolf was torn apart on the spot. Plague! At the same time, an enraged roar thundered from another direction. Immediately, they saw countless minions emerging from another corner of the forest, charging toward the werewolf legion under the leadership of a hero unit dressed in plague doctor attire. So many minions. Wait, what kind of minions are these? They look so much like little demons. No, wait, why do some of these little demons have 2 heads? The werewolf commander could only roar these thoughts in his mind before becoming completely stunned. The next moment, blood mist exploded everywhere, and his werewolf legion was instantly reduced to less than half. As excruciating pain and the stench of blood overwhelmed him, he finally realized what he needed to do. I surrender. I surrender. The werewolf commander screamed desperately. What a pity he couldn't harvest all the werewolves. Lin Yan shook his head inwardly. But the arena had rules. When either side's minions suffered more than 60% casualties, they could declare surrender, and he couldn't violate that. A flash of light appeared, and both Lin Yan and the wolf god were teleported out of the divine realm, landing back in the center of the arena. The other demigods in the stands immediately erupted into chaos. That's it. TSK. The god of mysteries actually lasted more than half an hour under the wolf god's invasion. Not bad at all. Too bad. I was planning to pick up the scraps later, but didn't expect this guy to be so stupid. Congratulations to the wolf god, 4-time consecutive champion. A system notification interrupted all the commotion. God of mysteries versus wolf god. God of mysteries wins. The arena fell into dead silence, then erupted into thunderous excitement. Huh, did I see that right? The wolf god actually lost. Holy crap. What's the background of this god of mysteries? What the hell? Even the wolf god was defeated? Thank goodness I didn't challenge him earlier. Who was talking about picking up scraps just now? Dare to step up? Countless demigods felt both shocked and relieved, secretly breathing sighs of relief. On the other side, the wolf god's face was deathly pale as he muttered to himself. No wonder he's called the god of mysteries. Recalling that scene in the divine realm, cold sweat broke out on his back. Fortunately, he was the one invading. Otherwise, his own divine realm core would have shattered. Just then, a mocking laugh rang out. What a waste, actually losing to a rookie gladiator with 0 matches, and you still want to compete with me. The archer god appeared. The wolf god sneered coldly. This old rival had recently experienced a surge in fortune and took every opportunity to step on him. I was just careless earlier. The wolf god's eyes darted around as he feigned indignation. Once I recover, I'll launch another divine realm battle and easily crush that god of mysteries. And you, don't compete with me for this, or it's a fight to the death. Fight to the death? You think I'm afraid of you? The archer god scoffed. Just watch. I'll first crush the god of mysteries who beat you, then deal with you. With that, he directly challenged Lin Yan. The arena announced again. Congratulations, you have won the divine realm battle. After deducting fees, you have gained 2,700 currency points. Lin Yan counted his spoils of war, his eyes gleaming. His original SCP-0492 Legion was virtually unscathed, and he had gained over 290 werewolf corpses. This way, my regular units should break 900. If word got out, no one would believe Ida's second-tier divine realm core simply couldn't support so many minions. But SCP-0492 consumed extremely few resources, And he, being completely overpowered, wasn't limited at all. Looking at his battle record card, Lin Yan pondered. The wolf god's record wasn't bad, but I won too quickly. Probably no one dares challenge me anymore, so I can only take the initiative, though I'll likely be refused. Just as this thought arose, a system notification crashed into his mind. You have been actively challenged by another duelist. Please quickly adjust your minion combat power and prepare for the arena match. Lin Yan's eyes lit up. On the other side, the archer god received the confirmation notification and was slightly stunned, then glanced provocatively at the wolf god. Waste, watch carefully how I crush the god of mysteries. He strode onto the platform, brimming with confidence. However, the wolf god couldn't suppress the smile at the corner of his mouth. It would be best if this guy also took a fall. More than 10 minutes later. Damn it. What the hell kind of monster is this? The archer god stepped down from the platform with a deathly pale face. Oh, if it isn't the god of archery. What did you just say? I didn't catch that. The wolf god strode forward with a wide grin. Come on, say it again for me to hear. The god of archery pretended not to hear and turned to leave. The wolf god, as if he had been holding back a belly full of words, stuck close behind him. What's wrong? Weren't you going to show me what real power looks like? Hey, why so quiet now? Afraid of losing face. Just then, from the center of the arena came the faint whisper of the mysterious god. Sigh. This plague archer is really pathetic. Not even as good as the previous wolf god. I barely used any strength and the match was already over. The wolf god burst out laughing on the spot. The next instant, the god of archery's face turned deathly pale, his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed with a thunderous crash, fainting dead away. Meanwhile, Lin Yan wasn't deliberately showing off, was simply evaluating the value of his spoils. The god of archery's followers were the rat clan, physically weak, with their advantage lying in ranged shooting. Their hero unit, the plague archer, had poisoned crossbow bolts, but unfortunately this meant little to Lin Yan. The 0492 units created by 049 only retained physical strength with no consciousness, making it impossible to replicate troops requiring skill like archery. Even so, it was better than nothing. He shook his head and looked forward to the next challenger's appearance. But after waiting for most of the day with no one stepping onto the stage, Lin Yan felt somewhat disappointed, though he remained calm and patient. Finally, a new opponent appeared. Time quietly passed, and a full day flew by in an instant. Lin Yan easily claimed another victory, and the audience erupted. The mysterious god is invincible. A new 5-time champion is born. Holy crap, just one day as a registered gladiator and already a 5-time champion with 0 losses. His match intervals are so short, definitely didn't take much damage in the earlier fights. Who the hell is this guy? He's terrifying. Amid the roaring crowd, Lin Yan remained expressionless, as his consciousness had already returned to his divine realm. Rows of fresh corpses lay spread on the ground. Plague Doctor 049 was so excited he fumbled about frantically, immediately beginning to cure them. But after trying to transform a few Rat Clan corpses into 0492 units, he abandoned the effort in disgust. I can't even be bothered with this trash. Excluding the human followers, if all these corpses were made into 0492 units, my regular unit count could break 1500. Lin Yan calculated silently, shocked by the implications. Such a massive army that feared no sacrifice, the sheer numbers alone would be enough to crush any second-tier demigod, not to mention the sturdy lesser demons among them. No wonder so many demigods had nowhere else to turn and could only risk their lives in the underground arena. His currency points had now accumulated to over 20,000. Taking first place in the entire school shouldn't be a problem. Lin Yan muttered to himself, then prepared to leave the underground arena. After winning so many consecutive matches, the remaining gladiators no longer dared to challenge him. The roar from the audience gradually died down, leaving Lin Yan standing alone in the center of the vast arena. He withdrew his bloodstained fists, feeling that staying any longer would be a complete waste of time. At that moment, the beautiful waitress who had initially served him wine hurried over. Her golden ponytail swayed gently under the lights as she looked up at Lin Yan with eyes full of admiration. God of mysteries, our boss requests your presence. He says he has important matters to discuss with you. Holy shit. The god of mysteries has caught the attention of a big shot. The demigods at the arena's edge couldn't help but exclaim. The underground arena's boss was rumored to be a true Goda figure, so powerful that no one dared even speak his name. And now he wanted to personally meet this victorious demigod? Considering Lin Yan's ridiculously impressive winning streak, everyone nodded in understanding. Lin Yan frowned slightly, but followed the waitress as she led him away. He knew very well that if that true god really wanted to deal with him, such elaborate schemes would be unnecessary. Moments later, he stopped with the waitress and a guard in front of an office door made of frosted glass. The waitress smiled and handed him a key card. God of mysteries, our boss is waiting for you inside. Also, she smoothed the fabric across her chest with an expectant look. Could you give me an autograph? Right here. Lin Yan's expression turned peculiar, but he nodded nonetheless. The moment he pushed open the door, his vision was completely transformed. Where there should have been a desk and sofa, an endless green plain now stretched before him, shrouded in morning mist, with a towering locust tree standing at its center, its roots sprawling like dragons. The air carried the faint scent of grass and earth. Lin Yan immediately realized this was a complete divine domain folded into an interior space. Beneath the locust tree sat a wrought-tan chair, where a middle-aged man in a suit was delicately sipping from a white porcelain teacup. The tea's fragrance drifted on the breeze, mingled with the clean scent of locust wood, bringing peace to one's mind. In the next second, Lin Yan found himself standing before the middle-aged man, without even noticing how he had been invited there. God of mysteries. The middle-aged man's tone was calm, yet direct. I've asked you here because I want you to do me a favor. Lin Yan raised an eyebrow slightly. What kind of favor? Help me in a gladiatorial match. The man took another sip of tea and continued. The compensation won't disappoint you two second-tier divine domain core fragments. With them, your divine domain core can immediately advance to the third tier, and I can give them to you right now. When I truly need you to act, I'll notify you. Hearing these terms, Lin Yan's heart pounded and his throat went dry. 2 second-tier core fragments, paid immediately? This was a temptation that virtually no demigod could refuse. However, calm quickly returned. He shook his head. Can I refuse? Such generous rewards indicated this matter was far from simple. Moreover, tomorrow was the school-wide examination, and if he placed first, he could obtain materials from the school sufficient to advance to the third tier. There was no need to take this unknown risk. The middle-aged man smiled faintly, gently swirling his teacup. Of course you can. With that confirmation, Lin Yan no longer lingered and rose to leave. However, after taking just a few steps, that gentle voice came from behind him again. But what if I add information about your parents? I'll give you the third-tier advancement resources right now, but the information about your parents will come after you complete the challenge. As those words fell, Lin Yan's steps came to an abrupt halt, and he whipped around. At home, looking at his parents' message and the 2 divine domain core fragments in his hand, Lin Yan couldn't help but murmur to himself. The underground arena owner's offer was simply too tempting to refuse. Whatever, let me advance to third tier first. He took a deep breath and immediately immersed his consciousness into his divine domain. Boom. As he unhesitatingly fused the 2 divine domain core fragments into the core, the entire divine domain shook violently, as if invisible thunder was exploding across the sky. The originally 1,000-meter territory expanded like torn canvas, with mountains, rivers, and cities rapidly growing outward. Brilliant light erupted from the core, causing countless followers to kneel in unison. In the next instant, a system notification appeared. Lin Yan's divine domain core had officially advanced to third tier. Deity Lin Yan. Level demigod. Divine domain core level tier 3. Regular units followers. Human devout believers, 400. Human pious believers, 50. Tier 2 units, 300. Hero units followers. Saint number 096 tier, 3. Saint number 049 tier, 3. Faith power 7201. Currency points, 23560. The system explanation followed. Upon advancing to third tier, all followers within the divine domain would offer an additional tribute of faith power. The gap between third and second tier was like heaven and earth. 1. Hero units no longer had quantity limits. As long as resources allowed, you could recruit as many as you wanted. 2. However, the resources needed to cultivate hero units were extremely vast. Having too many might actually stretch resources thin. For most demigods, rather than casting a wide net, it was better to concentrate everything on creating one truly powerful asset. 3. The system's sacrifice summoning mechanism also changed. Unlike second tier with fixed attempts per level, you could summon as many times as you wanted with sufficient materials. However, each subsequent sacrifice would require exponentially increasing faith power. Sigh, my faith power is still too little. Looking at the 7,201 displayed on his panel, Lin Yan genuinely sighed. If word of this got out, countless demigods would probably cough up blood over 7,000 faith power, and he still thought it was too little? You have to know, he had only opened his divine domain a few short days ago. Many second-tier demigods who had been operating for years often struggled to make ends meet, considering themselves lucky to save up 3 digits, not even matching his spare change. But Lin Yan truly felt it wasn't enough. After hesitating for a moment, he made a call. The virtual screen lit up, projecting the cool face of grade Vice Director Leah. Student Lin Yan? What's wrong? Are you nervous about tomorrow's school-wide exam? With your abilities, there's no need to be nervous. Even if you don't get first place, I still believe. It's not about that, teacher. Lin Yan shook his head and got straight to the point. I want to ask if the additional reward for first place in the exam can be changed? Change the reward? Leah looked slightly stunned. Why are you suddenly making this request? Because my divine domain core has already advanced to third tier. Oh, that's fine. It's just advancing to third. Leah's words came to an abrupt halt. Wait, wait, what did you just say? Even after the call ended, Leah still stared blankly at the gradually dimming screen, with only one thought in her mind. Lin Yan had actually reached third tier already. Third tier. Indeed, Divine Domain Core advancement could be accelerated using core fragments, but that could only shorten the process. The truly decisive factor was still the followers within the Divine Domain. The strength and devotion of followers are key factors that influence the advancement speed of Divine Domains. Many senior students' Divine Cores remain stuck at the second tier to this day even, with Divine Core fragments forcibly accelerating the process. Insufficient follower quality still creates bottlenecks. In contrast, Lin Yan had only recently established his Divine Domain, yet he boldly stepped into the third tier, leaving everyone speechless. If Leah knew that all of Lin Yan's hero units were saints without exception, she would probably understand why. After a long moment, Leah suddenly snapped back to reality and immediately teleported into the principal's office in a flash of light. The principal, buried in paperwork, looked up with a slight frown. Teacher Leah, what's so urgent? I've emphasized many times that as educators, you must be composed so students will respect you. Such impetuousness, what kind of example does this set? Leah's heart rate gradually slowed as she was scolded, finally stabilizing her emotions. The principal nodded with satisfaction. Now, what's the matter? She took a deep breath. Principal, Lin Yan's Divine Core has advanced to the third tier. The principal's spine remained perfectly still, his expression as composed as a statue. Leah admired inwardly. A true god really is unflappable. However, the next second, there was a loud scraping sound as the chair hit the floor. The principal shot up, his shocked voice practically echoing throughout the entire campus. What did you say? Holy shit. At home. After ending the call, Lin Yan's gaze returned to his Divine Domain. The plague doctor was rhythmically swinging his staff, healing and creating new 0492 infected entities, their numbers visibly climbing. At this rate, all materials would be converted before tomorrow's school-wide examination began. When his eyes fell on the Rat Clan corpses, he frowned. Even the plague doctor found these Rat Clan members distasteful. Experiments showed that same-tier Rat Clan 0492s couldn't even defeat ordinary Hamansa, a complete waste of time. Rather than letting them take up space in the Divine Domain, it was better to sacrifice them directly. Now that he had reached the third tier, sacrificial summoning had no limits. With his decision made, divine commands were instantly issued, and followers carried batches of Rat Clan corpses to the altar. Sacrifice recruitment successful. Please select your recruitment target. As the system notification sounded, 3 panels appeared before his eyes. Lin Yan scanned the 3 options, frowning in thought. The most appealing appeared to be anomalous containment object 625, the ankle snappers, small, fur-covered creatures resembling rodents. After locking onto targets, they would suddenly burst with speed and strength, viciously attacking ankles with sharp claws to restrict enemy movement. Their same-tier attributes were mediocre, intelligence was low, and the faith power they provided was far inferior to humans, with an upper limit of only the second tier. Wait, if he sacrificed the plague archers together, he could actually recruit 10,000 ankle snappers. Lin Yan froze for a moment. 10,000 second-tier units. Even with an upper limit at the second tier, for a third-tier demigod, this number was terrifying. Looking at all the demigod ruins he had encountered before, those veteran third-tier demigods had at most a few hundred followers, plus maybe 2 or 3 third-tier heroes. The cost of maintaining these 10,000 ankle snappers was indeed enormous, but the currency points won from the underground arena were enough to sustain them for quite some time, not to mention the massive faith power from such a vast number of second-tier followers. With barely any hesitation, he decisively clicked confirm. Selection successful. Estimated recruitment completion time, 9 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. In 10 hours, right in the middle of tomorrow's examination, all 10,000 ankle snappers would descend. Lin Yan clenched his fist, his heart burning with excitement. Then, he turned his attention to 173, Little Peanut. During today's arena match, he had discovered that Little Peanut faced considerable restrictions when appearing alone. After pondering for a moment, inspiration struck an experiment once conducted by a certain Foundation doctor. He retrieved 096 photograph from his inventory and carefully attached it to 173's concrete shell, nodding with satisfaction. That should do it. Jinghai number 3 High School. On the playground. The entire playground was packed with early arriving sophomore students, leaving no room to move. All of them were demigods, adjusting their states while excitedly discussing the upcoming school-wide examination. Yin bro, if I spawn near you, please go easy on me. My followers are the Snail Clan. Me too, Yin bro. I've got the Goblin Clan. Shouts rose one after another as many students crowded around Lin Yan, hoping to receive protection from this great god Lin Yan on the battlefield. Lin Yan merely smiled faintly, knew that once they entered the Divine Realm battlefield, everyone's spawn coordinates would be randomly generated, and they could only communicate through telepathic links between their followers. There was no guarantee they'd end up together. In the formation next to Lin Yan's class, homeroom teacher Luo Li had already focused her attention on her star players. She lowered her voice, speaking with utmost seriousness. You two, your primary objective this time is to find each other's followers, team up first, and make sure to pin down Lin Yan from class 3. Understood. The two students turned to look at each other, then each let out a cold snort. Both were rising talents who had successfully repelled demonic invasions 2 days ago. Viewing each other as their greatest rival, they were like oil and water. Teacher Luo Li, you're overthinking this. One of them, a student wearing glasses, pushed up his frames with an arrogant expression. Lin Yan just had a strong start, that's all. Now I can also withstand 10 waves of lesser demon invasions. He couldn't possibly be my match. After saying this, he glanced sideways at his classmate. And I certainly don't need to team up with dead weight. The other student scoffed. So you think you've had some lucky break too? Fine. If you dare side with Lin Yan, I'll take you both down together. Luo Li frowned deeply but ultimately swallowed the words she wanted to say. She hadn't revealed that Lin Yan had once repelled all the lesser demons simultaneously. Just then, the amplification array on the main platform activated. The principal cleared his throat, his voice covering the entire playground. Now, let me briefly announce in half an hour. This school-wide examination will add a new rule. Within the Divine Realm battlefield, all followers' ranks will be uniformly suppressed to Tier 2. As his words landed, the playground erupted into chaos. Huh? Why add such a rule? Suppress followers below Tier 3? Isn't that completely unnecessary? Who could possibly upgrade their Divine Domain Core to Tier 3 in sophomore year? My dad lived for decades and just reached Tier 3. Discussions flew everywhere. The principal exchanged a glance with teacher Li Yi standing beside him, their gazes involuntarily falling on Lin Yan, their eyes full of helplessness. Who told Lin Yan to actually push his followers to Tier 3? Without suppression, the other students wouldn't stand a chance. Taking a deep breath, the principal raised his right hand. Now I declare Jinghai number 3 high school's sophomore examination officially begins. Boom. In the center of the playground, a massive virtual map covering the entire testing area materialized, dense with flickering light points. Simultaneously, every sophomore student received precise coordinates in their minds, the location where they would enter the Divine Realm battlefield. Lin Yan muttered. Coordinates locked. The so-called Divine Realm was the domain formed when demigods ignited their divine fire and ascended to true godhood, with their original divine territories completely evolving. The Divine Realm battlefield was a combat space constructed from complete divine realms. The entire Jinghai city had only a few, making them extremely precious. As long as rules were established beforehand, followers wouldn't truly die even if killed in battle. They would simply be forcibly teleported out after their combat power reached 0. The rank suppression the principal had just announced would take effect here as well. With a thought, the next moment, Lin Yan's consciousness felt as if it had been cast into another world. Faint insect chirping reached his ears, the air was damp and cold, and a thin mist wound between the low tree canopies. This was a forest, filled with swamps and shrouded in fog. At the center of the swamp stood a virtual divine domain core. This was the territory where he had descended. Lin Yan surveyed his surroundings. Though he couldn't determine the exact direction, he was certain he wasn't positioned at the edge. According to battlefield rules, destroying a demigod's virtual divine domain core would earn 1 kill point, so the closer to the center, the more dangerous it became. However, this also meant he could launch rapid strikes in all directions. He carefully placed the little peanut with the 096 photograph attached beside the divine domain core, then commanded over 400 human units to form a tight defensive perimeter around it. With the defensive deployment complete, the next step was to attack. He quickly divided his more than 1,500 0492 followers into 5 squads. Led by tall, gray-robed figures, they flowed like a tide away from the coordinate point, slowly advancing toward the surrounding divine domains. On the playground, the real-time projection of the Divine Realm battlefield captured the attention of all teachers and the principal. Huh? How did over 300 people suddenly emerge from that coordinate point? One teacher stared at the screen, speaking rapidly. Which student is this? To launch an attack so early and take all their followers with them? Not even leaving the hero units behind. What incredible audacity. Those followers look really strange. I've never seen anything like them. Didn't their homeroom teacher explain how to fight in Divine Realm battles? Discussions erupted everywhere. At this point, most students had only 300 to 400 followers, who would commit everything from the very beginning. In their eyes, this was tantamount to leaving one's divine domain completely exposed to enemies. Leah frowned slightly, immediately recognizing these bizarre followers as Lin Yan's handiwork. However, during the minor demon invasion 2 days ago, the followers Lin Yan deployed seemed slightly different in detail from those now. She couldn't help but wonder, had she remembered incorrectly? Just then, another teacher exclaimed, another squad of over 300 is heading out, straight toward a different direction. Over 600 followers. The teachers in front of the screen were stunned. Before they could process this, a third squad of similar size advanced from another flank. 900? Which prodigious student commands such forces? Someone's voice trembled. Before the words had finished, a fourth squad followed suit. In a short span of time, four assault teams had departed simultaneously, all targeting neighboring coordinates. Over 1,200 follower units. The playground fell into dead silence as teachers stared in disbelief, speechless. And this is from a student who's only had their divine domain for a few days? Moreover, these are just the assault forces. Heaven knows how many defenders he left behind. Someone shook their head with a bitter smile. It turned out they were the frogs in the well. Leah and the principal exchanged glances, silently sharing an as expected look. Leah glanced around at her dumbstruck colleagues, thinking to herself, if you knew that this school-wide exam's rank suppression rules were tailor-made specifically for Lin Yan, you'd probably be shocked speechless. The next second, another full squad of over 300 followers marched out in formation on the screen. Leah's eyes widened as she couldn't help but curse. How the hell is there still another squad? Within the Divine Realm battlefield, Lin Yan's first invasion force had finally locked onto their first prey. Watching the battlefield projection, he couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. This guy is really unlucky. This legion of lesser demons, designated 0492, though lacking accompanying hero units, had been personally cured by the lesser demons themselves, resulting in physical capabilities far exceeding their peers. They were currently Lin Yan's sharpest spear. At his command, the dark mass of 0492 lesser demons surged like a black tide toward the target's virtual divine domain core. What the hell? The opposing student demigod, who had been planning reconnaissance routes, looked up to see shadows covering the mountains and plains, his mind instantly going blank. Sending this many followers to attack me all at once? Leaving no defense behind you afraid someone will raid your base? Despite his complaints, he immediately mobilized all his followers to establish a defensive line. He silently assessed the situation. The enemy brought no hero units, so with sheer numbers, I should be able to hold out for a while. Seeing the enemy horde approaching, he breathed a slight sigh of relief, unaware that crisis was already upon him. His hero unit led the charge to intercept, but upon first contact with those sinister-looking followers, was instantly killed by one of them with a casual gesture, losing all combat effectiveness and being forcibly teleported by the system. Without the hero's protection, the remaining ordinary followers didn't last long before being completely annihilated. Immediately after, a crack spread across his virtual divine domain core before it exploded into fragments with a bang, and he himself was teleported back to the training ground. What just happened? I lost just like that. He stared blankly at the battlefield projection in the sky, then suddenly burst into curses. No matter how strong you are, you're still an idiot. Throwing all your followers at me, you're about to. His words cut short as his expression froze again. In the projection, the stronghold next to his former position was simultaneously launching attacks in 5 directions. What he had faced was merely the smallest of these forces. The teachers observing from the training ground fell into deathly silence. Someone muttered quietly, it's one thing for this student to have so many followers, but how are they this strong? The hero was useless, wiped someone out with just 1/5 of his forces. Leah watched intently. She knew Lin Yan had deep reserves, but hadn't expected them to run this deep. These lesser demon-like followers possessed physical capabilities completely matching real demons. Why didn't he use them during the demon invasion? Has he been hiding his true strength all along? Questions flooded her mind one after another. Before she could think further, she suddenly heard a colleague exclaim, "Holy crap! What kind of hero unit is that? This is ridiculous." Leah's head snapped in the projection. Lin Yan's black-robed hero unit flashed forward, briefly touching an enemy unit with his fingertips, causing the opponent to instantly disintegrate. In mere moments, he had already claimed another virtual divine domain core fragment. However, Leah muttered to herself in confusion, wondering why she hadn't spotted Lin Yan's gray-white hero unit. Congratulations. You have successfully captured a stronghold. Congratulations. You have successfully captured a stronghold. 2 crisp system notifications chimed one after another on the large screen in the playground. At the same time, 2 virtual divine realm fragments materialized in Lin Yan's palm, glowing with a faint blue light. These were merely data used for scoring calculations. He glanced at them briefly before dismissing them and casually ordered, "Follower legions, continue advancing." Time ticked away steadily. At the supervisor's seats beside the playground, the teachers were first shocked, then gradually became numb. The entire school-wide examination had essentially become Lin Yan's personal show. The 5 follower coalition forces he had deployed moved like meat grinders across the battlefield, crushing everything in their path. Not a single student they encountered could stand against them. In just half an hour, they had trampled 15 strongholds underfoot. This is dimensional suppression. Pure dimensional suppression. One teacher finally cracked, his voice trembling. Is this really a sophomore student? Even among the seniors, few could achieve this. The nearby teachers cast sympathetic glances his way because the last student from that teacher's class had just been eliminated by Lin Yan as well. Total annihilation. Huh. Someone's invading that student's stronghold. A sudden exclamation shattered the silence. All eyes immediately turned to the large screen. Another student's follower troops were approaching Lin Yan's stronghold. Those are the followers of Lu Lian from our class. The Blackhorn Bull tribe. Luo Li immediately recognized the distinctive black horns. Dozens of Blackhorn bulls were now armored and armed with spears, their battle formation sharp and menacing. Divine Realm Battlefield. All the strongholds in this area have been cleared. Lu Lian frowned, anxiety rising in his heart. I need to speed up, can't let that waste Ji Chung get ahead of me. Suddenly, his scouts reported. A human army of over 400 was spotted ahead. Humans? That's probably Lin Yan from Class 3. But why is he being so passive, never invading other followers? Lu Lian calculated silently, then sent out several scouts for stealth reconnaissance. The scouts crept along the hillside to the Divine Realm core. In the clearing there, a sculpture stood upright. A sculpture placed next to the Divine Realm core? Lu Lian's temple twitched as he watched. On the sculpture's base was a photograph, gray-white and blurry, but unmistakably Lin Yan's hero unit. Just then, whoa, a low, mournful cry tore through the air as a gray-white figure shrieked and lunged from the mist. Just as I thought. Lu Lian sneered inwardly. Having studied the battle reports multiple times, he had long suspected that Lin Yan's hero unit was a trait unit, one that would trigger its special ability when discovered. He hadn't expected even a photograph could activate it. Trait units possessed specific amplification conditions, gaining extreme enhancement under certain circumstances. Lu Lian understood the principle and acted dismissive, but in truth, he had pored over every single one of Lin Yan's battle records and run countless simulations. Perfect time to test the limits of your hero unit. Before he finished speaking, the gray shadow flashed past, instantly reducing several of his Blackhorn bulls to fragments. How is this thing so powerful? Lu Lian's pupils contracted sharply, cold dread shooting up his spine. After a moment of calm calculation, he quickly weighed his options. If I commit my full army, I might be able to take it down, but the losses would be too severe. That bastard Ji Chung would definitely swoop in to pick up the pieces. He looked up toward Lin Yan's stronghold, revealing a cold smile. Too bad for you, I already know how to counter your hero unit. A divine decree descended instantly. All Blackhorn bulls, memorize the Divine Realm core coordinates. Close your eyes, charge. The moment the Divine Oracle was issued, the Blackhorn bull tribe raised their heads in unison, memorizing the exact location of the humanoid sculpture with the photograph attached to it, then unhesitatingly closed their eyes, let out deafening roars, and launched a brutal charge toward the sculpture. Lu Lian watched the battle intently. Sure enough, the gray-white hero unit didn't make a move. His heart filled with wild joy as he couldn't help but chuckle softly. Next, I'll just wait to occupy your stronghold. Before his laughter could fade, a sudden change occurred. The instant the Blackhorn bulls closed their eyes, Lu Lian's pupils contracted. That motionless sculpture suddenly vanished with a whoosh and appeared behind one of the charging bulls in the blink of an eye. Crack! The stone arm precisely snapped the neck, and that Blackhorn bull crashed heavily to the ground before being instantly teleported away by the battlefield rules. The sculpture immediately flashed to the next target, moving so fast it left only afterimages. What the hell? What's going on here? Lu Lian was dumbfounded. That sculpture could it also be a hero unit? In the center of the battlefield, the gray-white figure numbered 173 shuttled at high speed. With each pause, another Blackhorn bull fell dead, and the thick scent of blood instantly filled the earth. Finally, one of the charging individuals instinctively sensed something wrong and suddenly opened its eyes. What met its gaze was an empty array of fallen comrades and blood-soaked ground. Behind it stood that sculpture with the photograph attached. The stone arm dripped with crimson liquid, as if silently declaring, the deaths of its companions were all by its hand. Moo! A terrified bellow tore through the air. But once the sculpture was being watched, it indeed stopped in place, motionless. Lu Lian's mind raced. It doesn't attack when seen, but slaughters when eyes are closed. This sculpture has a unique trait. His heart filled with wild joy as he immediately ordered, all Blackhorn bulls, open your. Before the command could finish, woo-woo-woo crying sounds arose from nowhere. The gray-white shadow swept past again, and the life of that bull who had sensed the crisis was instantly harvested. Once vision lost its restraint, the sculpture immediately resumed its killing. Seeing his tribe being slaughtered, Lu Lian's face filled with despair as he roared, what the hell? How is this even playable? If the Blackhorn bulls opened their eyes, they would see the photograph and then be slaughtered by the gray-white hero. If they closed their eyes, they would be hunted by the sculpture. At this moment, on the other side of the divine battlefield, the human defensive forces had arrived. They coordinated with the gray-white sculpture's rhythm, quickly cleaning up the remaining enemies. Large numbers of Blackhorn bulls turned into teleportation light, leaving only a scattered few dominated by fear. fleeing madly toward their own stronghold. Lu Yan watched the carnage, feeling his scalp tingle. This is way too overpowered. Lu Yan stared blankly at the stronghold, his eyes wide with shock. Whether he opened or closed his eyes, it would trigger the terrifying ability of that gray-white heroic unit. This Lin Yan is just ridiculously overpowered, isn't he? His Adam's apple bobbed as a chill ran down his spine. Originally, he had considered himself a genius, and with his recent fortuitous encounters, he hadn't taken Lin Yan seriously at all. But the scene before him made him suddenly realize he was absolutely nothing. Suddenly, another thought struck him. Given that gray-white hero's ability, shouldn't my Blackhorn Bull tribe also be dead? How are they still able to escape? The moment this question arose, his pupils contracted sharply. Lin Yan intended to use his Blackhorn Bull tribe as guides to directly capture his stronghold. Lu Yan broke out in a cold sweat and immediately issued frantic divine commands, ordering his surviving Blackhorn Bull tribe not to return. But those creatures were already scared out of their wits, stampeding chaotically toward his stronghold's coordinates. The instant their gaze captured sight of those familiar coordinates, woo woo woo, the mournful crying echoed once again. Your divine core has been shattered. You will now be ejected from the divine realm battlefield. The scene collapsed, and Lu Yan was ejected from the battlefield. Back in the real classroom, the students who had already exited the battlefield erupted in commotion. Look, it's Lu Yan from class 7. I remember he's supposed to be a genius too, right? Holy crap, he just got completely steamrolled. Lu Yan's face turned ashen upon hearing this. If you had faced me, I would have steamrolled you long ago. He looked up at the virtual screen and suddenly burst into laughter. Huh, that kid Ji Cheng didn't fare any better. He got steamrolled too. The next second, Ji Cheng was ejected by the system wearing the same dazed expression, muttering continuously. This is impossible. How are you supposed to fight this? It doesn't matter if you close your eyes or not. Third middle school faculty area. 2 heroic units with special abilities. These 2 abilities combined are practically invincible. The teachers exchanged glances, unconsciously turning their attention to Luo Li. Luo Li's expression was grimmer. 2 carefully selected geniuses had been effortlessly eliminated. Only one person could achieve this level of dominance in the second year. Her heart sank as she looked up and met Li Ya's subtle smile. Oh my, I'm so sorry, Teacher Luo Li. Those 2 geniuses from your class don't seem very capable after all. Li Ya's tone was casual. Time passed minute by minute, and fewer students remained in the divine realm battlefield. Only 21 left. At this point, both first and second place on the rankings belonged to students from Li Ya's district, with Lin Yan having accumulated 50 divine core fragments, leading second place Lu Xin by a significant margin. Li Ya couldn't suppress her smile, but her smile suddenly froze. She clearly saw that the remaining 20 demigods had stopped fighting each other and were instead consolidating their followers, marching toward Lu Xion's stronghold, which was closest to them. Obviously, they planned to join forces to eliminate Lu Xion first, and then deal with Lin Yan. A coalition army of 20 demigods. Li Ya's expression instantly darkened. Though confident, she found it difficult to face such a formation with composure. Teacher Li, what do you think of this coalition army? Can Lin Yan handle it? The principal suddenly spoke up. Li Ya smiled bitterly and shook her head. Principal, she truly had no confidence. He. The principal, however, smiled with satisfaction, his eyes filled with anticipation. I have great confidence in this student Lin Yan. Within the divine battlefield, Lu Xion clutched a palm-sized fragment of virtual divine core that glowed with a faint blue light. Her breathing rapid. This was the spoil of war she had earned after conquering 13 strongholds in succession. The dazzling radiance reflected in her eyes, making them sparkle like twin stars. 13 strongholds. Based on previous year's school-wide examination results, I'm undoubtedly in first place. At this thought, she suddenly remembered someone, her lips curling in disdain as she snorted coldly. Oomph. That guy Lin Yan is probably hot on my heels, but I can't let him overtake me. With a shift in focus, she redirected all her attention back to the divine battlefield, preparing to command her catfolk followers to continue their expansion. However, the real-time projection sent back by her scouts suddenly darkened outside her stronghold. A massive blurred shadow was descending from the horizon. Continue the assault. Wait, what are those? As the image zoomed in, Lu Xion's heart lurched. That dark mass of shadows was actually a coalition army of thousands of followers. A rough estimate put them at least 5,000 to 6,000 strong, with mixed races wolf riders, shield guards, eagle archers, a complete combined force. How could so many demigods be willing to join forces? When did they negotiate this alliance? Cold sweat dripped from her fingertips. With her mere few hundred catfolk followers, there was no way she could defend against this. I'm finished. Meanwhile, Lin Yan stood before the altar in his own divine domain, quietly calculating his achievements. I've captured about 50-something strongholds. He wasn't surprised by this at all. With SCP-096, SCP-049, and the entire SCP-0492 army deployed together. Crushing those demigods who had only opened their divine domains for a few days was child's play for him. After dispatching his expeditionary forces, his consciousness returned to his divine domain. On the altar's crystal panel, a cold countdown flickered. Anomalous Containment Object 625. The Ankle Snapper estimated sacrifice recruitment completion, 3 minutes and 16 seconds. 3 more minutes until the Ankle Snapper is ready. Lin Yan murmured, casually pulling up intelligence reports from various scouts. The next second his eyebrows shot up. Huh? So many followers? Who has the audacity to unite this many demigods? Looking closer at the military insignia, a strange expression crossed his face. Wait, aren't those Liu Xian's catfolk? Divine Battlefield, temporary camp of the Demigod Coalition. Brothers, we've discovered a new stronghold. Commander Chu Tian raised his battle standard high, his voice booming like thunder. Form up according to plan and keep casualties to a minimum. Bearfolk Knights take the front, shields protect the ranged units. Warriors move out. Boom. Thousands of followers roared in unison. Bearfolk will never be enslaved. The great army broke camp and marched forth, iron hooves thundering, dust clouds surging, the very ground trembling beneath them. From the distant battlements, Liu Xian's face was deathly pale. She could clearly hear her catfolk soldiers drawing sharp breaths not from excitement, but from the urge to retreat. A few hundred against several thousand even if each fought with the strength of 10, they couldn't hold the line. I need to think of something. She bit her lip, but the next moment cried out in alarm. How is there another coalition army? From another direction of her stronghold, over 1,000 more followers were clearly advancing toward her position. Moreover, the Allied forces' followers had an extremely eerie and unsettling appearance, making it impossible to tell which race they belonged to. At first glance, they looked like countless different follower races forcibly stitched together, with menacing fangs, sharp-boned spikes, and tattered wings all mixed together on the same body. Even Liu Xian, who was accustomed to the gore of battlefields, couldn't help but feel her scalp tingle as the shadow of that bizarre hero unit from Lin Yan's divine domain flashed through her mind. Damn, are they all coming for me? She cursed under her breath, resignedly holding her forehead. What's the point of competing? I'm just going to give up. However, the next second, she was stunned to discover that these sinister-looking followers completely ignored her stronghold and charged straight toward the Allied army of over 6,000 followers. What's going on? Liu Xian was completely bewildered. On the other side, the massive Allied army composed of over 20 demigod students also noticed the unusual movement on the battlefield. Huh? There's another Allied force. Commander Chu Tian was stunned for a moment, then gasped. Holy crap! Whose troops are these? These followers look like little demons. He quickly regained his composure and sneered as he waved to the other demigods. Brothers, here comes a surprise. This is at least a 5-demigod alliance, same distribution rules as usual. The other demigods also scoffed. How could a mere 1,000 or so bizarre followers possibly withstand their army of over 6,000? Before their smiles could fade, the battlefield suddenly turned upside down. Boom. The Bear Knights led the charge, with over 6,000 followers close behind, their iron hooves and heavy armor stirring up rolling clouds of dust. With this tactic, they had previously captured vast territories with almost zero losses, but this time the Bear Knights' charge was forcibly stopped. Not only that, the enemy launched a counterattack. The frontline bears were pushed back step by step, their heavy armor dented, tasting the bitter experience of a failed charge for the first time. In the center of the formation, a figure in a black robe wearing a bird-beak mask suddenly raised a staff high and roared hoarsely, "Plague!" Dark mist instantly billowed forth, and fragile green pustules burst open. With each swing of the staff, a follower would convulse violently, their combat effectiveness instantly reduced to zero. Wait, who the hell is this? Even the Bear Knights can't hold them back. Little demons? Are they really little demons? Shocked cries rose one after another, and many demigods were left dumbfounded. Chu Tian was also forced back half a step, but he suppressed his shock and shouted orders. Don't panic. I have a plan. They only have about 1,000 units. Hold the front line, and the rest of you go for their base. With the order given, the Allied army quickly split their forces. One part with heavy armored tanks held the front line to contain the bizarre army, while the rest of the troops circled around and rushed toward Liu Xian's stronghold. Teacher area. In front of the screens, the sophomore teachers almost simultaneously widened their eyes. Lin Yan, this is too powerful. One person blocking an alliance of over 20 students, forcing them to split their forces. Someone praised Chu Tian's quick decision-making. His followers aren't that strong, but he's smart enough. A strategic type worth cultivating. But compared to Lin Yan, the gap was still enormous. Lin Yan's experience is still shallow. This unified examination has probably reached its limit for him. One teacher shook his head. The principal, however, laughed heartily and raised an eyebrow at Lina. I told you Lin Yan would surprise us. Lina looked at the Divine Realm battlefield, still shocked. She knew Lin Yan was strong, but she hadn't expected him to be this outrageous. However, this allied force has already found a breakthrough, she analyzed gravely. As long as that split force finds Lin Yan's stronghold, Lin Yan will have to withdraw from the competition. Luo Li nearby snorted softly and muttered under her breath, acting modest after getting such an advantage. The principal waved his hand, his eyes bright. Don't worry, Teacher Li. Even if he's not first place, I've prepared all the rewards he deserves. Besides, Lin Yan has already captured over 50 strongholds. Who else could surpass him? Hiss. Before he could finish speaking, his pupils contracted sharply, and his breathing involuntarily stopped. Suddenly, from Lin Yan's stronghold, a rat-like familiar burst forth. The teachers had barely caught a glimpse of the gray shadow when, in the next second, countless similar creatures poured out like a bursting dam, wave after wave surging from the stronghold and spreading across the battlefield. In mere moments, that entire area on the observation screen was completely blackened, as if a plague of rats had descended, dark clouds pressing down on the city, threatening its destruction. Instantly, all teachers and students erupted in chaos. Holy crap, what the hell is going on? Damn, I must be too stressed lately, I'm seeing things. Lin Yan actually has familiars? And so many of them. Must be over 10,000. Can a second-tier divine core even support this scale? Compared to this commotion, the principal and Li Na remained much calmer. After a brief moment of shock, the two exchanged glances and shook their heads helplessly. While others were in the dark, they knew Lin Yan's divine core had long since been upgraded to the third tier, which theoretically could indeed sustain tens of thousands of familiars. Even so, they hadn't expected that in just 2 days, Lin Yan could mass-produce such terrifying military force. I thought I had already overestimated student Lin Yan enough. The principal's eyes flashed with barely concealed excitement. I didn't expect him to prepare such a surprise for me. This time, our Jinghai Third High might produce another genius no less talented than Lu Li. Inside the divine battlefield, with clear tactics established, the student coalition led by Chu Tian immediately sprang into action. Over 1,000 familiars quickly reached the border of Lu Xian's stronghold. Lu Xian frowned deeply. Having no time to question the origins of this mysterious coalition, she had to deal with the immediate crisis first. She immediately mobilized her remaining familiars to meet the attack, but after the previous fierce battle, her forces had suffered heavy losses. Relying solely on her current military strength to block this assault would be enormously challenging. Before her orders could be issued, a sudden, earth-shaking tremor struck. What's happening? Lu Xian steadied herself against the wall, her eyes full of confusion. Why is there suddenly an earthquake? Looking toward the source of the tremors, she saw an entire black tide surging forward. It was that swarm of rat-like familiars. You've got to be kidding me. What did I ever do to deserve this? Lu Xian was on the verge of tears. Based on this scale, just the numbers rushing in this time would be enough for over 30 students to form a coalition. Previous year's unified exams had never seen such an absurd spectacle. What was even worse, 3 coalition forces were all treating her stronghold as the main battlefield, with virtually all students converging here. However, something even more bewildering happened. That terrifyingly numerous swarm of rat familiars didn't attack her stronghold at all, but instead bypassed her defenses entirely and charged toward the other 2 coalition forces currently engaged in battle. Another group here to help me? Lu Xian was stunned. Is it my charm, or are they just completely ignoring me? On the other side, seeing this, Chu Tian immediately gestured boastfully to the several demigods beside him. See, my strategy was right. Although these mysterious familiar coalitions have terrifying combat power, our familiar numbers are clearly superior. Hee, this is what you call overwhelming numbers. Even crushing the top students feels pretty damn good, doesn't it, guys? Before the words had even finished echoing, the ground suddenly trembled violently, as if struck by some colossal beast. Chu Tian looked up and his scalp went numb with terror. A massive black tide of level 625 ankle stalkers was surging toward them like a tsunami, their roars and thundering footsteps merging into a savage wall of sound that far exceeded the scale of his own allied forces. Holy shit, who the hell is shameless enough to pull this off? How many students did it take to form this army? Chu Tian cursed furiously, quickly shouting orders. Defensive positions. Contact that demigod alliance from before immediately. We need an alliance. The communication channel returned only a cold response. They refused to cooperate. Damn it. Have these demigods lost their minds? If we don't band together now, we're all screwed. Chu Tian raged, but soon understood why they had refused. Those ankle stalkers were completely ignoring the other aberrant familiars and charging straight for his alliance. Screech. Several ankle stalkers let out piercing shrieks as they pounced on the nearest familiars, their fangs tearing through flesh. The familiars screamed in agony, their bodies stiffening before they collapsed to the ground, convulsing. The demigod's divine thoughts wove together in the air, forming a tapestry of curses. Shit, whose alliance is this anyway? Damn it, They're working with that other group of demigods. Run, fall back. In an instant, what had been a 20-demigod alliance shattered into pieces. Each demigod urgently issued divine decrees. You don't need to run faster than the ankle stalkers, just faster than the other demigods' familiars. On one side of the divine realm battlefield, Chu Tian staggered back to a safe distance, grinding his teeth as he cursed. Damn it! So many people working together. He glanced toward the center of the melee, seething inwardly. Let's see how you divide up those divine realm core fragments later. He had thought assembling 20 demigods was already an impressive feat, never imagining there could be an even more outrageous monster alliance on the field. Fortunately, he had retreated early when he sensed trouble, though his remaining handful of familiars were now scattered and broken. All of you hide, near the divine realm core, and lay low. He issued another divine decree, finally breathing a slight sigh of relief after confirming their coordinates were well hidden. Good thing the location is remote enough. As long as we can just hide. Whoa, a sharp, mournful wail suddenly pierced through the air from the horizon, like a blade slicing through the atmosphere. What the hell is that sound? Chu Tian spun around, his heart sinking. No way. Where did these familiars come from? How did they discover my divine realm core? Soon, Chu Tian found himself standing in the school courtyard, completely bewildered. He remained frozen in place, the thunderous roar of battle still echoing in his ears as his gaze reflexively turned toward the virtual projection of the divine realm battlefield. After a long moment, he finally managed to process what had just happened. Those countless followers weren't some temporary alliance, but the forces of a single student. Inside the divine realm battlefield, the outcome had already been decided. Lin Yan commanded his 625 ankle biters as they swept across the battlefield like a tide, tearing the overconfident demigod alliance to shreds in an instant and clearing the entire war zone completely. Spread out and scout other areas. Lin Yan commanded tersely, though his mind was racing. Most demigods should have chosen to withdraw by now, leaving few targets remaining in the field. His gaze swept across the empty battlefield before finally settling on Lu Xian's stronghold. To end the school-wide examination early, they would either need to clear the field until only one student remained, or wait for the time limit, and clearly, the former was more efficient. Meanwhile, Lu Xian hovered above her stronghold, surveying the battlefield with complete confusion. Where on earth did all these allied forces come from? The sheer number of legions was beyond her imagination. How could so many students have formed teams in such a short time? Such talent made her entertain the absurd notion of recruiting this person into the Lu family. Then she looked beyond her stronghold. 625 ankle biters approached like an overwhelming force, their rodent faces nearly identical, as if they all belonged to the same demigod. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Lu Xian instinctively denied it. A newly ascended demigod had only opened their divine domain days ago. How could they possibly have bred followers on this scale? Even her cousin Lu Li, the prodigy of her generation, couldn't have achieved this. The only reasonable explanation was coincidence. Many demigods had simply chosen the same race. However, as the dark tide of followers surged forward, she still shuddered. The moment of impact ejected her consciousness from the divine realm battlefield. No worries, I captured plenty of strongholds. I should still be first. She opened her eyes to check the rankings, only to freeze the next second. First place showed Lin Yan, with a staggering 73 divine realm fragments beside his name. Lin Yan got over 70. Wait, that massive follower army wasn't an alliance, it was all Lin Yan's. Lu Xian was completely petrified. On the other side, as Lu Xian was teleported out, Lin Yan heard the system announcement. School-wide examination has concluded. Preparing to exit divine realm battlefield. Please be ready. A flash of light later, he stood in the center of the courtyard. Every teacher and student at third high instantly turned their gaze toward him, as if looking at some prehistoric beast. Clap, clap, clap. The principal led the applause, his face beaming with joy as he approached Lin Yan and praised loudly. Well done, young man. You swept through the entire grade. Third high has produced another genius on par with Lu Li. The faces of surrounding students immediately flushed red in unison. Damn, being easily swept by Lin Yan was embarrassing enough, and now the principal was publicly rubbing salt in their wounds? Come on, guys, we don't need to feel ashamed. At that moment, a chubby student in the crowd spoke up. With Lin Yan's talent, he's definitely going to be a genius who shakes the entire federation. Just being able to fight him, even if we lose, is an honor we can brag about for the rest of our lives. His words were like a massive stone thrown into a calm lake. After a brief moment of silence, the students' eyes lit up one after another. That's right, this will be my bragging rights forever. Lin Yan is awesome. Lin Yan is awesome. The cheers rose and fell like waves, one after another, exploding across the training ground. The principal and several teachers exchanged glances across the crowd, their eyes inevitably falling on the chubby student Chu Tian, the organizer of the 20-person alliance. The principal nodded to himself. This kid has good courage and judgment, definitely worth cultivating, though compared to Lin Yan, there's still a world of difference. On the other side, Lin Yan was surrounded by his classmates. He touched his nose, thinking to himself, am I really that amazing? Considering his recent achievements, it seemed, he really was pretty impressive. Amid the commotion, the principal stepped forward with a somewhat helpless expression. Student Lin Yan, you've put me in quite a predicament. I was supposed to award the first place winner with resources to advance to the third tier, but you're already at the third tier. I'm afraid this reward won't be adequate. His words sounded helpless, but his expression was clearly proud, as if announcing that his student had set a new record. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire training ground fell silent. Lu Xian's body trembled, her heart skipping a beat. Lin Yan's divine domain core had already advanced to the third tier. What kind of joke was this? No wonder the principal had limited the followers' ranks to no higher than second tier from the beginning, had been targeting Lin Yan all along. She had been wondering how he could cultivate so many followers, but it turned out he was already a third-tier powerhouse. If they had really fought a divine domain battle against him, they would have been completely crushed. The training ground immediately erupted. The crowd exploded with discussions and exclamations that merged into a cacophony, yet nothing could suppress the shock in everyone's hearts. The principal raised his hand to signal for quiet, pondered for a moment, then spoke again. Since your performance has been so outstanding, I can't be too stingy. In addition to the usual first-place reward, I personally will award you a wisp of divine fire. As soon as these words left his mouth, Li Ya, Luo Li, and all the other teachers were stunned. Divine fire was a supreme treasure possessed only by true gods, a symbol of divinity and authority. A demigod's divine domain couldn't withstand complete divine fire. A single wisp was already the limit, yet it was enough to significantly boost divine domain resource production and could even greatly improve faith quality when cultivating followers. This item was precious even to true gods, and the principal was just giving it away. Holy shit, that's incredibly generous, someone gasped. Hysterifying indeed. Exclamations rose and fell throughout the crowd, but no one thought the principal was bluffing, could do it, and had the means to do it. Even Lin Yan's eyes lit up when he heard this. A wisp of divine fire? The principal was actually being so generous? Lin Yan's eyes suddenly lit up, his chest heaving as his breathing unconsciously quickened. What truly excited him wasn't the divine fire itself, but rather what kind of anomalous containment object he could obtain through the wisp of divine fire sacrifice recruitment. At this thought, his heart pounded wildly. In the faculty area, the atmosphere was equally heated. Deputy Director Li Ya, congratulations, congratulations. Your teaching methods are truly exceptional. Luo Li approached with a smile. Though her tone was sour as she stared at Li Ya, did a genius of this caliber have to appear in Li Ya's jurisdiction? Li Ya waved her hand dismissively, her expression calm and composed. Not at all, not at all. Student Lin Yan is naturally gifted. I barely taught him anything. It was too easy. Besides, you've discovered talented students too. I'm just a frog in a well. How could I compare to Deputy Director Luo Li? After speaking, she even put on a somewhat shy expression as she glanced at Luo Li. Luo Li felt a tightness in her chest. Damn, you're really good at acting. The next moment, inspiration struck. She walked up to Lin Yan and deliberately raised her voice. Since Deputy Director Li says so, then student Lin Yan should follow me from now on. I'll personally guide you and absolutely won't waste your talent. Li Ya's smile instantly froze, and she snorted coldly. Deputy Director Luo, what gives you the right to steal my student? Luo Li proudly raised her head, puffing out her chest meaningfully. Isn't it obvious enough? The two deputy directors faced off like needlepoints against wheat tips, neither yielding. The surrounding students watched in stunned amazement, their gazes collectively falling on Lin Yan. They were incredibly envious. After all, Li Ya and Luo Li were already exceptionally talented, having become demigod-level powerhouses at such young ages that it was usually difficult to even catch a glimpse of them. Not to mention, they were both famously beautiful and not much older than the students. Now these two beautiful deputy directors were actually fighting over someone in public. The scene was shocking enough. Thinking of Lin Yan's terrifying achievements, the classmates could only sigh in resignation. He truly deserved it. Enough. You're both deputy directors of third high school. What kind of behavior is this? The principal frowned and intervened, then looked at Lin Yan. After pondering for a moment, he said, Student Lin Yan, you've already advanced to the third tier. There's not much point in staying in the second year. Starting today, you'll directly enter the third-year division. How does that sound? Li Ya and Luo Li, who had been at each other's throats, were both stunned simultaneously, and the scene immediately erupted in commotion. The last person to enjoy such treatment was named Lu Li. Yes, principal. Lin Yan nodded decisively. With the college entrance exam approaching, the resources in the third-year division far exceeded those of the second year, which better suited his current plans. He had already been planning to apply to the principal to participate in this year's college entrance exam. In the crowd, Lu Xian looked completely bewildered. Lin Yan just became my senior? Today's shocks were too numerous. She still hadn't fully recovered. Meanwhile, in the third-year division of Jinghai Third High School. Who would have thought that kid Lin Yan was so fierce? TSK, single-handedly sweeping through the entire grade with achievements like that. Even Li Cheng, our third-year top student, wouldn't be enough to compare. In all of third-year history, probably only Lu Li could match him. What do you think he'll grow to during the college entrance exam? He probably won't rank low in the third year either. No wonder he could become senior Lu Li's fiancé. Chill. Keep it down. A crowd of third-year students were also discussing the school-wide examination. However, when they noticed Li Cheng's grim expression, they immediately stopped their discussion and cautiously scattered away. At the edge of the playground, Li Cheng locked his gaze firmly on Lin Yan in the distance, his eyes as cold as ice. As the top student in senior year, he had been exceptionally gifted since childhood, always cherished by classmates and teachers alike, and had grown accustomed to being the center of attention. He believed that as long as he successfully entered Imperial Capital University after the college entrance exam, he could naturally pursue Lu Li. As for Lin Yan, even though he had once defeated Li Hao, Li Cheng had never taken him seriously. However, today's public announcement by the principal that Lin Yan would be promoted directly to the senior division instantly stole all the spotlight. For the first time, Li Cheng truly felt threatened. If this guy continued to grow stronger, his own position would be in jeopardy. No, I must crush him before he rises, he quickly calculated in his mind. Last time when he had Wang Li take action, a single warning from the Lu family had caused the Li family heavy losses, but even so, he still refused to give up. No matter the cost, he had to completely suppress Lin Yan. At the classroom door, a companion as thin as a monkey suddenly burst in, his eyes filled with excitement. Brotherly, I have news that will definitely interest you. Spit it out. Li Cheng frowned impatiently. The skinny guy lowered his voice. There's a demigod called the Spring God who's offering a huge reward to find traces of another demigod. The clue is a suspected heroic unit with special characteristics grayish-white in color, and it cries before launching attacks. Hearing this description, a fierce glint flashed in Li Cheng's eyes as a sinister smile curved his lips. Meanwhile, in the principal's office, student Lin Yan, this is the reward I promised you. The principal raised his right hand, and a flame danced at his fingertips. With a gentle flick, the flame transformed into a streak of light that entered Lin Yan's body. Lin Yan's breathing tightened as he spoke solemnly. Thank you, principal. With a thought, he immediately guided that flame into his divine domain. No need for courtesy. The principal laughed heartily, his eyes bright. I'm very much looking forward to your performance. Make good use of this divine fire, and in 2 months during the college entrance exam, show those old fellows from first high and second high what true genius looks like. As he spoke, he couldn't help but smile. After entering the senior division, go directly to Class 1. They happen to be training for invasions of Broken Plains. You can give it a try. Broken Plains were originally masterless worlds, eroded by the Chaos Sea until they became fragmented, yet their resource density far exceeded that of demigod ruins. Lin Yan's eyes lit up. The Blood Clan sculpture he had once sacrificed to recruit Little Peanut had come from demigod ruins. If he could successfully invade a Broken Plain, it would mean another substantial haul of resources. After leaving the principal's office, he hurried home. Without any hesitation, his consciousness dove directly into his divine domain, and the divine domain panel immediately appeared. Divine status: Lin Yan's level demigod. Divine domain core tier 3rd order. Ordinary followers 3rd order. Human race 312 ordinary believers, 105 devout believers, 15 pious believers. Anomalous containment object 625, 10,000 saints. Hero unit followers 2nd order, 096 saint 3rd order, 049 saint 3rd order, 173 saint 3rd order. Faith power 310,204. Currency points 23,560. Seeing the staggering amount of over 300,000 faith power within his divine domain, even Lin Yan couldn't help but gasp in shock. A brief chill crawled up his spine to the back of his neck before he suddenly realized those 10,000 ankle snipers were all tuned order saint-level ordinary units. Even though these creatures were clumsy and contributed meager faith individually, the sheer number of 10,000 was enough to accumulate such an astounding total. A demigod who had only established his divine domain mere days ago had not only advanced to the 3rd order in such a short time, but had also amassed over 300,000 points of faith power. If this data were to spread, even true gods would furrow their brows. After all, countless demigods couldn't accumulate such a fortune in their entire lifetimes. Absurd, absolutely preposterous. His chest heaved as Lin Yan breathed rapidly. He forcibly calmed his emotions and refocused his gaze on his divine domain. At this moment, a blazing sun had appeared above the divine domain, with flames churning and brilliant light flooding the entire sky, illuminating even the most remote corners in perfect detail. This was the divine fire gifted by the principal. Lin Yan could clearly sense that with this divine fire's enhancement, The entire divine domain's operational speed had increased significantly, like accelerated gears, with vitality surging everywhere. But he had no patience to wait for gradual growth. He needed to become stronger immediately. If I use this divine fire for sacrifice, what good things could it summon? A blazing light flashed in Lin Yan's eyes. With a thought, he guided the divine fire, which instantly merged into the altar beside the divine domain's core. Golden red flames flowed along the patterns. All the altar's runes lit up, and the air seemed to echo with invisible chimes. The next moment, a line of pale golden characters floated into view. Sacrifice successful. Please select your recruitment target. As the system's voice echoed, a panel suddenly materialized before Lin Yan. Option 1. Anomalous Containment Object 310. The Eternal Flame. The panel first displayed a white candle, standing 157 millimeters tall, made of tallow with an ordinary appearance, save for the 24 millimeter flame dancing at the tip of its wick that hinted at its extraordinary nature. The flame could be extinguished but would reignite itself within moments. No matter how long the candle burned, its volume would restore to its original state in an extremely short time. Any flammable or semi-flammable material that came into contact with it would cause the flame to spread slowly like an oil stain. The medium ignited by this spreading fire was designated as Anomalous Containment Object 3102, and its flames could not be extinguished by any means except by completely consuming the host material. An eternally burning flame. Lin Yan murmured, his mind quickly recalling records from Foundation documents. Though the eternal flame was classified as safe class, symbolizing the easiest to contain, a single mistake could spell disaster. There had been an agent who accidentally let the flame touch his arm and had to undergo amputation to avoid being completely incinerated. On the day of its discovery, it had caused an entire Foundation facility to burn down. That facility had been built specifically to contain various anomalies with multiple layers of protection, yet it still had to be directly sealed and abandoned. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say this flame was an eternal curse that would never cease until everything was reduced to ashes. Fortunately, it lacked intelligence and wouldn't provide faith power, but for Lin Yan, this had little impact. He shifted his gaze to scan the second option. The second anomalous containment object was mediocre in power, completely incomparable to the eternal flame, and Lin Yan barely paused before skipping over it. If the third option proved equally mundane, he would decisively choose the eternal flame. When his eyes fell upon the third option, his brow furrowed sharply. Option 3. Anomalous Containment Object 457. The flame demon. The panel displayed a roiling mass of flames whose true core structure remained invisible and undetectable by any existing means, its presence only discernible through its fiery form. As long as fuel remained sufficient, the flame demon would continue growing, its size and form constantly changing, accompanied by rapid increases in intelligence. When its mass reached a certain threshold, it would split into two entirely new entities and repeat the same process. The Flame Demon. Lin Yan pondered. This name was practically legendary within Foundation archives. Its combat power alone was formidable enough, but even more terrifying was its virtually limitless splitting characteristic. As long as fuel flowed endlessly, the Flame Demon could split into countless versions of itself. This meant Lin Yan could use what should be rare hero units as ordinary troops, with numbers multiplying alongside fuel, and the faith power they could provide would be immeasurable. This single point alone was enough to shock any third-tier demigod. After all, most third-tier demigods possessed only 3 to 5 hero units. The anomalous containment objects recruited through sacrificing a wisp of divine fire were indeed incredibly powerful. Lin Yan's eyes lit up as he clenched his fists in quiet ecstasy. But just as his excitement peaked, he found himself facing a difficult choice. Both the Eternal Flame and the Fire Demon were renowned anomalous containment objects on the rankings, each with their own merits, and he couldn't bear to give up either one. If only I could get another wisp of divine fire. Lin Yan sighed inwardly, though he immediately knew he was being unrealistic. Divine fire was ridiculously precious. When the principal bestowed just this single wisp, the entire academy was in an uproar, showing just how rare it was. After brief consideration, he made his decision. I choose the Fire Demon, he murmured to himself. While the Eternal Flame was certainly formidable, it leaned more toward wars of attrition. Anomalous Containment Object 3102 required time to gradually wear down opponents, whereas the Fire Demon could rapidly spawn units in a short time and directly overwhelm enemies. This better suited his current needs. Selection complete. Estimated sacrifice recruitment completion time, 9 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. As the cold system notification ended, the blazing wisp of divine fire trembled violently, flowing like liquid into the altar's crevices, gathering power. 10 hours was neither long nor short, yet it flew by in Lin Yan's anticipation. Ding! Sacrifice recruitment successful. The moment the system voice faded, a crimson flame suddenly flickered to life above the altar in Lin Yan's divine domain, floating and dancing like a living creature. Scorching waves spread outward, attracting nearby patrolling humans who couldn't help but gather around, watching intently. Pop! The flame burst with sparks, startling a tribesman who had reached out to touch it into quickly retreating. Immediately after, a semi-transparent panel appeared before Lin Yan's eyes. Hero Unit, Anomalous Containment Object, 475. Hero Tier, First Tier. Gender, Unknown. Other, Unknown. Faith Level, Saint. The screen displayed the newly born fire demon. At this moment, it was still in its juvenile stage, small in stature with almost no intelligence, acting purely on burning instinct. Lin Yan wasn't surprised. With a thought, he first relocated 096, which had been active in the forest area, to specifically clear space for the fire demon. Upon receiving the command, the fire demon immediately targeted a fallen dead branch. Whoosh! Flames devoured the wood, instantly reducing the branch to ash. Simultaneously, the fire demon's own flames expanded by a ring, visibly growing stronger. That burning efficiency is ruthless. Lin Yan nodded with satisfaction, gazing at the vast forest in his divine domain and smiling confidently. I lack everything except trees. Burn away, I'll admit defeat if it actually hurts. However, very soon, he wouldn't be smiling anymore. Within the divine realm, a small flame sparked from a withered branch and began blazing fiercely throughout the forest area. The bark quickly curled and cracked under the intense heat, and within moments, a towering ancient tree was completely engulfed. The flames climbed frantically along the branches, reducing the entire massive tree to ashes. The sudden rise in temperature disrupted the air pressure, creating a whirlwind from thin air. Riding this wind, the fire seemed to come alive, shooting up several meters and instantly igniting all the surrounding grass and trees. In mere moments, a sea of flames spread across the sky, continuing to expand at a speed beyond the naked eye. Initially, Lin Yan wore a confident smile, believing the forest resources in his divine realm would be sufficient for the flame demon to consume slowly. However, the fire's ferocity far exceeded his expectations. At this rate, the entire forest would be consumed within days. As he pondered this, the sea of flames suddenly stopped spreading. The fire contracted toward the center, eventually forming a humanoid flame entity. Lin Yan clearly sensed the faith power feedback from the flame demon surge dramatically. A cluster of flames burst from the flame figure's chest, falling onto the charred ground, and gradually forming two blazing characters. My God! Explosive roars echoed as the flame demon expressed its reverence through flame language. In the next instant, the humanoid flames split into two independent entities, each racing off in different directions to continue burning. Lin Yan calculated silently. Given his current divine realm core level, the flame demon would automatically split into new entities upon reaching the third tier, beginning another round of consumption. He had to admit this was an extremely powerful anomalous containment object. With sufficient fuel, it could theoretically grow indefinitely. The problem was it consumed resources far too quickly. Gazing at the vast expanse of scorched earth, Lin Yan furrowed his brow. This wouldn't work. Needed to find adequate fuel for the flame demon. He quickly identified two approaches. First, participate in divine realm battles, letting the flame demon burn enemy realms without depleting his own resources. However, even in the underground arena, success depended on opponents and luck, making it unreliable. Second, directly purchase resources with money. After weighing his options, he decided to prepare for both approaches. In the underground arena's second-tier area, several demigods gathered in heated discussion. Damn, that god of mysteries is too powerful, hasn't lost a single match yet. Whoever can beat him will instantly become famous. Beat him? Dream on. I still vividly remember how he destroyed the wolf god in his first battle. At this mention, the wolf god's face darkened. A nearby third-tier demigod sneered dismissively. Wolf god, you've grown weaker since being stripped of your rank and demoted to the second tier. If I were eligible to compete down there, I'd have avenged you long ago and given that god of mysteries a proper beating. The wolf god rolled his eyes internally. You can only boast to me here once this god of mysteries reaches the third tier. Let's see if you dare say that to his face. However, he was only at the second tier now, and although he had been friends with this third-tier demigod before, he didn't dare voice his thoughts. While he was still hesitating, sudden exclamations erupted all around. Holy crap! The god of mysteries isn't ranked in the second-tier zone anymore. What the hell? The god of mysteries has already advanced to the third tier. He's now competing in the third-tier zone. No way. Isn't this god of mysteries supposed to be just a student? The crowd was in an uproar, with the noise growing louder and louder. The third-tier demigod and the wolf god were both stunned, staring at each other in disbelief. After a brief moment of shock, the wolf god was the first to recover. He patted his demigod companion on the shoulder and said in a low voice, "Brother, your chance for revenge has come. Do you want me to help you arrange a divine realm battle with the god of mysteries?" "No need. I can handle such a small matter myself." The third-tier demigod appeared calm on the surface, but his speech was noticeably faster. Deep down, he knew very well that given the God of Mystery's terrifying record in the second-tier zone, if he had truly advanced to the third tier, there was absolutely no chance of victory. He could continue talking tough, but when it came to actually fighting, he could only say maybe next time. Meanwhile, after updating his arena information, Lin Yan had already appeared at the Jinghai Trading Center. His shopping list was too long to safely purchase items piecemeal through the Divine Realm network. As soon as he stepped into the marketplace area, a well-dressed, middle-aged man's eyes lit up. He quickly cross-referenced information on his virtual panel before hurrying over. "You're student Lin Yan, right?" The middle-aged man spoke rapidly. "Let me introduce myself briefly. I'm Chu Ping, the manager of the Tyrannical Commerce Guild's Jinghai branch." Lin Yan frowned slightly, but before he could speak, the man added, "You should know my son Chu Tian. He's also a sophomore at Jinghai Third High School, so he's your classmate." Only then did Lin Yan understand had indeed heard the name, though they weren't close. He nodded. "Student Lin Yan, there are too many prying eyes here. How about we discuss this in detail at our Tyrannical Commerce Guild section?" Chu Ping gestured toward a luxuriously decorated private room deep within the trading center, smiling warmly. "Don't worry, aside from a few prohibited items, we definitely have most of the resources you need." Lin Yan had heard the name of the Tyrannical Commerce Guild countless times in advertisements throughout the Federation and even the entire realm of the gods, so he nodded and followed. The two walked through a corridor inlaid with silver inscriptions and arrived at the door of a private office. When the door opened, inside was actually a vast independent space, like a miniature dimension. Countless crystalline bubbles floated in midair, each containing rare items: emerald dragon crystals, netherworld grass, flowing light feathers, a dazzling array. "Student Lin Yan, you're a smart person, so I won't beat around the bush." Chu Ping picked up his teacup, his tone steady but confident. "The Tyrannical Commerce Guild wants to recruit you. From now until you graduate from university, we'll cover all your cultivation and academic expenses. The condition is, after university graduation, you join the Tyrannical Commerce Guild." The Tyrannical Commerce Guild standards were so high that even countless demigods couldn't meet them, yet now they were actively showing goodwill and offering resources. In Chu Ping's view, this was already the utmost sincerity. He set down his teacup and confidently added, "Whatever resources you need now, just ask. There's only what you don't dare to imagine, nothing the Tyrannical Commerce Guild doesn't have." Lin Yan's eyes lit up as he seriously confirmed, "Really, any resources at all? Just name it. Then I need a wisp of divine fire right now. Can Manager Chu make that happen?" Cough. Chu Du, who had been maintaining his composure, was immediately caught off guard and stared at Lin Yan in shock, stammering, "Student Lin Yan, you really know how to joke? A strand of divine fire? Even I might not be able to get my hands on one. You're really asking for the moon." Lin Yan shrugged helplessly but candidly. That's truly a pity then. His real purpose for coming to university was to search for clues about his parents. Working as a laborer for some arrogant commerce guild after graduation was never an option for him. So he deliberately threw out an almost impossible astronomical price. Chu Du understood perfectly, disappointment flashing in his eyes. After a moment of silence, Lin Yan suddenly smiled and added, "President Chu, although I can't join you for now, cooperation should still be possible, right? If I obtain good resources in the future, I can sell them to arrogant trading company first. And if your company needs anything, as long as the price is right, I'm willing to lend a hand." Chu Du was stunned at first, then his eyes lit up. "That would be wonderful. But since our cooperation prospects are so promising." Before he could finish, Lin Yan's gaze shifted, his tone casual. "Then it wouldn't be unreasonable for your trading company to invest some resources in me up front, would it?" Chu Du didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Originally, he had wanted to recruit Lin Yan, but before they could even settle on terms, he was the one who had to pay up first. However, thinking of the young man's potential, he gritted his teeth. "Fine. I'll take it upon myself to make this decision." Soon, an intermediate forest expansion card, an intermediate food card, plus a 10% discount privilege at Arrogant Trading Company were laid out before Lin Yan. The two cards alone were worth a full 500,000 currency points, and now he had obtained them all without spending a penny. He could only sigh with satisfaction. Comfortable. "President Chu, here's to our pleasant cooperation in the future." Lin Yan smiled as he pocketed the two cards, then picked up the hot tea on the table and drained it in one gulp. Seeing this, Chu Du suddenly coughed twice, his tone meaningful. "However, student Lin Yan, I also have a daughter named Chu Qianqian. She's a senior at Jinghai Third High School, so she's technically your senior. If you could become my son-in-law, whatever resources you want, I'll do my utmost to get them for you." Cough. This time it was Lin Yan's turn to choke. Soon, Lin Yan returned home. The moment he stepped through the door, he wasted no time and sent his divine consciousness shooting into his divine domain like an arrow. The familiar, vast expanse instantly unfolded before him, and with a thought, he focused the view on the forest terrain. What greeted his eyes was nothing but charred, blackened earth. The once dense woodland had been reduced to ash, leaving only a few humanoid flames writhing frantically across the devastation. With all combustible material exhausted, the flame demons stopped growing and ceased dividing. The total number of third-tier flame demons had stabilized at exactly 5. Lin Yan lowered his voice, barely containing his excitement. This meant he had gained 5 hero units all at once. The cost was the destruction of an entire forest, but compared to the enormous and complex requirements of other hero units, this was an absolute steal. After all, anomalous containment object 457 flame demons only needed fuel. The more combustible material available, the more they could multiply endlessly, theoretically providing unlimited hero units. With this realization, he hesitated no longer and retrieved an intermediate forest expansion card from his inventory. Notification: you have used an intermediate forest expansion card. Please select the resource deployment area. Notification: selection successful. Divine Domain Forest Resources enhanced. As the system notification faded, the previously blackened ground seemed to awaken like earth stirred by spring thunder, with tender shoots bursting through the soil. Amid the thunderous sounds of growth, the shoots stretched skyward at an incredible pace, transforming into towering trees that pierced the clouds. The newly born forest was even more robust than before, with interwoven branches and leaves that blocked out the sky. The 5 dormant flame demons seemed to instantly detect the scent of food, their fiery forms dancing with excitement as they each lunged toward different giant trees. In the next second, flames engulfed the trunks, and roaring fires once again spread through the forest. This forest should provide enough fuel to keep them burning for several days. Lin Yan calculated quietly to himself, then sighed with some resignation. An intermediate forest resource card cost nearly 500,000 currency points. He had thought the faith power harvested from the ankle sniper was substantial, but now it seemed woefully inadequate. If only I could obtain another wisp of divine fire to summon the eternal flame through sacrifice, Lin Yan muttered, still obsessing over that anomalous containment object whose properties were simply too powerful. Yet he knew this thought was overly greedy. Divine fire had always been something one could encounter but never seek. Besides, even a single flame demon was enough to make countless true gods envious. If all else fails, I'll wait until I ignite my own divine fire, then separate a wisp for sacrifice, he resolved silently, then shook his head, setting aside this distant prospect for now. Next, he retrieved another item card from his storage space, an intermediate food card. Compared to divine domain terrain cards, food cards were much more affordable. This intermediate food card cost less than 10,000 currency points. Prompt: you have used an intermediate food card. As soon as the Divine Realm's notification echoed, brilliant white light cascaded from the sky, instantly populating the grasslands, jungles, and lakes with countless beasts, birds, and fish. These were merely ordinary creatures, lacking the flame of faith within them and unable to be cultivated into believers. However, for the ankle biters under Lin Yan's command, this was an unexpected feast. The armored arthropod monsters rustled through the grass, their black compound eyes locking onto prey as they launched coordinated attacks, quickly filling the entire area with the scent of blood. In another corner of the Divine Realm, the Plague Doctor, wearing his black birdbeak mask, moved his hands with fluid precision. Pale green spiritual light shot into the infected, instantly silencing their roars and wails as their wounds visibly healed. Further away, 096, banished by Lin Yan to an isolated area, continued to clutch his head while growling softly. His limbs remained rigid as he paced tirelessly within the confined space, his footsteps echoing like a death knell. Lin Yan surveyed his entire Divine Realm, and after confirming everything was functioning properly, he withdrew his divine consciousness. Light flickered in his eyes as he remembered. Right, the principal wants me to join the senior year program. Thinking of the resources in that fractured plane, he hesitated no longer and left his dormitory, heading straight for the school. Meanwhile, in a Divine Realm thick with the stench of blood, violent winds swirled as crimson mist coiled around the heavens. God of mysteries! God of mysteries! I've finally found your trail. Chun Shun roared skyward, his gaze venomous, his knuckles white from clenching his fists. I will never let you go, never. Suddenly, a ball of blood-red flame erupted beside him, its dancing tongue seeming to burn through the very air. Chun Shin's expression changed drastically as he dropped to his knees, bowing respectfully. Lord Blood God. In the next instant, the flame collapsed into a pool of scalding blood, its stench even more overwhelming. A cold, nasal voice emerged from the center of the blood pool. Since you've already discovered that God of mysteries' whereabouts, why haven't you departed? Do you wish to break your promise? I wouldn't dare. Cold sweat streamed down Chun Shin's forehead. The blood god before him had once been a true deity, and even with only a wisp of divine fire remaining, he was far beyond Chun Shin's ability to provoke. The Blood Clan statue in that demigod ruin had been left behind by the blood god in his previous life. Shortly after the ruin's emergence, this divine fire had tracked him down, forcibly merging with the divinity within him and helping expand his divine realm. Though he hadn't yet advanced to the 4th tier, with the blood god's full support, his followers' combat power could easily annihilate his former self. The thought made him even more terrified. Suppressing his fear, he explained, Lord Blood God, I'm only concerned that the God of Mysteries hero units are too bizarre. If I prove no match. Oomph. A mere demigod, how strong could he be? The blood pool churned as the blood god snorted coldly. With my devoted cultivation, you fear no demigod of your rank. When truly critical moments arise, I will intervene myself. What are you afraid of? This assurance made Chun Shun's eyes brighten. With the blood god backing him, his blood debt would surely be repaid. However, the blood god's tone suddenly shifted, his voice turning sinister. But if you dare break your word and cause me to miss such an excellent vessel, you waste, though inferior to the god of mysteries, would still serve adequately. The threat pressed against his throat like a blade, leaving Chun Shun rigid with terror. Not daring to say another word, he responded loudly. This subordinate will depart immediately. I will ensure Lord Blood God successfully possesses the god of mysteries. The curriculum for senior year students is completely different from their sophomore year. The most striking difference is that teachers are rarely seen standing at the podium delivering theoretical lessons anymore. Throughout the academic building, students spontaneously form small teams, taking turns entering various practical combat projects, then emerging with questions to be quickly corrected under the guidance of teachers or upperclassmen before diving back in for another attempt. After all, 2 years of theoretical knowledge have already been thoroughly instilled, and what remains now are courses that test real combat abilities. Even Jinghai No. 3 High School, despite its strength, cannot assign enough teachers for every drill, so they can only let students learn through trial and error on their own. Those truly gifted top students aiming for the 10 most prestigious schools are taken away by elite mentors for unknown intensive training in isolation. Soon, Lin Yan's figure appeared in the senior year area. According to the principal's special directive, he was directly assigned to Class 1 of the senior year. Pushing open the classroom door, he first caught a faint smell of disinfectant, then was stunned by the scene before him. Dozens of heavy, silver-gray pod-like devices were neatly arranged, each topped with curved light screens projecting real-time battle footage, with electric arcs and flames flickering, accompanied by deep roars and tearing howls. Inside the pods, numerous upperclassmen lay with their eyes closed, synchronized in combat with the virtual divine realm, with almost no one noticing the sophomore transfer student who had just arrived. Suddenly, one of the device's pod doors clicked open. A curvaceous female student emerged, supporting herself against the pod wall, fine sweat still on her forehead, but her face full of frustration. Damn it. I was so close. She shook the strands of hair clinging to her temples and looked up to see Lin Yan, frowning slightly. Hey, who are you looking for? As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly squinted and studied him carefully. Wait, you look so familiar. You look just like that genius Lin Yan who emerged from the sophomore class. Could it be you're the Lin Yan who was specially permitted by the principal to join our senior class 1? Before Lin Yan could answer, her eyes immediately lit up. I never expected that Lin Yan. Oh no. Classmate Lin Yan not only has incredible talent, but is also so handsome. The sudden praise caught Lin Yan off guard, making his ears burn. He hadn't expected such enthusiasm from her. The female student strode forward and extended her hand. Let me introduce myself. I'm Chu Qianqian, your senior. No, wait. From today on, we're classmates. Chu Qianqian. Lin Yan's heart skipped a beat, immediately thinking of Chu Du's daughter and Chu Tian's sister. This bright-eyed, beautiful girl before him was hard to associate with the chubby Chu Tian. However, the siblings did share the same outgoing personality. Nice to meet you, senior. Lin Yan shook her hand briefly, then turned his attention back to those specialized devices. Chu Qianqian followed his gaze and explained with a smile. Lin Yan, you're curious about that broken dimensional plane, aren't you? Although it's damaged, it's still terrifyingly dangerous inside. Going in rashly would cost us dearly. With the college entrance exam approaching, no one wants to bear such losses. She pointed to the light screen behind her. So the school extracted all the data from that plane and built a 100% replica of virtual divine realm. Only after we completely clear this version will we be granted permission to enter the actual broken dimensional plane. Hearing this, Lin Yan couldn't help but marvel. The school's resource allocation for senior students was truly extraordinary. For safety and academic performance, they had actually used massive resources to recreate a broken divine realm. This kind of investment wasn't something ordinary schools could afford. At the same time, those other weaker dimensional planes really had no way to deal with the divine realm. Like fish on a chopping block, the virtual plane's closing light screens dimmed one by one as the senior class students gradually exited, removing their connection helmets and gathering in the hallway with dejected expressions. Damn, this broken plane is way too difficult. Does the school really not understand our skill level? We're seniors, and they're still giving us such brutal assignments. When I charged at the Trant King, I was basically serving him an Aleocaniate buffet. If this were a real divine realm battle, the Treant King would burst from eating all the followers I fed him. Don't even mention it. The Treant King shattered my dreams of true godhood with just 3 punches. Amid the commotion, several girls noticed Chu Qianqian walking in from the classroom doorway and immediately surrounded her. Qianqian, how did this invasion go? Hey, who's this guy? I feel like we've seen him somewhere before. Obviously, he's this handsome, and standing at our classroom door must be Qianqian's boyfriend. Even iron trees are blooming now, teased by her friends. Chu Qianqian's pretty face flushed red as she quickly waved her hands. Don't talk nonsense. Junior Lin Yan already has a fiancé. If Senior Luli heard you, you'd be in serious trouble. Come on, a fiancé isn't the same as being married. Right, that Luli girl can wait, Lin Yan? Senior Luli? Holy crap. The previously nonchalant female student instantly fell silent, freezing in place as she stared at Lin Yan in disbelief. As her words sank in, every senior in the classroom turned their heads in unison. Senior Luli's fiancé? That must be Lin Yan from the sophomore class. The classroom erupted. The girl who had been joking earlier turned pale, her knees going weak, clearly trembling from her own careless words. Lin Yan helplessly rubbed his forehead. So Luli seemed like a big demon to others too. All right. Chu Qianqian raised her hand to stop the commotion. I told you to stop joking around, but you wouldn't listen. Don't worry. Senior Luli won't cause trouble over a simple joke. With that, she redirected attention back to the main topic, seriously explaining the situation to Lin Yan. Lin Yan, this broken plane can only accommodate a maximum of 10,000 follower units. Based on our progress over this period, it's mainly inhabited by the Treant tribe, with 3 hero units. The first hero unit is the Treant General, with extremely strong close combat burst damage. The second hero unit is called the Tree Spirit Priest, skilled in group control and healing. The final Treant King has terrifying recovery abilities. You can't wear him down through attrition, so you must be careful. She listed out all the intelligence she had gathered over several weeks, then softened her tone. This is completely different from the student battles you learned about in sophomore year. We tried countless times just to take down the first hero unit, and no one has been able to defeat the Treant King yet. If you fail on your first attempt, don't feel any pressure after all. How long have you been developing your divine realm? Chu Qianqian understood Lin Yan's track record and worried about a genius's pride, so her heart only settled slightly after this explanation. But just as she finished speaking, she suddenly frowned. She wasn't sure if it was her imagination, but she felt that after her warnings, Lin Yan seemed to have become even more excited. Chu Qianqian couldn't help but frown, sensing trouble ahead. She knew all too well that top-tier geniuses like Lin Yan were naturally proud, but she hadn't expected him to be this overconfident despite her repeated warnings about the extraordinary dangers of that ruined divine realm. His eyes still gleamed with excitement. If the invasion went poorly, his confidence would likely be completely shattered. She worried silently. At this moment, Lin Yan had already settled into the specialized virtual divine realm pod, with barely contained excitement. The moment the heavy alloy hatch closed with a resonant hum, the senior students began whispering among themselves. How long do you think Junior Lin Yan will last on his first invasion? Hard to say. He may be an underclassman, but that talent speaks for itself. I'd guess at least 2 hours enough to deliver takeout to the Tree General, about the same as I did back then. 2 hours? Damn, this gifted prodigy is really something. Don't get carried away. No matter how talented he is, he's still just an underclassman who opened his divine realm not long ago. Though these seniors considered themselves average in ability, they had entered the domain opening stage a full year before Lin Yan. In their eyes, even with the most generous estimate, Lin Yan's debut performance should be similar to their own first invasions of this broken plane. Even so, many still felt resentful and muttered under their breath. Meanwhile, a female classmate beside Chu Qianqian whispered a reminder. Qianqian, having Junior Lin Yan visit our class is a rare opportunity. You should seize it. A genius like him is a hot commodity in everyone's eyes. Chu Qianqian blushed with mild reproach. What are you talking about? Aren't you afraid Senior Luli will find out? Who says having a fiancé means you can't have a girlfriend too? The girl whispered with a mischievous grin. If you win over Junior Lin Yan, by the time Senior Luli realizes what's happening, it'll be hee-hee. Chu Qianqian's ears turned bright red as she quickly turned away, refocusing her attention on the virtual divine realm pod. Inside the pod, the moment Lin Yan's consciousness connected, he deployed all his prepared followers. Every hero unit was present, with 1,500,492 troops in formation and the remainder consisting of ankle sniper legions. Once the deployment was complete, the scenery before him suddenly transformed. Found himself on an unfamiliar continent. Everywhere he looked was forest. Though the tree trunks weren't particularly thick, they grew incredibly dense. Even when Lin Yan's perspective rose to midair, he could only see an endless green ocean of forest canopy. The area was vast, far exceeding the woodland he had acquired in his divine realm using intermediate forest expansion cards. Such a massive forest, its all resources. At this thought, Lin Yan's breathing quickened. If he let his flame demon army set fires, how many third-tier flame demons could split off from the flames? Suddenly, his expression froze. Something seemed off about these trees. Just then, Chu Qianqian's urgent private message came through the divine realm interface. Lin Yan, be careful. A large number of tree folk are hidden within the trees of this forest. Before she finished speaking, swish, swish, swish. The entire forest sea moved as if stirred by a giant hand, with branches and leaves rustling in unison. Cracks split open along the trunks of several trees, and pairs of enormous crimson eyes suddenly opened, staring intently at the invaders gathered at the forest's edge. Hungry, came deep, raspy voices from within these tree folk. The senior students around immediately started discussing. Here they come. This wave has at least 1,000 trance. Can Junior Lin Yan handle it? I think his chances of passing aren't bad. Did you see those tens of thousands of follower units? It's so frustrating. We work our butts off to raise just a few hundred followers, and this junior who just opened his divine domain can bring over 10,000. Where's the justice in that? But no matter how many there are, their combat power is still limited. The Trance can crush a whole bunch with one swing of their arms. Hey, look over there. That's the first hero unit Lin Yan picked back then. Others called it trash, but now isn't it incredibly powerful? While everyone was discussing, inside the virtual broken plane, my luck is absolutely incredible. This is basically a freebie. Lin Yan stared at the dense mass of Trance, his eyes full of joy. Before the attack, he had no idea that the main race of this broken divine domain was Trance. Now seeing them, it was like a custom-made lumber warehouse for flame demons. All combustible resources. This saves me a fortune in currency points, he calculated silently. Outside, Chu Qianqian opened the voice channel. Junior Lin Yan, you can handle these Trance completely on your own. If you follow this path. Wait, what are you planning to do? Before she could finish, she was already stunned. Trance were always gentle by nature, never attacking unless their alert range was breached. Previous senior students all used pick-off tactics, focusing fire to instantly kill one Tran at a time. Though time-consuming, this minimized losses. This safe route was discovered through repeated trial and error. But Lin Yan directly released those tens of thousands of rat-like followers, charging into the forest without hesitation, drawing maximum aggro from all the Trance at once. His other followers formed neat battle lines, waiting outside the forest. Roar. Over 1,000 Trance roared simultaneously, their footsteps thundering like exploding tree roots, shaking the entire plain as they charged furiously toward the ankle biters. No way. Junior Lin Yan is going this hard. It's over. Provoking 1,000 Trance at once, even if he blocks them, he'll lose half his forces. TSK didn't study the basics properly. I made mistakes too back then, but never dared to pull this many Trance at once. The senior students' discussions rose and fell. Chu Qianqian's heart tightened even more. As expected, top-tier geniuses are all arrogant. Lin Yan actually wants to face an entire Trance legion hidden. At this moment, in the broken plain, the Trance were lured outside the forest by the ankle biters and immediately spotted the other followers on guard. The ground trembled as they roared and swarmed toward the SCP-0492 army. In front of their screens, countless senior students widened their eyes, not daring to blink. They had long heard that Lin Yan's strangely shaped followers and his two hero units possessed extraordinary combat power, and now they could finally witness it firsthand. The next second, an astonishing scene unfolded. All the followers stepped back in unison, and then several humanoid creatures wreathed in flames stepped forward from the battle line, their blazing fire rising high and illuminating half the battlefield. The moment they spotted these Trance, the 5 flame demons roared and charged directly at the thousands of tree creatures. Waves of fire rolled forward, and as soon as the front row of Trance made contact, their thick bark ignited instantly. Crimson flames raced up their branches with crackling sounds. Roar! The Trance behind let out anguished howls, swinging their massive arms and lashing out with vines in desperate counterattacks against the flame demons. But their attacks relied almost entirely on their wooden bodies, and the occasional wood attribute skills they unleashed only left faint green glimmers on the flame's surface, completely ineffective. The flame demons, being of the same third-tier rank, showed no fear. Their scorching iron fists shattered branches, and blazing fire poured in, boiling the sap within the Trance bodies with gurgling sounds. Within moments, most of the Trance had become fuel for the flames, making the fire burn even fiercer. The senior students watching from the sidelines were instantly dumbfounded. Wait, what? Junior Lin Yan actually has familiars made of pure elemental composition? And they're fire elementals. These Trance are basically sitting ducks. No wonder he dared to lure all the Trance over at once, wasn't afraid at all. This isn't fair. This is so unfair. We went through all that trouble to avoid the Trance, and Lin Yan just solves it with a word. Chaotic exclamations rose one after another, each person's eyes filled with shock, envy, and disbelief. The threat they had carefully avoided was now nothing more than kindling before Lin Yan's familiars. Meanwhile, Chu Qianqian stood frozen in place. Only now did she understand why Lin Yan had shown that strange excitement when the trance were mentioned earlier. It was clearly the look of a predator spotting helpless prey. But who could have imagined that junior Lin Yan could cultivate fire tribute elemental familiars? Chu Qianqian murmured, then froze again. Wait, why does junior Lin Yan look like he's still not satisfied? Inside the virtual broken plane. What a pity this is just a virtual broken plane, Lin Yan muttered to himself. Because this was a virtual environment. Even though the flame demons were burning the trance, they couldn't grow stronger through division. They could only make their own flames burn brighter. Once we break through here and get the real coordinates, I'll let the flame demons develop properly. He gazed toward the depths of the divine realm, then ordered his other familiars to quickly infiltrate along the forest paths. After the sea of fire, the trance were completely panicked, no longer bothering with the other invading familiars, and only focused on fleeing in all directions. Lin Yan led his team deeper, and soon, under the illumination of the blazing flames, he spotted a treant that was distinctly different from the others. This treant towered several zhang above its kin, with a canopy so dense it resembled a giant umbrella. The occasional exposed cross-sections revealed countless growth rings. Its massive roots were like stone pillars driven deep into the earth, and its entire body emanated a heavy, ancient woody aura. At the same time, a semi-transparent panel appeared before Lin Yan's eyes. Treant General. Category, Hero Unit. Tier, 3rd Tier. Skills, Charge, Death Entangle, Bark Armor. Description, a Treant General that has lived for countless ages. After being blessed by the plane's will, its physical attributes have been enhanced beyond imagination. When its massive form charges forward, it can cause unimaginable destruction. Here's the suggestion. The Treant General moves slowly, so be careful of his charge ability. You can launch your attack after he charges, when he has difficulty maneuvering his massive body. Seeing this hint displayed as the dungeon loaded, Lin Yan couldn't help, but Virtual Fractured Planes really did offer students convenient shortcuts. A real-world invasion would never thoughtfully provide such strategy guides. As for the so-called planar will, that was a defensive mechanism where masterless worlds forcibly infused selected units with energy for self-preservation, creating what legends called Children of the World. The thought flashed through his mind as he unhesitatingly issued his divine command. 049, attack. Plague. Hear the pestilence. The plague doctor roared in response. The next second, masses of 049-2 minions brandished their weapons and swarmed toward the mountain-sized Treant General. You damned invaders! The Treant General's withered voice thundered from his chest cavity. Die? All of you die. Boom. Using his barely visible tree roots as legs, he charged into the tide of 0492s. With just one strike, countless 0492 minions were scattered like leaves, and even the original hero unit 0492 couldn't escape. The minions dissolved into ghostly light and were teleported back to Lin Yan's divine realm, unable to be deployed to this plane again for some time. Good thing this is just a virtual invasion, or the losses would be devastating, Lin Yan thought, his eyelids twitching though he remained composed. Just as the Treant General crushed the minions, attacks from both the Plague Doctor and 096 struck simultaneously. The Treant General was covered in thick Treant armor, and 096 vicious claws couldn't even scratch it. But the Plague Doctor was different. As long as he made contact with the target, he could ignore all defenses and trigger death effects. Unfortunately, the general was blessed by the planar will, making his life force terrifyingly resilient, so he didn't fall immediately. Lin Yan remained calm, ordering the 0492s to charge again and again, repeatedly drawing fire. Once, twice, after dozens of attempts, that seemingly indestructible wooden fortress finally swayed, tilted, and crashed to the scorched ground with a thunderous bang. The Treant General has fallen. Meanwhile, the watching senior students crowded in layers around the viewing area, their eyes almost entirely captivated by the flame demons burning through the Treant legions. They muttered among themselves. Wasn't this basically exploiting a bug? This was clearly meant to be a strategic planning challenge. Yet Lin Yan was steamrolling through with elemental advantage. Should this performance be scored? Luck. Pure luck. Zhou Lioni of Li Qing's lackeys flushed red with indignation. He had failed over a dozen times against the first wave of Treant legions before barely scraping through. So seeing Lin Yan breeze past made his chest burn with frustration. Chu Qianqian immediately shot back with a cold laugh. Luck? Then show me your luck. Can you cultivate pure elemental minions? Lin Yan crushed through with raw power. How is that less impressive than your tree grinding strategy? Zhou Li was speechless. Pure elemental minions were incredibly precious. Being able to raise even one was proof of real ability. The crowd realized. That's right. Lin Yan had fought his way through with genuine skill. Just as the awkwardness was spreading, Jolie suddenly pointed at the projection screen and burst out laughing. Huh, look, he hasn't even finished clearing the Treant legions, and he's already sending his other minions deep inside to get slaughtered. Chu Qianqian's breath caught, but she snorted coldly. Don't forget, he's just a junior. Many seniors get stuck at the Treant General. It's perfectly normal for him to hit a wall on his first try. Oomph, isn't that his own stupidity? Jolie sneered. If he actually gets through this, I'll call him daddy. Before his words had even finished echoing, the front row suddenly erupted in shocked exclamations. Holy shit. Look, Lin Yan defeated the Treant General. What? Jolie shoved past several classmates and whipped his head around. In the projection, the Treant General's massive body lay motionless, completely drained of life. Seeing this scene, Jolie's face immediately flushed red once again. The entire class 1 of senior year was stunned. Even these veteran players, who had battled countless times in the virtual ruined plane, were beaten black and blue when they first faced the Treant General, repeatedly analyzing the general's attack patterns and habits before finally figuring out a winning strategy. Yet Lin Yan had defeated the Treant General on his very first attempt. Who could make sense of this? The classroom fell into suffocating silence, followed by an explosion of whispered conversations. Zhou Li's face turned pale, then flushed red, and finally he hung his head, trying to slip away quietly. A figure flashed in front of him as Chu Qianqian appeared with a mocking smile. Zhou Li, shouldn't you stay here and wait for Junior Lin Yan to come out, then call him daddy? Zhou Li's face turned bright red as he roared. Chu Qianqian, we're classmates after all. Didn't go too far. Meanwhile, deep within the virtual ruined plane, after clearing out the Treant General, Lin Yan didn't pause for a moment, commanding his familiar army to march directly into an even darker region. Broken dead wood, gray-white mist, and shattered skies intertwined like a chaotic forest graveyard. Soon, a system panel flashed before his eyes, and new red text made his heart skip a beat. Treant Chieftain. Category: Hero Unit. Tier: 3rd Order. Skills: Earth-Binding Spirit, Vine Attack. Description: the chieftain of the Treant tribe, extremely agile and skilled at manipulating surrounding trees. Beware of his control skills, or failure will be your only outcome. Unlike the previous Treant General, this chieftain's physical strength was average, but he excelled in agility and the terrifying area control of Earth-Binding Spirit. Combined with Vine Attack, any invader would be slowly ground to death. Unfortunately, 096 characteristics almost perfectly countered this strategy. Invaders. The Treant chieftain's voice was deep and cold. Leave your corpses here to become fertilizer. Before his words finished, thick vines burst from the ground beneath Lin Yan's familiar army, instantly weaving into a green prison, followed by countless sharp, vine tendrils lashing like venomous snakes toward the familiar's armor and flesh. Whoa! A piercing cry tore through the air as 096's twisted figure suddenly erupted, breaking free from the Earth-Binding Spirit's restraints almost instantly, tearing through the vine net, and charging toward the Treant chieftain. The chieftain's expression hardened as he retreated at extreme speed, simultaneously chanting again to form another, thicker vine cage beneath 096's feet. Bang! The prison shattered into countless wood chips instantly. 096 streaked forward like pale lightning, appearing directly in front of the Treant chieftain. The chieftain's heart went cold as he was completely stunned. Back in the real classroom, Chu Qianqian and Zhou Li were still in their standoff when suddenly the battle progress screen on the wall updated again. The second hero unit, Treant chieftain, had been defeated by Lin Yan. Their argument stopped as if someone had hit a pause button, their voices cutting off abruptly. Holy crap, is this real? Junior Lin Yan took down the Treant chieftain too. Forget Jolie, I am having a breakdown now. Who isn't breaking down? I'm still stuck on the second hero unit. I can accept talent gaps, but not something this ridiculous. The discussions and exclamations merged into a boiling wave that swept through the entire class 1 of senior year. Chu Qianqian stood frozen in place. Her prepared words of comfort instantly useless. It seemed she was the one who needed comforting now. A chill ran down her spine as a bold thought crossed her mind. Could Junior Lin Yan actually clear this entire ruined divine domain today? The next moment, she was startled by her own speculation and quickly shook her head in denial. This was absolutely impossible. She knew all too well just how difficult the final hero unit of this broken divine realm, the Treant King, was to deal with. Yet Lin Yan before her continued to display stunning performance. Back then, it had taken her over a dozen attempts just to barely defeat the second hero unit. At this thought, she suddenly lost all interest in mocking Zhou Li, as even her own confidence had been somewhat shattered. In the broken plain, Lin Yan commanded his follower army as they stepped over the Treant chieftain's corpse and continued advancing deeper. Along the way, they occasionally encountered scattered, ordinary Treants wandering about, all of which he effortlessly eliminated. By now, the 0492 army had been almost completely annihilated, with only the ankle snapper formation remaining virtually unscathed. The trance possessed remarkable vitality, but moved slowly. This sluggishness was perfectly countered by the ankle snapper's high speed. Lin Yan recalled a line from his textbook. The combat power of followers is not fixed. With proper application, one can achieve victory through surprise. Suddenly, the view ahead opened up dramatically. In the center of a vast clearing carpeted with green grass stood a solitary, towering locust tree. Its branches and leaves rustled in the wind, and the entire tree emanated a rich aura of life. Treant King. Category: Hero Unit. Tier: 3rd Tier. Skills. Description: the sovereign of the Treant race, infused by the plane's will. Compared to the lengthy descriptions of the Treant General and Treant Chieftain, the information about the Treant King consisted of merely a few lines with virtually no key details. This was precisely why countless high school seniors turned pale at its mention. Junior Lin Yan. Chu Qianqian's voice came through again, her tone unusually serious. Be careful, this Treant King's life recovery ability is nearly unsolvable. Even with just a sliver of health remaining, it can instantly restore to full. Your followers have already suffered considerable losses. Halfway through her words, she suddenly fell silent. Unlike these senior students, Lin Yan hadn't lost a single hero unit so far. His main forces remained intact, his combat power still complete. Meanwhile, Lin Yan murmured quietly, "Is its vitality really that exaggerated?" He then issued divine commands for both 096 and Plague Doctor 049 to attack simultaneously. A piercing scream shattered the silence. 096 suddenly charged forward, its claws tearing through bark as wood chips flew everywhere. Plague Doctor 049 followed closely behind, dark green plague energy seeping through the wounds. Within mere moments, the Treant King's trunk was covered in cracks, its life force visibly plummeting to rock bottom. That's it. Lin Yan frowned. It's not even as tough as the Treant General. Before he could finish speaking, his pupils contracted sharply. Wait. The nearly depleted health bar instantly filled to maximum, and the Treant King's condition returned to perfect state. Whoosh. The trunk lashed out, instantly severing both of 096's arms. As expected, Junior Lin Yan was also blocked by this Tree King. Seeing this scene, Chu Qianqian, who had initially been worried about Lin Yan's mental state being affected, immediately breathed a sigh of relief. This massive Tree King had nearly drained all her energy, leaving her barely able to take care of herself at one point. She had been terrified that Lin Yan would effortlessly defeat it, making all her painful struggles and humiliation instantly worthless. Now that they were both in the same predicament, she not only felt more at ease, but could even predict the upcoming stalemate based on her experience. Everything was all too familiar. This Tree King is simply beyond what we can handle at our current level. Chu Qianqian clenched her fists, muttering to herself with furrowed brows, though her thoughts couldn't help but drift back to that persistent question: how exactly could they defeat it? Meanwhile, within the virtual fractured dimension, Lin Yan was also being forced to retreat step by the Tree King's terrifying regenerative abilities. This thing's regeneration speed rivals that of 096. He frowned in contemplation. At this rate, I'm afraid today will end here. Suddenly, images from the recent battle flashed through his mind. The Tree King didn't continuously heal the moment it was injured, but rather, after being damaged to a certain threshold, it would instantly reset all wounds to 0. Lin Yan's eyes suddenly brightened as he immediately ordered 096 and 049, the Plague Doctor, to launch another fierce assault. Moments later, the Tree King once again recovered from its battered state to peak condition. Just as I thought. Lin Yan's heart raced. If it truly had natural healing, it should be regenerating every second it was wounded. The current situation could only mean that the restorative power didn't originate from the creature itself. So it must be relying on some external means. Lin Yan stared coldly at his opponent, murmuring under his breath, "Let's see just how long you can keep this up." Over the next dozen instances, severe injury followed by instant recovery played out like pages being flipped. If not for 096 equally extreme regenerative abilities, plus the Tree King remaining stationary without charging forward, Lin Yan would have been in mortal danger long ago. But he also knew that trying to simply exhaust the opponent's healing capacity would take an unknown amount of time. This approach wouldn't work. He stared intently at the fractured dimensions landscape, every detail flashing through his mind without missing anything. Suddenly, his entire body tensed. Ordinary tree folk, despite their slow movement, could still withdraw their root systems from the earth. Yet this Tree King had kept its roots deeply buried from beginning to end, fighting the entire battle using only its thick trunk and countless leaves, completely abandoning its mobility advantage. As a king, it would never trap itself in one location without good reason. The answer was becoming clear. Its recovery method is hidden beneath the root system. Lin Yan's breathing quickened as he immediately issued a divine command: "Focus fire on its roots." Instantly, those 5 flame demons rushed toward the Tree King's direction. At the same time, Lin Yan directly ordered 096, 049, the Plague Doctor, and those tens of thousands of ankle snappers to launch an assault on the Tree King's root system. As if sensing something ominous, the Tree King's massive trunk suddenly shuddered. Its thick branches thrashed wildly, countless green leaves breaking free and transforming into spinning blades that whistled toward the army of ankle biters. But before they could reach their targets, the sky above the creatures suddenly blazed with light as layers of scorching fire curtains unfurled in succession, forming a massive crimson dome that blocked all the flying leaves outside, burning them with crackling sounds. Screech! Sharp, piercing cries rose one after another. Though individually weak, the ankle biters relied on their signature tactic of gnawing at ankles, combined with their most terrifying advantage, sheer numbers. Now over 10,000 of them swarmed toward the Tree King simultaneously. Even more frightening, SCP-096, SCP-049, and the Fire Demon coordinated their assault from the flanks. Burning and gnawing struck the root system almost simultaneously, severing and igniting thick, arm-sized root veins in an instant, leaving only thread-thin connections barely linking the trunk to the earth. The near-instantaneous regeneration that had always saved it before was completely disrupted by this relentless barrage. Amid thunderous crashes, the Tree King's colossal form finally lost its support and toppled heavily to the ground. Lin Yan's gaze snapped around, his heart clenching as his breathing quickened. Etta finally understood why the Tree King had willingly sacrificed mobility, yet could instantly restore its health bar from the brink of death. Where the Tree King had taken root, there was actually a spring of life. This extremely rare resource continuously produced life-giving spring water that could instantly restore one's condition when consumed. Whenever the Tree King faced mortal danger, the spring water would surge like a tide into its trunk, pulling it back to peak condition. Even more outrageous was that this spring had existed alongside the ownerless plain for countless ages, its reserves unfathomably deep. To truly drain it dry would probably take until the cows came home. Just then, within the virtual broken plain, a mechanical notification suddenly rang out. Congratulations! You have successfully invaded the virtual broken plane. The coordinates of the broken plane will now be sent to you. Please note that actual invasion of the broken plane may differ slightly from virtual invasion. Exercise extreme caution. As the voice faded, a string of constantly shifting coordinates appeared directly in Lin Yan's mind. Meanwhile, in the grade 12 class 1 classroom. Damn it! This Tree King is absolutely impossible. Chu Qianqian rubbed her temples with both hands, having racked her brain for countless strategies, yet none could truly defeat the Tree King. She was almost ready to give up, but then she suddenly lifted her head to encourage herself. No way. I absolutely cannot give up. I have to clear this before Junior Lin Yan, or it'll be too embarrassing. Thinking of the talent Lin Yan had displayed today, her pressure multiplied. She couldn't help but look at the virtual broken plane once more. The next second, a notification popped up on screen. Congratulations, you have successfully invaded the virtual broken plane. So no, Chu Qianqian was struck as if by lightning, standing there like a wooden statue, as if something had shattered on the spot. Not just her, but all the senior students in the classroom were instantly dumbfounded. He passed? Just like that, so effortlessly. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't fucking believe it. Junior Lin Yan succeeded on his first invasion attempt? I must not have slept well last night. This has to be a dream. We're all demigods. How can the gap be this huge? Don't try to comfort me. I'm not devastated. Really, I'm not. This is pointless. I'm done playing. I'm out of here. Jinghai. Inside the Department of Education. Principal Su Ping from number 3 high school sat at the conference table, his brow furrowed deeply as he spoke in hushed tones with the principal from number 1 high school across from him, occasionally glancing toward the door while waiting for the principal from number 2 high school to arrive before starting the meeting. Principal Su Ping. The principal from number 1 high school spoke first, frowning as he asked, "What's wrong? Why do you look so troubled?" "Ah, it's all because of Lin Yan, one of our second-year students." Su Ping rubbed his temples and sighed helplessly. "I decided to let him join the third-year students in invading a fractured dimension. I honestly don't know if this decision was right or wrong." "Are you insane?" The principal from number 1 high school's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, "You're letting a second-year student invade a fractured dimension? Won't this crush his confidence and potentially ruin him completely? Does he have some grudge against you? Hey, you can't blame me for this." Su Ping spread his hands, his tone mixing helplessness with a hint of pride. "This Lin Yan is ridiculously talented. Ever since he opened his divine domain, he's been unstoppable, even defeating an alliance of over 20 second-year students. For a genius like this, he needs to experience failure and setbacks early to keep his mindset stable." Hearing this explanation, the principal from number 1 high school finally nodded in understanding, though for some reason, he felt that Su Ping's helplessness seemed more like bragging. Su Ping sighed again. "I hope this fractured dimension expedition will teach him to accept failure. I've even arranged for other students to comfort him in advance, and if that doesn't work, I'll have to step in myself." He looked up at the principal from number 1 high school and sighed once more. "Ah, Having such a gifted student is truly a headache. I wonder if you've ever experienced this feeling. The principal from number 1 high school took a deep breath, his knuckles turning white as he clenched his fist. She was certain now that this guy was just showing off. What? Suddenly, Su Ping shot up from his chair, his face filled with shock. Principal Su Ping? What's wrong? The principal from number 1 high school was startled and quickly asked. This. Su Ping's expression was complex as he spoke rapidly. Lin Yan. He just successfully invaded that fractured dimension. The principal from number 1 high school gasped, unable to believe it. You're saying a second-year student succeeded in invading a fractured dimension on his first attempt? Su Ping nodded emphatically. The principal from number 1 high school was struck speechless with amazement. After a moment of silence, Su Ping let out his third long sigh. I clearly wanted him to experience setbacks, but this kid just won't give me any peace of mind. The principal from number 1 high school clenched his fists again, his knuckles cracking softly. Just then, the principal from number 2 high school pushed through the door, greeting politely. Principal Su Ping, you're here early? Before he could finish speaking, Su Ping's face lit up with a smile as he quickly responded. Yes. Do you know? Lin Yan, a second-year student from our school, successfully invaded a fractured dimension, and he succeeded on his first try. The principal from number 2 high school looked bewildered, blinking. Did I say something just now? Meanwhile, at Jinghai number 3 high school, in the grade 12 class 1 classroom, the virtual divine domain pod opened, and Lin Yan emerged with excitement written all over his face, the pale blue afterglow of divine domain energy still flickering around him. The entire classroom was empty except for Chu Chanqian, who stood by the door with a complex expression as she looked toward him. Senior Chu. Lin Yan looked around. Where are the other seniors? Chu Chanqian's lips moved slightly, but she hesitated. How could she tell him that the third-year students had completely broken down upon learning of his success and simply left? In the end, she simply said calmly, they had something to do and left early. Lin Yan nodded and put away his smile. All right then, I won't disturb you any further, Senior Chu. Watching Lin Yan's retreating figure, Chu Chanqian hesitated to speak. Not only her fellow students, but even she herself had been completely overwhelmed. Despite having trained arduously in the divine realm for an entire year, she was still easily crushed by Lin Yan. Soon, Lin Yan returned home. As soon as he closed the door, he excitedly pulled up the constantly drifting spatial coordinates. The chaos sea was vast and boundless, with every divine realm and plane continuously migrating. He took a deep breath, preparing to officially invade that broken plane. At that moment, a notification popped up on his screen showing an incoming transfer of 1 million currency points, accompanied by a private message from Lu Xian. Lin Yan, Uncle heard that your divine realm core has advanced to the 3rd tier, but he can't return to the city right now. This million currency points is from him. You must be short on resources after just advancing to the 3rd tier, so take this to buy what you need. If there are resources unavailable in the market, just let me know. Reading these words, Lin Yan felt warmth surge through his heart. After his parents' death, Uncle Lu had taken exceptional care of him, having already repaid his parents' kindness countless times over. Lin Yan immediately replied with gratitude, then launched the real invasion without hesitation. The planar rift tore open. Swarms of ordinary treants were pinned down by ankle biters while fire demons spread their flaming wings, burning everything in sight. Unlike virtual invasions, these treants were real living beings. Flames devoured their branches and converted them into blazing energy, causing the fire demons to rapidly grow stronger, multiply, and ignite the forest anew. For Lin Yan, actual combat proved even easier than practice. Time flew by, and Lin Yan's followers once again closed in on the Treant King. By now, the fire demon count had surged to over 20, while the Treant army along with 2 hero units, the Treant General and Treant Chieftain, had not yet been completely incinerated. More than 20 hero units in total. Thinking of this high-quality fuel, Lin Yan's fists trembled with excitement. Divine decree descended, and all followers launched their final assault simultaneously. After a thunderous crash, the Treant King's massive body collapsed, its severed roots oozing thick green liquid. Lin Yan immediately ordered the ankle biters to dig deeper. Moments later, a continuously gushing spring came into view, the spring of life. Milky white spring water had formed a small underground lake, with the spring still bubbling forth new life energy. Such a rare resource had fallen into his hands so easily. What kind of anomalous containment object could I summon if I used the spring of life as a sacrifice? At this thought, his breathing quickened. But on second thought, sacrificing the entire spring would stop its water production forever. There was no need to put all his eggs in one basket right now. After weighing his options, he collected a single drop of spring water and let it fall onto the altar. Ding! The system notification chimed instantly. Sacrifice successful. Please select your recruitment target. 3 virtual silhouettes unfolded before him, and among them, the icon of a red pill immediately captured all of Lin Yan's attention. Project number Anomalous Containment Object 500 Panacea Description. Anomalous Containment Object 500 appears as red pills. Each pill, when taken orally, can eliminate all diseases within moments. Even negative effects caused by other anomalous containment objects will be erased in a short time. Lin Yan stared at the data floating before him, his heart skipping a beat. This was one of the Foundation's most renowned projects. According to records, the Foundation had once used Anomalous Containment Object 500 to treat test subjects infected by Anomalous Containment Object 008 zombie virus, who had completely zombified, and the subjects returned to normal within minutes. The conclusion was simple: just one pill could instantly clear all negative conditions and restore the target to perfect health. With this thought, he chose sacrificial recruitment, without hesitation. Sacrificial recruitment complete. The system notification appeared almost instantly, so fast it startled him. He looked up and around, his gaze settling on the incomplete 0492 corpse nearby that the plague doctor hadn't had time to treat again, then commanded, "Swallow the pill." The red pill dissolved instantly upon contact. The next moment, 0492's body, riddled with gaps, began regenerating frantically, arms, torso, muscles, and blood vessels extending like sprouting branches. However, the newly grown tissue wasn't its original parts from when it was alive, but rather the hybrid limbs that the plague doctor had previously sewn onto it. Pestilence! Plague Doctor 049 suddenly roared, his black robes billowing as he teleported in front of 0492. Just as he was about to fly into a rage, he stopped. Wait, the pestilence seems to be receding? The effect is actually better than my cure. Behind his bird-like mask, his eyes gleamed with manic fervor. He immediately dragged 0492 away. I must study how you were cured. I absolutely must master this technique. Lin Yan stood in place, murmuring to himself. 0492 is essentially dead, so the pill didn't revive it, it just restored it to its pre-injury state. His gaze shifted to the side. The spring of life had formed a small lake, its surface shimmering. He trembled slightly with excitement. The Foundation possessed only a small container of Anomalous Containment Object 500, containing exactly 60 pills. After conducting several experiments, they treasured it like a precious gem, allowing only those with the highest clearance to use it. But for him, the situation was completely different. With just one drop of the spring of life, the system could sacrifice and produce one Anomalous Containment Object 500 pill. This was practically an inexhaustible treasure trove. Thank goodness I didn't sacrifice the entire spring of life back then, he whispered gratefully. This thing is far more powerful than the spring of life itself. However, there was also a concern: this spring of life was only Tier 3, so the recruited Anomalous Containment Object 500 also possessed only Tier 3 effects. It could instantly dispel all negative conditions from Tier 3 and below targets. For Tier 4 entities, the effectiveness might be significantly reduced. Even so, this was still terrifyingly powerful enough to change the tide of battle. Lin Yan took several deep breaths, forcibly suppressing his surging excitement. Then, his gaze shifted to the corpse of the Tree King. The Tree King's size offered no real advantage over the Tree General, making it somewhat wasteful to use as fuel for the Flame Demon. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Yan decided to sacrifice the Tree General as well for recruitment. Sacrifice successful. Please select your recruitment target. The system interface flickered, and a new recruitment list appeared before Lin Yan's eyes. This time, there were only 3 candidates, all of mediocre strength with little to distinguish between them. He could only pick the tallest among the short. As Lin Yan scanned through the names, his gaze settled on the third option, Anomalous Containment Object 038, Myriad Tree. That's the one, he decided without hesitation. The Myriad Tree's anomalous effect was simple and direct. When its bark touched an object, it could produce a replica of that item, essentially cloning it. Its tier limit was around 3rd order, unable to replicate living beings. If the target possessed anomalous effects, the replica's strange properties would be significantly weakened. Overall, this containment object wasn't particularly powerful, but it clearly held more value than the other 2 options. For Lin Yan, it wasn't entirely useless either. Selection successful. Estimated recruitment completion in 1 hour 59 minutes and 59 seconds. As the system notification ended, Lin Yan nodded and turned his attention back to his divine domain. At this moment, the flame demon continued burning the forest and tree corpses in that shattered plain, its fiery tongues licking hungrily at the charred branches. Additionally, the remaining portion of forest from the intermediate forest expansion card in his divine domain had also become its fuel. For now, the flame demon had no shortage of combustible materials. The real concern was that the flame demon would split. After the next division, resource consumption would double, and after that, it would increase geometrically like rabbit reproduction. Once a gap appeared, it definitely couldn't be filled with just a small amount. Lin Yan smiled bitterly to himself. The flame demon was truly a money-devouring beast. To maintain its burning, he needed to earn more currency points quickly. Having clarified his thoughts, he continued adjusting his divine domain layout. But before long, a sudden surge of battle intent struck him, shaking his spirit. Hmm? Finally, a third-tier demigod has come to challenge me. Lin Yan stood up and headed straight for the underground dueling arena. Meanwhile, inside the dueling arena, a third-tier demigod stood before a blood-red robe with a fawning expression. My lord, I've challenged that god of mysteries as you requested. What we agreed upon earlier. The blood-robed demigod was none other than the spring god. Her voice was hoarse as she coldly interrupted. The deposit has been transferred to you. The third-tier demigod glanced at the payment notification on his wrist device, his smile growing even more obsequious. Received it. Thank you, my lord. The spring god said indifferently. Act according to our agreement, and you won't be shortchanged. If you win, there's a bonus. In the third-tier zone, he only recently advanced, the man said with full confidence. While I've been at the third tier for quite some time, rest assured, my lord, this duel will be easily won. He's accepted my challenge. With those words, he strode boldly toward the combat zone. The spring god faced the arena with her eyes slightly closed. After a brief silence, cries of shock suddenly erupted. The third-tier demigod who had been so spirited moments before now stumbled out of the divine domain with terror written across his face. Monster! This is absolutely monstrous. The third-tier demigod's face was deathly pale, his chest heaving violently, his eyes filled with the terror of someone who had barely escaped death. Thank goodness I surrendered quickly enough, he gasped, protectively gathering his remaining followers. Otherwise, all my followers would have been completely wiped out. He looked up, gazing across the spectator stands toward the spring god, and suddenly erupted in fury. This is all your fault. You made me challenge this monster. You owe me compensation. Worthless fool, and you still dare demand compensation? The spring god's expression darkened as he scolded harshly. Several days ago, relying on clues provided by a mysterious online contact, he had tracked down the god of mysteries and confirmed that the target was lurking in Jinghai City's underground arena, having recently been promoted to a gladiator in the third-tier zone. To test his opponent, he had specifically hired this third-tier demigod gladiator, hoping to gauge the god of mysteries' true capabilities through a challenge, never expecting such a pathetic performance. However, he's definitely no match for me. At this thought, the spring god's eyes blazed with excitement. During the recent observation, he had felt his own current power for the first time in such a direct way that third-tier gladiator just now wouldn't last even half an hour against him before being completely invaded by divine domain power. By this reasoning, the god of mysteries stood no chance either. Moreover, his divine domain contained the remnant consciousness of a true god, residing within a strand of divine fire, ready to empower him at any moment. Yet in his mind, the image of that gray-white heroic unit wielding its sword in battle kept surfacing uncontrollably. It was precisely this gray-white heroic unit that had stolen away his chance to advance to the fourth tier. Rage burned through his rationality again, making him want to immediately crush the god of mysteries along with that gray heroic unit into fragments. Don't rush. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his impulse. Keep sending gladiators to challenge him, and force out all his trump cards first. As he spoke, a deep voice suddenly echoed from the depths of his divine domain. It would be best to thoroughly understand all his methods. On the other side of the arena, Lin Yan glanced over the fallen opponent and shook his head lightly. This third-tier gladiator is far too weak, he sighed. I hadn't even gotten serious, and he surrendered immediately. Throughout the entire battle, only 096 and a few 0492 instances had actually engaged, while the Plague Doctor and 173 didn't even get a chance to appear before the opponent raised his hands in surrender. Lin Yan frowned. Am I displaying too much strength? At this rate, who will dare challenge me? Maintaining the flame demon form consumed enormous resources, so he needed to accumulate resources quickly, and encouraging more gladiators to challenge him was undoubtedly the most cost-effective approach. With this in mind, Lin Yan turned to leave the underground arena. Just then, the broadcast notification suddenly rang out. You have been challenged. Do you accept the challenge? Another challenger? This one must be skilled. Lin Yan's eyes lit up as he immediately nodded in agreement. However, the battle ended quickly, and he walked off the platform with confusion. The opponent's strength was almost identical to the previous gladiator, yet he had still dared to step into the ring. Has he always been this brave? Before his confusion could fade, a new round of notifications rang in his ears. Time passed minute by minute. This was the 9th match now. Lin Yan's brow furrowed deeply. During this period, he had been continuously challenged with almost no rest. Given the typically cautious nature of underground gladiators, this situation made no sense at all. Logically, after his winning streak, the intervals between challenges should be getting longer, not shorter. Just like in the second-tier arena, after winning only a few consecutive matches, hardly any second-tier gladiators dared to challenge him anymore. But now, having just stepped into the third-tier zone, he couldn't even catch a moment to drink water. 9 underground gladiators came at him one after another in relentless waves, leaving him no room to breathe. Lin Yan surveyed his surroundings, his brow furrowing slightly. 1 or 2 opponents could be explained as coincidence, but 9? Someone was definitely pulling strings behind the scenes. The first suspect that came to mind was the underground arena's owner. But as soon as the thought arose, he dismissed it if it were truly the owner's arrangement. He would never send 9 gladiators of similar mediocre skill levels, practically random picks, to their deaths. This hardly qualified as a test. Below the arena, other demigods finally noticed the anomaly. Holy crap, look at that guy, where did he come from? 9 wins in a row. These demigods challenging him don't have impressive records at all. Wait, God of Mysteries? That name sounds familiar. The top fighter from the 2nd tier zone? He just advanced to 3rd tier not long ago, right? No way. How long has he been registered as a 3rd tier gladiator, and he's already this fierce? I don't buy it. This opponents must be too weak. The crowd buzzed with discussion. Just then, the 10th gladiatorial match for the God of Mysteries Lin Yan began. This time, his opponent was called Ant God, whose presence was noticeably stronger than the previous 9. His followers, the Ant race, were individually weak in combat, but held overwhelming advantages through sheer numbers. Even Lin Yan's signature units, 096, and the Plague Doctor, would need astronomical amounts of time to completely clear the opponent's divine domain. That dense swarm of ants was even more overwhelming than when Lin Yan had used ankle snappers to bully those newcomers. The Ant God sneered condescendingly. Humph. God of Mysteries? Nothing special. Your winning streak ends here. With his command, an endless tide of ants descended like a dark curtain, pouring toward Lin Yan's divine domain. In the blink of an eye, 3 blazing orbs of fire suddenly erupted from Lin Yan's divine domain. The Ant God froze. What's on fire? Immediately after, his pupils contracted. Those weren't ordinary flames, but hero units formed from pure fire elementals. Damn it. This guy never used these 3 hero units in any of his previous domain battles. He growled and urgently ordered his ant forces to retreat. Though vast in number, the ant swarms were most vulnerable to this type of area burning. If engulfed by the flames, they would be reduced to ash in an instant. However, seeing that the heat waves released by the fire elementals didn't seem as terrifying as he'd imagined, he hesitated. These fire elementals don't seem that strong? Perhaps there's still a chance to fight. On the other side, Lin Yan's gaze sharpened. Originally planning to have his flame demons advance at full force, he suddenly held back some of their power, making the battle line advance slowly. In the end, he claimed this domain battle with a narrow victory, after a hard-fought struggle. In the spectator seats, the Spring God's expression was so dark it seemed water could drip from it. If not for the Blood God's restraint, he would have almost rushed onto the stage to challenge Lin Yan. Had he done so, the losses would have been immeasurable. He actually has 3 more hero units. The Spring God's voice trembled, jealous flames nearly burning through his pupils. By this count, his divine domain has a total of 6 hero units. I worked so hard for so long before advancing to 3rd tier and only managed to gather 5. Why should he have more? Despite his eyes burning with jealousy, he still sneered through gritted teeth. Humph. Now that his cards are on the table, he's definitely no match for me, as I am now. Even 10 more hero units wouldn't help him. The Blood God patted his shoulder, his laughter low and cold. 3 fire elemental hero units. Hee hee, we figured out his trump cards. Go ahead and make your move. Inside the underground arena, as the ant demigod crashed to the ground, the spectator stands erupted in chaos. Holy crap, the God of Mysteries actually brought out elemental hero units, and 3 of them at once. Why has he been hiding this the whole time? Those gladiators didn't even force out his real trump cards. Pure elemental hero units, and 3 of them. That's insane. Who would have thought this guy just advanced from 2nd to 3rd tier a few days ago? God of Mysteries. God of Mysteries. The thunderous chants rolled like waves, each one louder than the last. Meanwhile, as the Divine Realm battle concluded, the arena's mechanical and clear notification sounds followed in succession. Congratulations. You have achieved 4 consecutive victories and earned the title 10 Crown King. From now on, challengers must pay 10 times the challenge currency. If your winning streak is broken, the reward will be cancelled. Lin Yan nodded slightly upon hearing this. The current base challenge fee was 100,000 currency points, so 10 times that would be 1 million. Was satisfied with this admission fee. He then examined his spoils of war. Various resources piled up like small mountains, enough to keep his flame demons burning for quite some time. At this moment, the number of flame demons in his divine realm had already exceeded 30, with 10 more added just in this short while. Since each flame demon possessed splitting abilities, their numbers increased even faster, and naturally, the corresponding resource consumption rose accordingly. Just as he was calculating his next move, a system notification suddenly exploded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations! Anomalous Containment Object 038. Tree of All Things has been successfully recruited through sacrifice. As the voice faded, a tall fruit tree rose from the ground beside the altar, with thick branches and abundant fruit. Lin Yan's spirits lifted. This was his money tree for earning currency points. Before he could examine it closely, the underground arena's notification sounded once again. You are being challenged. Do you accept? Lin Yan's eyes flashed. Another one? And a newcomer with 0 battle record? The real player has finally shown themselves. All the previous opponents had been seasoned veteran gladiators, but this newcomer appeared at precisely this moment, clearly connected to the recent anomaly. After weighing his options for a moment, he decisively clicked refuse. The opponent obviously had ulterior motives and had been secretly observing for a long time. There was no need to take such a risk. However, the next second, a private message popped up. Request to add half a strand of divine fire to the challenge conditions. Do you accept? This condition has been verified. Half a strand of divine fire. Lin Yan's breathing instantly quickened. Wealth moves the heart, especially half a strand of divine fire that was almost equivalent to half of anomalous containment object 310, eternal flame. Since the opponent could enter the third-tier demigod zone to challenge, it meant they were also only third-tier. He judged this risk worth taking. Of course, proper preparations had to be made. Lin Yan directly sacrificed and recruited a large quantity of anomalous containment object 500, universal medicine. Then, he commanded the Balrogs within his divine domain to burst into frenzied flames. Only after the number of Balrogs reached 50 did he agree to the challenge. Rumble. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the two divine domains crashed violently together, like two continents colliding and compressing against each other, with fire and lightning exploding at their intersection. In the next moment, a magnificent yet sinister face appeared above Lin Yan's divine domain. God of mysteries. Didn't expect this, did you? We meet again. The voice carried unbridled laughter, echoing thunderously. I told you that someday I would find you and have my revenge. Lin Yan frowned slightly for a moment. He couldn't recall who this intruder was. How dare you forget me? The voice suddenly rose in pitch, anger almost taking physical form. If you hadn't stolen my Blood Clan statue, I would have already advanced to Tier 4. Upon hearing Blood Clan statue, Lin Yan finally remembered this was the spring god he had fought against in the Tier 2 zone. He hadn't expected his opponent to actually pursue him all the way here. God of mysteries. Spring god roared, hatred boiling over. Accept my fury through death. He had originally wanted to savor Lin Yan's panicked expression, but his opponent had actually forgotten him, which undoubtedly intensified his rage. Spring god issued his divine decree. In an instant, his domain gates burst open, and countless followers poured out like a tide. At the forefront were over 10 Tier 3 hero units, Crimson Reapers wielding blood blades high, their wings beating. Behind them followed thousands of Crimson followers, almost exclusively Tier 3. The audience erupted in waves of astonished exclamations. Holy crap! Thousands of Tier 3 Blood Clan. Those are Crimson Reapers? He can mass-produce even those hero units. He's also challenging with 0 battle record? Back then, the God of Mysteries also took off from 0 wins, and now another Spring God appears. Why are so many big shots showing up in the arena lately? Spring God ignored the outside commotion. Divine light flashed in his hand as he directly issued attack orders to the Crimson Reapers and other heroes. Over 10 heroes led thousands of followers, instantly charging toward Lin Yan's frontline ankle snapper army. Almost upon contact, Lin Yan's defensive line composed of ankle snappers was crushed to pieces. As expected, units replicated through the tree of all things simply cannot fight effectively. Lin Yan sighed inwardly. That ankle snapper army was precisely the experimental batch he had quickly replicated through the tree of all things earlier. Their combat power was less than 1/3 of the originals, and their lifespan was under half an hour. The test results were disappointing, but he hadn't recruited the tree of all things for mass production anyway. All right, time for the real assault. Lin Yan whispered. Huh? The God of Mysteries followers were actually routed in one strike. Looks like he's no match for Spring God. I thought the God of Mysteries was fierce enough, but Spring God is even more savage. Watching the shattered ankle snapper corpses, the audience seats boiled like a tide. Ha! God of Mysteries, these are your followers? Routed in one strike. Spring God laughed boisterously. Next, watch me destroy your domain core. His laughter had barely begun when he suddenly choked from within Lin Yan's divine domain. Another batch of even stronger rat followers emerged. Like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Spring God snarled viciously. Die! Whoa! SCP-096 let out a piercing shriek, charging first and instantly tearing a Crimson Reaper to shreds. However, the fragments quickly coalesced into a blood pool, immediately regenerating within the viscous blood waves. The Plague Doctor's scythe flashed, claiming another Blood Clan hero's life, yet was still hindered by the opponent's regenerative abilities. SCP-173 faced the same situation. Every instant kill was negated by blood reconstitution. Many spectators shook their heads and sighed. In single combat, Spring God's hero units were inferior to these terrifying beings of the God of Mysteries, but unfortunately, the numerical advantage was too great, with 9 hero units still available to reinforce other battle lines. Just as both sides reached a stalemate, bright flames suddenly lit up from the depths of Lin Yan's divine domain, like a crimson tsunami rapidly approaching the battlefield. Heh, god of mysteries. So what if you still have those three elemental heroes? Spring God sneered contemptuously. I've already figured out your trump cards, they can't stop my army either. If you're smart, surrender now, and I might let you die quickly. Lin Yan finally spoke, his voice calm. Are you certain? As his words fell, Spring God's smile instantly froze. He had already detected that blazing sea of fire. Over 50 humanoid flames, riding overwhelming waves of fire, were rapidly approaching his position. Over 50 flame demons formed a sea of fire, rapidly sweeping toward the battlefield. Witnessing this scene, the Spring God's previously smug expression instantly froze as he roared in disbelief. Over 50 hero units? How is this possible? Not only was he shocked, but the spectator stands erupted in chaos. What the hell? Am I seeing things? These are all hero units made of flame elements? You've got to be kidding. Is there a psychic demigod here? I must be under some influence. Wasn't this mysterious god still in the second tier zone just a few days ago? He just advanced to third tier and already cultivated this many hero units? How the hell is that reasonable? Holy shit. So in those 10 previous divine realm battles, even the ant god didn't force out his true strength. On the other side of the spectator area, the ant god stared blankly. When their divine realm battle had just ended, he had been frustrated that he was only one step away from defeating the mysterious god and making a name for himself in the arena. Now he finally understood had been played from beginning to end. Inside the divine realm battlefield, the spring god gritted his teeth and snarled viciously. Mysterious god, you're truly devious. You've been hiding your strength all along, luring me into attacking you impatiently. Hearing this shameless accusation, Lin Yan couldn't help but chuckle. It was true that when people reached the peak of speechlessness, they would laugh, and demigods were no exception. If the spring god hadn't been scheming revenge and secretly observing him, how could he have the audacity to turn the tables like this? Too lazy to waste more words, he directly issued his divine decree. Flame demons, attack. Clear out all these blood clan creatures. Boom! The sea of fire roared past, turning everything in its path to ash. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! The spring god raged, his face turning purple with fury. Attack! They just have numbers. They couldn't even burn a few ants to death. You can easily crush them. Use blood tide. Upon receiving the divine decree, the numerous blood clan creatures around the 9 blood clan hero units suddenly exploded, their blood forming 9 thick crimson ribbons in the air that converged toward them, then thunderously surged toward the sea of fire. Oomph. These are blood clan creatures that Lord Blood God helped me cultivate. The spring god revealed a confident smile. Mysterious god, even if you have the advantage in numbers, killing you is still like slaughtering a dog. However, before his smile could fully form, it completely froze. The moment the crimson ribbons touched the sea of fire, they were frantically evaporated by the scorching heat, visibly dissipating rapidly. Within mere breaths, the 9 thick crimson ribbons had completely vanished into nothingness. The spring god was utterly dumbfounded. This was a technique personally taught by the blood god, nearly invincible among demigods of the same tier. He had personally tested it, and it should have crushed everything. But now, it was easily burned away by Lin Yan's flame followers. These flame followers couldn't even burn the ants just now, he suddenly recalled, his heart lurching. That wasn't the true strength of the followers at all. Lin Yan had been scheming against him from the very beginning. The spring god trembled all over. But the next moment, seeing the sea of flames sweeping toward him, his face couldn't help but show terror as he finally realized what he should do. Oh no, Lord Blood God, save me! The spring god cried out in panic. As soon as the words left his mouth, an ancient and hoarse voice exploded from the void. What a useless fool! Just as I expected. Lin Yan narrowed his eyes, his nerves taut as a bowstring. When the spring god had released those blood clan creatures earlier, he had caught a familiar fluctuation identical to the aura from that blood statue. Based on this, Lin Yan deduced that the spring god's sudden surge in power, even being able to produce half a strand of divine fire, must be connected to that fallen blood god. Though the blood god was dead, a remnant of his consciousness remained, seeking resurrection through that statue. He dared to take risks here for another reason. This was an underground arena. If anyone truly dared to use power above the 3rd tier, it would be breaking the rules, and the arena's owner was a peak true god. However, Lin Yan still couldn't determine exactly what the blood god's remnant consciousness was attached to. Remnant consciousness couldn't exist without a host. Even a true god's remnant consciousness had to parasitize on some physical matter. Just then, a ball of blood-red divine fire suddenly ignited from the spring god's chest. Lin Yan's heart jolted, and his gaze became blazing hot. Useless trash, came the blood god's hoarse rebuke from within the divine fire. More trouble than you're worth. It turned out that when Lin Yan had refused the challenge earlier, he had forced the blood god to split the divine fire containing his consciousness in half to lure Lin Yan into battle. But once the divine fire was divided, the fuel his consciousness could depend on immediately decreased sharply, shortening his remaining time. The blood god hadn't been afraid as long as he defeated Lin Yan. He could seize his body, making it all worthwhile. But the spring god had still lost miserably. The blood god turned his gaze to Lin Yan with a sinister smile. Little brat, I must say you do have exceptional talent. In the past, I might have, his words cut off abruptly. According to his expectations, the god of mystery should have been terrified upon seeing divine fire containing consciousness. But the Lin Yan before him not only didn't retreat, but was as excited as a wolf spotting prey. Unease surged in the blood god's heart as he snorted coldly. A mere demigod dares to show disrespect to a true god. Little brat, possessing your body will serve as a lesson. As his words fell, that half-strand of divine fire suddenly began to boil. The spring god's face lit up with joy as he laughed maniacally. You didn't expect this, did you? God of mystery. I'm so lucky to be chosen by a true god. Come to think of it, I should thank you. At that same instant, the Blood Clan creatures that had been fighting fiercely with Lin Yan's familiars, including the Crimson Reaper, exploded one by one. Bang, bang, bang. Flesh burst into mist, thick blood fog rolling and churning. Puff! The spring god's laughter cut off abruptly as he suddenly spat out a mouthful of dark red blood, his face instantly turning deathly pale as he screamed in terror. Lord Blood God, what are you doing? His blood seemed to be pulled by an invisible hand, rapidly merging into the roiling blood fog. The blood god gave no response, simply letting the divine fire continue to burn fiercely. The blood fog spread across the battlefield, quickly flowing into the body of every familiar. As the blood mist invaded, the Ankle Stalker Army, SCP-0492 units, and even SCP-096 and SCP-049 the Plague Doctor all froze simultaneously. After a brief moment of paralysis, these anomalous entities that should have been charging toward Lin Yan suddenly turned around in unison, as if pulled by invisible strings, and swarmed toward the sea of flames at the edge of Lin Yan's divine domain. The blazing inferno sustained by 50 flame demons was instantly overwhelmed by the dense mass of figures. In the spectator stands, all the demigods were stunned speechless. They couldn't hear the blood god's whispered commands, only witnessing purpler divine fire gathering at the spring god's chest the next moment. All of the spring god's followers exploded violently, their flesh and blood transforming into rolling blood mist. Even more shocking was that the spring god himself suffered backlash, blood gushing uncontrollably from his mouth and nose as his aura plummeted instantly. The blood mist churned like a living thing, drilling into the bodies of the god of mystery's followers, causing the entire legion that had been standing in formation to turn around in perfect unison and charge toward their own master god. Hiss! A wave of sharp gasps erupted from the stands. This is the spring god's trump card. He can directly control enemy demigod followers? That's ruthless. Hurt the enemy 1,000, lose 1,200 yourself. But against the god of mysteries, this move works. In all my years at this underground arena, I've never seen such an exciting demigod battle. At the center of the divine battlefield, Lin Yan frowned deeply. He could clearly sense that the anomalous entity's faith in him remained at the devotee level, completely unchanged. Yet their bodies were entirely out of control. Even SCP-096 and SCP-049 were no exception. The cause was obvious: the blood mist that had infiltrated earlier. That substance seemed like an invisible hand that could only manipulate flesh and blood, but couldn't touch the flame demons formed from pure divine fire. I have to admit, anyone who can step into the realm of true gods is a formidable opponent, Lin Yan thought grimly. Even though this blood god had only a wisp of consciousness left, attached to half a strand of divine fire, he could still manipulate most demigods. Unfortunately for him, Lin Yan was no ordinary demigod. Flame demons, prepare, he commanded quietly. From deep within the sea of flames, the blood god's hoarse, laughing voice drifted out. Little one, you do have some ability, but you underestimate true gods too much. Those who become gods, which one wasn't the most brilliant among demigods? Even with only my remnant consciousness, you're just a third-tier demigod who can't possibly stop me. You shouldn't have coveted that half-strand of divine fire. Lin Yan listened with cold indifference. Unfortunately, you no longer have a chance to regret it. As the blood god's voice fell, the army of contained entities suddenly accelerated, charging toward the core of Lin Yan's divine domain like an overwhelming tide. 50 flame demons roared simultaneously, and the hellish sea of flames suddenly surged upward, forming a wall of fire as thin as cicada wings, yet capable of burning souls. Blood and fire collided head and within just a few breaths. The firewall was torn open with a massive gap, and more followers continued pouring through. Utterly laughable, the blood god sneered coldly. With so many followers, how many can your little flames possibly stop? Prepare to be defeated by your own followers. However, after saying this, he vaguely sensed something was wrong. After passing through the sea of flames, The retainer armies that had clearly been invaded by the blood mist broke free from the blood god's control at a visibly rapid pace. Impossible! A hoarse and terrified roar echoed from deep within the half-strand of divine fire. In life, his most prized ability was manipulating enemy demigods. Retainer 7 true gods found it difficult to break free, yet now a mere demigod had shattered it in an instant. He could not accept this. Lin Yan showed no surprise the universal cure could even reverse zombie viruses, so what was mere blood mist control? Before the divine realm battle began, he had already given each anomalous containment object a universal cure pill to swallow immediately if controlled. Just now, some retainers had their throats completely sealed by the blood mist and could only rely on the flame demon's high temperature to melt the pills and let them seep into their bodies. As the medicine spread, control instantly returned. The retainer army turned their blades and surged back like a raging tide. Plague! The plague doctor raised his surgical saw and let out an angry roar. You damned plagues, all of you die. The spring god had no time to react. Within moments, Lin Yan shattered his divine realm core with a single punch, scattering his divine fire, and this already severely wounded demigod fell on the spot. The audience fell silent at first, all demigods and gladiators replaying the reversal in their minds, then erupted in thunderous cheers. Weren't the mysterious gods' retainers controlled? How did they regain their mobility? No one could provide an answer, but shock and fervor swept through the entire underground arena. The previously dejected ant god seized the opportunity to puff out his chest and boast proudly. I am the ant god, not particularly strong, but I lasted half an hour against the mysterious god before losing a bit longer than the spring god managed. Meanwhile, Lin Yan collected the remaining half-strand of divine fire and turned to leave. The blood god now existed as merely a fragment of consciousness dwelling within, while the divine fire itself possessed no offensive power. Previously, it was only the spring god's desire for greater strength and his susceptibility to the blood god's temptation that allowed the deity to plant his schemes within. Returning consciousness to his own divine realm, Lin Yan eagerly retrieved the two portions of divine fire. One strand appeared normal golden red, while the other emanated an eerie blood-red glow due to harboring the blood god's remnant consciousness. I never expected you to possess such strength. I truly misjudged you. The blood god's voice emerged from the blood-colored divine fire, weak yet urgent. Let's make a deal. Help me reconstruct my divine body, and I'll give you an entire strand of divine fire. Keep me alive, and I can personally guide you with a true god's instruction. Before he could finish, he suddenly sensed something amiss. The altar's ghostly light began to rise. Wait, what are you doing? Mysterious god, we can negotiate. Lin Yan remained expressionless as he cast both strands of divine fire into the altar, the blood god's terrified cries dissolving into shattered spiritual light. Foolish. Kill you, and the divine fire is mine anyway. The moment that divine flame touched the altar, the system's voice immediately rang out. Sacrifice successful. Please select your recruitment target. Anomalous containment object 310, Eternal Flame. Lin Yan didn't hesitate for a second and confirmed his choice immediately. Selection successful. Estimated recruitment completion time, 9 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. With the information confirmed, he nodded slightly and turned his attention to another anomalous containment object 038, Tree of Possibilities, quickly weighing his options. The previous battle with the Spring God's domain had proven that using the Tree of Possibilities for mass production was completely ineffective. The life forms that grew from the tree had virtually no combat capability and could only serve as window dressing. With this in mind, Lin Yan suddenly had a flash of inspiration. If life forms wouldn't work, then he should try non-living entities. He directed his gaze toward the motionless 173 nearby. Strictly speaking, 173 was just a sculpture that had never contributed even a trace of faith power to him. Although there were rumors that it originated from some supreme divinity, that was completely irrelevant now. With his plan decided, Lin Yan immediately ordered the experiment. 173 obeyed and pressed against the bark of the Tree of Possibilities. The next moment, thick branches trembled, and a plaster statue silently formed, nearly identical in shape to 173. Only much smaller, it looked like a miniature 173 figurine. Could this actually work? Lin Yan's heart leaped, but his excitement lasted only a few brief moments. The statue stopped growing once it reached palm size and showed no further changes. He removed the miniaturized 173 and issued a divine command for one of his human followers to observe it for a moment before closing their eyes. To the naked eye, the statue remained perfectly still, but through Lin Yan's spiritual vision, it indeed behaved like the original 173, attempting to snap the target's neck once eye contact was broken. However, its speed was ridiculously slow, taking several years just to lift one arm, like a stone snail. It seems non-living entities aren't reliable either. Lin Yan shook his head but wasn't discouraged. He hadn't chosen 038 for combat purposes anyway. Taking a deep breath, He retrieved anomalous containment object 500, Panacea, and let the pill touch the bark. Instantly, another crystalline pill formed among the verdant canopy, identical in appearance to the original. With this successful example, Lin Yan repeated the process multiple times, accumulating over a dozen Panacea replicas in no time. At this rate, the tree of possibilities could replicate tens of thousands of Panacea pills daily, essentially giving him an infinite medicine production machine, without consuming precious spring water. However, the documentation indicated that replicas produced by the tree of possibilities would have significantly reduced effectiveness. To verify this, he used 0492 as a test subject and soon reached his conclusion. The Panacea cloned through the tree of possibilities retained only about 30 of the original's potency. Lin Yan looked at the universal medicine in his hand with extreme disappointment. Moreover, if the damage is permanent, the replica cannot eliminate it either. He had originally thought there would only be minor differences from the genuine product, but he never expected such a vast gap. Even so, the therapeutic effect of this single replica still far surpassed a drop of life spring water, which was already remarkable. However, for Lin Yan's current situation, this effect was negligible, though he clearly understood that not everyone was as demanding as himself. With this thought, he immediately ordered his followers to begin round-the-clock replication, then headed alone to the Tranquil Sea trading post, walking straight into the Arrogant Commerce Guild's shop. Little brother Lin Yan. In the shop, Chu Ping looked up to see Lin Yan, his face lighting up with delight. If you need any resources, just give me a heads up and I'll deliver them directly to you. Why make the trip yourself? Lin Yan shook his head. I'm not here to buy, but to sell. As his words fell, Chu Ping wanted to speak, but hesitated. While he acknowledged Lin Yan's talent, the young man had just advanced to a third-tier divine domain core. What decent goods could he possibly have? The Arrogant Commerce Guild didn't deal in junk. On second thought, since he still had reimbursement quota available, he might as well continue the investment. So he forced a smile. Oh, you already have resources to sell so soon? Let me have a look. Lin Yan retrieved a pre-prepared bottle of universal medicine replicas from his storage space. 100 crimson pills neatly arranged in a transparent container. What is this? Chu Ping frowned slightly. Healing medication, Lin Yan replied calmly. It can instantly repair most injuries to third-tier units. A prominent figure commissioned me to sell these. The first batch isn't large, and I thought of you first, President Chu. Upon hearing prominent figure, Chu Ping's expression immediately became serious, staring at the bottle of pills in disbelief. Third-tier units weren't particularly strong in the realm of gods, but most demigods were precisely at the third tier, and their followers often numbered in the thousands or tens of thousands, resulting in massive casualties. Materials that could rapidly heal followers had always been the most universal and sought-after commodities. May I test one? Chu Ping asked. Lin Yan nodded. Of course. Chu Ping picked up a red pill, entered his divine domain, and selected a dying follower to feed it to. In the blink of an eye, the follower's damaged flesh rapidly healed, pulling back from death's edge. Though not completely recovered, the follower had regained several points of combat effectiveness. After confirming there were no side effects, Chu Ping exited his divine domain, unable to hide his ecstasy. It really can instantly restore followers' injuries, and with no side effects. The effect already surpasses most recovery potions on the market by more than a notch. He lowered his voice, urgently inquiring, Little brother Lin Yan, how many of these potions does that prominent figure actually have? Lin Yan pondered for a moment. He only gave me 10,000 pills for the first batch, wanting to test the market price first. Chu Ping nodded. A well-established third-tier demigod often had followers numbering over 10,000, so 10,000 pills wouldn't even be enough for one round of treatment. If he knew Lin Yan could produce 10,000 pills in a single day, he definitely wouldn't be so composed. After quick calculations, Chu Ping made his assessment. By my estimation, each of these potions could sell for at least 10,000 currency points, and likely even higher. Lin Yan's face remained calm as still water, but his heart was already racing. One pill worth 10,000 currency points. With a daily production of 10,000 pills, he understood all too well what this meant. Just then, Chu Ping added another comment. However, I don't recommend you sell them directly. Listing them in the shop would indeed clear them out quickly. Chu Ping waved his hand with a smile, but that won't maximize the profits. My suggestion is for you, young brother Lin Yan, to put them directly in our guild's auction. Trust me, the selling price will be much higher than listing them in a regular shop. Hearing this, Lin Yan was slightly stunned. To be honest, when Chu Ping mentioned earlier that universal medicine replicas could sell for 10,000 currency points each, he was already quite surprised. After all, no matter how good those items were, they were still one-time consumables. 10,000 pieces for 1 billion currency points was already an unimaginably high price tag. Now the auction could fetch even more? Without much hesitation, he nodded. Then I'll trouble President Chu. Chu Ping laughed heartily. No need to be so polite. I should be the one thanking young brother Lin Yan for bringing me such a big surprise. He suddenly remembered something and asked half-jokingly. By the way, About my previous suggestion of you becoming my son-in-law. How's your consideration going? Lin Yan quickly waved his hands. Another time. Let's talk about it another time. Soon, under Chu Ping's guidance, the two passed through the teleportation channel and stepped into the Arrogant Commerce Guild's exclusive auction house. This place was also located in an independent divine realm, forming a stark contrast with the dark and bloody underground arena. While that place was filled with rust and killing intent, here was saturated with money and luxury. Dazzling crystal chandeliers hung high. Tiered crystal seats extended toward the center. Bidding paddles were arranged in neat rows, and attendants stood straight-backed, as if every step was taken on gold. I want this item. I bid 100,000 currency points. Wait, did I give you permission to speak? 1 million currency points. The demigods and true gods present casually raised their hands, calling out strings of numbers effortlessly. Those massive amounts of currency points that gladiators might risk their lives to win were merely ordinary bid increases here. Almost all the wealthiest powerhouses in Jinghai City had arrived. Lin Yan silently mused. Even among demigods, some were wealthy magnates while others were penniless. Truly, the drought-stricken die of thirst, while the flood-stricken drown. Lost in thought, he suddenly froze. Among the lights, a familiar graceful figure caught his eye. Lu Xian. She's actually here too. Immediately after, he spotted another figure, Li Hao. Lin Yan's expression instantly became peculiar. Li Hao's divine realm core had clearly been destroyed by him, yet he could still appear at the auction. Just then, the beautiful hostess at the center of the auction platform smiled radiantly and announced crisply, "The next auction item is a first-tier divine realm stabilizer. As the name suggests, it can stabilize divine realms. It might prove effective during high-risk operations. Of course, if someone's divine realm core is shattered, they could barely maintain it from collapsing with this device." Lin Yan followed his gaze and finally understood why Li Hao had come. However, he shook his head inwardly. Though this item was rare, it was somewhat impractical. It could only prevent divine realm collapse, but couldn't generate faith power, let alone enable normal advancement. Rather than spending a fortune on a first-tier stabilizer, it would be better to serve under a demigod or true god as a subordinate deity. The divine realm stabilizer has a starting price of 5 million currency points, with minimum increments of 1 million. As the hostess finished speaking, before the gavel could fall, Li Hao had already raised his paddle vigorously, shouting loudly, "I bid 5 million. His eyes looking at the divine realm stabilizer were filled with excitement. After all, he was the second young master of the Li family. Even if his divine domain remained first tier forever, it was still better than becoming a vassal god to some other demigod. The auction hall was brightly lit, with a faint aroma of spices lingering in the air. Li Hao sat in the center of the third row. After raising his hand to call out the starting price, he glanced around from the corner of his eye whether it was the well-dressed representatives of financial conglomerates or the indifferent cultivators from various sects. They merely exchanged glances with each other, and no one raised their paddles. His heart relaxed, and his fingertips unconsciously tapped the armrest. However, his relief lasted only half a breath before rage suddenly surged in his chest. Lin Yan, if that waste hadn't resisted back then, how would he have ended up in such humiliation? At this thought, bloodshot veins appeared in Li Hao's eyes. "Once I recover, I will kill you, Lin Yan. I bid 10 million. A cold yet penetrating female voice echoed throughout the venue, like a bucket of cold water poured over his head. "Who?" Li Hao whipped his head around, his gaze colliding directly with Lu Xian not far away. She wore a lake blue gown, arms lightly crossed, expression indifferent. "Lu Xian, what do you want with this divine domain stabilizer? Is it necessary to compete with me?" Li Hao lowered his voice, speaking through gritted teeth. After his divine domain core was destroyed, he had lost all affection for Lu Xian and was even filled with resentment. "None of your damn business." Lu Xian's lips curved slightly. "I'm buying it to take home as a toy. Is that not allowed? 20 million. As soon as she finished speaking, she casually raised her number paddle again. Even the tycoons sitting in the VIP section gasped. A first-tier divine domain stabilizer had instantly doubled in price? Was this woman insane? "You." Li Hao's temple veins bulged. "I bid 21 million. He knew his funds were tight, but no matter how tight, he had to grit his teeth and raise the bid. Uffed. Lu Xian chuckled softly. "You have the nerve to add just 1 million? I bid 30 million. Li Hao's eyes turned red. 31 million. 40 million. Lu Xian remained unhurried. The air seemed suddenly sucked out, and the entire hall fell silent except for the auctioneer's excited breathing. Li Hao remained silent for a full 3 breaths, his fists clenched until his knuckles turned white, finally going all in. "I bid 50 million. As the number was called out, the entire venue erupted in commotion. An item with a starting price of 5 million had been driven up to 10 times its value. "Fine, you win." Lu Xian put down her paddle, smiling mysteriously. Li Hao was first stunned. Then his face, turned to Shen, finally realized he had been played. He had overpaid by 45 million, and most of it was liquid funds he had just borrowed from various sources. Then Lu Xian leisurely delivered the final blow. Young Master Li is indeed wealthy and generous. TSK, spending 50 million on a first-tier divine domain stabilizer. How generous. Uffed. Li Hao felt a tightness in his chest, could no longer suppress his rage, spat out a mouthful of blood, and fainted on the spot. Truly worthy of being the second young master of the Li family. Someone snickered quietly, but no one around dared to help him up. Lin Yan in the audience was also stunned, had never noticed before that Lu Xian was exactly like Lu Li in childhood, both equally cunning. Just then, the auctioneer on the central platform beamed at the audience and continued, "Ladies and gentlemen, our Jiaohing auction house has just received a new treasure that I'm certain will capture your interest." She gestured, and a maid in an embroidered dress stepped forward carrying a jade tray. On it lay a thumb-sized, dark red pill with a shimmering surface. "This is a healing medicine designed to restore injuries for third-tier units," the auctioneer announced in a crisp voice, her smile perfectly measured. Below, many demigods exchanged glances with furrowed brows. While healing medicines were certainly valuable, they hardly seemed worthy of the auction's main event. "Please, don't be hasty," she soothed, rotating the jade tray so everyone could clearly see the pill's intricate patterns. Once consumed, this medicine can pull a dying third-tier unit back from death's door and even restore some combat capability immediately. For those merely severely wounded, it can return them to peak condition in no time. As her words settled, the hall erupted in astonished murmurs. A medicine that could revive dying third-tier fighters and instantly heal severely wounded units. This was far beyond any ordinary healing potion. Imagine a divine realm war where both sides were exhausted, and one party produced such a medicine the tide could turn in an instant. For a vivid demonstration, she immediately summoned a blood-covered third-tier follower. The follower's chest was caved in, breathing was labored, and his gaze was unfocused. The maid fed him the pill. In the blink of an eye, his collapsed ribcage rose, flesh writhed and regenerated, and the follower straightened up as his war halberd hummed with renewed power. Witnessing this firsthand, everyone's breathing grew heavy. "Professional," Lin Yan muttered to himself, noting how the auctioneer's every move precisely manipulated the bidder's emotions. This medicine costs 10,000 currency points per pill, sold in lots of 1,000 pills each, with 10 lots total. Minimum bid increment is 1 million currency points, the auctioneer announced, tapping her small hammer as her gaze swept across the assembled demigods. "I bid 10 million currency points." The first bid rang out almost before the hammer's echo faded. 11 million. Bids flew back and forth, and within moments, the first lot of universal medicine replicas had been pushed to 16 million. From the corner of his eye, Lin Yan noticed Lu Xian watching with burning intensity, though her expression showed hesitation. Lu Xian wants to buy too? He was puzzled. She was only second tier, so why would she pay such an astronomical price for third-tier healing medicine? Even with the Lu family's wealth, this seemed wasteful. Before he could finish the thought, Li Hao gritted his teeth. "I bid 20 million. Lin Yan's eyes lit up. This good classmate was truly generous, helping drive up prices even after Lin Yan had destroyed his divine realm core. 30 million. Lu Xian finally raised her paddle leisurely. Li Hao shot to his feet and roared. "Lu Xian, must you oppose me at every turn?" Lu Xian sneered. "I'm not stopping you from bidding. If young Master Li wishes, please feel free to try." Li Hao's face cycled through shades of green and white. Then suddenly his lips curved upward as he declared loudly. "Lu Xian, if you're so capable, keep bidding against me. Don't think this young master is afraid of you." 40 million currency points. After delivering his final word, he stared at Lu Xian provocatively. Lu Xian's voice remained calm but carried a hint of mockery. "Very well, since young Master Li wants it so badly, I won't compete with you." Li Hao's smile instantly froze. Wait, this isn't how the script was supposed to go? Shouldn't Lu Xian continue bidding against him and then get trapped by his scheme? Cold sweat broke out on Li Hao's forehead as he forced his hoarse voice to shout. Lu Xian, you're backing down after all. Is this what the Lu family is about?" So before he could finish, his voice was already trembling uncontrollably. Having just thrown out over 50 million currency points to secure a first-tier domain stabilizer, and now seeing the bid soar to 40 million again, how could he maintain any confidence? The Li family would never cover such a massive loss for him. If he actually won this bid, he probably wouldn't even get the chance to kneel in the ancestral hall when he returned home. The only response he received was Lu Xian's contemptuous cold laugh. "Congratulations to VIP room number 2 for successfully winning this auction item." The beautiful auctioneer on the platform was so excited her face flushed red. With just 2 items selling for over 90 million, she was practically ready to write "God of Wealth" on the door of VIP room number 2. Through the crystal partition, Lin Yan gave a thumbs up toward Lu Xian's direction. This woman was ruthless. With just a few words, she had made Li Hao obediently fork over 90 million. The difference of over 30 million went straight into Lin Yan's pocket. The subsequent auctions weren't as dramatic as the first batch. The highest price never reached 40 million again, but each batch still sold for over 20 million. Starting from the seventh batch, the bidding heated up again with prices climbing higher and higher. Eventually, all 10,000 Universal Medicine replicas were sold out, with a total transaction amount of approximately 250 million. Li Hao's batch had the highest unit price. After deducting the Arrogant Commerce Guild's 10 commission, Lin Yan netted over 230 million. He couldn't help but draw a sharp breath, silently praising Chairman Chu for not exaggerating. Auctions were indeed far more profitable than direct sales. Over 200 million was enough for a small demigod family to accumulate over several years, yet he had earned it in just one day. Of course, Lin Yan understood that this pricing was just the auction phase bonus, and it would soon drop back to the range Chairman Chu had predicted. What was slightly disappointing was that nearly 100 million of the 250 million actually came from Lu Xian. Where did she get so much money? No matter how wealthy the Lu family is, a branch member shouldn't be able to throw out 100 million at once, right? Her allowance used to be probably less than mine. Lin Yan muttered to himself. Even stranger was what she planned to do with so many recovery potions. With these doubts in mind, he shook his head and turned to leave the auction room. Haha, brother Lin Yan, are you satisfied with these results? Outside the door, Chu Ping was already waiting with a smile, so wide his eyes crinkled into folds. Having expected a long-term investment before seeing returns, he never anticipated such a profitable first auction. His address for Lin Yan had shifted from senior to brother, though his tone remained respectful. Brother Lin Yan, is that important person satisfied with the prices? If we can continue cooperating on the next batch of potions, Lin Yan was about to respond but paused and changed his words. Chairman Chu, I'm only responsible for relaying messages. As for the rest, he rubbed his thumb and index finger together lightly. Chu Ping understood immediately and laughed heartily. Don't worry, we absolutely won't shortchange brother Lin Yan. That evening, Lin Yan completed the handover of all 10,000 replicas, and the account notification immediately chimed 240 million. He had saved another 10 million in the fee process, and his mood couldn't have been better. However, just at that moment, he received a message from Lu Xian. Lu Xian, what does this guy want now? Sending me another message. Lin Yan's eyelid twitched as he hesitated for a moment before opening the communication. A virtual light screen flickered to life, revealing Lu Xian's composed face. Lin Yan, her voice remained cool as always. Uncle Lu asked me to deliver a batch of potions to you that can rapidly heal third-tier familiars. As soon as she finished speaking, a system notification echoed through the Divine Realm package delivered. 30 crystal bottles instantly appeared neatly arranged before Lin Yan, each filled with bright red pills, totaling 3,000 pieces. Lu Xian continued her report. These potions? My uncle spent a fortune to acquire them. They could give you a crucial advantage at the right moment, so don't waste them. Lin Yan looked at her forced composure and couldn't help but chuckle. If he hadn't been at the auction himself, he might have actually believed this story. Who would have thought that the universal healing potion replicas Lu Xian had purchased were meant for him? Why was she suddenly being so kind to him, yet insisting it was her uncle's idea? He smiled with interest and said, Oh, so this is Uncle Lu's thoughtfulness? Here I thought you were giving them to me personally. Nonsense. Lin Yan, you're talking rubbish. Lu Xian's maintained composure completely crumbled as her face instantly flushed red to her ears. Do you think I'm as blind as my cousin and would fall for you? Lin Yan rolled his eyes. You're way too confident. I'm not interested in you either. Delusional guy. Having grown up together, the two were natural at bickering. Lu Li was significantly stronger than both of them, so Lin Yan didn't dare provoke her. But Lu Xian was about on par with him, leading to constant verbal sparring. After their argument, Lu Xian suddenly became serious. By the way, don't contact me for a while. Just as Lin Yan was about to speak, he saw her expression turn grave. I've received a true god's inheritance and need to go to the corresponding divine realm for trials. Uncle knows about it. I'm leaving now. Goodbye. Before he could respond, the communication abruptly cut off. Lin Yan stood there stunned. At the Lu residence. Ugh. Lu Xian crouched on the sofa, tugging at her hair in frustration. She had wanted to give him something so he'd remember her kindness. So why did they end up arguing again? Thinking of Lin Yan's earlier teasing, her earlobes reddened once more. Having grown up with Lin Yan, she was most aware of her own subtle feelings for him. But Lin Yan had long been engaged to her cousin Lu Li, so she could only suppress these thoughts, though she often couldn't control herself and would encourage Lin Yan to break off the engagement. That's why she felt so guilty the day Lu Li came home. Over the years, she had told herself, Lin Yan wasn't worthy of her cousin. His talent was merely comparable to her own. His first heroic unit was just a corpse warrior. However, ever since Lin Yan defeated Li Hao and was allowed by the principal to skip directly to senior year, gradually revealing his astonishing talent, she understood. Barring any surprises, she would never have another chance. Now Lin Yan and her cousin were truly a perfect match in every possible way. Her talent was in a completely different league from Lu Li and Lin Yan. which immediately filled her with panic. Lu Xing gritted her teeth fiercely, a stubborn gleam flashing in her eyes as she lowered her voice. Humph. Once I obtain the true god's inheritance, the first thing I'll do is come back and smash your damn head, you bastard Lin Yan. Meanwhile, true god's inheritance. Lin Yan frowned, worry rising in his heart. The so-called true god's inheritance required entering ruins with a true god's artifact and passing countless trials to inherit power, an extremely perilous endeavor. The shadow of the blood god incident still lingered, adding to his current concerns. Though he and Lu Xian constantly bickered, he had long considered her like a little sister. Fortunately, Uncle Lu was himself a true god, and since he had agreed to let Lu Xian go, he must have made thorough preparations. This also explained how Lu Xian could afford to spend so many currency points at the auction. His gaze returned to the 3,000 universal medicine replicas he had somehow bought back, leaving Lin Yan both amused and exasperated. He casually put them away and refocused his attention on the divine realm. The eternal flame flickered quietly, and the sacrificial recruitment process was nearing completion. Thinking about the imminent finish, Lin Yan felt a surge of excitement. Just then, Chu Ping's message appeared. Little brother Lin Yan, several wealthy families just tried to inquire about your information. Following protocol, I gave them a virtual account. Don't worry, even true gods can't trace the real identity behind the account. Information streams flickered and changed before his eyes. Lin Yan was momentarily stunned. This proud merchant guild was certainly direct, apparently very confident in the prices they offered. At the same time, at the Li family estate in Jinghai City. Ah! Screams echoed through the luxurious hall. Li Hao was covered in wounds, rolling on the ground while clutching his head, his eyes filled with terror. Brother! Brother! Stop hitting me, I know I was wrong. It's all Lu Xian's fault. She deliberately drove up the prices, that's why I spent several times more currency points. You still have the nerve to say that. Li Cheng kicked him over with one foot, roaring angrily. The incident where you provoked Lin Yan and got your divine realm destroyed already has the family elders dissatisfied, and now you've made such a fool of yourself. The currency points are secondary. VE completely humiliated us. How many elders are eyeing father's position, and you keep handing them ammunition? How did father end up with such an idiot for a son? After his angry outburst, he took a deep breath and forcibly suppressed his rage. Bring me those potions. Li Hao scrambled on hands and knees to present the 1,000 universal medicine replicas. Li Cheng immediately took samples for testing, and moments later his breathing quickened, his eyes burning with intensity. Quick! Give me the contact information for that recovery potion supplier. If we can cooperate with him, your mistakes will be forgiven, you might even earn merit. This could be the Li family's opportunity to absorb the Lu family. Hearing the words, earn merit, Li Hao immediately beamed with joy. Inside the divine realm, Lin Yan received a new private message from the virtual account. Sir, our Li family requests cooperation with you. Rest assured, I can absolutely represent the Li family in selling your potions. You can set any reasonable price, and I won't haggle at all. Thinking of the Li Hao and Li Cheng brothers' character, Lin Yan sneered coldly and replied, no need. Your Li family's young master is too domineering. I can't afford to provoke him. Li family hall. Li Cheng was carefully choosing his words, preparing to send a second message. Sir, you can inquire anywhere. Our Li family is absolutely a top-tier wealthy family in Jinghai City, not comparable to those nouveau riche. Cooperating with us would definitely be. He had just drafted the message when he saw the other party's reply. His finger froze and his brow furrowed. That's not right. Could I have offended this person? He tried hard to recall, but aside from Lin Yan, he really couldn't think of any other enemies. Suddenly inspiration struck. The Li family's young master wasn't just him alone. He whipped his head around. At that moment, Li Hao was grimacing as he used the wall to stand up, wearing a smug expression of seeking credit. Brother, how's the situation? I've made a great contribution, right? Hee. I deliberately bought those potions at high prices. You have to promise me that after we absorb the Lu family, I want to make that bitch Lu Xian. Li Cheng's face instantly darkened at a visibly alarming rate. Fools, he roared, his voice echoing between the pillars of the Li family's great hall, followed by a chorus of agonizing screams as servants collapsed to their knees, the very air seeming to freeze solid. Inside the divine realm, Lin Yan remained completely unaware of the suffering his single remark had brought upon Li Hao. At this moment, he stared excitedly at the continuously burning candle before him. Anomalous containment object 310, eternal flame. He whispered the designation, his eyes gleaming with fervor. According to Foundation archives, this item wasn't particularly difficult to contain, but once it broke free, its danger level rivaled top-tier projects. Anyone touched by 310 faced almost certain death, a trait that was practically game-breaking. A wicked thought crept into his mind. 3102 would only extinguish after consuming all available fuel, so what would happen if 3102 came into contact with 096, who was currently pacing nearby, appearing deceptively harmless? Lin Yan instinctively rubbed his forehead. How did I become just like Dr. Bright? Soon enough, he got his answer. Whoop! A piercing shriek tore through the divine realm as 096 head became engulfed in inextinguishable flames, like wearing a burning crown. The fire seared flesh for mere seconds before 096's remarkable regenerative abilities healed the wounds. This cycle repeated, endlessly, unable to burn completely, unable to be extinguished. After struggling for quite some time and confirming there was no solution, 096 simply accepted reality and continued its silent pacing. Well, I guess that counts as evolution. Lin Yan's expression turned peculiar. He had to admit that without anyone triggering its gaze effect, 096 was remarkably adaptable. Shaking his head, he turned his attention to another corner of the divine realm. There, flames soared skyward, and upon closer inspection, one could see the sea of fire was composed of dozens of humanoid flame figures. Fire demons, Lin Yan murmured to himself, raising his hand and spending a whopping 100 million currency points to directly exchange for 100 premium forest resource cards. Time ticked by. Within the blazing inferno, the number of fire demons quickly climbed to 100. Rolling waves of heat washed over him, making Lin Yan's breathing labored. Over 100 fire demons. His fingertips trembled with excitement. This was equivalent to 100 third-tier hero units. Looking across all of senior year, this combat power was enough to crush a large portion of his classmates. In this world, high schools conducted regular assessments, and those who failed were immediately relegated to civilian status. When he had initially chosen undead warriors as his hero units, everyone assumed he'd be expelled from school. Those who remained in senior year were all geniuses, their divine realm combat capabilities far exceeding the brutes in civilian arenas. However, even with these trump cards, breaking into Imperial Capital University in the upcoming college entrance examination would still be insufficient. Lin Yan's gaze burned with intensity. If he followed a normal high school senior's timeline, getting into Imperial Capital University would be a sure thing with just one more year until the college entrance exam. But Lin Yan couldn't wait. That Longha had to get into the nation's top university as soon as possible, the sooner the better. At this thought, his eyes flickered slightly as he murmured to himself, I need to become stronger. His communication wristband vibrated gently, and a new message popped up from Chu Qianqian. Lin Yan, where are you right now? Come to school quickly. Lin Yan was startled. Senior, isn't there no classes today? Just free practice. Theoretically, yes. Chu Qianqian's voice came through the earpiece with a hint of urgency. But we just received notice that the exchange meeting between Jinghai's 3 high schools has been moved up, so our school's preliminary selection has been moved up too. You know the teachers won't pass up this opportunity. As soon as the selection ends, classes start immediately for everyone. The exchange meeting has been moved up? Lin Yan frowned. He had only heard about this exchange meeting from previous year's rumors before the college entrance exam. Jinghai's 3 major high schools would select seed contestants from their senior students for a grand exchange competition. It served 2 purposes, strengthening relationships between the 3 schools and boosting morale for all seniors, similar to a 100-day pledge rally. Just over 10 minutes later, Lin Yan appeared on campus. The area in front of the senior teaching building was packed with people, nearly everyone present. Jinghai Third High had always had many sophomores, but only about 50 made it all the way to senior year. Even the weakest senior could be called a little genius in the outside world. At that moment, the senior division was conducting multiple divine realm battles. Students who had signed up were being eliminated round by round, all to select the strongest few to represent Jinghai Third High in the upcoming exchange competition. With constantly updating elimination notifications, the top 3 of the senior class were gradually emerging. Junior Lin Yan, you're here? Chu Qianqian hurried over to greet him. Lin Yan looked toward the projection screen not far away, where hundreds of students were watching an intense divine realm battle, with flames, lightning, and frost raging across the battlefield. He pointed at the scene. Senior Chu, this divine realm battle seems different from the previous ones. After all, it's for the exchange competition, Chu Qianqian explained. The school doesn't want casualties, but they need to maintain spectacle without allowing the all-out fighting like in your sophomore final exams. South exchange competition can only field hero units. Hero unit restriction? Lin Yan's eyes suddenly lit up. If it were a full-scale battle with all followers, he might not necessarily overpower these seniors with their deep foundations. But when it came to comparing heroes alone, his flame demon wouldn't back down from anyone. Seeing his expression change, Chu Qianqian smiled. Interested? Want to give it a try? Lin Yan shook his head, scanning the crowd. I'd rather use this time to gather more resources for my flame demon's development. But then he suddenly frowned. Senior Chu, why isn't Li Cheng here? Li Cheng, widely recognized as this year's top senior. Though they weren't friends, Lin Yan had to acknowledge his formidable strength. Li Cheng went to participate in Imperial Capital University's preparatory class selection. Chu Qianqian shrugged. Based on the timeline, he should already be at Imperial Capital University by now. Imperial Capital University preparatory class selection? Lin Yan caught the key phrase, his ears perking up immediately. It's normal you don't know. Chu Qianqian realized. You just became a senior. Each high school in Jinghai has one slot to recommend a student for Imperial Capital University's preparatory class selection. As long as they pass the test, they can enter Imperial Capital University's preparatory class early. Enter Imperial Capital University early? Lin Yan's heart suddenly raced. Senior, are there any other ways to participate in the preparatory class selection? Our school's recommendation slot has already been given to Li Cheng. Chu Qianqian shook her head helplessly, then after a moment's thought added, however, if you could win first place in this three-school exchange competition. Before she could finish, the young man standing before her already had blazing eyes, his voice bursting out almost simultaneously with hers. Teacher, I want to sign up. Upon hearing Lin Yan's words, the surrounding senior students were momentarily stunned, then began buzzing with excitement in small groups. Holy crap, isn't that Lin Yan? That sophomore underclassman wants to participate too? Ha ha ha, the kid's really confident. Looks like that invasion of the broken dimension really went to his head. Maybe ordinary students really wouldn't be a match for him. But it's a shame the top three have already been selected. Among these whispered discussions, there wasn't much malicious mockery. The teacher in charge of registration was also taken aback and said, Student Lin Yan? But the top three representatives for our school have already been chosen. If you want to register, you'll have to challenge these three students in Divine Realm combat. That's fine, teacher. Without any hesitation, Lin Yan immediately responded. All right then, I'll ask for you. The registration teacher said helplessly, but it depends on whether those three students agree to compete with you. I doubt any of them will. Well, student Lin Yan, get ready. Student Su Feng has accepted your challenge. Lin Yan was immediately delighted. However, at that moment, Chu Qianqian's voice came through the Divine Realm interface. Lin Yan, don't agree to Su Feng's challenge. He usually hangs around with Li Cheng, and I'm afraid he'll play dirty tricks on you. Li Cheng again. Lin Yan sighed helplessly. He'd had too many indirect encounters with the Li family brothers these past few days, but he still had to accept this challenge. Soon, Lin Yan saw the selected third-place senior student. He was a bespectacled male student who looked quite scholarly and refined. Underclassman Lin Yan, I've heard so much about you. Su Feng adjusted his glasses and smiled. I'm really looking forward to learning from you in the upcoming hero battle. At this point, the supervising teacher spoke up. If both students are ready, the hero battle can begin. Remember the rules stop when appropriate, and don't be stubborn if your hero units are clearly outmatched. Don't worry, teacher, I'll do my best to hold back. Su Feng showed a benevolent smile, then looked at Lin Yan. But underclassman Lin Yan, hero battles are intense. If I can't deliver my divine commands to hold back in time, don't blame your senior. This guy's a wolf in sheep's clothing, Lin Yan thought to himself, while showing an equally kind smile on his face. Of course, senior. I was just about to say the same thing. Su Feng's expression immediately darkened. Boom. With a thunderous crash, the two divine realms collided violently. Damn it. Within his divine realm, Su Feng immediately roared in fury. How dare he act tough in front of me? What gives him the right? But the next moment, he instantly calmed down and smiled sinisterly. Too bad this is just a hero battle, and I can't destroy your divine realm. But killing all your hero units will still count as revenge for Brotherly. Everyone attack. In the next instant, over 50 hero unit followers poured out from his divine realm. 30 of them were mechanical life forms emanating metallic luster, his core fighting force. Seeing this scene, the crowd of senior students immediately erupted in shock. No way, has Su Feng lost his mind? Against Lin Yan, just an underclassman, he's actually deploying all his hero units? Does he really want to hurt underclassman Lin Yan? I don't remember Lin Yan ever offending him. What if he just wants to test Lin Yan's true potential? Bullshit, I don't even believe that myself. In the crowd, Zhou Li, another of Li Cheng's lackeys, had eyes gleaming with excitement as he laughed and argued. Ha! Does this kid Lin Yan really deserve Brother Feng's full effort? I bet I could handle him easily myself. He brought this on himself by messing with Brother Li Cheng. In the senior viewing area, a tall student rolled his eyes, his voice dripping with disdain. Someone immediately shot back. Zhou Li, you're a senior after all. Do you really need to be Li Cheng's lapdog like this? I remember you still owe Junior Lin Yan calling him daddy, don't you? Zhou Li's face flushed bright red, his mouth twitching, but he was momentarily speechless. On the other side, Chu Qianqian clenched her fingers, her heart pounding. This is bad. Just as I thought, Su Feng wants to use this opportunity to seriously injure Junior Lin Yan. She quickly scanned both sides' data. Lin Yan's hero units barely reached single digits, while Su Feng had over 50, nearly a tenfold difference. Even if Lin Yan's few hero units were exceptionally strong, there was no way he could win against such overwhelming numbers. The Divine Realm duel officially begins. A light screen appeared at the center of the arena, showing Su Feng's face in the Divine Void, wearing a faint smile. Junior Lin Yan, out of respect for you, I'm going all out. You'd better show proper respect to your senior too. Don't disappoint me, and whatever you do, Don't surrender too early, I'd lose all respect for you. Lin Yan responded with a gentle smile. Sure thing, senior. Idiot. Su Feng cursed inwardly, completely dismissing the response. But the next second, his pupils contracted sharply in Lin Yan's divine realm. Blazing flames spread like a raging sea of fire as over 100 flame demons stepped forward, each one a pure, elemental hero unit. The watching seniors erupted. Holy crap, that many pure elemental hero units. That's got to be over 100. Using hero units like regular troops? This has to be cheating. Game over. Now Su Feng's the one getting crushed. Chu Qianqian was stunned too. During the last invasion of the Broken Plane, Lin Yan had only deployed 3 flame elemental hero units. She'd always assumed Lin Yan's hero followers numbered in the single digits. Now over 100 appeared? Had Junior Lin Yan not used his full strength last time either? But he was just a sophomore who'd recently opened his divine realm. An even more terrifying possibility flashed through her mind. Were these all recently cultivated? That would be even more frightening than her previous assumptions. On the arena, Su Feng was completely dumbfounded. What kind of joke is this? How could he possibly have cultivated over 100 hero units? This scene completely shattered his plan to crush through sheer numbers. Senior Su Feng, I'm starting my attack now. Lin Yan's voice reached his ears, still polite and courteous. Don't hold back on me. Su Feng's expression changed drastically. Just as he was about to issue divine commands, the sea of fire came roaring forward, instantly surrounding his hero army. Screams, roars, and flames intertwined as steel was seared into molten red liquid. In mere moments, his hero army suffered massive losses, with mechanical life forms almost entirely melted into metallic slag. Only a few survivors remained, swaying precariously in the flames. I surrender. Su Feng shouted in terror. The light screen flickered, the 2 divine realms separated, and the hero units retreated to their respective domains. Back in his own divine realm, Su Feng's face was dark as he ground his teeth and growled. Lin Yan, I will never let you get away with this. You better not give me any opportunities. Glancing at his hero units still burning with flames, he felt a chill of fear and began issuing divine commands to extinguish the fire. Lin Yan, once I recover, I'll definitely. Before he could finish, he realized in shock that the flames were completely beyond his control. His face was suddenly filled with terror. Damn it! Damn it! Why won't this flame go out? Su Feng's face was filled with terror as he shouted himself hoarse. He immediately issued a divine decree, summoning several of his followers to come to his aid. But the moment they approached, the eerie flames clung to them like maggots to bone, instantly spreading through the air to attach themselves to their bodies. In the blink of an eye, several screams rang out in succession. His followers were likewise consumed by the blazing fire. The flames coiled, hissed, and burned, rendering even their divine protective barriers useless. Su Feng fell into complete despair, helplessly watching as he lost several more hero units. Only after they had been burned to ash did the flames finally die down. Meanwhile, the training ground of the senior year department fell dead silent, with everyone's gaze fixed squarely on Lin Yan. No one could have imagined that this underclassman, who had only recently established his divine domain, had actually cultivated over 100 hero units. Well then, the roster for representing our school in the exchange matches against First High and Second High is now confirmed. The registration teacher forcibly suppressed his shock and continued the announcement, though he couldn't help but glance at Lin Yan with a complex tone. Time is tight for seniors, so go to class first and wait for the exchange match notification. Underclassman Lin Yan, you keep shattering my understanding time and again. Chu Qianqian held her clipboard, her eyes filled with mixed emotions. She remembered how Lin Yan's invasion of that broken plane had nearly overwhelmed her defenses, and now, just as she turned around, he had delivered yet another stunning blow. She muttered under her breath, "Good thing I have a strong mentality. Let's go." Chu Qianqian let out a gentle sigh and led Lin Yan deeper into the academic building. Since classes started early today, the True World Invasion curriculum officially begins. The corridor was brightly lit as the two walked side by side. Chu Qianqian explained as they went. True worlds have extremely complete rules and are populated by countless subsidiary gods. Even true gods wouldn't dare to interfere with them alone, let alone us demigods. So the focus of the curriculum isn't brute force invasion, but spreading faith, converting the life forms of that world into your followers. She pushed open a spacious classroom and continued. Worlds with complete rules are extremely wary of foreign forces. At most, we can send divine avatars for observation, with no limit on the number of followers. But the more you send, the greater the chance of being discovered by the world's will. Once exposed, your followers are almost certainly doomed. Her expression grew serious at this point. Additionally, complete worlds also contain individuals favored by the world's will hero units. If you can develop them into followers, your grades will naturally be higher. Chu Qianqian paused. Hero units are more receptive to faith than ordinary beings, but whether you encounter them depends on luck. During her explanation, they had reached the center of the classroom. Neatly arranged mechanical pods occupied half the room, their silver-gray hulls reflecting cold light. Chu Qianqian pointed to one of them. The coordinate point our school has established in that world is located in a port city on the central continent Twin City, named for its upper and lower districts standing side by side. That's roughly the situation. Underclassman Lin Yan, prepare yourself, we'll begin the divine avatar transmission shortly. Lin Yan nodded without saying much, immediately closing his eyes and sinking his consciousness into his divine domain to begin allocating resources. The fewer followers sent, the better? Lost in thought, he raised his head. Lin Yan couldn't help but look toward his own divine domain. First, the flame demon was definitely out of the question. Even if just one of these anomalous containment objects were dispatched, it would probably multiply into countless numbers in that intact world. 096 and 173 won't work either. Lin Yan quickly weighed his options mentally. While these two anomalous containment objects were indeed formidable, they were virtually useless when it came to spreading faith and converting followers. This left only the plague doctor on the candidate list. Lin Yan stroked his chin, recalling Chu Qianqian's analysis from earlier, and finally saw his own shortcomings clearly. While the plague doctor was much more effective at infiltration and infection than the others, its efficiency was still lacking. Wait, there's also this thing. The thought flashed through his mind like lightning. Lin Yan suddenly turned his head toward another corner of the divine realm. There lay a pool of semi-solidified silver metallic liquid, the remains left behind after the flame demon had incinerated Su Feng's mechanical life form, still emanating the mixed scent of burnt metal and engine oil. He gestured with his hand, suspending the liquid pool above the altar's center. Dark red patterns seeped from the black stone altar as it devoured the remains, and the system's cold prompt exploded in his mind. Sacrifice successful. Please select your recruitment target. Instantly, 3 translucent panels unfolded in sequence. 1. Anomalous Containment Object 803, Predatory Umbrella. Description: Anomalous Containment Object 8031 consists of an unknown number of autonomous mechanical entities resembling small umbrellas. The inner surface of the umbrella is embedded with dense medical instruments. Its carrier, Anomalous Containment Object 8032, is nearly identical to 8031 in appearance and function, primarily responsible for transport and cluster deployment. Upon detecting living animal targets, individuals immediately open their umbrellas to perform surgery, occasionally conducting vivisection and releasing more 8031 units when necessary. Lin Yan finished reading the information and shook his head slightly. While the predatory umbrella had wide coverage, he didn't lack pure area effect killing power. 2. Anomalous Containment Object 068, Wire Figure. Description: Anomalous Containment Object 068 is formed by bending wire made of unknown material. When electrical current is applied, it awakens and autonomously seeks metallic materials. It tears a strand of wire from target metals to create new 068 individuals. Old and new entities work together to forge more replicas from remaining materials. When the number of replicas reaches the upper limit of 102, or when no similar entities remain nearby, each figure converges to attempt forming the largest possible humanoid shape, then cycles through the above steps. Its characteristics were similar to the flame demon, but the endless division lacked sufficient combat power. Lin Yan barely paused before skipping over it. 3. Anomalous Containment Object 217, Mechanization Virus. The moment the panel appeared, before the cold data had fully loaded, Lin Yan's gaze was completely captivated. At the same time, Chu Qianqian's voice carried over from the distance, seeming both like a reminder and confirmation of his choice. Oh right, Lin Yan. After our divine avatars enter that world, their appearance and information will be altered. The native life forms their call us extraterrestrial evil gods. Anomalous Containment Object 217, Mechanization Virus. Description: Anomalous Containment Object 217 is a virus one that remains incurable by any known means and possesses 100 infectivity. Its vitality is extraordinarily resilient, capable of surviving in the air for years after leaving its host. Yet the infection process is unusually slow. The virus can infect all creatures in the animal kingdom, spreading through skin contact or bodily fluid exchange, and quietly alters the biochemical properties of the infected during the incubation period, reassembling organic tissue into organic metal. Eventually, infected individuals gradually transform into complex, mechanical entities composed of gears, springs, and metal frameworks that replace their original biological functions. Lin Yan stared at this data, his breathing involuntarily catching as he murmured in a low voice, "There's actually a mechanization virus?" In the world of Divine Realm War, this virus was essentially useless due to its lengthy activation time. By the time it truly erupted, the core competition would have long been settled. However, if deployed in other worlds as a seed for cultivating followers, it would be tremendously valuable. The prolonged incubation period would facilitate large-scale spread, and by the time people noticed, it would likely be everywhere. Moreover, By collecting several complementary anomalous containment objects, one could replicate the mechanical god plan that once destroyed an entire world. He thought of how the broken god cult had once relied on Virus 217 combined with several anomalous containment objects to create a false god that nearly destroyed an entire plane, and couldn't help but whisper, of course, that goal is too distant. For now, let's get our hands on the virus first. With his decision made, Lin Yan immediately confirmed on the recruitment panel. Anomalous Containment Object 217 recruitment successful. Estimated completion time, 59 minutes and 59 seconds. As soon as the notification ended, Chu Qianqian's voice came from next door. By the way, Junior Lin Yan, our divine avatars will tamper with their own information and will be viewed as extraplanar evil gods by the natives in the target world. Lin Yan temporarily withdrew his consciousness from the divine realm and turned to see Chu Qianqian already lying in the mechanical pod, beginning to split off her divine avatar with her consciousness synchronizing into another world. Since the process was clear, he didn't hesitate to lie down in the adjacent mechanical pod. Please split off your divine avatar. Coordinates for the Vahong continent are being guided for you. Warning, you are currently in stealth mode, appearing identical to the natives. However, once you deploy followers, your identity will be exposed. Exercise caution in densely populated areas. If confirmed by large numbers of natives, you may face annihilation by the world's will. These warnings were almost identical to Chu Qianqian's earlier explanations. Lin Yan followed the instructions to split off his divine avatar, and immediately his vision blurred as his consciousness descended upon a prosperous city atop a cliff. Here, towering buildings rose in layers, with platforms extending outward from the cliff like nested structures embracing the sky. Overhead, countless airships arranged in orderly flight paths slowly entered floating ports carrying rare cargo. After strict security checks, rows of steam-powered transport machines conveyed cargo containers into the city. On the stone streets, crowds surged, and every native appeared magnificently dressed. Each indigenous inhabitant in the city wore what looked like extremely luxurious attire. Patrol squads armed to the teeth with partially modified bodies passed by from time to time. Hot exhaust fumes stirred up dust along the streets, while the crisp sounds of metal prosthetics striking the ground echoed continuously. Lin Yan stood in the shadows, his gaze following the formations as they moved past among them. A female native had both arms and legs replaced with gleaming blades, leading her patrol unit as they swept past Lin Yan and headed straight down toward the cliffs to search. So this must be the upper city district that Senior Chu mentioned, he murmured to himself. The curiosity of stepping into a complete world for the first time made him unable to resist examining his surroundings closely. Elevated tracks shuttled through the air, massive holographic advertisements covered the sky, and the air was filled with a mixture of disinfectant and motor oil. Meanwhile, at the school, in the principal's office, Suli was buried in a mountain of paperwork. The registration teacher knocked and entered, respectfully placing a document on the corner of the desk. Principal, this is the list of 3 students selected from our school to compete against First High and Second High in the Divine Realm battle. Please review it. By the way, Principal, this time, I'm very busy right now. Whatever it is can wait. Just leave the list there, Suli said without even looking up. After handling official business for quite a while longer, he finally closed the last file, rubbed his temples, and muttered, "Those 2 old fellows saw Li Cheng advance to the preparatory class early and rushed to organize this exchange competition. Too bad that kid Lin Yan hasn't matured yet. If he were also a senior, wouldn't first place be mine for sure?" With that, he casually picked up the list. Let's see who we have. Li Wenrui, Luo Yi, Lin Yan. About right, 50-50 odds. Lin Yan. The next second, his pupils contracted sharply as he exclaimed in a low voice. Wait, what? Lin Yan. At the same time, congratulations. Anomalous Containment Object 217, Mechanization Virus successfully recruited. As the familiar system voice faded, Lin Yan's consciousness immediately sank into his divine realm. A bronze gear-like anomalous object floated in the void, its edges slowly rotating. This was the mechanization virus itself. The mechanization virus cannot be delayed by any means, but the panacea can heal all injuries. Lin Yan pondered for a moment, then called over in 0492 test subject and let the virus invade its body. Although 217's infection process wasn't particularly rapid, he immediately caught the subtle changes as metallic patterns appeared on 0492's skin. Next, he had 0492 swallow an anomalous containment object, 500 panacea. Brilliant holy radiance flashed, but it couldn't shake the spreading virus. The gear-like patterns continued to spread through the muscle fibers. Well, the mechanization virus wins this round. Lin Yan shook his head and redirected his consciousness back to his divine avatar. At this moment, he had already walked through most of this upper city district. Unfortunately, complete worlds couldn't directly mark hero units like Broken Dimensions. Kuda had to rely on his own deduction. This upper city alone conservatively had a population of over 10 million, and as a port, it had millions of transit people daily. Trying to precisely locate hero units was like finding a needle in a haystack. From experience, the more economically prosperous a district, the less likely it was to produce heroes' comfortable lives provided insufficient trials. True heroes mostly grew from adversity. Let's check out the lower city. Lin Yan withdrew his gaze. The twin cities had extreme wealth disparity, and even newcomers could navigate by instinct. Just follow the direction where buildings became increasingly dilapidated and streets grew narrower, and you wouldn't go wrong. Soon, he found a passage to the lower city, a outlet of the upper city's massive drainage system. Below his feet lay a dark city that occasionally flickered with faint light. The waste resources from upper city consumption flowed down through waterways, becoming the lifeline for lower city residents. Even sunlight was exclusive to the upper city, with only brief periods when rays would filter through pipe gaps. Just as Lin Yan was about to leap down, he suddenly looked up, his gaze fixing on a corner in the distance. I think I found a suitable target. In the lower district of the Twin Cities, raindrops fell with a steady patter. The cold, narrow alley was carved into mottled patches of light and shadow by dim yellow streetlights, while sewage mixed with rainwater formed thin streams that trickled through broken brick cracks toward the drains. Wei Tuo staggered in the curtain of rain, his face paler than the peeling plaster on the corner walls. Shijie, tell me why? He looked up, his bloodshot eyes fixed intently on his former friend standing before him. You knew perfectly well that was my work. I needed to survive. Cough. Violent coughing tore through his chest as fresh blood sprayed onto the wet ground, quickly washed away by the rain into a shocking pool of dark red. Yet Wei Tuo seemed oblivious to the pain, still propping himself up, refusing to fall. Under his umbrella, Shijie stood tall and straight, his light golden hair dampened by the misty rain, yet still neat. Water slid down the umbrella's edge in fine streams, like a curtain separating him from the outside world. He lowered his head, his cold gaze falling on Wei Tuo through the rain. Wei Tuo's mind flashed back to the past. Born into the lower district's poverty, he had been chosen as an assistant by the upper city's authority, Dr. Dinge, due to his exceptional talent for invention. Despite being mocked for his humble origins, only Shijie, a fellow genius from upper city nobility, had extended a helping hand, and the two became close friends. A few years ago, when his heart developed a fatal defect, he had devoted all his energy to researching an artificial heart, just to cling to life. Just as a breakthrough seemed imminent, Shijie had suddenly vetoed the project and withdrawn all research funding. Sorry, Wei Tuo. Shijie's voice carried clearly despite the umbrella's barrier, sharp as a blade. Your design has too many flaws. I'll improve it and officially announce it on election day. As a friend, I hope you'll live to see that day. With that, he turned and walked away, his leather shoes making brief splashing sounds in the puddles. In the shadows at the alley's mouth, Lin Yan crouched behind a broken billboard, his eyes bright with excitement like a hunting cat. Classic hero template, he whispered to himself. Genius from the sticks, betrayed by his brother. Now all he needs is some mystical mentor to appear. He continued watching in secret. The sound of rain drowned out the street. Watching Shijie's figure fade into the distance, a murderous gleam flared in Wei Tuo's eyes. His knuckles turned white as he gripped a dagger, its cold light flashing in the rainy night. One quick charge would end the traitor's life. But he didn't move. The memory of his early days in the upper city pierced his mind like an arrow when he was cornered and humiliated. Shijie had stood up for him. His hand holding the knife trembled slightly, then finally dropped. Puffed. Another mouthful of blood surged up as he collapsed heavily onto the cold, wet ground. After a brief silence, he suddenly began to laugh softly, the sound hoarse and strange. Brother. Haha. This is what brotherhood means. Rainwater mixed with blood flowed through his fingers as Wei Tuo laughed and murmured. Human nature. Human nature. Indeed, human nature is the greatest obstacle to progress. A rational voice in his mind reminded him if he had acted just now and framed the lower district gangs, no one would have suspected him. As one of Dr. Dinge's only 2 disciples, he could have continued his research and prolonged his life. But emotion had triumphed over reason. He leaned weakly against the wall, breathing rapidly, yet his eyes burned with an almost mad light. Emotion, whether good or evil, clouds judgment and is the greatest hindrance to progress. The cold rain separated him from the world as he declared in a low voice to the darkness, and perhaps to himself. Only by completely eliminating human emotion and replacing it with absolutely rational machinery can true evolution be achieved. Unfortunately, he only realized this if he had enough time. He was confident he could have completed the evolution, but reality was merciless. His artificial heart had barely taken shape, yet his life was already nearing its end. At this thought, Wei Tuo sighed helplessly once more, slowly closing his eyes and quietly waiting for death to arrive. Just as silence spread, a low murmur suddenly whispered in his ear. Do you regret it? Do you want to complete true evolution? The voice was cold and hoarse. Wei Dawa's eyes snapped open as he desperately searched for the source. Who's there? From a dim corner, a blurred figure stepped out of the shadows, faint words accompanying each footfall. Flesh is weak. Only machinery and gears endure forever. These words struck Wei Dawa's heart like a heavy hammer that was exactly the creed he most longed to proclaim. He opened his mouth to speak, but the next moment his pupils contracted sharply upon seeing the newcomer clearly, his entire body trembling involuntarily. Just as Senior Chu said, once I release my followers, both my appearance and information will change. Lin Yan frowned slightly. As his words fell, a bronze gear suddenly materialized in his palm, its teeth interlocking as it rotated slowly but steadily. The moment the gear appeared, Wei Dawa's gaze was instantly locked onto it. His earlier fear was consumed by fervor, and he nearly collapsed to his knees. This? Wei Dawa's throat bobbed, his eyes burning like fire. That gear seemed to encompass all worldly phenomena in his vision, with every natural law manifesting through its rotation. Machinery gears. He murmured repeatedly, unable to control himself as he reached out to touch it. Lin Yan had prepared a whole speech of temptation, but now he was startled by the other's initiative. No guidance was needed at all, as Wei Dawa eagerly approached on his own. The lower the resistance to the mechanization virus, the faster the infection, but this guy seems to think even the virus is too slow? Lin Yan marveled inwardly. The instant his fingertip touched the bronze gear, Wei Dawa let out a blood-curdling scream. Ah! Cold sweat beaded and rolled down as he writhed on the ground. Yet his face showed pain mixed with excitement, without any resistance. As the virus invaded, he immediately sensed the subtle transformation within his body. Most obvious was his heart. That weak, failing organ of flesh began beating vigorously again, as if tiny gears were roaring inside it, injecting constant power into his life. This is the evolution I wanted. Flesh is weak, machinery ascends. Wei Dawa's voice was hoarse, yet he trembled with excitement. The pain gradually faded as he knelt on one knee, murmuring softly, I shall be the first devotee. He then looked up at Lin Yan, fear still present but overwhelmed by fanatical faith. At that same moment, a system notification rang out in Lin Yan's divine realm. Congratulations. You have successfully converted a native hero unit into your follower. Their current faith level toward you is ordinary believer. So it really is a hero unit? That was surprisingly fast. Lin Yan's heart leaped with excitement, joy instantly spreading across his features. In that earlier gamble, he had placed all his hopes on Vito. His background, experiences, and temperament all perfectly matched the template of a hero unit. Even if he had been wrong, it wouldn't have mattered much. The terrifying infectiousness of the mechanization virus, combined with the constant flow of people through Twin Cities' two major ports day and night, would have ensured that as long as Vito survived, the virus would spread and continuously convert living units into his followers. Now the results proved he had won his bet. As for Vito's loyalty, he wasn't worried about that at all. Once the mechanization virus completely corrupted Vito, that fanatical faith would naturally surge to saint-level devotion. He looked down at Vito and lowered his voice. Go. Follow the guidance of steel and gears, and lead this world into glorious evolution. Glorious evolution? Vito unconsciously repeated in a whisper. When he looked up again, Lin Yan's figure had already vanished without a trace. He clenched his fists, his eyes flashing with burning light as he murmured to himself. Yes, this is evolution. This is true evolution. In the realm of gods, at Jinghai Third High School, screams suddenly erupted. Ah! A senior student bolted upright, his face deathly pale as he stumbled out of his divine realm pod. Chu Qianqian briefly explained. His divine avatar was discovered by that complete world. Then she turned to Lin Yan with a nervous expression. By the way, Junior Lin Yan, how did your mission go just now? Lin Yan thought for a moment and replied calmly. 1 unit. Ordinary believer. Chu Qianqian visibly relaxed and smiled reassuringly. That's already quite good. Converting an ordinary believer in such a short time is impressive. I only just converted 2 ordinary believers myself. Lin Yan simply nodded. He had already noticed that Senior Chu had been quite shaken by his previous performance. Out of kindness, he didn't mention that his follower was actually a hero unit. The two continued chatting as more students emerged from their divine realm pods with pale faces. Just then, Lin Yan's divine realm suddenly chimed with 3 consecutive system notifications. Congratulations. You have successfully converted a native unit into your follower. Congratulations. You have successfully converted a native unit into your follower. Congratulations. You have successfully converted a native unit into your follower. The rapid succession of alerts left Lin Yan stunned. What was happening? Without hesitation, he lay back down in the divine realm pod. Chu Qianqian took a deep breath, watching Lin Yan's retreating figure and gritting her teeth. It's bad enough that he's a genius, but he's also so hard-working. How are other demigods supposed to survive? Unable to sit still any longer, she also dove into her own pod. Meanwhile, in Twin Cities' lower district. Soon, everything will change. Vito raised high a mechanical staff assembled from steel and gears, his voice hoarse yet passionate. Machinery. Only steel and gears can bring us salvation. Look at yourselves, flesh and blood bodies weak as ants. Will you continue this pitiful existence, or will you join me in unleashing the tide of evolution? A circle of raggedly dressed lower-class residents had gathered at his feet. Someone in the crowd hesitated, but the upper city people are so powerful. Fear nothing. The mechanized patterns on Vito's left arm gleamed with cold light as he reached out and grasped the throat of a nearby upper city guard, crushing it with a gentle squeeze. Bones shattered, blood splattered, and the corpse crumpled to the ground. Once you two embrace evolution's embrace, these weak flesh and blood bodies will be utterly helpless before steel and gears. As long as you're willing, you can become a member of our Gear Orthodox Church, and you too shall gain this power. Join the glorious evolution. From the platform, Wei Tuo raised his arms and shouted. The sweltering, polluted plaza of the lower city instantly erupted, as crowds of ragged civilians looked up and cheered. Their passionate roars mixed with echoes from the tin rooftops, creating a rolling wave of gear-like sound. Countless people swore allegiance on the spot, eagerly kneeling at Wei Tuo's feet, desperate to embrace the mechanical sect. At the same time, a crisp notification rang out in Lin Yan's divine realm. Ding! New followers have been successfully converted. No wonder my teacher said that establishing a religion is the fastest way to improve follower efficiency. Lin Yan thought silently from the shadows. He hadn't expected Wei Tuo to be not just a genius engineer, but also a natural-born preacher. In just a few short days, using an iron plate as an emblem and a few slogans as scripture, Wei Tuo had cobbled together the framework of a religion, already converting over 100 followers for Lin Yan, with numbers still skyrocketing. The lower city was already filled with despair, lacking food, medicine, and air filter cartridges. For them, the mechanization virus seemed like a lifeline instead. Although the initial converts were ordinary people with weak combat power, once the virus infected their flesh and bone, merging blood with gears, their strength would rise accordingly, with immeasurable future potential. Another notification sounded. Ding! Hero Unit Wei Tuo's faith level has increased to Deep Believer. 3 days later. Great True God. Ultimate Evolution. Wei Tuo knelt on one knee, his resonant mechanical voice drilling into Lin Yan's mind through their mental link. Please allow your most humble servant to offer his faith and gratitude for your guidance. Immediately, a second notification followed. Ding! Hero Unit Wei Tuo's faith level has advanced to Devout Believer. Lin Yan looked up, carefully examining his hero. Half of Wei Tuo's face had cracked into dark golden metal, with tiny gears embedded in the exposed flesh. His originally dark brown pupils had been completely replaced by 2 camera lenses gleaming with cold light. Even more terrifying was that in just a few days, those infected by the mechanization virus had exceeded 10,000, while the outer members of the Gear Orthodox Church had reached tens of thousands, still being converted in batches. The Gear Orthodox Church had now become the largest force in the lower city, and if truly assembled into an army, it might be enough to shake the rule of the upper city. Complex emotions surged in Lin Yan's heart: joy, shock, and a trace of indescribable unease. Just then, a new call appeared on the Divine Realm communication channel. Lin Yan, how's the situation on your end? Chu Qianqian's image projected in the air, her brow furrowed tightly. You must be extra careful lately, and keep your followers out of sight as much as possible. Especially the lower city, it's extremely dangerous right now. Don't go there. Senior Chu, what happened? Lin Yan lowered his voice. The lower city of Twin Cities was his current main base of operations. He couldn't afford any mishaps. There's been a major incident in the city. Chu Qianqian said urgently. A sect called the Gear Orthodox Church has suddenly risen to power. Many classmates' followers sent to the lower city have been pulled into that sect, directly betraying their original faith. Lin Yan's previously suspended heart sank slightly. Was he himself the source of danger? He glanced at Wei Tuo, who was busy preaching, and that ever-expanding sea of gears, then replied sincerely. All right, Senior Chu, I'll be careful. Student Lin Yan, don't let your guard down. Chu Qianqian remained serious. The Gear Orthodox Church is definitely not simple. There's likely a huge conspiracy behind it. Even followers of demigod-level powerhouses can be converted by it. Lin Yan was about to explain further when his mind suddenly shook. Wei Tuo's calling voice echoed in his mind. Supreme Evolution, our greatest obstacle, Heiko, the godfather of the lower city gangs, seeks to negotiate with us. Hearing this voice, Lin Yan raised an eyebrow, immediately intrigued. The lower city had always been a place where hidden talents lurked, concealing many heroic units. Heiko, who could integrate scattered forces into the largest gang, was clearly likely to be a hero-level existence himself. His divine avatar instantly traversed numerous districts, directly infiltrating the Twin Cities. Lin Yan followed in the footsteps of several Gear Orthodox believers, passing through dark and cramped alleyways, finally arriving at a conference room deep in the lower city. The conference room was missing an entire metal panel from its ceiling, and the extremely scarce sunlight poured down through the gap, more precious than the cold artificial lights, illuminating every speck of dust and rust particles in the room with crystal clarity. In the main seat, Vito sat quietly. With just one glance, Lin Yan discovered that his opponent had completely transformed. No flesh was visible anywhere on his body, replaced entirely by precision metal and rotating gears. At the same time, his panel data was significantly updated. Hero unit, Vito. Hero rank, Tier 2. Hero quality, A grade. Mechanical construction level continuously increasing. Gender, none. Faith level, devout believer. This mechanization virus is spreading way too fast, Lin Yan muttered under his breath, though he clearly understood that without Vito's active acceptance, such a thorough transformation would never have been possible. Just as he finished speaking, a gaunt old man walked in from outside the gang godfather Heiko. Vito spoke first, his voice hoarse and mechanical. I'm pleased that you've finally become wise. Abandon that disgusting flesh and embrace evolution's embrace. Only gears represent true power. The prophet of the gear sect. Heiko shook his head, his tone calm, yet impatient. I don't have time to listen to your sermons. I'm here today to discuss cooperation. Cooperation? Vito paused. Yes, cooperation. Heiko nodded, his eyes gleaming with shrewd light. My gang alliance with your gear orthodox could control the entire lower city. Then even those upper city folks would have to watch our every move. As long as we cooperate, you name the terms. It's better than mutual destruction while the upper city reaps the benefits. He stared directly at Vito, his expression confident, certain that his opponent had no reason to refuse. However, the only response he received was a suppressed, mechanical chuckle from the metal throat. Flesh creatures are forever short-sighted. Vito's gaze carried pity. Heiko, I thought you might be an exception, but it turns out you're just the same. Put aside your narrow vision. Lower city? Upper city? Neither is my target. He stood up, gears clicking and whirring within his body. My goal is to make the entire world embrace glorious evolution. Flesh, this weak product, should have been abandoned long ago. Heiko's previously impassive face finally twitched, and he cried out in panic. Madman, you're absolutely insane. After saying this, he rose to leave, only to discover that two believers covered entirely in gears had silently blocked his path behind him. Prophet, what is the meaning of this? Heiko turned to question him. Is the gear orthodox ready to break ties with our gang now? Ignorance. Vito's voice was cold and hard, devoid of any emotion. Starting today, the evolutionary frenzy will launch its first phase, and the lower city will be the first city to embrace evolution. Upon hearing this, Heiko's face changed dramatically as he tried to contact his trusted allies, only to discover he couldn't reach any of them. Prophet, you will absolutely regret what you've done today, he roared in fury, his gaze burning like fire as it locked onto Vito. If I weren't worried about those upper city folks taking advantage, do you really think I wouldn't dare kill you? As his words fell, his originally gaunt frame suddenly swelled, muscles bulging section by section, his bloodshot eyes turning crimson red. Steel-like sinews coiled beneath his wrinkles, creating a powerful visual impact. In that instant, Lin Yan's panel displayed Heiko's complete information. Hero unit, Heiko. Hero tier, 3rd tier. Hero quality, A. Gender male. As expected, a hero unit. Lin Yan felt delighted. Roar. Heiko bellowed furiously and lunged toward Vito. Inferior construct. Vito said coldly, extending his staff forward. Click a gear shot out, adhering to Heiko's cheek. Then chain gears spawned, meshed, and rotated, instantly forming a binding cage. However, the next second, metal shattered. Heiko's rage exploded as he tore through the mechanical shackles and charged again. Vito is only 2nd tier after all. Lin Yan shook his head and immediately released 096. Suddenly, Heiko sharply turned his gaze, looking past Vito to stare directly at Lin Yan, roaring as he charged forward. Woo! A piercing wail erupted behind him as 096 pounced out like a phantom, colliding with Heiko. Fist shadows and shrieks intertwined as the two monsters rolled and fought. Moments later, the violence in Heiko's eyes turned to fear, his form rapidly shrinking back into a hunched old man. Lin Yan immediately ordered 096 to stop. Outer God. Haha, it's actually an outer god. Heiko staggered as he pointed at Lin Yan, bursting into maniacal laughter. Who would have thought that the largest sect in the lower city would be the lackey of an outer god? Lin Yan frowned. Heiko harbored such deep hatred toward him. If you want to live, surrender, he said calmly. You outer gods took the lives of my wife and daughter, and you still want me to surrender? Bah! Heiko spat bloody saliva, glaring with fury. Even if I die, I will never submit to you. As his words ended, his life force instantly extinguished. Lin Yan shook his head helplessly and collected Heiko's corpse into his divine domain. With such hatred, it would be impossible to cultivate him as a follower. Even with the mechanization virus, his full resistance would take years to overcome. Keeping him alive would only expose secrets and draw the attention of the world's will. World invasion was inherently cruel and merciless. The person was useless, but the corpse could still be utilized. With a thought, Lin Yan's consciousness entered his divine domain and threw Heiko's body onto the altar. Almost simultaneously, the system's voice rang out. Ding. Sacrifice complete. Please select your recruitment target. Accompanied by the mechanical prompt, 3 translucent screens silently unfolded, hovering before Lin Yan. Arc-like blue light outlined 3 figures, and after just a glance or two, his gaze locked onto the central Oni, an elderly figure wrapped tightly in dark brown mucus, its flesh appearing perpetually rotted and emanating a suffocating stench. Anomalous Containment Object 106, the old man. It's actually the old man. Lin Yan's heart raced wildly, ecstasy flashing in his eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, he clicked confirm. The system immediately displayed brief information. 1. Appearance: rotting body covered in black mucus, intelligence level questionable. 2. Attack method: secretes mucus that can cause any solid matter to decay and decompose from within in mere seconds. 3. Core ability: free spatial traversal and possession of pocket dimension. Corrosion is merely its most basic technique. In comparison, the units on the other 2 recruitment panels, though rare, were completely overshadowed by the old man, and Lin Yan dismissed them entirely. Perfect for the upcoming exchange competition, he murmured to himself. The first place winner of that competition would not only receive a preparatory student slot at the Federation's highest institution, Imperial Capital University, but also gain access to more resources. He was determined to win. Gathering his thoughts, he immersed his consciousness into his divine domain to assess his current forces. According to the rules Senior Chu had revealed, previous exchange competitions typically limited participation to hero units only. Lin Yan's gaze moved to the Sea of Fire, where the flame demons dwelleth. Mere 100 or so flame demons from just days ago had now explosively increased to over 300, with crimson flames surging, heat waves rolling, and the sound of burning never ceasing, while their numbers continued to climb. With so many hero units, wouldn't this be too much of a bully? He shook his head, though his lips couldn't hide his satisfaction. In terms of hero quantity alone, his divine domain could even clash head-on with those top-tier senior talents of the Federation. Of course, the cost was equally staggering. To maintain the flame demon's reproduction, the large batch of forest resources he had purchased last time was already depleted, forcing him to spend currency points on replenishment again. Fortunately, the universal tree had replicated over 30,000 universal pills in recent days, enough to cover the expenses. Having made up his mind, he left his divine domain and headed straight to the Arrogant Commerce Guild to find Chu Ping. Little brother Lin Yan. Finally, you're here. Chu Ping rushed forward, his eyes bright as 2 lamps. What did that big shot think of the medicine from last auction? After asking, he looked nervously at Lin Yan. Lin Yan shook his head with a solemn expression. I'm sorry, President Chu. Chu Ping's expression darkened, his lips trembling. Lin Yan then added, however, that big shot didn't completely refuse. I can help mediate further, but there's the matter of handling fees. Before he could finish, Chu Ping interjected. Little brother Lin Yan, as long as we can ensure stable supply, the handling fees are negotiable. Lin Yan nodded. For this type of consumable, the first batch can be auctioned, but subsequent sales would be more stable through direct store listing. After several rounds of discussion, both parties finalized the cooperation details. Arrogant Commerce Guild would handle sales with handling fees reduced to 5, and Lin Yan would provide 10,000 universal pill replicas daily. Then Lin Yan directly handed over the 30,000 universal medicine replicas he had stored to Chu Ping. Nearly 400 million currency points instantly entered his account, the numbers jumping so rapidly that Chu Ping's hands trembled with excitement. Little brother Lin Yan, I know that helping me negotiate with that big shot this time must have cost you dearly, and might have even affected your relationship with them. How about this? Whatever resources you need, just ask, and I'll do my best to provide them. Lin Yan's face flushed red at his words, but his heart felt incredibly warm. In the end, he sheepishly accepted several high-grade forest resource cards that the Arrogant Merchant Guild offered. With 100 million in daily income from now on, my hero units won't lack resources for the time being, he calculated quietly. With the resource problem solved, he turned his attention to his units. The hero aspect was stable, but his regular units were still mainly the 10,000 or so ankle-biters in his divine domain. Fortunately, Wolf City still had tens of thousands of gear orthodox believers, with numbers continuously growing. As the mechanization virus progressed, these infected would eventually advance to 3rd tier and become his Apis Lisa, a considerable number that wouldn't cost him a single resource. No wonder so many true gods enjoy converting creatures from other worlds into their followers, Lin Yan murmured. With that thought settled, his consciousness dove back into the lower city, remotely guiding Vito while scouting for new targets. But before long, it was time for the exchange meeting, so he had to temporarily withdraw his attention and head to the senior year building. Outside the academic building, The senior students had already gathered together, their discussions rising and falling. Damn it! Where the hell did this gear orthodox come from? Suddenly popping up to steal believers. Don't even mention it. The believers I worked so hard to recruit were all snatched away by them. Who knows? We can only blame our school's teleportation point for being unlucky enough to coincide with the birth of a native religious faction. We'll just have to accept our losses. Hearing this, Lin Yan couldn't help but touch his nose. After all, he was the mastermind behind that very faction. At that moment, Chu Qianqian and several other girls spotted him, their eyes immediately lighting up as they surrounded him. This is a love lunch I made for you, Junior Lin Yan. One girl pressed a lunchbox into his hands. Eating this will definitely help you crush those students from second high and first high. Another girl persisted. Junior Lin Yan, are you free after the competition? Want to go on a date with your senior? Tone it down a bit. The third girl chided with a smile playing at her lips. Don't you know Qianqian is right here? So what if Qianqian's here? Qianqian and I are sisters. What's wrong with sister flowers keeping our junior company together? She winked at Chu Qianqian. Several senior boys watched with sour expressions, but remembering Lin Yan's terrifying talent, they could only grit their teeth in silence. Chu Qianqian's cheeks flushed red from her friend's teasing as she waved her hands. Stop teasing, Junior Lin Yan. Then she turned serious and asked Lin Yan. The Gear Orthodox's influence has been growing lately. Have your followers been affected? Lin Yan nodded. The impact on me has been significant. It's okay, followers can be converted again, she consoled him, then whispered excitedly. Besides, this might be an opportunity. Imagine if we could convert the Gear Orthodox's leadership into our own followers, that would be a huge advantage. Watching her grow more excited as she spoke, Lin Yan opened his mouth, then swallowed his words. Just then, Principal Su Li appeared in the senior building corridor. The 3 students representing our school in the exchange competition, come with me. Lin Yan and the other 2 students immediately followed, and the group entered the principal's office. Inside, the principals from second high and first high were already waiting, with 3 students from each school standing behind them respectively. Old Su, you've kept me waiting. The second high principal stood up to greet them, his gaze falling on Lin Yan with obvious admiration. So this is your third high's genius boy? Breaking through a damaged plane while still in his second year, truly a remarkable talent with extraordinary gifts. Su Li nodded slightly. You're absolutely right. Student Lin Yan is indeed a genius. The second high principal froze in place according to convention. Shouldn't you be modest? Then I'd respond politely, and we'd engage in mutual business flattery? How am I supposed to respond to this? Lin Yan's eyes widened too. Worthy of being our principal, showing off so effortlessly. Noted. He'd show off the same way in the future. Haha. Old Su, after all these years, you're still the same. As soon as he finished speaking, the principal of number 1 high school slapped his thigh and burst into laughter like a child who had gotten his way. His laughter echoed through the spacious martial arts hall, causing the surrounding students to exchange glances secretly. After laughing enough, he turned to look at Lin Yan, raising an eyebrow. Good kid. Just over a month since opening your divine domain, and you already dare to invade a broken plane alone. Such heaven-defying talent. How did you end up at Old Su's school for the high school entrance exam? Just like student Lu Li. What a pity, what a pity. Humph. Su Li snorted coldly, hands clasped behind his back, his tone light, but impolite. What's so pitiful? All these years, talented students have been flocking to our number 3 high school. Haven't you at number 1 high school ever thought about the reason? The principal of number 1 high school was stunned by the retort, and Lin Yan was also dumbfounded. This was the first time he had seen the principal show such a comical expression. Su Li surveyed everyone. All right, everyone's here. Let's start directly according to the old rules. He had only gotten halfway through his words when the principal of number 1 high school frowned and interrupted. Wait, Old Su, don't think you can brush this off so easily. The principal of number 2 high school nodded repeatedly in agreement. Exactly, exactly. The principal of number 1 high school glanced at Lin Yan and continued his challenge. You think I don't know? Student Lin Yan's hero units have already exceeded 100. If we only compare hero units as usual, what's the point of this exchange? The principal of number 2 high school emphasized again. Exactly, exactly. Su Li awkwardly touched his nose. He had indeed planned exactly that just now and hadn't expected to be caught red-handed. But he quickly regained his composure. Fine, fine, I'll give you a break this once. Who told me I'm such a good person? How do you want to compete? The principal of number 1 high school pointed at him with a bitter smile. Old Su. Oh, Old Su. After pondering for a moment, he held up 2 fingers. I have 2 proposals. First, let the students fight divine domain battles directly. Bullshit. Su Li immediately exploded. Have you no shame? Under normal circumstances, the followers in a demigod's divine domain ordinary units and hero units should develop in coordination. Take Su Feng for example. He only has 40 to 50 hero units, but probably around 100,000 ordinary units. The participating students from number 2 high school and your number 1 high school are about the same level. Although Lin Yan's hero units exceed 100, it's obviously unbalanced development, all focused on heroes. In a real divine domain battle, he'd be finished immediately. Thinking of this, Suli pointed at Lin Yan and raised his voice. How long has Lin Yan been developing his divine domain? And you want him to fight divine domain battles against the top 3 students from your school? The principal of number 2 high school looked disdainfully at the principal of number 1 high school. Exactly, exactly. Lin Yan opened his mouth and then closed it again. In his mind flashed the gear Orthodox believers in the Twin Cities. If he could move that group into his divine domain, the number of ordinary followers could also reach 100,000. However, these believers also carried the mechanization virus and hadn't fully mechanized yet, so their combat power was limited. The principal of number 1 high school's face turned red from the scolding, and he smiled sheepishly. Look at you, getting worked up again. He paused and proposed the second option. The second mode, each student can only send 1 hero unit. Everything else remains the same. What do you think? Suli fell silent, his brow slightly furrowed. In this mode, in his view, Lin Yan's greatest advantage would be eliminated. However, if we were to follow the traditional rules and hold a hero battle, this exchange competition would really be unnecessary. Principal Suli stopped dwelling on it and turned to look at Lin Yan, asking sincerely, Student Lin Yan, do you think this arrangement would work? Lin Yan put his hands in his pockets and nodded slightly. I'll follow the principal's arrangement. As he spoke, a confident smile played at the corners of his mouth. No matter how the rules changed, he believed he could still take first place. Suli pondered for a moment, then added, since student Lin Yan is making sacrifices to accommodate you all, shouldn't you show some sincerity? The 2 principals from first high and second high exchanged glances and smiled helplessly. In less than a minute, a full 100 high-grade resource cards appeared out of thin air in Lin Yan's divine domain. Truly worthy of established elite schools, he thought, watching the cards gleaming with golden light one by one, secretly amazed. If the Liu family had entered the ranks of wealthy families earlier, the Liu sisters would probably have become students at first high or second high alongside him. Moments later, he walked onto the field with the other 2 outstanding students from third high senior year, plus the top 3 seniors from both first high and second high respectively. By convention, the exchange competition should be held within the senior year department, but because of Lin Yan's presence, freshmen and sophomores were also qualified to watch this time. The field was already packed with students on all sides. All of Jinghai Third High was present, and outstanding students from all grades of the other 2 schools had also gathered here, staring at the stage almost without blinking. After all, this was a direct confrontation between the top 3 seniors from Jinghai City's 3 major high schools, and one of the contestants had been just a sophomore half a year ago, yet had now fought his way into third high's top 3 seniors. This experience alone was enough to make people's blood boil. Lin Yan will win. In the crowd, the chubby Chu Tian was the first to raise both arms and cheer. The next second, the freshmen and sophomores erupted like ignited powder kegs. Lin Yan is awesome. Lin Yan will win. Even the seniors joined in shouting themselves hoarse, with siblings Chu Tian and Chu Qianqian being the loudest, more excited than Lin Yan himself. Watching the school-wide thunderous cheering, Lin Yan held his forehead and smiled wryly. Isn't this putting me on the spot? How embarrassing would it be if I lost? Booty shouldn't lose, right? Soon, the competition schedule was posted, the matchup list was clear at a glance, and the 3 major schools officially began battle. Whether intentionally arranged or not, the first match featured Lin Yan, and his opponent was first high's top senior Huang Dong. Junior Lin Yan, I've long admired your reputation. Huang Dong's face appeared in the light screen above both sides' divine domains, and he smiled in greeting. I heard about your achievements when I was at second high, but I didn't expect we'd face off so soon. You're indeed remarkably talented, but I am your senior after all, so let me send out my hero unit first. At these words, the watching students all secretly praised him. Everyone knew that in hero battles, making the first move often meant being countered by the opponent, so voluntarily giving up this advantage showed remarkable grace. Even Chu Tian's side, that senior Huang Dong really has class. However, when Huang Dong's hero unit appeared, Chu Tian immediately cursed. Holy shit. So he was just showing off. In the center of the battlefield, a giant beast made entirely of rock and lava slowly took shape, with thick rocky armor layered upon layer, radiating scorching red light. Its seemingly gentle appearance concealing destructive power. A lava beast. Junior Lin Yan, Huang Dong smiled slightly, looking composed. Now it's your turn to send out your hero unit. In the principal's area, Suli let out a cold laugh, turning his gaze toward the first high principal with a sneer. The first high principal really knows how to prepare well in advance, doesn't he? He was convinced that Huang Dong must have done his homework beforehand, otherwise how could he have perfectly countered Lin Yan's hero unit? Thinking back to Lin Yan's previous heroes, whether it was the pure fire elemental, the plague doctor, or that eerie gray-white hero, they were all nearly completely countered by the lava beast. The more Suli thought about it, the angrier he became, adding sarcastically, You really went to great lengths for just a sophomore student. The second high principal chimed in from the side, nodding with disdain. Exactly, exactly. The first high principal showed a bitter smile, raising his hands to indicate his innocence. Old Sue, don't you know me by now? I did study student Lin Yan, but that's because of his outstanding talent. I would never specifically target a student weight. His words came to an abrupt halt as something unusual appeared on the battlefield. Just as Huang Dong's lava beast descended, a dark crack split open in the ground on Lin Yan's side. Then, a figure over 6 feet tall, resembling an elderly man but with rotting flesh, slowly emerged from the crack, standing in opposition to the lava beast. The old man moved sluggishly, his entire body covered in dark brown decaying tissue and wrapped in thick mucus, looking like a living zombie. It was Anomalous Containment Object 106, the terrifying old man. Seeing this scene, Huangdong's previously confident expression immediately changed. What kind of hero unit is this? I've never heard of it before. On the other side of the field, Chu Tian was also stunned by Lin Yan's new hero, then burst out cursing. Holy shit. Immediately after, he excitedly roared, Lin Yan is awesome. Beat the crap out of this first high show-off. In just a few seconds, the emotions of third high students were completely ignited. Lin Yan is awesome. Lin Yan will win. Lin Yan is invincible. The deafening cheers almost swept across the entire field. This scene immediately annoyed several students from first high. A male student named Xiali frowned and stepped forward. It's just one hero unit. What are you all so excited about? He pointed toward the terrifying old man on the battlefield with a disdainful tone. You probably don't know how strong the lava beast is. With just this hero unit, the lava beast could smash it with a single punch. He then looked up at Chu Tian with cold mockery. I heard you. Chu Tian could sweep through all the sophomores at third high. I thought you'd be pretty strong, but this is it? This kind of hero unit can make you all climax? It seems third high's overall level is truly ridiculous. A third high student next to Chu Tian immediately exploded. Are you looking for a fight? Can't handle people talking when you're weak. Xiali sneered, his tone becoming even more arrogant. With this hero unit, I doubt it can even win, let alone compare to Senior Huang Dong. He looked toward the battlefield with admiration. You can't even imagine Senior Huang Dong's strength. He threw down one final statement, his voice cutting through the boiling crowd and hitting the eardrums of Chu Tian and all the third high students. Just wait and see your precious Lin, and it will be instantly defeated by Senior Huang Dong. However, being able to fight against Senior Huang Dong was quite an honor for him. As soon as these words fell, the students from number 3 high school's faces all changed in unison, anger surging through the air, with several even clenching their fists ready to charge forward. Lin Yan was their idol, and to see him publicly humiliated like this, who could stand it? Seeing tensions about to explode, Chu Tian raised his hand to block his classmates. Haha, we at number 3 high used to have people who looked down on Lin Yan just like you. That guy was called Li Hao. He squinted his eyes, his voice lazy yet cunning. You think Huang Dong is invincible, and we can't convince each other otherwise. So how about we make things interesting? Let's make a bet. What kind of bet? Xiali frowned, his tone cold and hard. Simple. Chu Tian's eyes lit up. I'll put up 100 million currency points, betting that Lin Yan will win for sure. Do you dare take it? 100 million. Several students from number 1 high exchanged glances, whispering among themselves. 100 million was a huge sum they couldn't easily produce on the spot, but if someone was really offering free money, they wouldn't refuse. After a few seconds, they nodded. Since you insist on giving away money, we'll gladly accept it. Deal. Chu Tian grinned widely. Ouch, sis, what are you doing? Chu Tianqian suddenly rushed over, grabbed Chu Tian's ear, and dragged him to a corner, her slender eyebrows furrowed tightly. Are you crazy? Where are you going to get 100 million? Chu Tian smiled apologetically. Sis, Luke brother-in-law hasn't even brought out that gray-white hero unit yet, which shows he's even more confident. With such a great opportunity, wouldn't we be letting down the skills Dad taught us if we don't fleece these rich kids? The terrifying combat power of the gray-white hero unit flashed through Chu Tianqian's mind, and her expression softened slightly, but she grabbed Chu Tian again. Wait, you actually dare call him brother-in-law? Getting bold, aren't you? Sis, I have confidence in your charm. You'll definitely win over Lin Yan. Chu Tian pleaded repeatedly. Chu Tianqian's cheeks flushed red, but she still transferred a huge sum to him. The nearby students from number 1 high watched in stunned amazement and immediately whispered requests. Since such big bets are being placed, let us get in on some action too. In the principal's seating area, old Zhao from number 1 high. You have the nerve to accuse me? Secretly preparing new hero units for Lin Yan. As soon as the number 1 high principal spoke, number 3 high principal Su Li snorted coldly. Su Li spread his hands with an innocent expression. I really haven't seen that unit before. Even if I knew about it, I couldn't tell you, right? Otherwise certain people would target us again. The number 2 high principal chimed in from the side. Exactly, exactly. The number 1 high principal let out a heavy grunt, but had nothing to say. On the hero battlefield, a new hero unit, Huang Dong looked at the terrifying old man beside Lin Yan, his heart sinking. Originally, he had been confident about having studied Lin Yan thoroughly, and to show off had sent out his unit first, not expecting his opponent to have hidden another trump card. Even so, in terms of raw power, my lava beast is invincible. He took a deep breath and issued his divine domain command. Lava beast attack. Earthquake fragments. In the center of the battlefield, the lava beast raised its massive arm formed of crimson rock and earth, pointing at the terrifying old man from afar. Boom. The rocks beneath its feet exploded, and a fragment of rock and earth shot out, continuously absorbing earth vein power during flight, rapidly expanding and instantly transforming into a massive circular projectile, whistling as it approached. The terrifying old man remained motionless throughout, like a statue. The projectile whistled forward, cutting deep grooves in the ground as dust swirled wildly. Everyone held their breath. However, just as this earthquake fragment was about to reach the terrifying old man's feet, a sudden change occurred. On the battlefield, the earthquake fragments launched by the lava beast came hurtling toward the terrifying old man at breakneck speed, their size and power growing exponentially with distance. The blazing debris roared through the air with thunderous force, as if ready to tear the old man apart in the next instant. But just as the fragments were about to make contact, the elder, who had remained motionless as a wooden statue, suddenly raised his hand, palm facing the incoming massive chunks. Hiss! A sharp corrosive sound erupted as spiderweb cracks instantly spread across the rock surface. Within mere seconds, the once mighty earthquake fragments crumbled like rotten wood, dissolving into dark, viscous liquid that dripped down with a pitter-patter, burning scorched, corroded holes in the ground along its path. In the stance, Huang Dong's pupils contracted. What exactly was this hero unit? He had intended to use the lava beast's rocky form to probe first, then counter accordingly, but his opponent had effortlessly turned his attack into putrid fluid with a mere gesture. If this black liquid could corrode even earth and rock elements, wouldn't his entire tactical strategy be meaningless? On the other side of the field, the third high students had erupted into chaos. Lin Yan is awesome. We won. Lin Yan never disappoints. Cheers rose one after another. Chu Tian grinned from ear to ear, and with a roll of his eyes, walked straight toward the first high students, patting Xia Li's shoulder with feigned distress. Oh my, things aren't looking good for you guys. I've already got 100 million currency points in hand, tell me. How should I spend it all? Any experience with that, classmates? Chu Tian's face was perfectly serious, but Xia Li and the others were left speechless, their faces turning iron gray as their fists clenched with audible creaks. Even so, they were equally shocked Huang Dong's mighty attack had been completely corroded without even touching its target. But being mocked so brazenly by Chu Tian, they immediately cast their shock aside and retorted coldly. Humph. The hero battle isn't over yet, what's your rush? That was just senior Huang Dong testing the waters. He hasn't shown his real strength yet. Chu Tian remained all smiles. Is that so? Want to make another bet then? As his words landed, everyone across from him fell silent. Though they came from wealthy families, 100 million was already their limit. Another bet would only result in total financial ruin. Chu Tian sighed inwardly. What a shame. Lin Yan came out swinging so hard that I can't even scam them properly. Just then, the first high students suddenly burst into cheers again. Holy crap. Rock prison. Senior Huang Dong is getting serious. Country bumpkins from third high, just you wait. He's using his ultimate move. This quickly, that's enough for Lin Yan to brag about for half a lifetime. Chu Tian immediately fell silent, his gaze locking back onto the battlefield. He could see that beneath Lin Yan's hero unit, countless earth and rock elements were gathering layer upon layer, rising from the ground. In an incredibly short time, 6 massive earthen walls, each dozens of meters thick, formed and trapped the terrifying old man within. Rolling earth and stone continued to surge and gather, making the prison walls even thicker and more imposing. The next second, all 6 walls simultaneously crushed inward toward the center, creating a mountain-crushing impact powerful enough to instantly obliterate any top-tier third-ranked defensive hero unit. Lin Yan, who controlled all of this, was merely a high school sophomore, and this display of power secretly alarmed Huang Dong. He immediately manifested his divine avatar and called out loudly, "Junior Lin Yan, forcing me to use my earthen prison in such a short time already proves your strength beyond doubt. Surrender now. If this continues, your hero unit might be damaged or even destroyed." Huang Dong bore no deep grudge against Lin Yan. This was just a friendly competition. He believed the other was destined to become a top-tier genius in the future, so establishing good relations early couldn't hurt. However, Lin Yan simply responded calmly, "Senior Huang, thank you for your concern, but I'd still like to give it a try." Huang Dong frowned, but held nothing back. The thundering earth continued to compress as he secretly calculated that after the match ended, he'd compensate the other with some resources as a gesture of goodwill. Boom. The 6 earthen walls suddenly slammed together, the entire prison crushing toward the center like a giant hammer. Dust instantly engulfed the hero battlefield, gray mist spreading everywhere, completely obscuring vision. When the dust settled, only a few pools of black viscous liquid and scattered rubble remained where the terrifying old man had been. On the field, the third high students fell completely silent. Had Lin Yan lost? A sophomore losing to a senior genius seemed reasonable, yet their earlier confidence made this outcome hard to accept. In contrast, the first high viewing section erupted in celebration. Senior Huang Dong is amazing. Take that, you third high nobodies. This is your precious Lin Yan? He didn't even leave a corpse behind. Xia Li and others crowded around Chu Tian, mocking coldly. Tisk, TSK, TSK. You're Chu Tian, right? Didn't you ask us earlier how to spend 100 million currency points? Congratulations, now it's our turn to worry about that problem. Got any good suggestions? Chu Tian ignored them, staring intently at the battlefield, his heart churning. Impossible. If Lin Yan dared to use a new hero unit, he must have been confident. He wouldn't be defeated so easily. Xia Li sneered, still refusing to face reality? I suggest you start scraping together the money. Senior Huang Dong is just that powerful. The Earthen Prison is the signature ability of the Earth Beast. If Lin Yan's hero unit could survive that, I'd live stream eating before he could finish. His eyes suddenly widened. How is this possible? Inside the hero battlefield, Huang Dong restrained his divine power and hovered in midair, his gaze sweeping inch by inch across the scorched earth. After confirming no life force remained, and only black slime continued corroding the clay, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Manifesting his divine avatar, he called out to Lin Yan. Junior Lin Yan, forcing the match to this point shows you're already quite strong. However, since this is an exchange competition and I personally killed your hero unit, I'll provide compensation. Wait. The thought struck him suddenly as he realized something was wrong. Even if crushed to pieces by the earthen prison, there should still be flesh and blood remains. Huang Dong instantly spun around, looking toward the other side. There, in a corner of the hero battlefield, stood a terrifying old man covered in slime with rotting skin. From his hollow eye sockets, 2 points of ghostly green light stared fixedly at the lava beast. Huang Dong's pupils contracted sharply, and a chill ran down his spine. On the playground, the real-time projection hung high above. Seeing that the terrifying old man hadn't actually died, the third high students erupted in explosive cheers. Holy shit, Lin Yan's hero unit isn't dead. Lin Yan is awesome. Lin Yan is awesome. Where are those first high brats from earlier? Why aren't they talking now? This is fucking incredible. On the other side, all the first high students stood frozen in place, eyes fixed only on the battlefield. Chu Tian clicked his tongue twice, never one to miss a chance to mock, and poked the still-dazed Xia Li. Huh? Why isn't student Xia Li talking? Are you naturally quiet? Xia Li didn't hear him at all, just staring blankly at the projection while muttering to himself. How is this even possible? Chu Tian snorted softly. First high hicks. Though he was mocking, he was equally puzzled. That earthen prison had been sealed on all 6 sideshow exactly had the terrifying old man escaped? Look, someone suddenly pointed toward the sky. A slow-motion replay appeared on the light screen. As the 100-meter thick walls of the earthen prison converged, a head covered in slime actually bulged out from the left wall first. The next second, the terrifying old man's entire body forced its way through the rock wall, leaving only a mass of black slime on the stone surface. Then he stood quietly, coldly watching as the lava beast manipulated the 6 massive walls to close inward and compress, until they completely crushed the empty center. The playground fell silent for a moment, then erupted in chaos. The third high students, having had their worldview shattered countless times already, recovered fastest and roared in unison. Puffed. Chu Tian couldn't hold back and burst out laughing, clutching his stomach as his face turned red with laughter. Chu Tianqian frowned. What are you laughing at? Sis, don't you see? Chu Tian deliberately raised his voice. Lin Yan's hero unit had no expression on his face, but paired with this slow-motion replay and looking at the lava beast's actions, doesn't it look like he's watching an idiot perform with great effort? He just needed a bag of sunflower seeds. Chu Tianqian's expression also became subtle as she turned to look at the light screen. She had to admit the lava beast already looked simple-minded to begin with, and after battling wits with thin air for so long, it had indeed been fighting nothing but air. What made it even worse was that the terrifying old man, after escaping, simply stood nearby watching quietly, with the thought that he's been staring the whole time. The scene became crystal clear. The more you looked, the more it resembled it. The more you thought about it, the more absurd it became, making everyone burst into laughter. At that moment, Chu Tian called out loudly to Xia Li and the other first high students. Hey Xia Li, don't you think it looks just like it? The response he got was Xia Li's barely suppressed roar. Get lost. Principal's office. Spatial abilities. All 3 principals exclaimed in unison. On the screen, the terrifying old man's teleportation-like escape made their pupils contract sharply. A hero unit actually seems to have mastered the power to traverse space, the first high principal murmured. Principal Su Li from third high smiled bitterly nearby had finally convinced his two colleagues that Lin Yan was definitely not just a product of resource dumping. Cultivating a hero unit with spatial abilities couldn't be achieved by simply throwing resources around. Su Li rubbed his temples and sighed deeply. Such a genius really gives me a headache. Makes me, the principal, feel completely irrelevant, don't you think? The principals from first and second high exchanged glances, both thinking the same thing. Of course, Su Li wouldn't miss any chance to show off. The first high principal shook his head with a smile. Since you put it that way, I'll be frank, with Lin Yan's kind of talent, staying at third high would be a waste. Su Li shot up from his chair. What do you mean? Getting so worked up at your age? The first high principal shrugged. No matter how talented he is, how many resources can third high provide? We've already discussed this. Why don't all three schools cultivate Lin Yan together? The second high principal nodded in agreement. Su Li's expression stiffened as he sneered. No wonder you came so early. You teamed up to poach my talent? The first high principal replied matter-of-factly. Don't tell me you actually think you're irresistibly charming? Su Li snorted coldly, but deep down he had to admit, the three schools working together would indeed be best for Lin Yan. Hero battlefield. The lava beast stared blankly at the terrifying old man, scratching its head in confusion. How exactly had this old guy escaped from the earth prison? Huang Dong finally realized what had happened. His opponent had already broken free but deliberately stayed put to toy with him. The thought nearly made him heat up with anger. But this clearly wasn't the time to lose his temper, as the terrifying old man was lightning fast approaching the lava beast. Lava beast, defend quickly. Huang Dong immediately issued his divine command. Yes, the lava beast responded in its simple voice. Solid as rock, earth and stone rapidly condensed, as if clothing it in heavy armor. Sizzle. The next moment, harsh corrosive sounds continued endlessly. Huang Dong's pupils contracted as he quickly waved his hand. All right, Lin Yan, I surrender. He couldn't bear to see his carefully cultivated strongest hero unit destroyed. Playground. Lin Yan won. Awesome, Lin Yan, forever the legend. The third high students' cheers erupted across the field. On the other side, Xia Li and the other first high students looked at each other in bewilderment. Their idol Huang Dong had actually surrendered to a sophomore. The words they'd just used to mock third high students as country bumpkins now slapped them in the face like a palm. Just as they were thinking of quietly slipping away, Xia Li suddenly saw a figure approaching. Chu Tian smiled as he stretched out his arm to block his shoulder. Dear benefactors, time to pay up those currency points. If you can't afford it, Arrogant Commerce Guild can provide loan services. Soon, both Lin Yan and Huang Dong exited the hero battlefield. The third high school audience section instantly erupted like a powder keg, with waves of cheering growing louder and louder as everyone surrounded Lin Yan in the center. Holy crap, Brother Yan. Awesome. From today on, you're my big brother. That was so satisfying to watch. So freaking strong. Lin Yan, I love you. Chu Qianqian's two best friends shouted at the top of their lungs, causing many nearby male students to join in the commotion. Laughter and screams mixed together. Lin Yan quickly waved his hands. Forget about it. Butawiri, impossible. This one line had everyone doubled over with laughter. Amidst all this noise, his wristwatch vibrated gently. A transfer notification for exactly 50 million currency points popped up, with a note from Chu Tian. Before Lin Yan could ask, he saw Chu Tian point towards Xia Li and the other first high students, wearing a playful smile. All generous benefactors from first high who thought student Lin Yan was so impressive, they specially made a donation. Lin Yan's heart trembled. He knew first high students came from wealthy families, but he hadn't expected them to be generous to this extent. Looking at Xia Li and the others, their faces instantly turned bright red, fists clenched until their knuckles went white, their whole bodies trembling. Setting aside the external noise and anger, his consciousness sank as he directly entered his divine domain. At the center of his divine domain, the terrifying old man he had just summoned through sacrifice stood quietly, with gray-black corrosive marks spreading across the ground. Since he had immediately entered the hero battle, he hadn't yet carefully examined this monster that was the most difficult to contain in the Foundation's files. Phasing through walls and ground, that helpless phasing ability was terrifying enough, yet it wasn't the terrifying old man's most horrifying aspect. Lin Yan stared at him, thinking silently. Pocket dimension, black slime, or any solid matter could become an entrance. Once inside that independent space, the terrifying old man was practically a god, able to toy with prey at will. The only limitation was that living beings couldn't stay there for extended periods. It was essentially a miniature divine domain. If used properly, maybe I could drag targets into my divine domain. Lin Yan's eyes flickered with wild joy. The referee on stage announced the start of the next battle. Second high versus first high. When the two talented students' hero units first clashed, they produced earth-shaking sounds, drawing continuous gasps from the audience below. Aside from a few monster-level contestants, First and second high's overall standards were indeed higher than third high's. Even Lin Yan watched this match with rapt attention. After several minutes of intense fighting, first high achieved a difficult victory. Before the cheers had died down, the third match pairing was immediately announced. Third high's top student Li Wenrui versus second high's top student Lu Su. Li Wenrui took the stage first, summoning his spiked dragon turtle, covered in steel spikes. Its heavy shell reflected cold light in the sunlight, immediately drawing thunderous cheers from third high students as he confidently raised his chin toward his opponent. However, when Lu Su, someone from the sidelines called him Lu Tao, released his hero unit, Li Wenrui's pupils contracted sharply. That oppressive aura seemed to wash over him like something tangible. Not just him, every student in the entire playground fell silent. Because the hero unit dispatched by Lu Su was a massive black dragon, its entire body gleaming with a dark sheen and its gaze sharp and cold. The enormous wings of the abyssal dragon unfurled amidst its night-like scales, and the heavy breath of the dragon, reeking of sulfur, hit him like a wave. Textbooks clearly labeled it as a top-tier predator that could only be found in the abyss. Even in the demon-infested depths, it could dominate vast territories and crush lesser demons, which were ordinary abyssal creatures. No one expected that Lu Su, the top genius of Jinghai No. 2 High School, had actually managed to cultivate such a creature as his hero unit. In the student area, Lin Yan's eyes nearly sparked with excitement at the sight of the black dragon. If he could use this abyssal dragon for a sacrifice, he might have a chance to summon the most legendary and renowned containment object within the Foundation. However, he quickly realized that this was just a fantasy. The dragon belonged to Lu Su, and there was no way it would be given to him. Meanwhile, in the principal's office, the three principals watched the scene unfold through a projection, their expressions darkening in unison. Utter nonsense. This is outrageous. Su Li furrowed his brow fiercely and turned to question the principal of No. 2 High School. How can you allow students to cultivate abyssal creatures so early? The abyss stands in opposition to the realm of the gods, and abyssal creatures inherently harbor a deep-seated hatred for deities. Even in a school laboratory setting, teachers would only allow students to experiment with the lowest-tier lesser demons, those that could be barely controlled. As for the abyssal dragon, they are proud and dangerous. Even if they superficially pledge allegiance, they can turn against their masters at any moment, tearing apart divine realms. Historically, there have been painful records of abyssal dragons feigning submission only to destroy demigod domains. The principal of No. 2 High School sighed and raised his hands in resignation. Lu Su is backed by the Lu family, and this dragon was obtained through their private channels. My objections are futile. The Lu family, a prominent power in Jinghai City for many years, had managed to acquire an abyssal dragon, suggesting they had other plans in place. Yet, even so, Su Li and the principal of No. 1 High School were still alarmed. Having such a creature in a demigod domain posed an immense risk. Back in the arena, the black dragon let out a deafening roar, its wings flapping violently, stirring up a fierce wind as it dove toward the opposing spiked dragon turtle. Roar! The spiked dragon turtle wasted no time, retracting its limbs, tail, and head into its shell, raising its steel-like spikes to transform itself into a mobile fortress with all-around defense. For a moment, the abyssal dragon truly seemed unable to overcome it. Lin Yan watched in amazement. This turtle shell was incredibly tough. However, he couldn't help but frown. This abyssal dragon doesn't seem as fierce as the textbooks described. He continued to observe the battle, hoping to absorb experience from the clash between the two top students in their senior year. Suddenly, a cold and solemn system notification echoed in Lin Yan's mind. Congratulations. Your hero unit Vito has been upgraded to Tier 3. Congratulations. Your hero unit Vito has reached a level of faith in you, Saint. He was momentarily stunned, and then a familiar call resonated deep within his consciousness. Soon, he heard Vito's voice calling out. Hero unit, Vito hero tier, third order hero quality, S gender, none faith level, Saint. After glancing at the hero attributes that appeared in his divine domain, Lin Yan's attention instantly shifted to Wolf City. At this moment, Vito bore no resemblance to a human being. The mechanization virus had dominated his flesh and blood, forging a body composed entirely of interlocking bronze gears. His shoulder blades had become meshing gear racks. Chainsaws that could instantly deploy were embedded along his limbs, and his chest cavity resembled a miniature steam furnace, exhaling pale golden vapor. Countless cold weapons formed from gear combinations adhered to his body surface, rotating with creaking sounds as he breathed. Each component had replaced an original organ, functioning more powerfully with more precise structure. Is this the form after complete infection? Lin Yan murmured to himself, shifting his gaze to Vito's side. There stood several other infected individuals who had been completely eroded by the virus, their faith in Lin Yan having reached the level of saint. The others had not yet undergone full-body mechanization, appearing more like cyberpunk-style modifications with only partial organs replaced by bronze gears. Those who truly yearned for mechanization were ultimately the rare few, like Vito, who had never resisted the virus. Lin Yan continued reviewing other data, his heart surging with excitement. The number of followers in Twin City has already exceeded 80,000. The lower city was now almost entirely under the control of the Gear Orthodox Church. Most believers appeared normal on the surface, their faith level merely ordinary believers. But Lin Yan knew clearly their internal organs were irreversibly transforming toward mechanical forms. The more intense their movement and metabolism, the higher the virus's transformation efficiency. Everyone, the evolution day of the upper city approaches. Vito's voice drifted through amplifiers into every alley of the lower city. On evolution day, we will show the upper city dwellers what true evolution means. Those backward perceptions of the upper city will all be destroyed by us. Then improved. Execute the plan. As his words fell, click click, the sounds of turning gears rose from the shadows one after another, mechanical chorus resonating underground. Destroy, then improve. Embrace glorious evolution. Lin Yan's blood boiled accordingly. If he could take the upper city, he would completely control Wolf City. Combined with Wolf City's nature as a mobile port, to what scale would his follower count expand? Meanwhile, in the upper city, Shijie sat in a massive glass conference room, overlooking the clean and orderly districts below. Councilman Shijie, a black female councilwoman, entered, reporting that organization in the lower city called Gear Orthodox Church seems to be growing increasingly powerful. As long as the upper city remains unaffected, Shijie dismissively waved his hand, his eyes full of contempt. Even if all those swine in the lower city band together, what waves could they possibly make? He pulled the female councilwoman close by her slender waist, leaning down to kiss her. Once election day passes, and I completely control the upper city, I'll have time to deal with that lower city trash. The black female councilwoman nodded with flushed cheeks. To her, the upper city represented the crystallization of technology. Under such disparate power differences, no matter how numerous the lower city people were, they were merely lambs awaiting slaughter. After issuing several commands, Lin Yan's consciousness withdrew from Twin City. His attention continued toward the hero battlefield, his gaze burning as he stared at the abyssal demon dragon. The battle between the spiked dragon turtle and the abyssal demon dragon had reached its most intense phase. High above, the abyssal demon dragon beat its wings furiously, stirring up violent air currents as its pitch-black draconic eyes coldly locked onto the spiked dragon turtle below. The turtle's shell was riddled with cracks and fragments of armor flew everywhere, yet it stubbornly protected its vital spots with only traces of blood seeping through its outer scales. There's a chance. Li Wenrui's heart leaped with joy as he immediately sent down a divine oracle. Spiked dragon turtle, hold on just a little longer. This abyssal demon dragon isn't as strong as you think, or rather, you're stronger than we imagined. As long as we keep wearing it down, we can win. The spiked dragon turtle snorted 2 puffs of white mist from its nostrils in response. Meanwhile, the abyssal demon dragon's consciousness pierced into Lu Su's mind. Great deity, this turtle's defense is too annoying. Why don't you release my restraints? Lu Su hesitated. The shackles his family had placed on the demon dragon allowed him complete control over it, but also limited the dragon's power. If he broke the seal, the consequences would be unpredictable. He manifested his divine avatar and shouted across. Li Wenrui, you can't win if this drags on any longer. Just surrender. Humph. Who wins and who loses is still uncertain. Li Wenrui sneered coldly. Today you'll witness my spiked dragon turtle create the miracle of defeating an abyssal demon dragon in single combat. Lu Su's expression darkened. Great deity, the demon dragon urged again. Are you truly willing to lose to this turtle? Can't you feel my loyalty to you? No, I cannot lose. Lu Su gritted his teeth in a low voice. It's just my ordinary follower, while I am a demigod. What waves could his mere third-tier unit possibly make? With that thought, he focused his mind. Crack, the deep sound of breaking chains echoed from within the abyssal demon dragon's body. The chains are released. Lu Su immediately sent down his divine oracle. Quickly defeat that spiked dragon turtle. Of course, my deity. The dragon's tone carried a hint of mockery. On the heroic battlefield, Li Wenrui was still strategizing. Spiked dragon turtle, do you see? The abyssal demon dragon isn't invincible. Continue defending. Wait for the right moment, wait. Why do I suddenly feel like it's gotten much stronger? The spiked dragon turtle also sensed something amiss, its massive body trembling slightly. With a sky-shaking roar, the unshackled abyssal demon dragon dove down fiercely. Crack! In almost an instant, the spiked dragon turtle's previously nearly intact shell was torn open with a long gash. The demon dragon didn't pause contemptuously, continuing to tear and bite as pitch-black mist rapidly enveloped the entire battlefield. Li Wenrui's pupils contracted sharply as he shouted urgently. How is this possible? I surrender. Lu Su, quickly make your abyssal demon dragon stop. No one responded. The next moment, the spiked dragon turtle was completely torn apart, its remains swallowed whole by the demon dragon. Li Wenrui angrily looked up to demand answers, only to discover that Lu Su across from him had collapsed unconscious, and cracks were appearing in the walls of his divine domain. Li Wenrui immediately sensed trouble and hurriedly tried to separate his own divine domain. However, he discovered that his divine domain was now completely unable to leave this heroic battlefield. Li Wenrui felt a chill run down his spine. The black mist sealed off the entire battlefield like a solid barrier, trapping his divine domain completely. Not even a trace of divine power could seep through, let alone deploy his followers. The school grounds had already descended into chaos. Over 1,000 students crowded beyond the safety perimeter, their faces etched with bewilderment and horror. Some covered their mouths in shock, others retreated in fear, while many more looked around helplessly, unsure of what to do. The 3 principals and teachers from various departments rushed to the scene immediately, pacing anxiously along the edge of the black mist, attempting to shut down or break into the heroic battlefield. Yet no matter what methods they employed, the black mist repelled them all. An abyssal high god. Principal Su Li stared at the battlefield shrouded in black mist, his voice low and hoarse. The Lu family thought they were being clever, but they walked right into the abyssal deity's trap. Using a 3rd-tier abyssal dragon as bait to claim 2 genius demigods, no matter how you calculate it, it's a profitable exchange. His words sent shockwaves through the crowd. The students, who had initially been merely stunned, finally grasped the severity of the situation. If an abyssal high god was truly lurking in the shadows, its terrifying power far exceeded their imagination. No wonder Lu Su had been able to cultivate an abyssal dragon, as his follower there had been a conspiracy behind it all. Just then, the true god from the Lu family tore through space and arrived. He immediately spotted Lu Su collapsed in the arena, his divine domain riddled with cracks, the boy unconscious, and his eyes blazed with fury. Sewer. His cry was filled with murderous intent. The Lu family's true god turned his rage toward the 2nd high school's principal. Something this serious happened to Lu Su at your school, you, oh my Lu family, an explanation. The 2nd high school's principal sneered and shot back. An explanation? I warned you beforehand not to attempt cultivating an abyssal dragon. You insisted on showing off, and now that something's gone wrong, who's to blame? The Lu family's true god's aura faltered momentarily, then he gritted his teeth. So what? Since you knew the danger, why didn't you keep a closer watch on him? You just stood by and watched him fall into this trap? If anything happens to Lu Su, I'll fight you to the death. The 2nd high school's principal's face turned ashen with anger. Just as he was about to retort, Su Li's sharp rebuke cut through their argument. Enough. This isn't the time for quarreling. He pointed toward the pitch-black battlefield. First, we need to eliminate that abyssal dragon. The destruction of 2 students' divine domains is a minor issue. But if we allow the abyssal high god to descend through the dragon, all of Yuzand, every deity in Jinghai City will perish. The problem is, the black mist has sealed the battlefield. We can't send in our followers. How do we stop it? Fear spread rapidly, and every demigod and true god felt their hearts sink. The 1st high school's principal suddenly spoke up. There might still be a chance. He extended his finger and lightly traced across the surface of the black mist, causing it to ripple like water. The old man's eyes lit up. If we 4 true gods join forces, we can forcibly tear open a gap and temporarily send heroic units inside. As long as we don't exceed 2 3rd-tier units, we won't trigger the abyssal rules. If we can seize the opportunity to slay the dragon, we might even save the 2 students' divine domains. The 4 true gods exchanged glances, each seeing a glimmer of hope in the other's eyes. But here's the problem. Su Li pressed grimly. Which 2 3rd-tier heroic units could accomplish the slaying while the dragon is at full strength? At this point, the Lu family's true god and the 3 principals fell silent in unison. With their resources, their divine domains naturally contained powerful followers capable of slaying dragons. However, now that they could only deploy 3rd-tier units and only 2 at that, the situation became entirely different. If they could only use 3rd-tier units, that changed everything. Forget about the students, even these seasoned gods who had ignited their divine flames long ago couldn't find a single heroic unit in their divine domains capable of slaying an abyssal dragon of the same tier. What's more, the abyssal dragon before them was currently blessed by a high-ranking abyssal god. Its scales had turned dark purple-black, wreathed in demonic flames, making it incomparable to any ordinary abyssal dragon. If all else failed, the 2nd high principal's eyes darkened, his voice so low it seemed to scrape from his throat. Then I'll have no choice but to tear open the rift and send in stronger followers to forcibly shatter both students' divine domains. As he spoke these words, his fists clenched involuntarily, knuckles turning white. These were 2 gifted students he had personally nurtured, and destroying their divine domains with his own hands would be like carving out his own heart. Yet at this moment, he seemed to have no better option. Either he would destroy the 2 students' divine domains himself, and at least contain the scope of the disaster, or let the high-ranking abyssal god descend in, the consequences would be far more terrifying. He had no choice. I do bear responsibility for this. The second high principal let out a long sigh, his voice trembling. Let me be the one to bear this sin. Absolutely not. The Lu family's true god stepped forward, blocking his path with unwavering resolve. Lu Su is my only bloodline, the heir to the Lu family. His divine domain absolutely cannot be harmed. Hearing these words, Principal Su Li could no longer contain his fury and roared, enough. This whole mess was caused by you in the first place. Lu Su's divine domain can't be harmed, but Li Wenrui's can? He's the one who got dragged into this for no reason. He pointed toward the dragon still rampaging deep in the battlefield, his voice hoarse with anger. If that abyssal dragon isn't slain soon, and that high-ranking abyssal god seizes the opportunity to descend, the entire Jinghai city will be doomed. The thought made him shudder. The other two principals' expressions were equally grave, as if weighed down by massive stones. The Lu family's true god refused to budge, standing firm at the entrance to the heroic battlefield. No matter what, Lu Su cannot be harmed. The three principals' anger had reached a boiling point, with Su Li even raising his hand as divine power fluctuated around him, clearly on the verge of taking action. Just as tensions reached this breaking point, a clear voice suddenly rang out from the student area. Principal, how about letting me give it a try? At these words, the entire playground fell silent. The three principals and the Lu family's true god all froze, following the voice to see Lin Yan step forward, his figure particularly striking in the morning light. The next second, the crowd erupted. Holy crap! Is Lin Yan really this bold? That's an abyssal demon dragon, quite possibly one serving under a higher god. Even the principals are helpless. What can a demigod do? Stop talking and evacuate. The principal made it very clear. At the edge of the playground, students turned pale as sheets, their breathing ragged. Yet Lin Yan's eyes blazed with intensity. Like a hunter spotting prey, he had thought he'd never encounter that abyssal demon dragon in this lifetime. But the opportunity was right before him. Joy flashed in the Lu family true god's eyes as he hurried forward 2 steps. You're Lin Yan? Do you truly mean what you just said? As long as you can save Lu Su, act quickly. Nonsense. The second high principal's sharp rebuke shook the very air. All students and teachers evacuate immediately. Prepare for the worst. The first high principal nodded in agreement, clearly intending to bear the consequences alone to prevent more faculty and students from being implicated. The Lu family true god stamped his feet in frustration. If this dragging continued, Lu Su might truly be finished today. Lin Yan looked up at Su Li. Principal, let me try? I'm confident. If the hero battlefield is torn open and the abyssal demon dragon appears before everyone, it would have no reason to refuse my collection. The Lu family true god's nose immediately stung with emotion. With Su'er severely injured, this student Lin Yan seemed even more anxious than himself. Su Li's expression wavered as he confirmed in a low voice. Student Lin Yan, have you truly thought this through? That's a full-strength abyssal demon dragon. It's one thing if your 2 hero units fall, but if it affects your divine domain. Lin Yan nodded solemnly. We're all students of Jinghai City. Saving Lu Su is my duty. At these words, the playground fell silent once more. Then countless gazes fell upon Lin Yan, admiration evident in their expressions. Not only was his talent monstrous, but his character was so upright, willing to risk danger to save a stranger. Su Li remained silent for a moment, then suddenly gritted his teeth. Fine, let Lin Yan try once. But remember, if anything goes wrong, immediately close your divine domain and prioritize your safety. Old Su, the first and second high principals both panicked. Lin Yan doesn't understand the stakes, but are you going to act recklessly too? If something happens to him, can we bear that responsibility? Su Li sighed deeply. I understand Lin Yan. Without confidence, he would never take such risks. However, we must watch closely throughout and absolutely cannot let anything happen to him. The two principals exchanged glances and finally nodded. The three reached consensus, and hope finally appeared on the Lu family true god's face as he urged. Quickly, Lu Su can't hold on much longer. Immediately after, the 4 true gods approached the hero battlefield shrouded in black mist and simultaneously activated their divine domains. Before long, a crack was suddenly torn open in the dense black fog barrier covering the surface of the hero battlefield. Lin Yan now. Principal Su Li's forehead veins bulged as sweat trickled down his temples, his voice urgent with command. Lin Yan hesitated no more. His divine domain burst open like a translucent curtain of light, enveloping him and the 2 anomalous containment objects. In the next moment, 2 figures carrying the power of the divine domain plunged into the crack. Almost simultaneously, the fissure sealed shut and the black fog closed once more. Outside the crack, the 3 principals and the Lu family's true god all collapsed in exhaustion, breathing heavily. Though their vision was completely obscured by the pitch-black mist, they still stared intently toward the hero battlefield, their faces unable to hide their anxiety. The moment SCP-096 and the Terror Old Man, two anomalous containment objects, stepped into the black fog, Lin Yan, who had been maintaining his divine domain with closed eyes, smiled slightly, a flash of excitement crossing his features. Inside the hero battlefield, the black fog churned like a whirlpool as the abyssal demon dragon soared high with outstretched wings, its massive shadow covering the land below. From between the gaps in its pitch-black scales, it continuously spewed forth even thicker black fog, completely severing the battlefield from the realm of gods. At the borders, two divine domain phantoms flickered in and out of view within the sea of mist, their surfaces already showing web-like cracks. Abyssal Demon Dragon. Lin Yan's voice drifted softly through his divine domain, filled with barely contained excitement. Below, the dragon's metallic pupils caught sight of two rigid figures, 96, with its crying expression, and the Terror Old Man covered entirely in unknown viscous fluid. Contempt and rage instantly filled its eyes. Just two corpses? You think you can stop this dragon? Seeking death, the dragon roared, its chest rumbling. It was an apex predator from the abyss. That the humans would send only two corpses to block its path felt like a complete insult, especially when one of them was covering its face and sobbing in fear. Fury boiling over, the dragon beat its wings violently, the air exploding as it dove straight for SCP-096. It would reduce these two corpses to ash in an instant. Whoa! The previously sobbing SCP-096 suddenly fell silent, its piercing shriek replacing the whimpers as it charged back, its pale claws flashing like lightning. Fresh blood splattered through the air as the dragon's wing was torn open with a gash deep enough to see bone. You can actually wound me? Pity, you're still too weak. The dragon's eyes turned vicious as it struck back, its claws tearing across SCP-096's chest. But it didn't linger, immediately turning to dive toward the motionless Terror Old Man covered in viscous fluid. Whoa! A second unexpected shriek exploded from behind, and the dragon's pupils contracted sharply. Outside the battlefield, the three principals stood around Lin Yan, protecting him as he maintained his divine domain with closed eyes, each of their faces taut with tension. The black fog was thick as ink, making it impossible for them to judge the battle within. As time passed minute by minute with no sign of the fog weakening, their hearts grew heavier. Old Su, we can't drag this out any longer. Forcibly cut Lin Yan's divine domain connection, the second high principal whispered urgently. The Lu family's true god immediately shook his head. No, Lu Su hasn't. Stop bringing up Lu Su, the second high principal snapped angrily. If something happens to Lin Yan, your Lu family can't afford the consequences. Su Li took a deep breath, his voice trembling but still resolute. Wait a little longer. I believe in student Lin Yan. Meanwhile, inside the hero battlefield, roars and shrieks intertwined as the abyssal demon dragon's bellows grew increasingly tinged with terror. What kind of monster is this? Why won't it die? And it keeps clinging to me. You lowly corpse. Get away. Within the hero battlefield, the abyssal dragon's wings beat frantically, stirring up scorching turbulence as it weaved desperately through the ruined battlefield. No matter how it executed sudden stops, sharp turns, or diving maneuvers, the gray-white 096 could always stick to its tail with near teleportation speed, raining down punches and claws like a torrential storm. Damn it! What kind of creature is this? The abyssal dragon's heart filled with absolute terror. Having lived for countless eons, it had never encountered such a monster. The previous barrage of dragon breath and claw attacks would have killed even heroes of the same tier, yet 096's body, which should have been torn to shreds, kept rising again and again, lunging forward like an undying nightmare. Even more despairing was that even if it abandoned the abyssal dragon's inherent pride and fled, speed couldn't buy its survival. No matter how it soared skyward at maximum velocity to create distance, that gray-white form would mysteriously appear at its side in the next instant. All its proud abilities proved utterly useless against this corpse. For the first time, the abyssal dragon truly felt death breathing down its neck. Roar! A piercing shriek suddenly tore through the sky, and almost by reflex, it beat its wings violently, charging toward the distance once more. Lin Yan stood in the distance, his gaze flickering coldly. Truly worthy of being an abyssal dragon, its defense is absurd. An ordinary hero would have been torn to pieces by 096 long ago. If he had only sent the Terror Elder, this brutal fight might not have been winnable after all. The Elder lacked 096's nearly invincible immortality. The greater the challenge, the more excited he became. Time passed minute by minute. The abyssal dragon's scales were torn to tatters, blood tracing long arcs through the air, and its flight pattern began to waver. Looking back at the relentlessly pursuing 096, fear completely consumed its mind. If this thing was so powerful, why had it been weeping softly at first? Was it pretending to be weak, luring me into complacency? It couldn't comprehend. Swish, swish, swish. 096 suddenly leaped onto the dragon's head, its arms hammering down like iron mallets. The abyssal dragon crashed to the ground with agonized roars, deep, bone-exposing wounds splitting open across its massive skull. At that precise moment, the Terror Elder's black shadow silently materialized. Sizzle, dark fluid dripped into the wounds, accompanied by corrosive sounds and the dragon's violent convulsions. Moments later, those cold vertical pupils dimmed completely, and the massive body collapsed with a thunderous crash. Finally grounded to death. Lin Yan exhaled deeply. This abyssal dragon before him was the strongest hero unit he had encountered to date, and it could only be worn down by 096's relentless assault. If word of this got out, even demigods and true gods would be stunned. After all, abyssal dragons were apex beings even within the abyss. The more powerful the sacrifice, the more terrifying the anomalous containment object it would summon. At this thought, Lin Yan grew even more excited and immediately issued his divine command. The Terror Elder received the order, its withered palm lightly touching the dragon's corpse. In the next instant, the massive dragon body vanished without a trace, as if erased from existence. At the same time, on the playground, the three principals and the Lu family's true god all wore increasingly grave expressions. As time ticked by, the second high principal finally broke the silence with a heavy voice. Old Su, transfer student Lin Yan out and shut down his divine domain. This time Su Li didn't respond immediately, just pressed his lips together and only gave an almost imperceptible nod after a moment. The Lu family's true god, unable to contain his anxiety, was about to speak. No, Su is still. The three principals simultaneously turned cold gazes toward him, cutting off his words abruptly. Just as the atmosphere reached its breaking point, the Lu family's true god's eyes suddenly lit up as he shouted urgently. Wait, don't move yet. The dark energy is dissipating, and Su's divine domain core has stopped collapsing. The three principals whipped their heads toward the hero battlefield. The towering waves of pitch black mist were visibly being torn apart and dissolved, retreating completely in the blink of an eye. Did it actually work? This thought flashed through everyone's mind simultaneously. Only heroes 096 and 106 remained standing quietly in the field, with scattered dragon blood congealing into ash at their feet. Lin Yan opened his eyes at that very moment. The entire spectator section erupted instantly. Holy shit, it actually worked? Where's the abyssal demon dragon? 2 hero units took down an abyssal demon dragon, and with 0 casualties? The crowd grew more boisterous, with waves of amazement. Someone remembering Lin Yan's previous match against Huang Dong couldn't help but reveal. He was holding back in that duel, wasn't he? In the student channel, Huang Dong silently watched the screen, first speechless, then shaking his head with a bitter smile. He really couldn't find any grounds to argue. Meanwhile, the Lu family's true god picked up the unconscious Lu Su, probing with his divine consciousness. Lu Su's divine domain was severely damaged, and though the core was preserved, it was on the verge of collapse. Even with the Lu family's resources, it would be difficult to repair. A cold sense of helplessness weighed heavy on his heart. He looked up at Heroes 096 and the Terror Old Man still standing tall in the field, then at Lin Yan, resentment flaring in his heart. It's all Lin Yan's fault. If he hadn't been so protective of his hero units and had gone all out, the abyssal demon dragon would have been dealt with long ago, and Su's core might still have been salvageable. Though hatred churned within him, his expression remained impassive as he stared darkly at Lin Yan. Su Li had already hurried to Lin Yan's side, and after a careful examination, still felt uneasy. Student Lin Yan, are you feeling any discomfort? Principal, I'm fine. Lin Yan shook his head, then added apologetically. It's just that the abyssal demon dragon escaped just now, and I couldn't keep it. The three principals exchanged glances and smiled wryly in unison. Su Li laughed heartily and patted his shoulder. Excessive modesty is just showing off. You little rascal. You can even take down an abyssal demon dragon, while keeping both heroes completely unharmed. That's quite the surprise. The first high principal also nodded, then grew serious. Student Lin Yan, don't take such risks next time. You're far more important than Lu Su. This statement made the nearby Lu family's true god, full of resentment, pause slightly, though he couldn't refute it. Su Li seemed to casually remember something. By the way, who was it that said if Lin Yan saved Lu Su, they definitely wouldn't let him work for nothing? The Lu family's true god's body trembled, his expression growing extremely dark, but he still forced a smile as he stepped forward, saying through gritted teeth, Student Lin Yan, thank you for saving Su. Please accept this third-tier divine domain core fragment. A third-tier core fragment. Surprise flashed in Lin Yan's eyes, but before he could speak, Su Li's half-smiling voice rang out again. Just one piece? TSK, TSK. An abyssal demon dragon tampered with by a higher god infiltrated the campus. I suspect there's an abyssal spy in the realm of gods. As his words fell, the Lu family's true god trembled again, sweat beading on his forehead as he immediately raised his voice. 3 pieces. I'll give 3 third-tier divine domain core fragments. Student Lin Yan, are you satisfied with this compensation? As the Lu family's true god spoke these words, his heart was bleeding. While the Lu family was indeed one of Jinghai City's most prominent wealthy clans, their vast business empire required constant operation, with massive amounts of capital that couldn't afford to stagnate for even a moment. Handing over 3 complete third-tier divine domain core fragments, an amount that would make even high-ranking powers wince, was equivalent to forcing the Lu family to carve off a chunk of their own flesh, and they'd likely have to immediately liquidate several profitable ventures just to fill the gap. As soon as he finished speaking, he plastered on an ingratiating smile, though his eyes darted nervously towards Su Li and the other 2 principals like a guilty thief, terrified they might open their mouths and demand even more. Su Li snorted coldly, setting his teacup down heavily on the armrest of his chair. Why are you looking at me? I'm not the one who saved Lu Su. The Lu family's true god could only awkwardly shift his gaze to Lin Yan. Lin Yan was somewhat bewildered. He had originally only intended to subdue the abyssal demon dragon, never expecting to incidentally fleece such a substantial thank you gift. His mind began calculating. If he played a bit more coy, could he perhaps extract a few more tufts of wool from this fat sheep that was the Lu family? Just as he hesitated, Su Li's voice rang in his ear, dripping with undisguised mockery. Don't get any funny ideas. 3 divine domain core fragments are already the Lu family true god's absolute limit. Ask for more, and he'll definitely turn hostile. After all, the abyssal high god behind that abyssal demon dragon has nothing whatsoever to do with the Lu family. At most, they'd face a routine investigation, and they could clear themselves with just a few words. Quit while you're ahead. After finishing, Su Li added another low blow. That old fox surnamed Lu has skin thicker than a city wall. Taking the hint, Lin Yan immediately clutched his chest, putting on an act of being so weak he might collapse at any moment. Then I thank you, true god sir. No need, no need. The Lu family's true god waved his hands frantically, wishing he could immediately stuff the fragments into Lin Yan's pocket. Student Lin Yan saved Su. I am grateful beyond words. In the next instant, 3 third-tier divine domain core fragments radiating gentle silver light quietly entered Lin Yan's divine domain, transforming into a cascade of fine starlight. On the sidelines, the first high principal coughed and lowered his voice to Su Li. Old Su. The exchange competition. Are we still holding it? Lin Yan just soloed an abyssal demon dragon with 0 casualties. With results like that, how can the other senior students even compete? The gap is too ridiculous. Of course we're continuing, Su Li declared righteously. However, student Lin Yan won't need to participate. The rest of you seniors can compete for second place. The many senior students below exchanged glances, momentarily speechless. Principal Su Li, is it really appropriate to directly announce compete for second place, right in front of us? Su Li paid no attention to everyone's expressions, instead turning to Lin Yan with a serious tone. I just discussed with the principals of first high and second high. From today forward, you'll be jointly cultivated by our 3 schools. How does that sound? The entire school erupted. Joint cultivation by 3 schools was an unprecedented first in Jinghai City's history. Yet considering Lin Yan's battle record, everyone felt it was only natural. Lin Yan opened his mouth, stunned for half a second before coming to his senses. Principal, doesn't first place in the exchange competition automatically grant recommendation to enter the Imperial Capital University preparatory program? All 3 principals simultaneously froze, exchanging glances. They had already made the unprecedented offer of joint cultivation, never expecting Lin Yan to be even bolder, actually wanting to directly assault the Imperial Capital University preparatory program as a mere sophomore. After a long moment, Su Li finally spoke carefully. Indeed, we do have recommendation privileges. But whether you can ultimately pass still depends on Imperial Capital University's assessment. If you want this slot, we absolutely support you. It's just that you've only recently opened your divine domain, while the assessment is designed for seniors. He paused, then solemnly added, regardless of the outcome, our 3 schools will still provide you with joint cultivation. Who knows? Maybe you'll get into Imperial Capital University directly through this year's college entrance exam. Principal Su Li said in a relaxed tone, worried that Lin Yan might lose confidence if he failed the preparatory student assessment. Seeing his goal achieved, Lin Yan felt slightly relieved and nodded gratefully. Thank you, Principal. The other 2 principals exchanged glances with Su Li, feeling both helpless and amused. Meanwhile, the exchange competition continued at the other end of the playground. But after the recent incident, the students' enthusiasm had clearly cooled. Countless gazes unconsciously focused on Lin Yan, with discussions rising and falling. However, Lin Yan had already immersed himself in his divine realm. Within the divine realm, raging flames swept across the wilderness. The number of flame demons had grown to over 200 and was still increasing. Containment Object 096 paced back and forth with an eerie presence. The terror old man hung upside down from a charred giant tree, motionless. The plague doctor circled the corpse of the abyssal dragon, chanting plague in low, sinister tones. The ordinary units on the periphery were also well organized. 1. The human followers, due to his usual laissez-faire approach, had spontaneously multiplied to nearly 1,000. 2. The ankle snappers remained around 10,000, but for the current third-tier divine realm, these second-tier units could no longer play a significant role. However, the tens of thousands of gear orthodox believers in Wolf City are still there. Lin Yan murmured to himself. When the time comes, they'll all become qualified third-tier ordinary units. With this thought, he exchanged for another batch of advanced forest resource cards to improve the divine realm's ecosystem. After completing these tasks, his gaze fell upon the central altar. Beside the altar, the massive corpse of the abyssal dragon loomed like a black mountain peak, making the surrounding buildings appear insignificant. When alive, its combat power was terrifying, and the success rate of cultivating it into a follower was extremely low. Lu Su was a painful example. Even in death, a single dragon scale could fetch a high price in currency points in the outside world. The plague doctor's eyes gleamed as he tried to approach, but Lin Yan waved him away. Then, Lin Yan raised his hand and pushed the abyssal dragon's corpse toward the altar. Sacrifice successful. Please select your recruitment target. 3 options instantly appeared. 1. Anomalous Containment Object 939. With many voices, 100 ordinary units. Description: pack-dwelling warm-blood carnivores lacking multiple life-sustaining systems, capable of luring prey through voice mimicry before delivering fatal bites. Their breath causes area effect Class C amnesia, capable of erasing the faith of devout believers. Lin Yan glanced at it and immediately dismissed it. It would work as ordinary units, but trading an abyssal dragon for these is too much of a loss. 2. Anomalous Containment Object 4715. War Beast Hero Unit. Description: 6-legged large chimeric mammal with extreme aggression. Upon sensing any entity's intent to harm another entity including itself, it immediately gains additional mass proportional to the number of hostiles. When hostility ceases, it rapidly shrinks to a minimum of 5.2 meters. Possesses high natural resistance and can regenerate large areas of missing tissue. After reading this information, Lin Yan's heart pounded. With such a beast on the battlefield, the more enemies there were, the stronger it became, and it could rapidly heal. It was practically a cheat. He almost confirmed it immediately, but took a deep breath, suppressed his excitement, and continued to look at the final option. With this glance, his pupils instantly contracted, and he couldn't help but exclaim, 682? Project name: Anomalous Containment Object 682, Immortal Malevolent Lizard, Unit, Hero Unit. Description: Anomalous Containment Object 682 is a massive reptilian creature of unknown origin. It exhibits extremely high intelligence and harbors bone-deep hatred toward all life forms. Multiple observations indicate that 682 possesses terrifying strength, speed, and reflexes, with specific values fluctuating according to its form changes. Even more deadly are its regeneration and adaptation mechanisms. Even if its body is completely destroyed or decomposed, as long as remnants exist, it can still move and communicate. Once it encounters a lethal threat, it instantly evolves corresponding abilities and becomes permanently immune to similar attacks thereafter. Seeing the system interface continuously pop up with information, Lin Yan's fingertips trembled slightly, his breathing unconsciously quickening. He took several deep breaths and whispered in amazement, I never expected to actually recruit the Great 682. In the Foundation's vast archives, Anomalous Containment Object 682 is absolutely the most legendary project. No one knows its origins, yet it possesses even stronger immortal characteristics than 096. Even if the universe were destroyed, 682 would still survive. Beyond its helplessly immortal nature, what's even more chilling is its abnormally powerful adaptation ability. Every time it's injured, it rapidly heals, and after healing, it immediately becomes immune to similar damage. Unkillable, indestructible, and infinitely evolving. It's simply unsolvable. The Foundation has attempted to terminate 682 countless times. Thick stacks of termination reports could fill entire classified filing cabinets, even deploying multiple extremely dangerous anomalous containment objects. Yet the process always follows the same pattern. 682 gets severely damaged, heals instantly, then adapts, and becomes completely immune to those anomalous effects. Therefore, it's jokingly referred to internally as the Great 682. If Anomalous Containment Object 4715 Beast of War could already be considered a game exploit, then 682 is undoubtedly the ultimate bug. With thoughts swirling, Lin Yan clicked confirm without hesitation. I choose option 3. Selection successful. Anomalous Containment Object 682, Immortal Malevolent Lizard, is being recruited. Estimated recruitment completion time 09:59:59. After the confirmation prompt flashed by, Lin Yan continued examining his divine realm. Meanwhile, the 3-school exchange competition was reaching its conclusion, with the top 3 of the senior year already determined. The audience suddenly erupted in tsunami-like cheers. Lin Yan is awesome. Woohoo! This is what you call genius. Lin Yan, first place. These shouts reached the ears of the senior year victor, who couldn't help but roll his eyes and mutter to himself, damn, I fought here for ages, and it turned into a showcase for Lin Yan? Then he also raised his fist and shouted, Lin Yan is awesome. After all procedures concluded, Lin Yan couldn't contain his excitement and rushed home, his consciousness once again sinking into his divine realm. The Divine Realm panel immediately opened. Deity, Lin Yan's Divine Realm Core, 3rd Tier Hero Units, 096 the Shy Guy, 106 the Old Man, 173 the Sculpture, 049 Plague Doctor, 457 Flame Demon X, 300. Regular Units, Human Race X 958, Ankle Snipers X 14, 680. Faith Power, 9,860,710 currency points, 305 million. Nearly 10 million faith power. Lin Yan stared at the panel, startled by the numbers himself. Then it dawned on him. Nearly 70 to 80% of this faith power came from the Gear Orthodox believers in Wolf City. His own Divine Realm's dependents contributed surprisingly little. Wolf City's dependents don't require me to invest any resources. Developing followers in an ownerless world is pure profit with zero investment. Lin Yan murmured softly, though a strange thought flickered through his mind. Using resources from other worlds to nurture my own dependents. Could this be considered a form of NTR? He knew this success was entirely due to the mechanization virus. Any ordinary true god attempting to establish roots in an ownerless world would risk being targeted by the native will at the slightest misstep. Unlike them, he only needed to deploy the virus and let automation handle the rest. Dismissing these idle thoughts, Lin Yan refocused on the 3 third-tier Divine Realm core fragments floating above his domain. Third-tier fragments are far more precious than second-tier ones. Once my faith power exceeds 100 million and I gather the 4th fragment, I can advance to the 4th tier, he whispered. If these words were to spread, even demigods would be terrified. How long had Lin Yan been developing his Divine Realm, yet he was already preparing for 4th tier advancement? As he contemplated the future, a system notification suddenly rang out. Anomalous Containment Object 682, the indestructible reptile, successfully recruited. Simultaneously, the ground in the northwestern region collapsed with a thunderous crash as a massive reptilian creature materialized from thin air. Its body was entirely dark green, with vertical pupils filled with contempt. Anomalous Containment Object 682, the indestructible reptile. Lin Yan sensed that its faith level toward him remained merely saint, clearly having just awakened. Since 682 needs to grow, Lin Yan revealed a mischievous smile, casting a malevolent glance towards 096. I swear this is purely to help 682 level up, he justified to himself internally. The moment the divine decree was issued, both 096 and 682 were pulled into combat. Inferior creature. 682 flicked its tongue and released a low growl. Woo! Upon making eye contact, 096 immediately covered its face and turned away, weeping mournfully. Agitation crawled across 682's scales. The next second swoosh. A gray-white blur shot forward like lightning, instantly tearing away a large chunk of flesh from 682's body. Simultaneously, 682's claws ripped deep wounds down to the bone on 096's form. Both creatures felt no pain, savagely biting, striking, and ramming each other in a scene of flying gore. After more than 10 minutes, both had most of their bones shattered, yet they began rapidly healing almost simultaneously, with severed limbs and flesh writhing back into place. Swoosh. 096 lunged again, but this claw strike against 682's scales only produced sparks without leaving any wound. The gray-white figure froze in place. 682 raised its head, gazing directly at 096's face with contemptuous eyes. In that instant, 096 violently turned its head and began wildly slashing at nearby flame demons. Upon discovering it couldn't penetrate their defenses, it turned to viciously clawing at its own face. Lin Yan could clearly sense that after the intense battle with SCP-682, SCP-096's entire worldview seemed to have crumbled. This creature, never particularly intelligent to begin with, had now completely descended into madness and confusion. Its prized hunting instincts had been thoroughly crushed by SCP-682's anomalous properties. Setting aside SCP-682's nearly infinite regenerative abilities, what was truly terrifying was its mechanism of developing resistance after taking a few hits, which had reduced SCP-096's vicious clawing to nothing more than gentle scratching. And so, SCP-096 cowered. Before Lin Yan could even issue a divine command, SCP-096 had voluntarily violated its own anomalous rules. Even with SCP-682 staring directly at its face, it no longer showed shyness or aggression, instead huddling nearby with its head trembling. In contrast, SCP-682 remained as formidable as ever, its amber vertical pupils filled with contempt for all living things, completely unfazed by their brief skirmish. Lin Yan clicked his tongue in amazement, yet felt even more excited as he immediately issued new orders. The flame demon heeded the command, stepping forward as blazing fire instantly coalesced into a roiling sea of flames that engulfed SCP-682's entire massive form. Sizzle. The high temperature crackled through the air as the pitch-black scales visibly turned red-hot, their edges curling and filling the air with a mixture of charred and roasted scents. Roar! SCP-682 let out a brief, piercing shriek of pain, which abruptly ceased the next second. It lowered its head, its gaze returning to that lazy, disdainful expression as the red-hot scales quickly cooled and returned to black, as if the previous burning had been nothing more than a gentle breeze. The flame demon's fire could no longer cause it even the slightest discomfort. It developed immunity that quickly. Lin Yan's eyes showed shock, yet he felt even more exhilarated. He waved his hand, sending another divine command to the dreadful old man. With a wet sizzle, black viscous liquid dripped onto SCP-682's scales, initially accompanied by faint corrosive sounds that quickly fell silent. The corrosive fluid seemed to be absorbed by the scales, causing no further reaction as SCP-682 leisurely enjoyed what could only be described as a poison bath. The third divine command fell upon SCP-049, the Plague Doctor. The Plague Doctor hesitantly observed SCP-682, seemingly determining whether this giant beast qualified as what he considered a plague carrier. Finally, he extended his bone-white, gloved palm. Lin Yan clearly sensed SCP-682's life force beginning to drain away at an extremely slow pace. Before long, SCP-682's eyes closed, and its massive body sank to the ground completely dead. No, not seemingly, but truly dead in every sense of the word. Lin Yan could feel that life force completely drain away in an instant. However, within a single heartbeat, the cold corpse suddenly sprang back to life. No matter how much the Plague Doctor continued to touch it, the life-draining effect had no impact whatsoever. This is SCP-682 for you, absolutely incredible, Lin Yan whispered with clenched fists. If it could evolve immunity even to the Plague Doctor's mysterious life harvesting, what hope did previous attacks with blades, flames, and corrosion have? After several rounds of testing with various anomalous objects, SCP-682 had now gained multiple terrifying resistances on top of its original capabilities. Physical damage, fire, corrosion, life drain. Lin Yan murmured as he turned his gaze toward the final anomalous object. The moment the divine command was issued, Little Peanut sprang into action. However, this time the result was beyond Lin Yan's expectations. Just as Lin Yan had anticipated, at the start of the battle, Little Peanut suddenly flashed behind SCP-682, grasped its thick neck vertebrae like old tree roots, and snapped them with a sharp crack. But due to the enormous size difference, this blow didn't inflict fatal damage on 682. As the battle continued, 682 was forced to continuously shrink in size, with bone fractures and torn flesh wounds accumulating, its agony visibly intensifying. Finally, the tenacious 682 evolved a new countermeasure. Every inch of its body skin bulged with blood blister-like protrusions that instantly transformed into clusters of eyeballs, opening densely to ensure it could keep Little Peanut firmly in sight from every angle, thus avoiding triggering that terrifying anomalous effect again. So Little Peanut is actually this powerful. Lin Yan was slightly stunned, having thought Little Peanut couldn't harm 682, never expecting that 682 would be the first to back down. But he quickly regained his composure. Little Peanut possessed no intelligence whatsoever, essentially similar to anomalous items like the mechanized virus or panacea, only executing the most direct actions according to divine commands. Lin Yan calculated silently in his mind. The anomalous containment objects in my divine realm alone are far from sufficient to cover all combat scenarios. I must let 682 adapt to more offensive methods in advance. Though it's immortal, adaptation and evolution still require time. If we truly reach a critical divine realm battle and encounter techniques it has never faced before, leaving 682 unable to break free, that would be troublesome. But where could he find such training opportunities? He pondered for a long time without an answer. Just then, a communication request suddenly lit up in the divine realm. The sender's identifier made him raise an eyebrow. The underground arena's boss. When he first entered the arena, this person had invited Lin Yan to participate in a gladiatorial match, offering several second-tier divine realm core fragments and clues about his parents as payment. However, after all this time, the man had never contacted him again until now. The communication connected, and a deep, amused voice immediately came through. Lin Yan, you've truly surprised me. In such a short time, you've actually created so many miracles. Lin Yan's heart stirred. It seemed the other party had been secretly observing him all along. only now considering him qualified to participate in that gladiatorial match. If you're ready, come find me in 3 days, the boss continued. Of course, you can also back out. Consider those divine realm core fragments from before as my gift to you, and we'll call our transaction even. With those words, the communication was cut off directly. 3 days. Lin Yan murmured quietly, unsure what kind of gladiatorial match he would face, but with his parents involved, he would never retreat. On second thought, the arena was the perfect stage for training 682. If he could let 682 adapt to several more types of high-intensity attacks there, he would gain another trump card. With his mind made up, he teleported to the underground arena and directly entered the challenge waiting area, beginning to screen for opponents. On the screen, a name with a record of 36 wins, 20 losses caught his attention. Anyone who could fight so many matches while maintaining nearly a 50% win rate must be extraordinary, perfect for letting 682 undergo a good round of evolution. Lin Yan submitted a challenge request without hesitation. Arena notice. You have challenged God of Cat People, waiting for opponent's agreement. After a few moments, the cold mechanical voice sounded again. Arena notice. The opponent has declined your request. Please select a new gladiatorial target. Lin Yan frowned. Rejected? Lin Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. He had already been rapidly formulating tactics in his mind first force 682 to sustain injuries, then exploit its adaptive evolution rhythm to counterattack, and finally deliver a crushing blow only to discover that his opponent wouldn't even give him the chance to enter the arena. He shook his head and could only continue selecting targets on the panel. Arena notification. You have issued a challenge request to God of the Dog Head, awaiting opponent's agreement. Arena notification. Your request has been declined. Please select a new gladiatorial target. Lin Yan was stunned. Refusing to give up, he clicked challenge again. Arena notification. Your request has been declined. Please select a new gladiatorial target. Arena notification. Your request has been declined. Please select a new gladiatorial target. After several consecutive attempts, every single opponent rejected him without exception. Even more absurd was that one of them sent a private message. God of Mystery, stop inviting Megavit up. No gladiator would agree to a match where they know they'll lose and just hand over currency points for nothing. Lin Yan stared at those words speechlessly, only able to lament. Having too good a record had actually become a reason for no one wanting to fight him. But he had no intention of giving up, continuing to scroll through the massive target database. Soon, in a section of the arena so obscure it was barely noticed by anyone, he spotted a dark gold option. Hero Arena Tournament? Lin Yan's eyes lit up. This event was extremely niche, so much so that even he had only seen it mentioned in a corner of the introduction manual. The rules were simple yet brutal. The arena master could only deploy one hero unit to fight 10 consecutive battles on the platform. No substitutions or withdrawals were allowed during this period. Either the hero died in battle, or they had to endure all 10 matches before being allowed to leave. Even if victorious, they would inevitably be wounded. What made it even more challenging was that the arena master couldn't replace their hero, they had to tough it out to the end even if injured. Precisely because of this, since the underground arena's establishment, the Hero Arena Tournament had almost never been activated, only a few scattered attempts when it first opened, and not a single arena master had persevered to the end. When Lin Yan approached the front desk and announced his decision, the receptionist froze in place, as if doubting what they had heard. God of Mystery, are you certain you want to activate the Hero Arena Tournament? I'm certain. Lin Yan nodded, his tone calm. Very well. We'll activate the tournament for you immediately. The attendants' eyes gleamed with excitement, their voice trembling, having worked at the underground arena for so long. This was the first time they had encountered a gladiator who actually wanted to start a Hero Arena Tournament. The news spread like wildfire. Not just the attendant, but virtually every gladiator active in the venue received a system notification simultaneously. The next moment, the entire underground arena erupted in excitement. Huh, holy crap, am I seeing this right? The Hero Arena Tournament has actually been activated. Who's got the guts for that? Let me check. Whoa, it's the God of Mystery. Has he become that arrogant? Damn, isn't that looking down on people a bit too much? Hell, if it were a divine realm battle, fine, but the Hero Arena Tournament? I don't believe he's really that fierce. Come on, let's go watch. Honestly though, the hero units in the God of Mystery's divine domain are incredibly powerful, especially that corpse-like hero unit. At the same time, Lin Yan's figure had already taken position at the center of the arena, with the metal flooring beneath his feet gleaming coldly under the lights. The arena's mechanical voice rang out once more, reminding him to deploy his defending hero unit. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yan directly deployed 682. A blinding beam of light flashed, and a massive lizard-like beast landed steadily on the ground. Its thick tail slammed against the platform with a dull thud, while its vertical pupils were filled with indifference and disdain. A lizard-type hero unit. The God of Mysteries didn't send out his strongest hero unit? He must have his reasons, but even so, Can this thing really fight 10 consecutive battles? Discussions erupted throughout the spectator stance. Some scoffed, others pondered, but most were inclined to believe that physical exhaustion alone could wear down any hero unit. Even that invincible corpse couldn't possibly last through 10 full battles, let alone this lizard before them. Thus, voices predicting the god of mysteries' defeat quickly spread, and the crowd's excitement reached fever pitch. Nearly all eyes focused on the immortal evil lizard. In a real divine domain battle, no one would dare rashly challenge Lin Yan. His battle record spoke for itself, with victory rates far too low. However, the Hero Arena tournament was different. Winning just this one match would be enough to get their name recorded in the archives, sufficient bragging rights in the underground coliseum for an entire year. Though thoughts were racing, still no gladiator was willing to be the first to step forward. Everyone wanted to wait for someone else to test 682's capabilities first. After a moment of standoff, someone finally couldn't contain themselves and slammed the table as they stood up. Forget it. I'll give it a try first. The arena's announcement immediately boomed through the air. Someone has challenged your Hero Arena. Please prepare for battle. Before the words had finished echoing, that demigod-level gladiator had already been teleported to the opposite side of the arena, his light-shrouded armor trembling slightly amid the cheers from the spectators above. Finally, here we go. Lin Yan exhaled deeply, his gaze burning with intensity. I hope you won't disappoint me too much. For ordinary hero units, 10 consecutive battles would be considered brutal. For 682, it was nothing but a pure feast. At the other end of the arena, the demigod raised his hand to summon his own hero unit, a massive armored rhinoceros that cracked the ground beneath its weight. The heavy metal plates scraped against each other with harsh, grating sounds, while fresh blood still dripped from its single horn. The armored rhinoceros was massive in size, relying primarily on its incredible speed to charge forward and inflict damage. Silver-white scales covered its back densely, reflecting cold gleams under the arena's torchlight, making it appear even more formidable. In contrast, the undying evil lizard looked utterly unremarkable, resembling nothing more than an oversized black lizard. However, none of the gladiators dared underestimate if this was a heroic unit personally recruited by the god of mysteries to inaugurate the Hero Arena tournament. What drew even more attention was the undisguised contempt clearly visible in the lizard's eyes as everyone stared at the armored rhinoceros. Armored rhinoceros, attack. The opposing demigod observed for a moment before issuing his divine command. Moo. The armored rhinoceros let out a low grunt, white mist shooting from its nostrils as its front hooves pounded the ground heavily, thundering toward the undying evil lizard. Despite its enormous body, it moved with shocking speed, the silver-white streak of light closing in on its target in an instant. Boom. The deafening explosion shook everyone's ears as the undying evil lizard's black body was sent flying, arcing through the air before crashing heavily onto the arena floor. When the dust settled, the lizard's exterior appeared intact, yet it lay motionless on the ground with a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of its mouth. Ha ha! Success! The armored rhinoceros's demigod burst into laughter. He knew that even if the surface showed no damage, the opponent's internal organs couldn't possibly remain unharmed after such an impact. The audience fell into brief silence before erupting into chaos. The heroic unit sent by the god of mysteries to inaugurate the Hero Arena tournament is actually this week, severely injured in just the first match. Damn it. The god of mysteries' heroic unit lost just like that? I bet tens of thousands of currency points on him. What the hell? Is this match fixed or something? Unbelievable. I knew the god of mysteries wouldn't last long in this Hero Arena, but I never expected him to lose the very first match. Seriously, where did he get the confidence? I should have challenged him first if I'd known. I don't think it's that simple. He's the god of mysteries with an undefeated record. This heroic unit can't be that straightforward. Cheers and doubts intertwined and echoed throughout the arena as the demigod grew increasingly excited, his eyes filled with exhilaration. It seemed the god of mysteries wasn't as powerful as the rumors suggested, or perhaps he himself was simply too strong. Either way, tonight would be the moment he made his name in the underground coliseum. Just as he was reveling in his triumph, the black shadow in the center of the arena swayed and stood up again. The undying evil lizard had somehow straightened its spine once more, as if the devastating injury had never existed. Its gaze toward the armored rhinoceros remained just as contemptuous. How can it stand up again? The demigod's pupils contracted sharply. That thing was clearly injured. Almost instinctively, he issued his second divine command. No matter. Armored rhinoceros, attack. This time, keep up the assault and don't hold back. The armored rhinoceros surged forward once again, its silver armor transforming into lightning as it charged toward the undying evil lizard for the second time. Boom. The explosive sound swept through the entire venue once more, but this time, the undying evil lizard's figure remained completely unmoved. Lowly creature. Its eyes filled with disdain as it lunged forward and bit down directly on the armored rhinoceros. The hard armor plates were instantly torn apart by its fangs, the dull cracking sound echoing through the arena like muffled thunder. In the next moment, the once charging and mighty armored rhinoceros lost all focus in its eyes, its massive body crashing to the ground with a thunderous impact, dead on the spot. How is this even possible? The demigod controlling the rhinoceros stood frozen in place, his face contorted with shock so intense it seemed almost tangible. During the first charge, his armored rhinoceros should have crushed that giant lizard's internal organs to pulp. So why did the second charge feel like hitting a ball of cotton? Could it be that his opponent had been toying with him from the very beginning? The audience fell into a brief silence before erupting into complete chaos. The God of Mysteries is awesome. Holy crap, I didn't waste my currency points on this. Wasn't it at a disadvantage just moments ago? How did it suddenly win? Amidst the uproar, someone quickly offered a deep analysis. I get it now. He deliberately showed weakness at the start, making us think that lizard was on par with the armored rhinoceros, luring us into his trap. Absolutely. Last time he used that fire elemental hero unit and nearly wiped out my entire faction. But maybe not. Didn't you see that lizard coughing up blood earlier? I think it's at the end of its rope now, just pretending to be uninjured. He's gambling that we won't dare to challenge it. Resentment and speculation intertwined, spreading like smoke through the hearts of the spectators. However, Lin Yan remained completely oblivious to the outside discussions. Arena notification. You have defeated the first challenger and earned 20,000 currency points, deposited into the prize pool. Arena notification. Please prepare for the next challenge. Upon hearing the notification, he immediately looked towards 682, his eyes filled with barely contained excitement. At this moment, while 682's exterior appeared unchanged, it had already undergone a complete transformation internally. All its organs had developed a semi-transparent membrane coating, and the bones in its abdomen and back had become denser, as if it had gained an additional set of internal armor. Impact-based damage had become virtually ineffective against it. Lin Yan lowered his voice, muttering to himself. Coming to this underground arena was definitely the right gamble. Getting 682 to evolve was totally worth it. Anyone trying to rely on ramming attacks from now on? Not a chance. His divine domain had always lacked this type of anomalous containment object that relied purely on impact, and now the arena was perfectly filling that gap. With 3 more days of competition ahead, he was eager to witness several different types of attack methods. At this thought, he became even more excited. 682's ability is practically cheating. Meanwhile, the spectator seats fell into an eerie silence. Many gladiators exchanged glances, all understanding the same truth. While no one believed the immortal reptile could win 10 consecutive hero challenges, whoever went up first would likely only exhaust a bit of its stamina, paving the way for those who came after. After a moment of stalemate, someone finally couldn't resist the temptation. The new challenger brought forth a giant rift antelope, another creature specializing in ramming attacks. It lowered its head to build momentum, targeting the abdomen where the reptile had previously been injured, then charged forward like an arrow released from its bow. Bang! The dull impact reverberated throughout the arena, shaking the entire venue. But when the dust settled, people saw the reptile standing completely motionless, while the giant rift antelope's supposedly indestructible horns had shattered inch by inch, fragments scattering everywhere. His emotions quickly shifted from confusion to rage as he pointed toward Lin Yan's direction and began cursing. Damn it! That God of Mysteries hero unit was definitely pretending to be injured earlier. You're such a damn schemer. Inside the underground arena, countless gladiators exchanged uncertain glances, their expressions filled with conflict. The mysterious god's performance in the previous 2 hero arena matches was like a shroud of fog, leaving them unable to make up their minds. The first possibility, that lizard-like hero unit wasn't injured at all and was merely acting, luring them to continue challenging this, playing weak to catch the strong trick, wasn't the first time the mysterious god had pulled it. The second possibility, the mysterious god was using their wariness against them. The hero unit was indeed at its last gasp, but deliberately pretending to be in the first scenario, making them abandon the challenge due to hesitation. There might even be a third layer. The mysterious god had anticipated all speculations, and the real situation had circled back to the first. The more they thought, the more confused they became. As a result, no one on the field dared to move, as nobody wanted to be the first unlucky fool to suffer. On the other side, Lin Yan was completely unaware of all this. He simply looked at SCP-682, the immortal reptile before him, and shook his head. What a pity. This round didn't strengthen it much. Most hero units had essentially similar attack methods. Once the reptile built immunity to one type, it could easily resist other similar attacks. Fortunately, the arena still had 3 days left, and he believed someone would eventually bring entirely new attack methods. However, the failure of the first 2 challengers weighed on everyone's minds like a massive boulder. It took more than half an hour before the next challenger leaped onto the arena. Damn it. I wanted to watch others test the waters first. but didn't expect everyone to be such cowards. The newcomer roared with a grin. He was a demigod who looked directly at Lin Yan, his voice echoing like rolling thunder. Mysterious god, let Meth Ape God face you. With those words, he released his follower. Boom. In the center of the arena, a massive crimson ape landed, its tower-like body causing the ground to tremble slightly. Its scarlet fur was as hard as steel needles, and the dark brown tuft of hair on its forehead glowed faintly, flickering like flames. The audience erupted instantly. TSK, a giant fist ape. These things usually don't have high win rates. Wait, that glow? You're not seeing things. That's a terminal potential individual. Holy crap, it really is. I didn't notice at first. What's this ape god's background? Cultivating a terminal potential creature and daring to use it for gladiatorial combat? Is he insane? Terminal potential is just one step away from the limit, but it's already close to the maximum. The mysterious god might be in trouble this time. He's really hit an iron wall. Can I still change my bet? I want to switch to betting on the ape god. The clamor rose and fell in waves. The so-called terminal potential individual was the result of the most brutal breeding method, confining large numbers of the same follower species together to fight to the death, keeping the strongest survivor, then using it to breed. The next generation would fight again, selecting the strongest once more, repeating this cycle until the entire species' potential was exhausted, resulting in a being approaching the absolute limit. The enormous cost deterred most deities after all. Rather than sacrificing countless followers, many gods preferred to crush opponents with sheer numbers. But now, a terminal potential giant fist ape stood in the center of the arena, and the scent of gunpowder instantly broke through the audience's neural threshold. Lin Yan, the ape god, and all the watching gladiators and spectators, every gaze locked onto that crimson giant ape. The arena reeked of gunpowder, and the air itself seemed ready to ignite. Not to mention the ultimate potential individuals among heroic units. The losses required to create them are even more staggering. Only through countless heroes of the same race slaughtering each other, leaving battlefields littered with corpses, could such a monster emerge from its cocoon transformed. Wouldn't it be more efficient to simply send those cultivation resources directly to the battlefield? Yet now, such an existence that would make even gods weep with heartache had appeared in this underground arena, and how could the audience and gladiators not feel their blood boiling with excitement? Oomph. Ignorant fools. Facing the thunderous cheers, the ape god snorted with smug satisfaction. That crimson giant with fists like iron pillars wasn't his creation. It was a treasure he'd stumbled upon while accidentally wandering into the edge of a true god's secret realm. To tame it, he had spent countless eons and immeasurable divine power, and now he finally brought it to the arena as his living advertisement. These cheers were exactly the attention he craved. The ape god's gaze sought out Lin Yan, eager to savor the shock even fair in the face of that renowned god of mysteries. But when their eyes met, not only was there no trace of panic on his opponent's face, he looked as excited as someone who'd just drawn a legendary card. Has this guy been scared senseless? The ape god's eyebrow twitched. Then with a thought, he sent down his divine command attack. Roar. The giant fist ape bared its fangs, pounding its chest until it thundered, then suddenly leaped up, carrying the crushing weight of collapsing mountains and raging seas as it smashed towards 682. Boom. Dust exploded outward. Shockwaves rippled across the specially reinforced arena, and even the dull sound of breaking bones could be heard. When the dust settled, everyone saw a deep crater in the center of the arena, with the immortal malevolent lizard smashed at the bottom, its spine bearing a massive fist-shaped indentation. Yet its eyes remained indifferent, filled with nothing but contempt and hatred for the giant ape. Roar. Seeing its prey still alive, the red giant ape flew into a rage, its chest pounding, echoing continuously, making even the air seem to wail. In the stands, the demigods erupted like ignited powder kegs. Howling with excitement, the specially reinforced arena had been dented with a single punch. This was the terror of an ultimate potential individual. What made their blood boil even more was that the lizard had only broken its spine and hadn't immediately died. Oomph, it can withstand just one punch. That was merely an appetizer. The ape god was confident of victory, glancing provocatively at Lin Yan, only to find the latter still showed no sign of concern, instead appearing even more enthusiastic, as if he'd spotted a test subject that could make his research data skyrocket. The ape god was momentarily stunned. The power of ultimate potential creatures is truly terrifying. Lin Yan was ecstatic. 682 had previously endured 096 infinite attacks and been struck by the armored rhino and explosive boar, and he'd thought the lizard's defense was nearing its limit. He never expected the giant fist ape strike to force yet another evolution. Absolutely wonderful. More importantly, that ultimate potential individual across from them clearly had more than just this one trick. Lin Yan's eyes gleamed as he stared at the red giant ape like a research fanatic. Bring on more. This god of mysteries dares to underestimate me so. Catching Lin Yan's excitement, the ape god was both furious and amused. his gaze coldly locking onto the arena. With a cold laugh, he lowered his voice and muttered to himself, God of mysteries, do you really think my ultimate potential individual giant fist ape is just about having greater strength? Just wait and see. I'll slap that smug look right off your face. Roar. Two massive beasts, one black and one red, clashed relentlessly on the hero arena. The dark giant fist ape and the crimson immortal evil lizard bellowed as they collided, their enormous bodies hammering against each other midair, their savage power erupting in thunderous booms that shook the spectator stands and sent the crowd into frenzied cheers. In one corner of the arena, Ape God's expression grew increasingly grim. Damn it, why does this lizard feel like it's getting stronger? He cursed under his breath. At the start of the match, his giant fist ape could easily shatter the evil lizard's scales, but now the damage it inflicted seemed to be diminishing. Ape God hesitated no longer and roared his command. Stop holding back, giant fist ape. Use your skill thunderous Vajra fist. Buzz. The giant fist ape's eyes turned blood red as it leaped into the air, its fist shadows raining down like a torrential downpour. Each heavy punch concentrated all its power, the fist edges crackling with fine electric arcs, thunder exploding as the arena cracked inch by inch and dust swirled skyward. The audience erupted. Holy shit. Ape God is awesome. Beat the mysterious god. Waves of cheers rose and fell. Ape God puffed out his chest with a cold snort. Humph. Mysterious god, now you know my true strength, don't you? However, when he turned to look at Lin Yan, he found his opponent's expression still excited, and immediately sensed trouble. Roar. The dust cloud tore apart as the immortal evil lizard suddenly burst forth, its scales gleaming with an eerie light as it viciously bit at the giant fist ape's neck. Damn it, this thing is actually unharmed. How is that possible? Ape God broke out in a cold sweat, but had no time to think further. The evil lizard's counterattack came like a violent storm. The giant fist ape retreated step by step, flesh and blood flying. Lin Yan shook his head slightly. Looks like that move can only be used once in a short time. The lightning wasn't strong, but it was enough for the immortal evil lizard to evolve lightning resistance. I wanted to try another wave, but it seems that won't work. The situation reversed instantly, leaving the audience stunned. The giant fist ape that had just held the advantage was suddenly being suppressed. Ape God was equally bewildered, and seeing Lin Yan's disappointed expression only fueled his rage. Damn it, this mysterious god actually looks down on me so much, he roared. Giant fist ape, use spike fur. In an instant, the giant fist ape's fur stood on end, transforming into sharp black spikes that shot from its body, forming a sky full of arrows that covered the immortal evil lizard. Ape God felt a sharp pain in his chest. Spike fur was a core skill of terminal-level individuals and extremely difficult to recover, but he couldn't worry about that now. Even if the cost is enormous, as long as I defeat the mysterious god, my value will skyrocket. He stared at the center of the arena with a volatile expression. Behold, in an instant, countless bristles struck the immortal evil lizard. Before it could even react, the projectiles had already pierced through its thick scales and embedded deep into its flesh. In the blink of an eye, the immortal evil lizard was riddled with holes like a sieve, blood gushing forth as a metallic stench filled the air. Roar! It let out an ear-splitting shriek of agony as dark blood trickled down between its scales, quickly staining its entire body crimson. The ape god thought victory was assured and was about to smirk when he saw the massive lizard endure the excruciating pain and raise its head once more. The gaze it fixed upon the giant fist ape was filled with bone-deep hatred, almost tangible in its intensity. The giant fist ape immediately trembled, instinctively crossing its arms over its chest. Even the ape god himself felt his heart skip a beat at that terrifying glare. The next second, the massive, blood-splattered figure charged forward. Ah! The now hairless giant fist ape let out a terrified scream, completely ignoring the ape god's commands as it turned and fled. Damn it! How dare it counterattack? The ape god's eyelid twitched violently. If the lizard died from blood loss before attacking, the mysterious god wouldn't care, but he absolutely couldn't afford to lose his carefully cultivated giant fist ape. After a brief calculation, he decisively declared surrender. The audience erupted instantly. That was a giant fist ape close to the final dive level, and it just lost like that. No wonder the mysterious god had the confidence to let this lizard defend the arena. Voices rose in discussion throughout the crowd, and they also realized that the immortal evil lizard must be severely wounded now. This was the perfect opportunity to defeat the mysterious god. Countless gladiators scrambled to claim the right to be the next challenger, giving Lin Yan barely any respite. A new hero unit was pushed onto the arena. This demigod was brimming with confidence, but when he saw the immortal evil lizard across from him, scales intact, even the bloodstains covered by newly regenerated skin froze completely. What's going on? After a moment of stunned silence, he suddenly raised his hand and shouted, I'm filing a complaint. The mysterious god is cheating. The hero arena doesn't allow switching hero units mid-battle. So many people just witnessed it near death, but now it's perfectly fine. How can this be explained without switching heroes? However, the arena's mechanical announcement quickly responded. After inspection, Arena Master Mysterious God has committed no violations. Challenger, please continue the match. No switch. The demigod's eyes widened as he watched the immortal evil lizard suddenly lunge forward, feeling nothing but despair. 2 minutes later, his hero unit was instantly torn apart, and he himself fainted on the spot. Damn it. I thought I could pick up an easy win, but ended up losing everything I had. The audience erupted once again. That recovery rate is way too ridiculous. With such a powerful hero unit, why has the mysterious god never brought it out before? Last time I invaded his divine realm, the one chasing me was a gray-white hero unit. Equally terrifying. Gray-white. The one I encountered had a bird beak, mask instant death on contact. Good heavens, could his entire divine realm be filled with these monster-level heroes? The discussions among countless demigods grew louder and louder. At the other end of the arena, Lin Yan was elated. This round was incredibly profitable. The close-quarters blood battle with the ape god had allowed 682's defenses to adapt and evolve almost completely. Lightning resistance and specialized countermeasures against spike projectiles had also been generated. Opportunities like these simply didn't exist in his own divine realm. There's still time left. I wonder how many more surprises we can produce, he whispered excitedly. Unfortunately, hardly anyone dared to take the stage afterward. The occasional sporadic challenges weren't enough to grant the immortal evil lizard further evolution. Time flew by, and 3 days passed in a flash. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The immortal evil lizard opened its maw once again, its vicious fangs nearly tearing a newly entered hero unit in half as bright blood splattered across the sand. In an instant, the spectator stands erupted like a powder keg, exploding with deafening cheers. Holy shit, the mysterious god is still fucking invincible. I've been betting on the mysterious god these past few days and won enough to cover a whole year's expenses. Who the hell could have predicted this? The mysterious god actually completed the Hero Arena Challenge. This has to be making Underground Coliseum history. That hero unit of his is absolutely ridiculous. It looked like it was about to die several times, but somehow still won in the end. You just don't get it. This is all part of the mysterious god's strategy. If he didn't pretend to be injured, would those gladiators dare to step up? Mysterious god? I think we should just call him the god of schemes. This guy is way too cunning, and the key is that not many demigods can resist the temptation. Immediately after, two cold, mechanical notification sounds appeared on the floating light screen. Arena notification. Congratulations, you have successfully defeated the challenger. 23,000 currency points have been deposited into your account. Arena notification. Congratulations, you have achieved 12 consecutive victories. You may choose to continue or withdraw. As the light screen faded, Lin Yan, the mysterious god, in the audience's eyes, merely shook his head slightly, his expression carrying a hint of disappointment. Ever since that ultimate lurker individual, Giant Fist Ape, had entered the arena, new challengers appeared increasingly slowly, often taking a long time before someone mustered the courage to step onto the stage. So far, a total of 12 individuals or units had come to challenge him. The only one that truly allowed the immortal evil lizard to achieve significant adaptive evolution was still the Giant Fist Ape, sent by the ape god. That battle enabled the immortal evil lizard to complete comprehensive evolution and additionally gain considerable thunder attribute resistance. As for the subsequent challengers, they either contributed very little or were instantly torn apart by the immortal evil lizard the moment they appeared. Sigh, making the immortal evil lizard stronger is becoming increasingly difficult. Lin Yan sighed inwardly, his gaze lingering on the churning sand as he pondered whether to continue his winning streak or simply withdraw. At that moment, a beautiful attendant in a well-tailored uniform approached with a radiant smile. Mysterious god, our boss requests your presence. Has it already been 3 days? Lin Yan was momentarily stunned. He had been so focused on the immortal evil lizard these past few days that he hadn't noticed the passage of time. Without much hesitation, he followed the attendant down from the arena. Walking along the metal corridor leading to the VIP area, the attendant blushed, her eyes practically sparkling with stars. This mysterious god is so powerful. How long has he been participating in the Underground Coliseum? Yet he's already broken so many records. If I could spend a night with him, telling the other girls about it would make them die of envy. However, Lin Yan was completely oblivious to her thoughts, his attention already focused on the lower city of Twin Cities. At this moment, the power of the mechanization virus was finally beginning to manifest. After this period of incubation and proliferation, all permanent residents of the lower city had been completely infected. Just the individuals who had completed full-body infection and reached third-tier strength numbered 70 to 80,000. More crucially, many natives of the upper city had also been invaded by the virus. Under Lin Yan's deliberate restrictions, their infections mostly remained at the organ level, with only a few showing signs of metallization on their body surfaces. Since Twin Cities was originally a punk city, minor external mechanical modifications wouldn't attract attention. The Great Supreme Evolution. Vito's prayer echoed in Lin Yan's mind. We are ready. Today is election day, and according to your divine oracle, we will launch the evolutionary surge today to completely seize control of Twin City. Lin Yan nodded slightly. His expression calm. Everything was proceeding according to his plan. At this moment, he was following a beautiful attendant in a black dress through dimly lit corridors, pushing open the door to enter the office of Zhao Long, the underground arena boss. As soon as the door closed, Zhao Long's weathered face looked up, his complex gaze fixed intently on Lin Yan. Have you decided? He asked in a low voice. I have, Lin Yan replied decisively. Tisk, you're exactly like Boss Lin, Zhao Long muttered under his breath, then waved his hand. Don't be so quick to agree. I need to explain the situation clearly. You still have a chance to back out. He had the attendant serve 2 cups of tea and gave a concise briefing. 1. Every city in the Federation has underground arenas, and they're all ranked against each other. 2. Jinghai City needs Lin Yan to fight, challenging the current champion of Wenming City's arena in a divine domain battle. 3. Wenming City was originally ranked similarly to Jinghai, but recently shot up to the top 100 in the Zhuxia Federation after bringing in foreign assistance from the Fusang realm. 4. That Fusang fighter is exceptionally vicious. Every opponent he's defeated has suffered shattered divine domains. Zhao Long paused here and spoke with gravity. Now, are you still willing to go? Lin Yan didn't answer immediately, but looked up at Zhao Long. Boss Zhao, you said before that if I won, you'd tell me about my parents. Does that still stand? Of course. Zhao Long was momentarily stunned, then nodded. Then I'll go, Lin Yan said without hesitation. Zhao Long was taken aback, then smiled bitterly. All right then, pack your things. We leave immediately. Watching Lin Yan's departing figure, he sighed inwardly. Boss Lin, your son is cut from the exact same cloth as you. I can't stop him at all. On the consciousness level, Lin Yan descended upon Twin City once again. The elevated tracks of Upper City gleamed with silver light, while the central plaza buzzed with voices. Today was Twin City's grandest annual celebration election day. All candidates would showcase their greatest creations here to win residents' votes. Whoever received the most votes would control Twin City for the entire term. Ladies and gentlemen, the host announced loudly. Candidate Shijie strode confidently onto the temporary stage constructed of light screens, greeted by thunderous applause. Spotlights illuminated him as he basked in the adoring gazes, raising his hand for silence. Following his gesture, a waist-high glass display case slowly rose, containing a heart assembled from precision mechanical components that beat rhythmically. The mechanical core pulsed with alternating red and blue light, each beat clearly visible. This is my latest research, the artificial heart. Shijie beamed, his voice passionate. Ladies and gentlemen, the greatest cause of human decline is when the heart stops beating. But this mechanical heart will never stop. This means you could even have it implanted at birth. This will be Twin City's first step toward evolution. He paused, listening to the tsunami-like cheers, secretly pleased. With this level of enthusiasm, winning this election was practically guaranteed. Suddenly, a voice from the crowd interrupted the celebration with a challenge. Mr. Shijie, but I heard this artificial heart wasn't invented by you, but by Dr. Vito. At that moment, a figure shrouded in a black robe spoke loudly from the crowd, immediately causing an uproar. On the podium, Shijie's expression changed, his fingers trembling slightly, yet he quickly steadied his emotions and suppressed the quaver in his voice. Indeed, that's correct. This artificial heart project was jointly initiated by my dear friend Weidua and myself. However, he passed away not long ago from heart failure, and I continue the research only to fulfill his dying wish. The robed figure nodded slightly, his tone calm, yet carrying undeniable authority. Since artificial heart replacement is merely the first step of evolution, then would completely replacing flesh with gears be the ultimate evolution? As his words fell, he suddenly threw back his hood, revealing a bronze skeletal frame, with layered gears whirring in his chest cavity, the metallic gleam so bright it hurt to look at. Shijie's pupils contracted sharply as he cried out, Damn it! It's a prophet of the Gear Orthodox. Where are the patrol units? Arrest him immediately. However, the entire venue fell dead silent, with not a single guard making a move. He suddenly realized something was terribly wrong. The prophet had brazenly entered the upper city, yet no one panicked, and the air was as quiet as if it had been strangled. Shijie looked up to see hundreds and thousands of citizens below the stage, all gazing up at him in unison. Deep within their eyes, tiny metal gears slowly rotated, reflecting cold, harsh light. Evolution. A hoarse and unified whisper spread through the crowd. The mechanization virus had already spread, bringing tens of thousands of third-tier combat units with terrifying power, and a large number of citizens within the upper city had also been infected. The arriving military forces collapsed almost instantly before this mechanical legion, and the election day venue fell within moments. The various factions of the upper city witnessed bronze and gear-bodied beings sweeping through armor and crushing energy shields, and they abandoned resistance one after another, turning to defect. In less than half a day, this once heavily fortified steel city had fallen under the control of the Mechanical Legion. Great Supreme Evolution, the upper city has been completely moved by your calling, and all people voluntarily embrace evolution. Wei Tua's fervent voice penetrated straight to Lin Yan's heart, accompanied by the clanging of metal. The gospel of bronze and gears has spread to every corner of the Twin Cities. Next, we shall make the entire world join the glorious evolution. These are the spoils of war we've captured, and I believe you'll find them interesting. Soon, a massive hammer emanating a faint luminescence appeared within Lin Yan's field of vision. The Hammer of Punishment damage grade, True God level. Description, True God. This divine artifact was forged and wielded by the God of Punishment, but during a war among the gods, the true God of Punishment fell, and this artifact was damaged as well, losing most of its divine essence and ending up abandoned in the Twin Cities. A trace of divine essence remains, allowing followers to unleash one divine skill punishment. Seeing this message from the divine domain interface, Lin Yan's heart skipped a beat. It was actually a divine artifact. Only true gods were qualified to forge and wield divine artifacts, and even among true gods, only a select few at the pinnacle possessed them. For ordinary true gods, obtaining a divine artifact was almost an impossible dream. Now, having conquered the Twin Cities, he had not only gained the city but also unexpectedly discovered a true god-level divine artifact, leaving Lin Yan so delighted he could barely contain his joy. Unfortunately, this Hammer of Punishment was now severely damaged, with barely any divine essence remaining, capable of unleashing the divine skill. Punishment only one more time. At this thought, he couldn't help but sigh. If only he could ignite his divine fire sooner, he would be able to wield this artifact directly. However, after his advancement, he could still reforge it, crafting it into a new divine artifact uniquely his own. Having something was better than having nothing. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. On the altar, the weapon of that supreme divinity, the God of Fragments, was also a hammer. If he offered the Hammer of Punishment to the altar, Lin Yan's breathing quickened. That was a divine artifact of supreme divinity. If he could truly grasp it, he could rival ancient gods even as a demigod. With his mind made up, he immediately lifted the Hammer of Punishment and tossed it toward the altar. As the hammer fell, the system's cold notification sounded. You have not yet ignited your divine fire and cannot sacrifice divine artifacts. Cold reality crashed down, and Lin Yan shook his head with a bitter smile. He had gotten too excited and forgotten that his divine domain core was only third tier. Though he couldn't sacrifice it for now, he had to keep this hammer safe. Just then, a communication came from within his divine domain from Zhao Long, the underground arena boss. Lin Yan, are you ready? A few minutes later, both figures appeared before the massive teleportation gate in the center of Jinghai City. The Zhuxia Federation consisted of countless divine planes, with each city being an independent plane. To travel from one city to another, one had to use these teleportation gates that connected different planes, or risk getting lost in the Chaos Sea. Following behind Zhao Long, Lin Yan stepped into the teleportation gate. The next moment, his vision changed dramatically. The architectural style of the city before him was completely different from Jinghai City, and gods wearing exotic armor with distinctly different auras could be seen walking the streets from time to time. This is Wen City, Zhao Long casually introduced. This divine plane's coordinates are close to the Fusang realm, so there's frequent exchange between the two. Lin Yan nodded, indicating his understanding. In the realm of gods, realms and federations represented different levels of civilizational power. Realms civilizations controlling dozens of divine planes. Federations only those controlling at least 500 divine planes qualified to be called federations. Looking across the entire realm of gods, there were only 3 civilizations in total that could be called federations. Following Zhao Long, Lin Yan soon arrived at a magnificent and luxurious building. Towering columns and gilded glazed tiles gleamed brilliantly in the sunlight, while 4 large golden characters reading Wen City Arena stood prominently above the main entrance. Lin Yan felt a surge of curiosity in his understanding. Arenas had always operated in gray areas. Even though Zhao Long was a true god, the underground arena in Jinghai City could only hide in an inconspicuous shop. Yet this arena in Wen City operated openly in the bustling city center, even dropping the word underground entirely. It's all because of your father, Lin Yan muttered under his breath. Zhao Long ignored him and simply handed over a pendant made of black gold that resembled dragon scales. Every city has different circumstances. Some places are rather special. Let's go. The pendant functioned similarly to the masks used in Jinghai's underground arena. Lin Yan put it around his neck, and faint golden patterns appeared on his skin while his aura and appearance underwent a complete transformation. Even if Principal Su Li stood before him now, she would never recognize him. The two entered the arena, and deafening cheers hit them immediately. Unlike Jinghai's multiple small fighting platforms running simultaneously, this place had only one massive Divine Realm battlefield, with spectator seats forming a giant ring around it. The atmosphere was so intense it felt as if the very air was burning. At the center of the battlefield, two demigods were engaged in fierce combat. Zhao Long explained in a low voice. The foreign fighter from Fusang that one city recently hired has been incredibly popular. Arenas in other cities are all envious. They say he's the strongest third-tier demigod in Fusang, and even ordinary fourth-tier demigods have to give way to him. Watch carefully first, I'll go register you. Lin Yan nodded, focusing his gaze on the battlefield. On the left was a short-statured demigod. This was Miyamoto Shinji, the Fusang foreign fighter that one city had hired at great expense. On the right was a female demigod whose combat power was astonishing. Lin Yan had never seen such a formidable opponent in Jinghai's arena. Her main forces were half-dragon people with nearly 200 hero units, maintaining strict formations with an intimidating presence. However, Miyamoto Shinji's followers made Lin Yan frown. What the hell are those things? Those followers had bizarrely proportioned limbs, skin as dark as charcoal, and exposed bones that gleamed with metallic luster, creating an extremely discordant appearance. Lin Yan couldn't identify which race they belonged to. They felt like 0492, yet displayed another kind of eerie style as if they were horrific mutations produced after being bathed in intense radiation. Lin Yan whispered with a strange expression on his face. The retainers dispatched by Miyamoto Shinji were indeed extraordinarily bizarre. First to catch everyone's attention was a human warrior had sprouted an extra arm from his back, wielding swords with all three arms simultaneously in an eerily unpredictable manner. Next came a two-headed fishman, both fang-filled maws spewing water blades in unison. Finally emerged a serpentine creature resembling a giant python, its body covered with countless small yet agile appendages, bearing an uncanny resemblance to the 0492 anomalies created by plague doctors. The difference was that these retainers were all very much alive, possessing independent consciousness, like mutants baptized by radiation. Lin Yan stared at the group of monsters with a peculiar expression, though he could only remain secretly vigilant. At this moment, the outcome of the heroic battlefield had become clear. The Dragonborn race indeed possessed remarkable explosive power and defense, but they seemed overwhelmed under the siege of these terrifying retainers. Even more bizarre was that as time passed, the combat effectiveness of the Dragonborn under the demigoddess's command visibly declined as if invisible hands were draining the divinity from within their bodies. When most of the Dragonborn were torn apart, fell to the ground, or were forced to retreat behind the barrier, the battle line instantly collapsed. I surrender. The demigoddess showed unwillingness on her face, but facing the impending annihilation, she had no choice. Surrender? Miyamoto Shinji sneered coldly, his voice sharp as a blade. Trash from the Zhuxiao Federation, have you forgotten the rules? I refuse your surrender. As his words fell, he directly issued a divine decree, and all his retainers responded thunderously, surging like a tide toward the demigoddess's divine domain core. The demigoddess's face turned deathly pale, and angry roars erupted from the city's spectator seats behind her, though no one could intervene. The divine domain battles in underground arenas were virtually identical to actual divine domain invasion. Surrender required the opponent's consent, otherwise it meant mutual destruction. Within moments, the demigoddess's divine domain core was shattered with a thunderous crash, and the magnificent divine radiance instantly extinguished. The spectator stands of Wenzhou Arena immediately erupted. Miyamoto Shinji, awesome. Woohoo! Stupid Zhuxiao Federation, still trying to surrender? Ha ha ha. Amid the mocking voices, many Zhuxiao spectators clenched their fists tightly, veins bulging on their foreheads. Normally, unless there was deep hatred, surrender requests would be accepted, but since Miyamoto Shinji set foot in Wenzhou, he had never agreed to a single surrender. All defeated challengers met the same fate of having their divine domain core shattered. What made it even more infuriating was that the Fusang Nation spectators openly mocked them after hearing of the victory. Humph. Some informed spectators couldn't help but retaliate in lowered voices. Who doesn't know that Miyamoto Shinji is the strongest third-tier demigod selected by the Fusang realm? Yet he only dares to show off in underground arenas. If he's truly capable, he should challenge the real talents of our Zhuxiao Federation. Exactly. Go try the gladiators from the top 10 arenas. Others chimed in agreement. Hearing these words, the Fusang realm spectators sneered coldly. Do the deities of your Zhuxiao Federation only know how to talk tough? A loss is a loss, and you still talk about real talents? Bring them on. After Miyamoto Shinji defeats them too, let's see how you'll keep talking tough. As for the top 10 fighters in your underground arena, humph, just wait and see. Miyamoto Shinji will defeat each and every one of you. Hearing this, the Zhuxiao spectator was momentarily speechless. When it came to true talent, the elite of the Zhuxiao Federation had already been recruited by top academies to serve the Federation in battles against other forces and the deities of the Abyss. How could such individuals possibly come to an underground arena just to settle a dispute with the Fusang Federation? He wanted nothing more than to slap the Fusang spectator across the face, but couldn't find a counterargument. All he could do was curse silently. Damn it. Let's see if you can still talk big when we get to the top 10 arenas. In the Zhuxiao Federation's top 10 arenas, students from elite academies occasionally appeared. Those were the real battlegrounds from hell. The Fusang spectator, mistaking his opponent's silence for defeat, laughed even more brazenly. Fool. Just watch. Our Miyamoto Shinji will first defeat all your third-tier demigods, then crush your entire younger generation. As the two sides engaged in heated verbal combat, a new challenger stepped onto the stage. He was a middle-aged man with a full beard, his eyes red with fury. He strode onto the arena, his voice rolling like thunder. Trash from the Fusang realm. Coming to bully us in the Zhuxiao Federation? Watch me destroy your divine domain. With those words, he immediately manifested his divine domain. The stench of blood filled the air as a crimson landscape scarred with blade marks appeared, clearly having endured countless bloody battles. The crowd below erupted instantly. It's the 80th ranked fighter from Shueching Arena, the Black Python God. Damn it. Kill him. Go Black Python God. Crush these arrogant Fusang realm bastards. Black Python God. Don't show any mercy. The Black Python God's gaze was cold as ice, like a jungle python locking onto its prey. In response, Miyamoto Shinji merely smiled contemptuously and manifested his own divine domain, a narrow island rising from an endless sea, with rolling waves drumming like war beats. Boom. The two divine domains collided instantly. Seawater surged violently, swallowing the Black Python God's blood-red earth. Immediately after, countless bizarre creatures emerged from the sea, tens of thousands of them shrieking ear-piercingly as they frantically crawled ashore and charged toward the Black Python God's territory. The Black Python God roared, and the ground split open as giant pythons surged forth like a black torrent. The massive serpents, their mouths full of fangs, devoured the creatures completely, sending blood and bone fragments flying. Though Miyamoto Shinji's creatures were numerous enough to make one's scalp tingle, they couldn't break through the python's devouring defense line. Worthy of the Black Python God. As long as he blocks this wave of attacks, he can launch a counteroffensive. I thought this Miyamoto Shinji was so strong, but when faced with the 90th ranked Black Python God, he's completely helpless? Keep acting tough. Many Zhuxiao spectators gained confidence, excitedly waving their fists as cheers erupted throughout the stands. Something's not right. Lin Yan shook his head slightly. He stared at Miyamoto Shinji in the arena, whose face showed not the slightest trace of anxiety. That composure was just like Lin Yan's own expression when he had entered the arena to help his immortal sin lizard adapt to evolution, the calm confidence of someone in complete control of the situation. And at that very moment, what they saw was the followers of the Black Python God suddenly stiffened. In the next instant, their thick scales bulged and tore apart as twisted arms and even mangled organs burst through their skin like wildly growing weeds, frantically tearing at their own bodies. Blood mixed with black venom splattered everywhere, filling the air with a sickly sweet, rotting stench. Meanwhile, their kin still lurking in the ocean depths seemed driven by some invisible command, surging out of the trenches in droves and shrieking as they charged toward the battlefield. Damn it! The Black Python God suspended in midair felt his pupils contract sharply, his chest trembling. Before he could react, a sharp crack echoed from his divine domain's core. Crack! The crystal core that sustained his divine domain instantly shattered into countless glimmering fragments. The shards spun in the howling wind, crashing down onto the sea surface like broken ice and rain, sending up waves of spray. All the spectators held their breath momentarily, as if the world had been muted. The silence lasted only 2 heartbeats. Suddenly, the audience from the Fusang realm erupted in deafening laughter. Ha ha! I'm dying of laughter. Gods of the Zhuxiao Federation, why aren't you laughing anymore? How boring. That's it. I thought they'd be more impressive. Is this the level of your 90-ranked arena? Miyamoto Shinji is going to solo all your gladiators. Don't even bother fighting next time, just self-destruct your divine domains and hand your cores over to Miyamoto Shinji. On the other side of the seating area, the Zhuxiao Federation spectators had veins bulging on their foreheads, their fists clenched white-knuckled. They wanted nothing more than to charge forward and smash those Fusang spectators' divine domains to pieces. But Miyamoto Shinji's strength was undeniable, ridiculously powerful, with no one currently able to counter him. They could only swallow their rage and watch him continue his arrogance. In the middle section of the stands, Lin Yan remained silent. Though the chaos before him was completely different from when he had swept through the Jinghai arena, he finally understood how those spectators had felt back then. Being trampled underfoot in public was indeed a bitter pill to swallow. Damn it, he's way too fucking arrogant, he muttered through gritted teeth. Just then, a familiar voice suddenly exploded in his ear. Lin Yan, your registration is complete. There's one more match, then you're up. Don't embarrass us, go out there and crush that bastard. Lin Yan turned his head and saw Zhao Long glaring furiously at the Divine Realm battlefield. Damn it. Those bastards from the Fusang realm are way too arrogant. Zhao Long cursed under his breath, then withdrew his gaze and asked Lin Yan in a low voice. Lin Yan, what are your chances of defeating that guy? Lin Yan pondered for a moment. 30-70. 70% chance of winning? Zhao Long raised an eyebrow, approval flashing in his eyes. Good kid, that confident? He pointed toward the battlefield. All right then. When you get up there, I'll be waiting to see you shatter that guy's divine core. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lin Yan shook his head. Boss Zhao, what I mean is, I'll make 3 moves and let him live past 7. Zhao Long was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter, shaking his head in amazement. Identical. Absolutely identical. You and Boss Lin are like 2 peas in a pod. Lin Yan's heart stirred. Zhao Long clearly knew his father. On the other side, shortly after defeating the Black Python god, Miyamoto Shinji from the Fusang realm announced he was ready to continue. To deal with you people, I don't need any rest at all, Miyamoto Shinji said disdainfully as he swept his gaze over the Zhuxia Federation audience. But to save you some face and make the news sound better, I decided to waste a little time. This arrogant statement immediately ignited the emotions of the Fusang audience, with cheers rising one after another, while the Zhuxia Federation audience could only grit their teeth in anger. Worse still, the next challenger drawn was from an arena ranked outside the top 100, already inferior to the Black Python god, yet chose to surrender directly before even taking the stage. Is this the level of gladiators in your Zhuxia Federation? Retreating without a fight. Disgraceful. If it were our Fusang deities, even facing certain defeat, we would never surrender. Might as well just let Miyamoto Shinji take first place directly. Mocking voices filled the air. Miyamoto Shinji's lips curved slightly. At least he's a smart gladiator, though it cost me 1 divine core fragment. After that demigod conceded, it was Lin Yan's turn to take the stage as a substitute. In the audience, the faces of the Zhuxia Federation spectators instantly darkened. The god of mysteries? Ranked 365th in Jinghai City's arena? How dare he go up there? Too foolish. Even the Black Python god ranked 90th was defeated. Is he going to deliver his divine core? Well, at least he has fighting spirit. But it's useless. The smartest move would be not to participate at all. Wait. I just checked the record. She currently has a perfect win record. Amid the discussions, Lin Yan stepped onto the arena. Miyamoto Shinji was momentarily stunned, then smiled. Unexpected. A gladiator ranked in the 300s from some underground arena actually didn't follow the previous fighter's example of retreating without a fight. You have courage. Faced with Miyamoto Shinji's provocation, Lin Yan remained silent and completely ignored him. Miyamoto Shinji's veins bulged with rage. Then he let out a series of cold laughs. Good, good, good. I'd like to see how long you can stay calm. Before his words even finished, a boundless ocean thunderously expanded as his divine domain enveloped the entire arena, with surging waves and rampant radiation. Lin Yan couldn't be bothered to respond, and likewise unfurled his divine domain. Gray mist swirled ominously, eerie and sinister, like a silent barrier instantly pressing down. That strange aura made all the spectators instinctively tense their spines. This is his divine domain. Such trash dares to play God. Miyamoto Shinji sneered, then issued a divine decree to his followers. Attack. Destroy his divine domain core. The next second, tens of thousands of radiation followers emerged from the seabed, their twisted limbs racing across the wet beach with murderous intent. However, just as they reached the edge of the gray mist, Miyamoto Shinji suddenly froze. Units remarkably similar to his own followers had appeared in Lin Yan's divine domain. Those figures were equally twisted and disturbing, but upon closer inspection, their origins were indiscernible, as if countless follower characteristics had been crudely combined. The familiar yet strange appearance made Miyamoto Shinji's scalp tingle. How is this possible? Does he also possess that thing? Not only was he stunned, but the audience instantly erupted. In front of screens across the Fusang realm and the Zhuxia Federation, a flood of filled the chat. The 2 gladiators' followers look identical? How did they cultivate them? Miyamoto Shinji snorted coldly, his voice sharp as a blade. Humph. Before absolute power, these tricks are useless. Gladiators from the Zhuxia Federation can only wait for their divine domain core to be crushed. With a fierce shout, he again deployed his radiation followers, planning to use radiation erosion on his opponent, making enemies grow deformed organs and drastically reducing their combat power. This tactic had never failed, but when his followers engaged those gray mist creatures in close combat, he discovered the opponents showed no signs of growth and had no life force whatsoever. These followers are already dead. Miyamoto Shinji's pupils contracted sharply. Lin Yan finally spoke, sneering. Exactly as I thought. Your followers possess radiation assimilation abilities, like a low-grade version of a blood god. But my 0492 Legion consists of corpses. Where's the life force for you to radiate? He paused. Unfortunately, you have too few followers. Miyamoto Shinji scoffed. Can't stop. Before he could finish, whoosh. Flames shot skyward at Lin Yan's divine domain border as a blazing sea of fire erupted from the ground. Over 400 tall humanoid figures moved through the flames, each swing of their weapons burning large groups of radiation followers to ash. That layer of flame barrier forcibly blocked the radiation tide. Miyamoto Shinji watched with his scalp crawling. Over 400 hero units. He prided himself as the strongest third-tier demigod in the Fusang realm, with resource advantages. Yet his divine domain only contained just over 200 hero units. Anymore would crack his core. But Lin Yan, a mere third-tier demigod, actually possessed over 400. This was a slap in the face to his worldview. The audience seats likewise exploded. Bullet comments and live channels were flooded with rigged and cheating. A third-tier demigod with over 400 heroes? I'm fourth tier and only have just over 300. I pinched myself and it doesn't hurt. This must be a dream. You pinched the wrong person. That was me. Just as everyone was shouting at the top of their lungs, an even more suffocating sound thunderously emerged. The sound of countless gears turning roared from another direction of Lin Yan's divine domain. Damn it. How could he possibly have over 400 hero units? And they're all pure elemental beings. Miyamoto Shinji's heart pounded violently, his face burning redder than the sea of flames before him. He knew all too well that forcing his way through this wall of fire formed by over 400 flame demon heroes would cost his radiation clan dearly, even if they ultimately broke through. But the next second, a mocking smile curved his lips. Too bad your luck's terrible. These guys are all fire tribute, which I happen to counter completely. Before his words even finished, he issued his divine command. Across the surging seas, countless radiation units changed course, no longer charging toward the flame demons, but circling around the fire wall to swarm ashore at the opposite coastline. Miyamoto Shinji's divine realm was an endless ocean that bordered Lin Yan's domain extensively, simply needed to change his landing point to force that wall of fire to either take a long detour or cross vast stretches of water. Thus, tens of thousands of radiation followers surged on ashore like a steel torrent, leaving the sea of flames isolated on the outside, unable to block their advance. Miyamoto Shinji is mighty. Destroy that guy's divine core. Huh. So what if he prepared in advance? He's still being countered. Just wait and see how his core gets destroyed. In the spectator's stands, eyes from the Zhuxia Federation focused intently on the battlefield, the suspended light screen reflecting palpable tension. Someone commented quietly, for a third-tier demigod to cultivate over 400 hero units already marks him as a top-tier genius. If he's still young, elite universities would fight over him. Even if it means losing face for the Federation, we can't let his divine core be destroyed. Divine battlefield. Miyamoto Shinji stood upon the waves, his cold laughter echoing. I'll admit you've got some skill, but thinking you can stop me with just this? Far from enough. Once I destroy your core, I'll claim all these hero units as well. Suddenly, he heard the clear sound of gears meshing in the distance, fine and low, yet drumming against his eardrums like war beats. His brow furrowed as he tried to identify the source, but his gaze suddenly froze. How is this possible? From all directions across the newly landed plains, overwhelming gray shadows poured forth, tens of thousands of humanoid units charging en masse toward the Radiation Legion. From afar, they formed a dark mass like an ant flood devouring the earth. Above and below, silence fell like death. Miyamoto Shinji stood stunned, the audience holding their breath. The third-tier demigod who not only possessed over 400 hero units, but could also maintain such a massive regular army? How could his divine core possibly support this? Wasn't he afraid it would simply burst from the strain? After a brief, deadly silence, the Zhuxia audience erupted in thunderous cheers. Miyamoto Shinji's most prized numerical advantage vanished in that instant. The mysterious god's followers actually outnumbered his own. Having more numbers isn't such a big deal. Miyamoto Shinji gritted his teeth. The true terror of my radiation clan isn't in quantity. Once infected by radiation, your followers' combat effectiveness will. But as he spoke these words, his pupils suddenly contracted. As the legion drew closer, the grinding of gears that Miyamoto Shinji heard grew increasingly loud. The metallic scraping sounds intensified with each passing moment, and he finally saw clearly. Those densely packed warriors were all assembled from gears of various sizes and bronze components, like a moving army of alchemical machines. In that moment, he was completely stunned, facing completely mechanized enemies. What could his radiation possibly infect? In fact, before the gladiatorial match began, Lin Yan had already mobilized all the complete, mechanized virus-infected beings from Twin City. Now that Twin City was entirely under his control, those monsters had no value remaining in the city, so it was better to incorporate them all into his legion. Damn it! Damn it! Where the hell did this god of mysteries come from? Miyamoto Shinji cursed in fury. His prized radiation minions were utterly useless against the god of mysteries forces. Whether it was the equally bizarre, ordinary minions from the opening, the fire elemental heroes that appeared later, or even this bronze gear army before his eyes, they were all immune to radiation. Earlier he thought the ocean terrain could counter his opponent, but now he realized he was the one being completely countered. If that's how it is, then let's go head-to-head. He gritted his teeth, a vicious glint flashing in his eyes. The next second, the entire sea surface boiled as countless radiation minions surged toward the Gear Legion like a tide. However, the battle took a sharp turn for the worse. With each rotation of the gears, swaths of radiation minions were ground to pieces. The bronze components gleamed coldly in the sunlight, their combat power absurdly strong. Even more terrifying were those hero units. A gray-white figure with a ghostly blue flame atop its head would be softly weeping one second, then shrieking as it swept across the battlefield the next. Even when its body was torn apart, it continued fighting like an undead being. The plague doctor cackled maniacally. Plague cure. He uttered incomprehensible words, and with a light touch of his fingertip, a radiation minion would instantly drop dead. Even opposing hero units couldn't withstand more than a few moves. Then there was that stone sculpture with photos attached. Whenever a radiation minion's gaze fell upon the photos, the gray hero would instantly teleport and tear the target apart. If they forced their eyes shut, the sculpture itself would twist in a way that made one's scalp crawl. Most outrageous was that massive lizard-like hero, its cold vertical pupils filled with contempt. The radiation minion's attacks hitting its body only produced sparks, unable to tear through even a single scale. Every corner of the battlefield reeked of the bizarre. Baka. Witnessing his radiation legion's retreat and the terror of instant collapse, Miyamoto Shinji's lips trembled. Who the hell is this god of mysteries? Where did he cultivate these hero units? How is every single one of them so overpowered? Meanwhile, countless spectators were also dumbfounded. Previously, they had thought Miyamoto Shinji's divine domain was bizarre and terrifying, but compared to the god of mysteries, it seemed utterly normal. The next moment, thunderous cheers erupted from the Zhuxia Federation audience section. Ha! God of mysteries is awesome. Invincible. Kill him. This is so damn satisfying to watch. Beat the crap out of these Fusang Realm demigods. Humph. You Fusang Realm trash, why aren't you talking now? Is it because you're naturally quiet? Finally going to win. Ha. Amidst this clamor, the vast sea surface of Miyamoto Shinji's divine domain suddenly shook violently, as if some colossal creature beneath the waves had been awakened. Boom. The seawater exploded as a giant serpent with 8 heads burst through the waves. Around the central head, lightning flickered continuously around the serpent's centermost skull. Across the vast expanse of ocean, the previously calm waters suddenly trembled, as if some colossal beast was awakening beneath the waves. In the next moment, torrential waves surged forth as a massive serpent with 8 heads burst through the surface. Apart from the mature primary head in the center, the other 7 heads were noticeably smaller, resembling undeveloped embryos. The fully formed head had half-closed vertical pupils, with an enormous crystal embedded in its forehead. Lightning crackled around it with thunderous roars, and its terrifying aura instantly swept across both divine realms. The spectator stands fell into deathly silence before erupting into complete chaos. What the hell? What is this damn snake? An apex individual. This hero unit is definitely a genuine apex individual. What race was it originally? I've never seen anything like it. What's Miyamoto Shinji's background that he could cultivate an apex hero unit? Chaotic speculation rose and fell in waves, as everyone could see that this 8-headed serpent was far beyond any ordinary hero unit. Suddenly, a well-informed true god's pupils contracted as he cried out in shock. This is a direct descendant of the great serpent Yamada. The surrounding crowd was stunned, and the true god immediately explained. The Yamada serpent was the signature apex individual personally cultivated by that higher god from the Fusang realm, and later became his core divine servant. When fully matured, all 8 heads will be complete, each capable of wielding power far exceeding grade hero units of the same tier. Legend has it that after the higher god's fall, he selected hundreds of inheritors from the Fusang realm and bestowed direct descendants of the Yamada serpent upon them. The inheritors compete against each other, cultivating these offspring, until only one remains to become the true successor. After speaking, the true god fixed his burning gaze on Miyamoto Shinji and said in a low voice, I never expected the legend to be true. Even more surprising is that Miyamoto Shinji is actually one of that higher god's inheritors. These words struck like thunder, sending shockwaves through everyone's hearts. A signature apex individual personally cultivated by a higher god, one that had even ascended to become a core divine servant. How powerful must its direct descendants be? Even before reaching full maturity? The crowd instinctively looked toward Miyamoto Shinji once more. Being chosen by a higher god was itself proof of exceptional talent. No wonder he had remained undefeated. Spectators from the Fusang realm had boasted that Miyamoto Shinji could challenge the top geniuses of the Zhuxiao Federation now. It seemed they might not have been exaggerating after all. However, new questions arose one after another. The true god turned back toward the divine battlefield, his brow slightly furrowed. What exactly is the background of this god of mysteries? The followers cultivated in his divine realm can actually suppress Miyamoto Shinji. Could he also be some higher god's inheritor? The other spectators quickly came to the same realization, their eyes turning toward the divine battlefield with intense excitement. Higher gods were legendary beings even to true gods, so their chosen successors were naturally the cream of the crop. Now that two suspected successors of higher gods were facing off, the entire arena erupted in excitement. Not far away, Zhao Long frowned deeply, pondering to himself, when did this kid become some higher god successor? And is that higher god even qualified enough? Meanwhile, Miyamoto Shinji glared at Lin Yan with fury, grinding his teeth as he snarled. Damn it. Using Yamato no Roki this early will definitely disappoint the higher god. It's all your fault, you bastard, making me suffer such losses. I'll make you wish you were dead. Yamato no Roki, attack. The great serpent, now down to a single head, flashed a hint of disdain in its eyes but still obeyed the divine command. Its half-closed vertical pupils suddenly snapped open, the crystal on its forehead blazing with intense light. Its massive serpentine body twisted and instantly crossed several kilometers, charging into the battlefield. Boom! Lightning erupted around the central head, spreading outward from the serpent's body as the epicenter. The Gear Orthodox believers and radiation spawn caught in battle were swallowed by the thunder, their screams instantly silenced as they collapsed en masse. Yamato no Roki showed no concern for friendly casualties, pushing straight toward the center of the battlefield. Holy shit! Shocked exclamations rang out from the spectator stands. Is this a direct descendant of Yamato no Roki? One unit worth an entire legion. It's a meat grinder. The mysterious god is finished. The Fusang realm has no shame, actually sending a higher god successor into battle. Haha, Miyamoto Shinji is invincible. Kill the mysterious god and his inheritance rights will definitely advance. Hearing the thunderous cheers, Miyamoto Shinji felt thoroughly satisfied, sneering at Lin Yan. Mysterious god? Didn't expect this, did you? The first ability my Yamato no Roki awakened was lightning, and your Gear Legion can't withstand it at all. He secretly rejoiced. If the mysterious god's main force weren't these gears, my advantage wouldn't be nearly this great. Everything is thanks to the higher god's protection. On the other side, Lin Yan's eyes actually brightened. Yamato no Roki's lightning was clearly stronger than the previous giant fist ape. That round of area bombardment had caused his immortal sin lizard's lightning resistance to evolve once again. Too bad this Yamato no Roki's lightning seems to have reached its limit as well. He calculated in his mind. At the same time, with Yamato no Roki joining the battlefield, the situation that had been tilting in Lin Yan's favor instantly reversed. There was no choice. Yamato no Roki's thunderous power was simply too devastating against the followers of the Gear Orthodox. The mechanization virus had long since transformed these cultists' flesh and blood into bronze and gears, their bodies covered in metallic patterns that gleamed dimly, making them natural conductors. Lightning arcs struck and spread instantly, leaving them utterly defenseless. Thunder cascaded like a waterfall as Yamato no Roki's 8 serpentine heads alternately spat forth lightning, filling the battlefield with crackling sounds while the acrid smell of scorched metal permeated the air. Its golden vertical pupils gleamed with disdain as its massive tail swept across, sending corpses and mechanical parts flying, continuing its merciless slaughter. Suddenly, a pitch-black figure leaped out, its heavy claws digging into the scorched earth as it forcibly blocked Yamato no Roki's path. The dark figure raised its head, staring coldly with contempt and disgust, so thick it seemed to seep into the air itself. In that instant, Yamato no Roki's fury exploded. It was a pure-blooded descendant of the true Yamato no Roki, its evolved perfect form granting it power above all living beings. How dare this ugly lizard look down upon it with such eyes? Roar! The furious bellow rolled across the battlefield. All 8 of Yamato no Roki's mouths opened simultaneously, brilliant lightning coiling between its fangs before converging into a massive bolt that thundered directly toward SCP-682, the indestructible reptile. The blue-white lightning column tore through the sky, instantly enveloping the lizard's entire body in blinding electrical fury that seemed intent on reducing it to ash. As the lightning faded, Yamato no Roki froze in shock. The lizard remained completely unharmed, its scales still pitch black, without even a trace of burn marks. From a vantage point in the distance, Miyamoto Shinji's maniacal laughter abruptly ceased. How is this possible? His pupils contracted sharply, his knuckles white with tension. That lizard actually withstood Yamato no Roki's attack? This has to be a joke. Soon, he gritted his teeth, his voice dropping low. So that thing has natural lightning resistance. His joy instantly transformed into bitter resentment. The enemy's hero unit had countered him once again. This was the second time he'd been ruthlessly humiliated. Why? But he understood all too well that resistance only mattered when power levels were comparable. Miyamoto Shinji took a deep breath and issued his divine command. In the next moment, the dark purple crystal at Yamato Naruki's forehead suddenly blazed with light, the radiance sweeping outward like a tide. The radiation-touched followers writhing in agony collectively stiffened as the cracked gear metal on their bodies rapidly receded, their flesh slowly returning to its original state. Simultaneously, the thunder rumbling deep within Yamato Naruki's throat grew increasingly violent, electrical arcs writhing like frenzied serpent sand. Then it became clear that the lightning gathering in Yamato Naruki's mouth was building to an even more ferocious intensity. Lightning crackled and surged as thunderous power gathered. Thick arcs of electricity converged within Yamato Naruki's gaping maw, its explosive roar causing the very air to tremble. Around the arena, countless demigods and true gods turned pale, crying out in shock. What the hell is this? Really the kind of power a third-tier unit should possess? My fourth-tier hero unit would be reduced to nothing under such an attack. Forget fourth-tier even among fifth-tier units. Only the most elite heroes could unleash such a terrifying assault. If this Yamato Naruki advances to fifth tier, how horrifying would it become? The pure-blooded descendant of a higher god's core divine beast truly lives up to its reputation. The god of mysteries is in serious trouble now. The moment these discussions began, the Colosseum erupted into chaos. In the next instant, lightning crashed down like blinding white light, completely engulfing the towering form of the immortal Sin Lizard. The dull thuds of flesh being torn apart echoed continuously as the acrid smell of burning spread before everyone's eyes. The Sin Lizard's scales turned red-hot and curled back, its blood vaporized into white mist by the lightning. Seeing his attack take effect, Miyamoto Shinji's heart swelled with confidence as he threw back his head in wild laughter. I told you, as long as the thunder element is fierce enough, nothing can resist it. Meanwhile, with Yamato Naruki fully focused on targeting the immortal Sin Lizard, it could no longer provide support on the other side of the battlefield, causing the Radiation Spawn Legion to immediately show signs of defeat. Lin Yan's forces also suffered losses, but in comparison, the Radiation Spawn's casualties were far more severe. Miyamoto Shinji felt no urgency as long as he could hold off the other spawn while Yamato Naruki eliminated that lizard. This battle would be over. Let's see what you'll use to stop my Yamato Naruki without that lizard, Miyamoto Shinji sneered inwardly. Time passed second by second, but his smile soon froze though the lizard's flesh was clearly being torn apart by lightning. It seemed as if invisible hands were stitching it back together from within. Its wounds healed at a visibly rapid pace, and the healing was accelerating. In contrast, after continuous bombardment, Yamato Naruki's thunder power was weakening, and by now, it could no longer inflict substantial damage on the immortal Sin Lizard. Damn it! How is this possible? Miyamoto Shinji was stunned. Yamato Naruki had already absorbed radiation and converted it into power, yet still couldn't kill that lizard? How could its recovery ability be this strong? He took a deep breath and issued a divine command through gritted teeth. Give me maximum power. A wider range of radiation spawn were forced to grow, allowing Yamato Naruki to absorb even more energy as thunder surged violently once again. On the other side, Lin Yan's eyes flashed with insight. This Yamato Naruki is practically a natural training partner. The stronger the thunder, the faster the immortal Sin Lizard adapts and evolves, and it even saves recovery time. As the thunder continued to intensify, the Sin Lizard's resistance climbed in parallel. As expected, Miyamoto Shinji quickly noticed something was wrong. Why won't it die? What exactly is the limit of its recovery? His brow furrowed deeply. At this rate, I'll only lose more radiation spawn. He clenched his fist tightly. Yamato Naruki, absorb at maximum capacity, then release it all, instantly kill it in one blow. At first, he had hoped to minimize losses, but now it seemed that approach was no longer viable. The moment the divine oracle descended, the crystal on Yamato Naruki's forehead erupted in blinding white light, like a miniature sun suspended above its brow. The radiance swept across the battlefield, and tens of thousands of radiation-spawned minions suddenly snapped to attention. Their frenzied expressions faded, but what followed was a visible plummet in combat effectiveness as the Radiation Legion's collapse accelerated. Miyamoto Shinji paid no heed to the overall deterioration, breathing heavily as blood vessels spread through his eyes. His trump card should have been the ultimate weapon to crush enemy heroes, yet it had been forcibly blocked by a single enemy unit, forcing Yamato Naruki to devour extreme radiation to squeeze out more power. In the next moment, increasingly violent thunder crashed toward the immortal abomination lizard like a bursting dam. Lightning exploded, the heavens and earth lost color, and gasps echoed from the spectator stands. Was this Yamato Naruki's ultimate strike? The terror was spine-chilling. Someone exclaimed. If he were the right age, Miyamoto Shinji could probably get into Imperial Capital University with this level of skill. Others clung to their faith. No matter how strong, I still believe the god of mysteries will win. On the other side of the battlefield, Lin Yan observed from high above. He immediately issued a divine oracle commanding nearby minions to scatter and flee. Though his face couldn't hide his wild joy, the second wave of thunder had already amazed him, but he hadn't expected the third wave to be even more ferocious. As for the immortal abomination, Lizard's life or death, he wasn't worried. Adalit was a monster even harder to contain than SCP-096, and even if the universe ended, it might not truly die. The heavier the damage, the longer the recovery time. That was all. Boom. At the center of the divine battlefield, a pillar of lightning crashed down, erasing everything within several kilometers. Disciples of the Gear Orthodox and radiation minions alike were annihilated without exception. As the lightning faded, only a massive piece of charcoal stood in the scorched earth. The immortal abomination lizard, reduced to wreckage with half its back completely vaporized. Miyamoto Shinji exhaled deeply and laughed maniacally toward the sky. No matter how strong your regeneration, it's useless before absolute power. Everything is a joke. Confirming the immortal abomination lizard's death, Yamato Naroki immediately threw itself into the front lines. With each flash of lightning, countless mechanically virus-infected beings collapsed on the spot. The Radiation Legion, previously teetering on the brink, quickly turned the tide. The Flame Demon and Plague Doctor were trapped in distant combat zones, unable to arrive in time. Even SCP-096, the only one who could provide timely support, could only entangle Yamato Naroki and harass it briefly, completely unable to stop the spreading thunder. In the stands, exclamations flowed like bullet comments. It's over. The god of mysteries probably can't turn this around. That lizard-like hero unit is dead. Defeat is certain. Might as well surrender now. Surrender? Have you forgotten Miyamoto Shinji's previous tactics? Would he agree to surrender to the god of mysteries? Could it be that such a genius would truly fall in this arena? Some true gods rose silently, intending to halt this divine domain battle. However, almost simultaneously, the true gods from the Fusang realm also stood up, confronting them across the void. All the gods' hearts sank at once. The Fusang realm had clearly come prepared. Even if they truly wanted to call a stop, they couldn't break free immediately. Moreover, forcibly terminating the battle would violate established rules and couldn't be openly justified. This kid, Zhao Long, stared intently at the battlefield, his face full of hesitation. If he can't even handle this, how can I talk about finding Boss Lin and the others? The Divine Domain core hasn't shattered. I can't make a move. Divine Domain battlefield. Wherever the great serpent Yamada appeared on the battlefield, lightning swept forth like a torrent, nearly unstoppable. The only headache was that gray-white corpse hero unit. Unkillable, unshakable, clinging to Yamada's heels like a shadow. Fortunately, this thing's recovery effect was far inferior to that lizard. As long as it was beaten down first, it would lose almost all combat effectiveness for a short time. Miyamoto Shinji issued another divine decree. Gazing at the dense army of gears, the great serpent Yamada's eyes flashed with disdain as lightning gathered frantically, ready to strike. At that moment, a massive black shadow lunged forward, boldly sending Yamada flying. Roar! Yamada whirled around in fury, but upon seeing the newcomer, its pupils contracted sharply, and rare terror leaked through its angry roar. In an instant, the arena fell deathly silent. The next second, it erupted completely. Holy shit! What the hell? Fathad God of Mysteries actually has another one of those lizard hero units. No, damn it, that lizard never died at all. What the fuck? It can still live after being struck into charcoal by lightning? Are you kidding me? Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. This God of Mysteries is even more outrageous than Miyamoto Shinji. The audience was stunned speechless, and even Miyamoto Shinji himself nearly forgot to breathe. How had that lizard managed to survive Yamada's ultimate strike? Monster. This is a monster. Fear sprouted in his heart, but he forcibly suppressed it and quickly responded. Yamada, continue absorbing extreme radiation for a full power strike. Other radiation spawn. Prepare a moment it's charred. Tear it apart immediately. Boom. Thunder erupted once more from Yamada's massive maw, striking directly at the undying sinful lizard. However, this time, the world-destroying lightning struck the lizard's thick armor without leaving even the slightest scorch mark. Through the lightning, the undying sinful lizard's eyes were cold and disgusted, staring directly at the great serpent Yamada. This scene made the arena explode like wildfire with cheers, leaving only the four words, God of Mysteries, echoing like an ocean tide from all directions. On the other side, Miyamoto Shinji stood frozen in place. Clearly, his initial ultimate strike had been able to turn that lizard into charcoal, so why was it now completely ineffective? He even forgot to breathe, with only one question echoing in his mind. How is this possible? While he stood there in a daze, the immortal malevolent lizard had already launched its attack. Noticing those eyes filled with contempt and disdain, Yamato Naroki felt no rage this time, but instead overwhelming terror. For the first time since its birth, it clearly sensed the threat of death. Roar! In the next second, the immortal malevolent lizard leaped into the air, its massive claws clamping down like iron pincers as it pinned Yamato Naroki to the ground where rubble and lightning intertwined, its fangs sinking deep into the neck of the serpent's central head. Simultaneously, 096 let out a blood-curdling shriek, bracing itself on all fours as monstrous strength erupted from its body, joining the immortal malevolent lizard in tearing at their prey. Thunder exploded across the sky, but no matter how loud Yamato Naroki's hisses became, it was all in vain. In the spectator stands, Miyamoto Shinji's face turned deathly pale, his voice trembling. "I concede I forfeit." Before he could finish, Lin Yan coldly cut him off. In the arena, Yamato Naroki was pinned to the ground, struggling desperately, yet visibly weakening by the second. At that same moment, several Fusang true gods could no longer remain seated, leaping to their feet to intervene. Yamato Naroki carries the legacy of a higher god. It absolutely cannot die. However, the moment they rose, several true gods from the Zhuxiao Federation stood up as well, layers of divine radiance blocking their path. "Didn't you hear? Miyamoto Shinji has already conceded," one Fusang true god roared. The Zhuxiao true gods responded with cold laughter. "When he destroyed our Zhuxiao demigod earlier, we didn't see you trying to stop him. Now you want to come and break our Federation's rules." Branded with the accusation of rule-breaking, the Fusang true gods' momentum immediately deflated by more than half, no longer daring to act rashly. Boom! A piercing wail suddenly erupted from deep within the battlefield. Before everyone's eyes, Yamato Naroki's last remaining head was torn apart in a spray of blood and flesh, crashing heavily onto the scorched earth. The faces of the Fusang true gods instantly turned. Shinthi had originally intended to temper Miyamoto Shinji while dealing a blow to Zhuxiao's morale, but not only had they failed to strike that blow, they had also cost Yamato Naroki its life, truly losing both the lady and the soldiers. With their master fallen, the Radiation Spawn army's morale instantly collapsed, unable to withstand the counterattack of the Containment Legion. They fell in droves, blood pooling around them, and were soon chased all the way back to the heart of Miyamoto Shinji's divine domain. In the next moment, his divine domain core shattered with a thunderous crash. As Miyamoto Shinji's divine core shattered, the entire One City Coliseum fell into dead silence. Hundreds of thousands of spectators from the Zhuxiao Federation and Fusang realm froze in unison, as if someone had pressed the mute button, leaving only the glimmering fragments of the broken core flickering in the air. After a brief moment of stunned silence, a sudden shout exploded through the arena. "The God of Mysteries is awesome." The cry spread like sparks igniting dry grass. "The God of Mysteries is awesome. Holy shit. That was so fucking cool. The heir of a higher god just got completely destroyed. So what if he's a divine descendant cultivated by a higher god? He still got crushed by the God of Mysteries." Waves of cheers rolled across the stands, causing the light barrier formations to hum and vibrate. All the demigods and true gods turned their gazes toward Lin Yan, their excitement even surpassing that of personally winning a divine realm battle. In stark contrast, the demigods and true gods from Fusang realm looked ashen-faced, their teeth nearly grinding to dust, yet they could only protect Miyamoto Shinji, whose divine core had been shattered, and slink away in defeat. Deep in the spectator seats, Zhao Long crossed his arms, unable to hide his astonishment. This kid actually pulled it off. He shook his head with a bitter smile, muttering to himself, "Boss Lin, you know this really isn't my fault. I couldn't stop your son." Then he narrowed his eyes, scanning the space above the arena, and chuckled coldly under his breath. "The managers of One City Coliseum. Heh. They've actually established connections with Fusang realm." Before his words had fully faded, his figure dissolved like a mirage. Several true gods lurking in different corners saw this, and also vanished one by one. Meanwhile, after defeating Miyamoto Shinji, Lin Yan stepped down from the arena. Wherever he went, demigods and true gods moved aside, their reverence mixed with fervor. Just as he was about to look for Zhao Long, he received a communication from him asking him to wait a moment. Understanding the situation, Lin Yan immediately closed his eyes and projected his consciousness deep into his divine realm. In the void of his divine realm, 9 divine core fragments glowing with pale golden light floated quietly. One belonged to Miyamoto Shinji, while the other 8 came from gladiators he had defeated. Combined with his original 3 fragments, he now possessed a total of 12 pieces. My faith power is almost reaching 100 million. With 4 more core fragments from my divine realm, I can advance to the 4th tier. He lowered his voice, barely containing his excitement. I'll sell the remaining fragments through President Chu. To break through to the 4th tier core in less than a month after opening his divine realm, who would believe such speed? After calming his breathing, he turned his attention to the massive corpse of Yamato Naroki. As a descendant of a higher god's core divine being, Yamada's power was formidable beyond measure. With just its first head, which hadn't even fully formed, it could instantly kill most heroic units. Unfortunately, it had encountered 682, that terrifying existence that left countless anomalous entities helpless. Lin Yan couldn't help but recall the earlier scene. Yamada roaring wildly, lightning gathering between its scales before unleashing even more terrifying purple electricity. This spectacle was similar to abilities the Blood God had demonstrated before, but clearly superior. It was like the Blood God's previous ability, but with far better effects. After all, the Blood God sacrificed its own followers, while Yamato Naroki actually restored the surrounding corrupted follower units back to normal. It seemed that those radiated clan units had been affected by some kind of radiation energy. However, Yamato Naroki was able to devour that energy and convert it into its own power. Lin Yan quickly reached this conclusion. He raised his hand, preparing to sacrifice and recruit Yamato Naroki directly. But just as his spiritual power stirred, a majestic voice suddenly thundered through the air. "Demigod, wait." Lin Yan paused mid-step and looked around, only to hear the voice continue echoing. "Demigod, you have defeated my inheritor. According to the rules, you may replace him and become the new inheritor." Lin Yan frowned. "Are you that higher god?" Only then did he realize the voice was coming from within Yamato Naroki's body, with no energy fluctuations, more like a preset program that only triggered after Yamato Naroki's death. "Correct." The majestic voice was supremely arrogant. "As long as you agree and give me your divine realm coordinates, you can become my inheritor." The tone sounded as if bestowing a great favor. Before the voice finished speaking, Lin Yan was already shaking his head. "I refuse." "What?" The voice clearly paused, then filled with disbelief. "Insignificant demigod, do you know who I am? Countless demigods and true gods have fought tooth and nail for this position, and you dare refuse." Anger surged. "By becoming my inheritor, you will receive my core divine Biasta, pure-blooded descendant of Yamato Naroki. What a powerful existence, what an honor." The other party remained confident, seemingly certain that Lin Yan would be tempted. Lin Yan's mouth twitched. "None of my damn business." He immediately cut off the communication channel. If he could get a Yamato Naroki for free, he would certainly be happy to. But the other party was demanding his divine realm coordinates, which for a demigod was equivalent to handing over his lifeline. Clearly, this higher god harbored malicious intentions. Though the temptation of Yamato Naroki was great and hard for ordinary people to resist, Lin Yan was no ordinary person. He shook his head and turned his gaze back to Yamato Naroki's corpse. Suddenly, his eyes stopped at its four-data fist-sized crystal was embedded there. Upon closer inspection, he determined this was not something Yamato Naroki was born with, but rather something implanted later. Lin Yan reached out and pried the crystal loose. The moment the crystal detached, intense radiation surged outward, and a piece of information appeared. Radiation crystal. A crystal that emits an endless source of radiation. It can passively irradiate all surrounding units, enhancing immediate combat power, but the future growth paths of clan members will undergo unpredictable changes. Lin Yan suddenly understood, finally figuring out the origin of those radiated clan units in Miyamoto Shinji's divine realm. Obviously, Yamato Naroki's ability to absorb radiation wildly and unleash ultimate power in one burst relied precisely on this radiation crystal. Without it, Yamato Naroki would probably need a long time to charge up for one ultimate attack. He muttered quietly, hesitating in his heart. The radiation crystal was indeed powerful, but it might cause unpredictable mutations in clan members, perhaps enhancing strength, like Miyamoto Shinji's case, or possibly causing complete loss of control. Only experimentation could determine the outcome. He paced back and forth, unable to decide for a moment. Suddenly his eyes lit up. Didn't he have perfect test subjects right there in his own divine realm? Within Lin Yan's divine domain. The resting immortal evil lizard 682 suddenly snapped its eyes open, keenly sensing the strange energy surging within its body. It raised its head, flicking its forked tongue slightly, its voice low and hoarse with vigilance. "What the hell is going on?" "I don't know. Doesn't seem dangerous though. You should rest first." An identical head emerged from beside it at some point, scanning the surroundings and speaking in human tongue. "I'll keep watch. You can take over for me later." With a companion standing guard, 682 relaxed slightly, closing its eyes to continue its slumber. But the next moment, it suddenly shuddered violently, whipping its head around to face that strange head that had just grown on its own neck. Roar! The furious bellow tore through the air as 682 bit down on that head, violently shaking it to the ground. Blood splattered everywhere, the head instantly losing all life, while the massive tear in its neck healed completely in the blink of an eye. Lin Yan withdrew his gaze from the distance, conducting another test. After confirming that 682 had evolved radiation immunity, his eyes fell upon the radiation crystal in his hand, his brow furrowing as he muttered to himself. "This thing really isn't very useful. If it were any other familiar, That wave of radiation mutation would have completely ruined them. He quickly reached a conclusion. The radiation crystal was most likely a tool specifically designed to create negative mutations. Miyamoto Shinji's familiar units were obviously radiation-resistant troops he had spent years and countless experiments specifically cultivating. To achieve the same effect would require sacrificing numerous familiars, going through cycles of breeding, elimination, and rebreeding to select the few adapted specimens. No wonder Miyamoto Shinji's divine domain core remained stuck at the third tier. But I don't need to waste time. Lin Yan clenched his fist, resolute in his conviction. With the system at hand, directly exchanging for resources is more cost-effective. Without the slightest hesitation, he tossed the radiation crystal into the altar. Sacrifice successful. Please select your recruitment target. The system's voice echoed as 3 light screens bearing text and images instantly appeared before him. Lin Yan quickly scanned through them, then suddenly froze, his gaze locking onto one particular panel. 409 Crystal Vine, he whispered. The information displayed simultaneously. Anomalous Containment Object 409 Crystal Vine. Appearance: a massive quartz crystal measuring 1.5 meters tall and 0.6 meters wide. Effect: any object that comes into contact with 409 will undergo crystallization within 3 hours. The crystallization spreads at a rate of 2.5 centimeters per minute in all directions, affecting both surface and interior simultaneously. Once fully crystallized, the target will develop fine cracks and emit creaking sounds before shattering into countless fragments. Any object touching these fragments will immediately begin crystallization. Organic entities are equally unable to resist this process, which cannot be stopped by removing affected body parts. Lin Yan stood stunned for a moment. Then his face lit up with joy, barely able to contain his excitement. What an unexpected windfall. Not only the Yamatano Orochi's corpse, but such a tremendous gain as well. In Divine Domain Warfare, 409 Crystal Vine was undoubtedly a terrifying area effect weapon. Once contact was made, crystallization became unstoppable, and even severing the crystallized limbs couldn't halt the process. Moreover, once complete crystallization occurs, the crystals shatter, and any unit that comes into contact with the crystal fragments will trigger a chain reaction, continuing the crystallization process. Imagine this. In the heat of Divine Realm Warfare, if even one enemy unit touches the crystal vines and becomes fully crystallized before exploding into fragments with a thunderous crash, it would instantly transform all surrounding allied forces into crystals. This threat is even more outrageous than a mechanization virus. A mechanization virus would take years to achieve complete erosion and is only suitable for secretly cultivating followers in other planes. On the frontal battlefield of Divine Wars, it's practically useless. Without any hesitation, Lin Yan immediately issued the command. Selection successful. Estimated recruitment completion time: 9 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. The system's cold notification sounded, and only then did he suppress the wild joy surging in his chest, taking several deep breaths before continuing to patrol his divine realm. Time passed minute by minute. In the communication channel, Zhao Long called out again. Withdrawing his consciousness from the divine realm, Lin Yan looked up to see Zhao Long watching him with a complex expression. The other man finally just sighed. Let's go. I'll tell you everything I'm able to share. Lin Yan held his breath. Zhao Long got straight to the point. Your parents are still alive. Even though Lin Yan had always firmly believed his parents were still living, hearing this confirmation firsthand still made his entire body tremble involuntarily as he stared at Zhao Long with excitement. I did indeed know your parents from very early on. Zhao Long's gaze was profound. They are currently most likely trapped in an ancient god battlefield ruin somewhere in the chaotic Star Sea. Lin Yan's brow furrowed tightly. The chaotic Star Sea? That's a plane cluster spanning countless unknown planes. The range is enormous. How am I supposed to find the specific coordinates? Of course I know it's troublesome. Zhao Long shook his head with a bitter smile. I originally didn't want to tell you, it's far too dangerous there. He looked at Lin Yan, his expression growing increasingly complex. Arranging for Lin Yan to engage in divine realm warfare with Miyamoto Shinji had been his test all along. If Lin Yan could defeat Miyamoto Shinji, it would prove he possessed real talent, and perhaps he might truly have a chance to enter the ancient god battlefield ruins in the future. If he failed, this intelligence would only drive him to his death, and Zhao Long would never allow that under any circumstances. After several moments of silence, Zhao Long still said, "There's some information I can't reveal for now. If you rashly take risks and something happens, I won't be able to answer to Boss Lin. Wait, those old fellows from One City Coliseum have finally shown themselves. I need to go over there first. You wait here for me." Before his words had finished, he snorted coldly, and his figure instantly vanished. Lin Yan clenched his fists. Although the chaotic Star Sea remained vast, at least he finally had a direction. At this time, One City Coliseum had restored the same bustling scene as Jinghai Coliseum, with countless arenas and divine realm battles proceeding simultaneously. Lin Yan planned to find challenging opponents for the immortal Sin Lizard, but as soon as he announced the title God of Mysteries, opponents repeatedly declined. Just as he was feeling helpless, a private message suddenly appeared on his communication interface. Esteemed God of Mysteries, I am a demigod from the Fusang realm. You may call me Hilda. I wonder if you might be interested in cooperation. Lin Yan was stunned. He had just crushed Miyamoto Shinji's divine core, and those true gods from the Fusang realm had wanted nothing more than to take his life on the spot. Yet now, a demigod from the Fusang realm was actually approaching him for cooperation? Before Lin Yan could respond, an exceptionally melodious voice came from nearby. Esteemed God of Mysteries, I apologize for this presumptuous interruption. He turned to see a woman with graceful curves standing quietly several steps away. Her face was perfectly sculpted, yet carried a subtle blur, clearly a deliberate disguise. In this underground arena, no one dared reveal their true appearance easily. Lin Yan's heart stirred. This woman was none other than Hilda, who had contacted him through communication earlier. I didn't expect you to actually respond to me. The woman's bright eyes curved slightly, though her voice only echoed within Lin Yan's personal communication interface. Since you defeated Miyamoto Shinji, you must already know about and have rejected that higher god's inheritance, right? I noticed the total number of inheritors decreased by 1, yet no newcomer filled the position. At this point, she looked directly at Lin Yan and added, I am also one of that higher god's inheritors. Lin Yan frowned slightly. Hilda's few sentences contained enormous amounts of information. If he had just accepted the inheritance, the other inheritors would likely have sensed it instantly. You're very clever, but I couldn't resist the temptation back then. Hilda smiled bitterly, spreading her hands in self-mockery. Only after becoming an inheritor did I learn this is a brutal survival competition. Only the last person standing can live. I don't want to die, Lin Yan asked directly. So, how do you want to cooperate with me? I need your help. Hilda got straight to the point. The higher god allows each inheritor to select one ally to assist when the Divine Realm War begins. Of course, I won't let you work for nothing. As long as we win the Divine Realm War, you get first pick of the other inheritors' spoils, and I'll take what you leave behind. Moreover, before each time I ask for your help, I'll pay sufficient compensation up front. As her words fell, her gaze burned with undisguised anticipation. Lin Yan pondered for a moment. He couldn't deny the conditions were extremely tempting. As long as he won each battle, he would at least obtain a corpse at the level of Yamata Naroki, plus Hilda's advance payment, essentially a high-return mercenary contract. After a long while, he exhaled slowly and nodded. All right, I agree. Hilda's eyes instantly lit up, unable to hide her delight. Almost simultaneously, a new application appeared on Lin Yan's communication panel. She had sent her complete true identity as a show of sincerity. Immediately after, she removed her arena disguise, revealing her real appearance. Lin Yan glanced at her, unable to suppress his curiosity. You don't look like a deity from the Fusang realm? Hilda hesitated slightly, then nodded. I am the offspring of my mother borrowing seed from another deity. Lin Yan was startled. He wasn't unfamiliar with the Fusang realm's seed borrowing tradition, where goddesses would actively mate with powerful deities or beings of exceptional talent, hoping to birth stronger offspring. Just then, Hilda's eyes suddenly brightened, her tone carrying careful yet sincere pleading. Though this is somewhat presumptuous, if you would agree, I would also like to borrow seed from you. Lin Yan was stunned, then decisively refused. Soon, Zhaolong finished handling his affairs and brought Lin Yan back to Jinghai City through the teleportation gate. The moment they landed, Lin Yan withdrew his consciousness and immediately entered his divine domain to assess his latest resources and battle losses. Deity, Lin Yan. Divine Domain Core, 3rd tier. Hero units, 096 the Shy Guy, 106 the Old Man, 173 the Sculpture, 049 Plague Doctor, 457 Flame Demon, 435. Regular units. Humans 1067. Ankle Biters 14,680. Mechanized Virus Complete Infectees 86504. Faith Power 63,419,600 points, approximately 600 million currency points. With the entire Twin Cities under his control, the growth rate of faith power had skyrocketed exponentially compared to the past. Most demigods remained stuck at the 3rd tier because they couldn't accumulate enough faith power. 100 million was the threshold. Expanding divine domains was inherently expensive. Many demigods could only gather a few 100,000 faith points in their lifetime, while those hailed as geniuses among geniuses who could amass 100 million within a year were considered anomalies. In contrast, Lin Yan had accumulated over 60 million faith points in just a short time since establishing his divine domain. For one simple reason: the followers in Twin Cities were absurdly powerful. He continuously transported resources from Twin Cities to sustain his followers' consumption, turning this port city into an inexhaustible gold mine. At this moment, nearly all residents of Twin Cities had been infected by the mechanized virus, becoming members of the Gear Orthodox Church. If Lin Yan wished, he could simply release the virus through the port into the open sea, causing infection rates to increase exponentially. However, he ultimately restrained himself. The Vahong continent was protected by true gods. While Twin City Ace, a city screened by the Academy and populated mostly by ordinary people, could be manipulated, if the virus spread to other regions and attracted the attention of true gods, the consequences would be unpredictable. Pulling back his thoughts, he surveyed his divine domain again, planning new development paths for various anomalous containment objects. Though he had achieved a decisive victory against Miyamoto Shinji, the losses were severe. Nearly 10,000 mechanized virus-complete infectees had been destroyed and dismantled. Fortunately, the Gear Orthodox Church followers in Twin Cities continued to grow like a snowball, quickly filling the gaps. In another corner of the divine domain, 049 Plague Doctor crouched among scattered corpses of radiation followers, working busily. "These patients carry unprecedented plagues," he said, gripping his scalpel with a low voice. "It seems my treatment protocols require updates. There are more plagues in this world than I imagined." Other areas maintained perfect order, presenting a scene of tranquility. Lin Yan surveyed his surroundings, gazing at the numerous anomalous containment objects with satisfaction. His gaze then settled on the recruitment countdown for Crystal Vine. Time ticked away slowly. Ding! The system notification rang clearly. "Congratulations! Anomalous Containment Object 409 Crystal Vine recruitment successful." At the center of the altar, a massive white crystal rose from the ground, its faceted surfaces reflecting cold, brilliant light. Lin Yan's eyes lit up as he silently assessed the potential of this battlefield weapon. How efficiently could Crystal Vine spread? Could same-tier followers resist it? These answers could only be obtained through actual testing. Thus, his gaze naturally fell upon the immortal sinful lizard, which was currently resting with narrowed eyes. The moment it made contact with the crystal vine, even before crystallization began, the immortal malevolent lizard seemed to sense something was wrong. It raised its head and roared furiously, then spun around and began frantically tearing at the flesh that had touched the vine. Blood sprayed everywhere as it ripped away chunks of its own meat. Yet it seemed completely oblivious to the pain, continuing to devour its own body in the most primitive attempt to prevent the coming mutation. Lin Yan observed coldly from the side, making a quiet assessment. Once contact is made, there's absolutely no way to stop the spread. Several minutes later, the first cluster of white crystals still appeared around the immortal malevolent lizard's mangled wound. The spread was inevitable. It writhed and convulsed in agony, its screams deafening, but the crystal vine continued climbing along its blood vessels and bones. As time passed, the convulsions gradually weakened and the spread was forcibly slowed. Clearly, the lizard's adaptive and evolutionary abilities were beginning to take effect. Over an hour later, most of 682's body was covered in white crystals, with even its internal organs completely solidified. Suddenly, boom, the entire crystal layer shattered, leaving only a small section of flesh and blood while the rest, including the organs, crumbled into powder-like debris. Lin Yan contemplated the crystal dust scattered across the ground. Even a unit-class familiar of equivalent rank can't withstand the crystal vine. The slowed spread was likely the lizard's adaptive abilities providing resistance. After another moment, the remaining tissue began to writhe and expand, wounds sealed, bones reformed, and scales regrew. The immortal malevolent lizard quickly returned to its original state. When Lin Yan had the crystal vine touch it again, this time the vine remained motionless, having no effect on 682 whatsoever. After concluding the crystal vine experiment, he turned his attention to the great serpent Yamata nearby. This Yamatonoroki was still in its juvenile form, possessing only one head with scales not yet fully hardened, but as a pure-blooded descendant of a deity, it would undoubtedly become a god upon reaching maturity. Without hesitation, Lin Yan threw it into the altar. "Sacrifice successful. Please select your recruitment target." The system prompt rang out as three semi-transparent panels spread before him, one reading, "Anomalous Containment Object 093, the Unclean. Unit Type, Common. Description, the Unclean exist as creatures from the dimension connected to Anomalous Containment Object 093, the Red Sea Object. Massive and semi-humanoid in form, they devour all living, breathing targets. They are the product of severe genetic mutation under high purity, tears of God, radiation. Typically slow-moving, but once they lock onto prey, they unleash unimaginable speed. The Unclean? This thing can be recruited individually?" Lin Yan's brow furrowed slightly. Anomalous Containment Object 093, the Red Sea Object, is a connector with the appearance of a circular disc. When this disc is placed against any mirror surface, the operator can be transported to another dimension. As the disc's color changes, the landing point shifts to different coordinates within that dimension. It leads to a wasteland once visited by an unknown deity. The original civilization completely collapsed upon his arrival, and all native inhabitants were transformed into massive humanoid creatures with only their upper bodies intact, while their lower halves rotted away completely. These monsters are collectively known as the unclean. Lin Yan frowned. The information reminded him of something. The unknown deity mentioned in the Red Sea object bore a striking resemblance to his own past actions when he invaded the twin cities of the Wang continent, released the mechanization virus, and created mechanized infected beings. At this thought, his expression grew peculiar, and he shook his head, refocusing his attention on the recruitment interface. Option 2. Anomalous Containment Object 4715, the War Beast. Anomalous Containment Object 4715, the War Beast, is a large-scale. The moment the text appeared, Lin Yan's heart stirred. He had encountered this option before when sacrificing the abyssal demon dragon. Whenever it sensed hostility in its vicinity, regardless of the target, the war beast's size and mass would surge dramatically, theoretically, without limit. At that time, he had abandoned this choice due to the appearance of the immortal malevolent lizard, but now it had resurfaced. He continued scrolling down. Compared to the first two options, the third seemed significantly weaker, so he skipped it entirely. Without hesitation, he made his decision on the spot. Lin Yan whispered, "I choose recruitment option 2, Anomalous Containment Object 4715, the War Beast." While the unclean were certainly formidable, they paled in comparison to the War Beast with its potentially infinite size and mass accumulation. Moreover, once he obtained the Red Sea object in the future, he could mass-produce the unclean, making it unnecessary to recruit them now. Selection complete. Estimated recruitment time, 9 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Now, I just wait for the War Beast recruitment to finish, Lin Yan murmured. The War Beast's anomalous effect was brutally simple. The stronger the aggression and malice it sensed, the faster it would expand. With this thought, Lin Yan unconsciously turned his gaze toward the immortal malevolent lizard 682. Aside from showing slight restraint toward him personally, 682 harbored contempt and malice toward every other living being, maintaining maximum hostility toward each individual. If these two anomalous containment objects were to meet, Lin Yan's expression grew increasingly peculiar as he contemplated this. Shaking off those wicked thoughts, he turned toward the altar. The corpse of the juvenile Yamatonoroki was being continuously sacrificed. What kind of anomalous containment object could be obtained if a fully mature Yamatonoroki were sacrificed? A surge of excitement rose in Lin Yan's heart. A fully mature Yamatonoroki already possessed divine-level power. Perhaps it could recruit truly divine, anomalous beings. The ocean contained numerous divine containment objects available for recruitment. He remembered most clearly the divine creature named Leviathan, thousands of kilometers in length, capable of causing earthquakes across entire dimensions with its breath alone, and even nurturing a civilization within its body. Just as Lin Yan was about to continue developing his divine domain, the communication interface suddenly rang with Principal Su Li's call. "Student Lin Yan, please come to the school immediately. The recruitment team from the Imperial Capital University Preparatory Program has arrived." The recruitment team from Imperial Capital University's preparatory program has arrived? After hanging up the call, Lin Yan couldn't wait to rush out of the academic building, taking several steps at once as he headed straight for the principal's office on the top floor of the administration building. Pushing open the door, 4 figures immediately came into view in the spacious, bright office. In the center stood Principal Su Li with a gentle expression. Beside him were 2 unfamiliar middle-aged men, one with a square face and broad shoulders, the other wearing rimless glasses with a stern countenance. On the far right was Li Cheng, someone Lin Yan knew but didn't particularly like. "I heard long ago that Li Cheng went to Imperial Capital University's preparatory program. I didn't expect him to come back with them this time," Lin Yan thought, his heart sinking slightly. "Student Lin Yan, you're here," Su Li greeted him warmly. "Come, let me introduce you. These 2 are recruitment teachers from Imperial Capital University, Teacher Zhou Sheng and Teacher Yu Luo." Zhou Sheng, the square-faced man, broke into a hearty smile and stepped forward quickly. "So this is Student Lin Yan? I didn't expect such high talent. Only a sophomore, and old Su is already making an exception to apply for a preparatory program spot for you." He turned to Su Li with a teasing tone. "Old Su, your Jinghai 3rd Middle School has really been producing talent these past few years. If Student Lin Yan passes too, you'll have to treat me to a good meal." Before he could finish, Yu Luo, the man with glasses, coldly interrupted. "Teacher Zhou, time is pressing. Let's skip the small talk." Zhou Sheng's laughter faltered. Yu Luo pushed up his glasses, his sharp gaze sweeping between the 2 men. "Regardless of what bribery deals you have behind the scenes, let me be clear, this special trip to Jinghai is already you pulling strings. If this student Lin Yan fails the assessment, Teacher Zhou, Imperial Capital University will not let this slide. Teacher Yu, watch your words." Zhou Sheng's brow furrowed deeply, his voice suppressing anger. "Student Lin Yan comes with joint recommendations from principals of 3 schools in Jinghai. You'll be supervising the testing with me shortly. Where's the bribery deal?" "If I hadn't come," Yu Luo sneered, "who knows what problems might arise during the testing." The tension between them grew thick. Li Cheng stepped forward at this moment. his gaze falling on Lin Yan with a meaningful smile. Junior Lin Yan, Teacher Zhou went through quite some trouble for your qualification. Don't disappoint him later. From just these few exchanges, Lin Yan could see what was happening. Yu Luo was clearly targeting him, and Li Cheng was likely fanning the flames. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, Lin Yan's communicator vibrated softly. Student Lin Yan, don't feel pressured, came Su Li's voice through the earpiece, gently reassuring him. This special quota fully complies with Imperial Capital University's regulations. Even if you don't pass, it's no big deal. Zhou Xing took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his anger, and turned to Lin Yan. Student Lin Yan, Teacher Yu Luo, and I will now represent Imperial Capital University in conducting your preparatory program selection assessment. Let me first explain the rules. Yes, Teacher Zhou. Lin Yan quickly adjusted his emotions and nodded. Imperial Capital University's preparatory program selection, Zhou Sheng said as he walked to the projection screen nearby, his fingertips sliding to bring up a three-dimensional star map. We'll have you invade a random third-tier micro-ownerless plane. You may release a divine avatar to enter and deploy follower units. He raised his hand in a gesture indicating 2 points. The assessment score consists of 2 parts. First, the number of follower units, and second, the time it takes you to conquer the plane. The fewer followers and the shorter the time, the better your score will be. At this point, Zhou Sheng paused before continuing. Currently, the qualifying score for admission to Imperial Capital University's preparatory program is a maximum of 10 retainer units. His gaze swept across everyone's faces. That covers the basic rules. If you're ready, we'll begin drawing your micro-ownerless plane. Lin Yan's eyes narrowed slightly as he pondered for a moment. Though this was merely an assessment, upon closer consideration, it encompassed virtually all abilities of a demigod: combat power, retainer deployment, and battlefield micromanagement. No wonder the principal had long worried he wouldn't pass the Imperial Capital University preparatory program assessment. To invade a third-tier microplane with only 10 retainer units at most was simply preposterous for a third-tier demigod. Even demigods with fourth-tier divine domain cores rarely achieved such feats. Yet he still raised his head, his voice firm. All right, Teacher Zhou, I'm ready. Excellent. Zhou Xing nodded, then turned to Yu Luo. Teacher Yu, let's have student Lin Yan draw his assessment microplane. Yu Luo said nothing unnecessary, merely snorted coldly and snapped his fingers. A row of virtual screens materialized in the air, symbols and data flickering rapidly. Lin Yan casually pressed confirm, and the next second, a string of brief information appeared before his eyes. Your drawn assessment target, Extreme Emperor City. Plane level, third-tier independent plane. Total unit population, 60,000. Third-tier units, 10,000. Hero units, 203. Special units watched by world consciousness, 5. This was only preliminary information. More detailed intelligence could only be gathered after he entered the plane himself. Standing nearby, Li Cheng pocketed his phone, sneering inwardly. Which of these preparatory program students hadn't barely passed by relying on fourth-tier hero units and level advantages? Lin Yan's divine domain core was only third tier, yet he dared dream of invading Extreme Emperor City with merely 10 retainer units? Absolutely impossible. Yet this kid's growth rate was alarming. If allowed to progress for another year, he would surely enter Imperial Capital University. Thinking of that graceful figure he had never met, Li Cheng's eyes turned cold. This time, no matter the cost, I must eliminate him. Just then, Zhou Sheng spoke again. Student Lin Yan, those are the general rules. You have 1 hour to prepare and arrange your retainers properly. Principal Su Li also stepped forward, patting Lin Yan's shoulder gently. Don't feel pressured, just do your best. Lin Yan nodded respectfully, his consciousness instantly sinking into his divine domain. The vast starry sky hung overhead, with a faint golden barrier flickering at the domain's edge. His faith power steadily held at around 90 million, still needing exactly 10 million more to break through to fourth tier, but there was no time left to accumulate it. It seems advancing to fourth tier before the invasion is impossible, he murmured quietly, yet his eyes grew increasingly calm. However, there might still be a way to breach this micro-ownerless plane. Soon, the preparation time came to an end. The moment the countdown reached 0, Lin Yan's divine avatar was engulfed by a white light and directly transported into the third-tier micro-ownerless plane GD City. This so-called GD City was named after the most prosperous city in this plane. 5 hero units who received special attention from the world will jointly held power, while other hero units were scattered across key positions to assist them. So this is GD City? Lin Yan murmured to himself. As he landed, his mind was flooded with detailed intelligence about this plane. The city had a dense population, and if he directly deployed the crystal vines there, it would cause uncontrollable destruction. However, using the crystal vines from the start would inevitably attract attention, making subsequent actions extremely difficult. Looking at the towering city walls and layers of battlements drawing closer, he quickly formulated invasion plans in his mind. Deep underground, a fortress forged of steel sat in silent dominance. Over a dozen fully armed Imperial Guard squads emerged one by one from the teleportation gate, cautiously advancing along the damp walls. The leader was a short-haired woman whose metal armor made her figure appear upright and imposing. Wei Hong, commander of GD City's Imperial Guards and an outstanding third-tier professional. The Imperial Guards were jointly commanded by the city's 5 leaders, with all members being at least second tier, and Wei Hong was among the elite of the third tier. Stay alert, everyone. Don't let your guard down. She frowned and commanded in a low voice. We finally found the Blood River Gang's hideout. This time we can't let them escape. Normally, such operations wouldn't require her personal involvement. But the Blood River Gang was different. This gang that had lurked for years was steeped in crimes, yet had repeatedly escaped, simply because its members were also professionals, and several of their leaders were reportedly powerful third-tier fighters. After receiving reliable intelligence, Wei Hong decided to personally lead over a dozen third-tier experts to eliminate them. Everyone nodded in understanding and began searching through the dark corridors separately. In less than half a moment, Wei Hong's doubts grew heavier. Strange, not a single soul in sight. Could our operation have been leaked? If the Blood River Gang slipped away again, catching them would be even more difficult. Commander Wei, a startled cry suddenly came from ahead. Keep it down. Wei Hong barked angrily. How did you even get into the Imperial Guards? Making such basic mistakes. The Imperial Guard member's voice trembled as he pointed toward the corner ahead, his face pale as death. Look there. Wei Hong followed his gaze. Her pupils instantly contracting. Scattered around the corner lay over a dozen bloodied corpses, all Blood River Gang members. She quickly stepped forward and crouched down to examine them. Every single corpse had its spine brutally snapped. The Blood River Gang had always been vicious, so a dozen deaths wasn't surprising, but all of them dying from broken spines, that was rather eerie. What was even more bizarre was that they seemed completely unprepared for their deaths, without even a trace of struggle. The scent of blood still lingered in the air as dozens of second-tier practitioners' corpses lay scattered about, their necks twisted at unnatural angles. Wei Hong crouched down to examine them, her fingertips touching the still warm bloodstains as her frown deepened. To silently kill this many people would require at least a third-tier practitioner. She quickly considered the possibilities. Revenge from a rival gang? Had the Blood River Gang deliberately staged this scene? If the former were true, a more powerful force might have emerged in the city. If the latter, there could very well be a traitor within the Imperial Guard. Either way, it was bad news. After a moment's thought, Wei Hong looked up and ordered, "Stick to the original plan and continue the investigation." More than 10 Imperial Guards spread out to advance. As the scenes deeper within gradually unfolded, everyone's expressions shifted from caution to terror. There were more and more bodies, yet their manner of death was strikingly consistent. All had their cervical vertebrae instantly snapped, as if struck by the same invisible blow. The group finally stopped before the Blood River Gang's council chamber. As they looked at each other, only heavy breathing filled the air. Wei Hong said coldly, "Never mind all this. The Blood River Gang's leaders are what matter. We need to see them alive or find their bodies." As her words fell, she drew her blade, the flash of steel splitting open the wooden door. Behind it, 5 Blood River Gang leaders lay collapsed on the ground, their heads similarly twisted, killed by the same cause as their subordinates. Scattered on the table were unfinished territorial maps, showing they had been instantly killed during a meeting. Wei Hong's heart sank. These men were all third-tier practitioners who could have accomplished this? Suddenly, her hair stood on end as her gaze locked onto a dark corner. There seemed to be a pair of eyes watching her. Wei Hong silently approached with her blade drawn, while the other guards dared not breathe. In the flickering torchlight, a bizarrely shaped plaster statue gradually came into view. Its eyes were hollow, yet seemed to stare directly at them. Drip fresh blood slid down from the statue's stone arm, spreading crimson stains on the ground, as if proclaiming it was the true slaughterer. "Monster! Monster!" Finally, one guard lost control and screamed, "There's a monster in GD City." A cold flash cut through the air, and the scream stopped abruptly. The soldier's head rolled to the ground. Wei Qing sheathed his blade, his voice ice cold. "Anyone else who makes such a foolish mistake will meet the same fate." The metallic scent of blood spread through the air as the guards forcibly suppressed their fear. Wei Hong examined the statue again, placing her hand on its stone surface and sensing no life force whatsoever. After a moment, she reached her conclusion. It's just an ordinary statue. The appearance and bloodstains are misdirection. Whatever happened to the Blood River Gang today? Someone doesn't want us to discover something. Who? And what was their purpose? Chaotic thoughts swirled with no clear answers. She pushed down her doubts and commanded, "Continue searching for any other clues." With that, she strode toward the deeper areas. The Imperial Guard members glanced back at the statue once more, swallowing nervously before following close behind. Soon, the last 2 guards responsible for perimeter watch also turned away. Everyone's attention had completely left the statue. "What do you think is going on with that statue? Could it really be some kind of monster?" One of the Imperial Guards whispered to his comrade, his voice trembling with fear. "Shut up. His teammate smacked him hard. Did you forget what Commander Wei said? It's just an ordinary sculpture. Besides, even if it really is a monster, so what? Commander Wei is personally leading this mission. If it dares to cause trouble, she can cut it down with one strike. The two men exchanged glances, barely managing to steady their nerves as they continued following Wei Hong through the Blood Red Gang's stronghold. The deeper they ventured, the more Wei Hong's brow furrowed. The main hall, corridors, rooms, the entire Blood Red Gang compound was completely empty. Not even the sound of breathing could be heard. The air was thick with a cold, metallic scent of blood, and even the torches seemed to cower in fear, producing only faint crackling sounds. Hiss! She suddenly heard an extremely faint sound from behind. As the Imperial Guard commander and a top-tier third-rank professional, she instantly sensed the deadly threat. Her scabbard cut through the air as she drew her blade, cold steel flashing as she spun around. What she saw next would haunt her for the rest of her life. Her Imperial Guard subordinates lay neatly on the ground, all with broken spines, their deaths identical to those of the Blood River Gang members. Blood snaked between the cracks of the stone slabs. More terrifying still, the strange statue that had originally been placed in the inner chamber now stood behind her, one stone arm reaching toward her, blood droplets falling from between its fingers. Damn it! This monster isn't an ordinary statue. Alarm bells rang in Wei Hong's mind as her blade erupted with brilliant white light, striking down with fierce power. Clang! The sound of metal striking stone rang out. But her attack, which should have been capable of killing a third-rank expert, didn't leave even the slightest mark. Cold sweat trickled down her temples. For the first time, she felt profound helplessness in direct combat. The statue gazed at her silently. The dangerous pressure suddenly vanished, but an inexplicable terror grew even more intense. Wei Hong could slay powerful enemies, but she feared most these mysterious unknowns. What kind of monster is this? She muttered through gritted teeth, her voice trembling slightly. The statue remained motionless, but that blood-soaked stone hand sent chills through her heart. Taking a deep breath, she suddenly turned and ran. But after just 2 steps, the warning sensation struck again. She whirled around. The statue had somehow closed the distance between them, as if it had teleported within arm's reach. Why is this happening? Wei Hong was nearly at her breaking point. After repeated attempts, she finally grasped the sinister pattern. As long as I'm looking at it, it won't move. But the moment I turn away, it immediately pursues me. But no human could go their entire life without blinking, much less escape, while constantly facing backward. This helpless wait for death was more torturous than being killed outright. Meanwhile, in another secret chamber. Looks like Little Peanut's performance is quite impressive, Lin Yan murmured. After issuing a divine command for Little Peanut to let Wei Hong go, he turned his attention to his own situation. At this moment, his divine avatar stood within a forest consumed by raging flames. Scorching waves of fire devoured the canopy while charred tree trunks crackled and burst in the inferno, the air itself warping from the intense heat. What had initially descended was merely a third-tier flame demon, but now, nourished by the flames, Lin Yan had caused this demon to continuously split and multiply. The forest now harbored a full 10 retainers of the same tier, with their numbers still climbing rapidly. Yes, this was Lin Yan's true killing move: first deploy a single flame demon, then exploit its self-immolation and reproduction abilities to rapidly create an entire flame demon legion before launching a decisive battle. As for Little Peanut, he was merely bait thrown out to attract the attention of the extreme Imperial City natives, buying time for the flame demons to grow. Meanwhile, in the principal's office at Jinghai Third Middle School, on the real-time holographic broadcast screen, forest flames rolled like crimson-black waves as flame demon silhouettes emerged one after another. Principal Su Li, the 2 admissions teachers from Imperial Capital University, and Li Cheng all stared in stunned silence, the same thought flashing through their minds. You can actually play it this way? No wonder Lin Yan could raise so many hero units, so this is how he does it. Su Li unconsciously muttered under his breath. Before the words had fully settled, his heart lurched again. This kid, is he really planning to pass the admissions assessment with these flame retainers? Cheating. Lin Yan is cheating. Li Cheng suddenly shouted, his voice shattering the stagnant air. Teacher Yu, his retainer count has already exceeded the preparatory class minimum standard, hasn't it? Declare him failed and terminate the assessment. Only then did Yu Luo snap out of his daze. But before he could speak, Zhou Sheng's cold laughter cut him off. Cheating? Li Cheng, first explain to me what constitutes cheating. Zhou Sheng pointed at the virtual display. So far, Lin Yan has only deployed 2 retainer units into extreme Imperial City. The flame demons you see in the city now weren't recruited from his divine domain, they were cultivated on-site. You call this cheating? But they're still retainers he created. Li Cheng's face flushed red with urgency. This shouldn't count toward his score. Which Imperial Capital University rule states that temporary retainer cultivation isn't allowed within the assessment plane? Zhou Sheng narrowed his eyes as he countered. Feeling uncomfortable under that stare, Li Cheng's tone softened. I wouldn't dare question the rules. Teacher Zhou, I'm just thinking of the school's interests. This situation has never occurred before. Yu Luo spoke up to ease the tension. The invasion assessment is meant to verify students' retainer combat power and battlefield control. Lin Yan's approach does circumvent direct confrontation. We should discuss whether it's within regulations. Discuss. Zhou Xing scoffed, looking directly at Yu Luo. If this counts as cheating, then all those students in the academy who command natives in battle should get 0 points. That single statement left Yu Luo speechless. By that logic, nearly every preparatory student's score would be invalidated. Li Cheng's heart sank. If Lin Yan actually made it into Imperial Capital University's preparatory class, he'd probably have no chance left with that girl Lu Li. Just as his palms began sweating with anxiety, a divine domain communication suddenly popped up with Yu Luo's private invitation. Keep your retainers hidden, or you'll disrupt the assessment, and I won't be able to protect you. Simultaneously, a string of coordinates followed precisely the coordinates of the micro-ownerless plane, Extreme Imperial City. Li Cheng's eyes lit up instantly, his face breaking into a delighted expression. Monster! There's a cursed statue. The entire Blood River gang had their necks twisted off by that statue. The third-tier Imperial guards were completely wiped out. Anyone who looks at it and then looks away gets their necks snapped. The council chamber of GD City blazed with light as Wei Hong, her legs trembling and voice shaking, reported this intelligence to the 5 leaders. As she recalled the statue, the terror in her eyes seemed almost tangible, sweat dripping continuously through the gaps in her armor, while her fingertips gripped the table's edge desperately. The 5 leaders exchanged glances, the air heavy as lead. Wei Hong, commander of the Imperial Guards and veteran of countless bloody battles, was nearly broken by a mere statue. They had no choice but to face this crisis head-on. The annihilation of over a dozen third-tier Imperial Guards meant this statue possessed far greater destructive power than anticipated. This statue must be dealt with, or GD City will eventually erupt in chaos. Yu He, burly and still bearing the scent of gunpowder on his armor, spoke first, his palm tapping the table with dull thuds. Ling Long raised her eyes, adding coolly, its origins are unknown, yet it can eliminate over a dozen third-tier Imperial Guards in one strike. We must destroy it at any cost, and quickly. Fan Shun, the youngest leader, rubbed his temples and sighed softly. These truly are troubled times. Scouts report that a great fire has suddenly erupted in the forest outside the city, with several human figures appearing in the flames. Moreover, as time passes, there are more and more figures. Now we have this cursed statue inside the city as well. Yu He waved dismissively. The wildfire is outside the city and can be controlled at any time. The statue is inside and poses a more immediate threat. I'll personally lead a team to handle it and eliminate this menace. The other leaders nodded in agreement, clearly supporting his assessment. Hearing, personally lead, Wei Hong's face turned deathly pale as she shook her head frantically again. No, that statue is too terrifying. Her words were cut short by Ling Long, who smiled faintly yet confidently. Commander Wei, you seem to have forgotten General Yu He's capabilities. Among the 5 of us, General Yu ranks at the very top. With him taking action, whatever that statue is, it'll be smashed to pieces. The other leaders concurred, and the meeting room's atmosphere seemed settled. At that moment, Tian He, seated in the main chair with an aura as heavy as mountains, finally spoke. Set the statue aside for now. First, go extinguish that sea of fire. His words stunned everyone. Ignore the crisis within GD City to put out a wildfire first? They wondered if they had misheard. Tian He continued explaining, his tone low but exceptionally firm. Last night I received confirmed intelligence that the sea of fire originates from beyond our world and is preparing to invade GD City. The fiercer the flames, the more invaders there will be. We must extinguish it immediately, and he paused momentarily, surveying everyone. Mobilize all our forces, just in case. Yu He's fists trembled slightly, Fan Chen's pupils contracted, and Ling Long fell silent. The leaders recalled the scouts' mention of figures and thought of that increasingly fierce sea of fire, feeling a chill down their spines. If the flames continued spreading, GD City might become a hellscape in an instant. Meanwhile, hundreds of miles away in the principal's office of Jinghai Third Middle School, shadows flickered. Principal Su Li and teacher Zhou Sheng stared intently at the sleeping youth Lin Yan in the glass cultivation chamber. Flame patterns spread along his skin like veins of red gold. Zhou Sheng lowered his voice. Given enough time, this flame-blessed one might actually succeed. After all, judging by Lin Yan's condition as a flame-blessed being, with sufficient development time, he might truly succeed. But if they do get discovered, though Lin Yan has always had good luck, so it probably won't come to that, Principal Su Li muttered to himself. But the next moment, his pupils contracted sharply as he cried out, "Wait! The native legions in GD City are starting to mobilize. In the direction they're heading after assembling. It's straight toward the area where Lin Yan's flame familiars are located. They've actually discovered Lin Yan's familiars and want to wipe them out completely." Principal Su Li felt a chill run through his heart. With so many legions assembled, Lin Yan's flame familiars didn't stand a chance of survival, and any hope of further development would be lost. Strange. Zhou Sheng furrowed his brow, staring at the surveillance screen. How did these natives discover them? And even if they did, there's no need to deploy all their forces, is there? This reaction seems way too extreme. Yu Luo shrugged and reminded him. Teacher Zhou, you are a professor at Imperial Capital University after all. When invading other planes, situations can change rapidly, even the most unlikely events can happen. Zhou Sheng lowered his head in contemplation, still feeling something was off. The probability of what they were witnessing was so absurdly low, it could only be described as bizarre. Meanwhile, Li Cheng and Yu Luo exchanged a glance before turning their cold gaze toward the light screen. Lin Yan, once your flame familiars are exterminated and the natives of GD City become more vigilant, let's see how you'll pass this assessment, he thought viciously. Outside GD City, deep in the forest consumed by raging flames, orange-red firelight illuminated the sky with a faint glow. Lin Yan stood on a protruding rock, sensing the surrounding auras as he whispered to himself. The number of flame demons has reached over 50. At this rate, given just a little more time, the flame demons alone as a single hero unit could steamroll GD City Heaton. Unfortunately, to fully utilize the flame demon's ability to self-replicate and multiply without limit, relying on just one little peanut was far from sufficient. Lin Yan pondered whether he should deploy a few more hero units to distract the native heroes and those blessed by the world's will in GD City. Currently, he had only sent out 2 hero units, leaving 8 slots remaining, each one needed to buy time for the flame demons to grow. Of course, there was a more aggressive strategy. If GD City really concentrated all their forces in one place, he could directly deploy the crystal vines. Once the crystal vines took root and spread rapidly, the native legions wouldn't even have time to react before being completely weakened. But such opportunities were extremely rare. Unless those natives collectively lost their minds, how could they possibly commit their entire army? Lost in thought, Lin Yan suddenly felt the ground beneath his feet trembling slightly. He looked up, his gaze piercing through the flame-wreathed canopy to see a dark mass of iron-gray waves surging from the direction of GD City across the distant horizon. It was an entire native army formation. Exposed so quickly? No, wait. Lin Yan's eyelids twitched. Based on what he could see, the approaching force numbered around 40 to 50,000, roughly the entire military strength of GD City, according to the intelligence reports. GD City had actually mobilized everything just to hunt down the flame demons? This was like using a cannon to kill a mosquito. He surveyed the burning woodland, looked at the 50-plus flame demons still incubating, then shifted his gaze to the steel torrent on the horizon, finally showing unprecedented bewilderment, as clear and innocent as a college student who had just walked into a laboratory for the first time. Could it be that these natives from GD City have actually gone insane? He muttered in a daze. Outside GD City, tens of thousands of professionals formed a massive army, a dark sea of warriors advancing swiftly toward the blazing inferno. The heavy clatter of armor and dense footsteps merged into a torrent of steel, causing the earth itself to tremble. As they drew closer, a figure became visible within the crimson flamisa, massive form, pacing back and forth in the fire like a giant beast trapped in molten lava. 5 leaders stood shoulder to shoulder at the front of the formation. When their eyes fell upon that enormous shadow, their expressions changed simultaneously. The rumors were actually true. Leader Yu, he gasped, his voice trembling. These flames truly are a living foreign invaders. Linglong's delicate shoulders shook slightly, her face pale as death. Thank goodness Master Tianhe anticipated this, otherwise. Her words trailed off as she shuddered. In just the brief time they'd been watching, she had witnessed the invader within the flames spawn a new batch of fire seeds. If they allowed this inferno to continue unchecked, letting those flame invaders develop further, all of GD City would be dragged into the abyss. Fanshin surveyed their surroundings and said gravely, "Fortunately, we discovered this early and have mobilized all of GD City's forces here. Once we strike, we can eliminate this crisis at its root." He had initially worried that Master Tianhe was making a mountain out of a molehill, but now he was grateful for such caution. If even the tiniest flame escaped, these invaders could rise from the ashes. Prepare. Leader Tianhe's gaze was sharp as a blade, fixed on the sea of fire. Not a single spark can be allowed to escape. In the principal's office at Jinghai Third Middle School, Principal Su Li and recruitment teacher Zhou Sheng watched the developments at GD City's front lines through holographic projection, their faces equally grim. GD City's army has finished assembling, Su Li said in a low voice. Zhou Sheng frowned, his tone subdued. I don't know why they're taking the fire elemental familiars so seriously, but given the current situation, Lin Yan has virtually no chance of victory. He took a deep breath and turned to another recruitment teacher, Yu Luo, saying gravely, Teacher Yu Luo, let's void the GD City assessment and have student Lin Yan retake the test. According to Imperial Capital Academy regulations, we can arrange a new test when special circumstances arise. However, Yu Luo shook his head gently. While unexpected situations are rare, they're not unforeseeable and don't meet the criteria for retesting. Just as you previously determined that Lin Yan wasn't cheating, there's no violation here either. Zhou Sheng's frown deepened. This isn't an ordinary accident. The natives of GD City suddenly mobilized all their forces without warning, causing the assessment difficulty to skyrocket. This is clearly abnormal. Yu Luo responded coolly. We're here to select true geniuses for Imperial Capital University. If someone can't handle a little uncertainty, what kind of genius are they? He then cast a mocking glance at Zhou Sheng. I'm curious, just what benefits has Lin Yan given you, Teacher Zhou, to make you scheme so deliberately to give him special treatment? Zhou Sheng's chest heaved with rising anger. While he and Su Li were indeed close, he had always strictly followed academy regulations and never given any student special treatment. How could he be accused of such a thing? Inside GD City, protected by thick walls and magical cannon emplacements, the native army boldly deployed. Cavalry and mages formed battle lines simultaneously, charging directly toward the area where the flame demon was located. However, they did not immediately attack the sea of fire that the flame demon had created. Instead, they attacked the forested areas surrounding the sea of flames, cutting away all trees and combustible materials to create a vast firebreak devoid of any flammable substances. Clearly, they had rehearsed this tactic repeatedly before assembling their forces. Their movements flowed like water, without the slightest hesitation. Chieftain Linglong suddenly formed hand seals, purple light exploding from her palms as energy gathered like a tide, manifesting 7 massive fox tails behind her, their fluffy outlines traced in exquisite detail by the purple radiance. All 7 tails struck simultaneously, instantly piercing through the blazing inferno and shooting directly toward the nearest shadowy figure. Bang! A muffled crash echoed as that figure immediately disintegrated into scattered flames, the raging fire dimming as vast tongues of flame were forcibly extinguished. The other chieftains and hero units stopped watching from the sidelines, each revealing their trump cards as violent skill beams, blade energy, and magical formations continuously bombarded the sea of fire, determined to sweep away every last flame demon. In an instant, countless brilliant torrents of energy poured inward, causing the rapidly spreading sea of flames to visibly contract before their eyes. The rolling inferno was compressed into mere remnants of fire. Wailing flame demons fell in droves, and charred debris scattered everywhere. High above, Li Cheng watched coldly, finally breathing a sigh of relief. The situation was clear, and Lin Yan had virtually no chance of turning the tables. For this moment, he had risked everything, sending his followers to infiltrate the polar city and secretly tip off the natives. Now it seemed everything had been worth it. His eyes locked onto Lin Yan with sinister intent as he whispered inwardly. Once the assessment ends, no matter the cost, you must die. Lu Li and all the Lu family's resources can only belong to me. Li Cheng. At the front lines of the polar imperial city's military formation, as time passed, the sea of flames shrank smaller and smaller, with only a handful of flame demons remaining. Charge! Make way! Charge! Kill these invaders! Hearing his comrades' battle cries, Zhang a lowly soldier at the rear of the army who had been ready to flee at any moment, immediately put on a brave front and charged forward with his spear raised. However, after just a few steps, something flashed before his eyes, as if some light had struck him. Zhang instinctively turned his head and spotted a pure white crystal wedged in a stone crevice. The cool crystal refracted dazzling light, more brilliant than any jewel he had ever seen. What a treasure! His eyes lit up instantly, his heart pounding like drums. The crystal's origin was unknown, but its value was certainly immense, more tempting than life itself. Zhang continued shouting, "Kill these invaders! Charge!" at the top of his lungs, but his body quietly squeezed toward that stone crevice. A few moments later, he crouched down for a closer look. The crystal was even more dazzling up close, its refracted light twinkling like countless stars. If I sell this, I'll never lack resources again. Why would I need to risk my life? At this thought, he swallowed hard and quickly stuffed the crystal inside his shirt. Charge! Kill these invaders! Zhang continued his enthusiastic shouting, but his feet never moved forward another inch. Instead, he frantically retreated toward the rear of the battlefield, heading for the most crowded areas. For some reason, it felt itchy and painful. Zhang huddled in the crowd, pushing backward while frowning and rubbing his wrist. The sensation was like fine needles piercing his flesh. He shook his head, not taking it seriously, only clutching the white crystal in his arms tighter and glancing down at it again. But within just a few breaths, the stabbing pain spread like fire. It hurts so much, damn it. What is this thing? He finally couldn't bear it anymore, curling up on the ground and rolling around, reaching to examine his right wrist. At that moment, he was horrified to discover his right hand had completely transformed into translucent crystal, with patterns identical to the white crystal in his arms. Wait, what's happening? His confusion was quickly replaced by a hint of secret delight. Legends of ordinary people encountering miraculous opportunities and gaining supernatural abilities often circulated in GD City. Could it be my turn has come? His heart pounded wildly, filled with uncertainty and suspicion. Meanwhile, Lin Yan, who had been monitoring the crystal vine's changes, shook his head and whispered, "These GD City natives really have vivid imaginations." The moment he discovered the native army assembling, he had brought the crystal vine into the city, cut it into over 1,000 pieces, and scattered them across various parts of the battlefield. Now, he was just waiting for the first wave of crystal vine explosions to take effect. Lin Yan surveyed the battlefield from above, waiting for the right moment. Time flew by. The fire demon's sea of flames was gradually shrinking. In the GD City native army, Zhang Er's crystallization had spread throughout his entire body. The excruciating pain forced him to curl up on the ground, convulsing all over. "What the hell? What's wrong with you, Zhang Er? When did you get so rich that you could afford a full crystal armor set?" The surrounding soldiers chattered among themselves. Under everyone's gaze, clusters of white crystals crawled out from Zhang Er's collar, quickly enveloping his head. His entire body transformed into a human-shaped white crystal sculpture, with even his breathing frozen in the gleaming light. This bizarre sight made the surrounding natives' scalps tingle. What the hell is going on? Holy crap! Zhang Er turned into crystal. Just as the exclamations arose, crack, dense fissures suddenly appeared on the crystal surface. The next second, the human-shaped crystal exploded with a thunderous roar, sending fragments flying like shrapnel. "We're under attack. There's a traitor among us. Wait, it's not an attack, it's crystal? Don't grab them. Nobody grab them. I saw these crystals first. They're mine." The soldiers, who were still confused and stood farther from the explosion point, treated the falling crystal fragments as precious treasures, frantically scrambling to stuff them into their clothes, even fighting each other over them. Similar scenes instantly played out simultaneously in every corner of the massive army, throwing the battle lines into immediate chaos. Above the battlefield, the 5 leaders, who had been casually exchanging pleasantries and discussing their battle achievements with an air of nonchalance, suddenly noticed the chaos erupting below. From the moment the first batch of humanoid crystals shattered, the battlefield spread with mutations like ignited dry grass. All native professionals who touched the fragments instantly had their skin crystallize into milky white layers. Within mere breaths, they completely crystallized in terror before exploding with a bang. The scattered crystal dust fell on those around them, triggering the next wave of infection. The Legion's density was already terrifying, making this chain reaction catastrophic. In less than a minute, tens of thousands of GD City professionals had become crystal specimens. From above, clusters of pure white explosive forms bloomed like crystal flowers across the dark battlefield, quietly blossoming before rapidly spreading, romantic, yet deadly. The various professionals who had been attacking the city side by side were instantly thrown into chaos. "Damn it! What the hell is happening? A curse. This is definitely a curse. We've angered the gods. Old Lu, something's wrong. Your dad exploded. Your dad's the one who exploded. Holy shit. He really did explode." Terror spread through the ranks like a plague at visible speed. The 5 GD City leaders exchanged glances, feeling the same chill in their hearts. "Damn," Linglong's voice trembled. "Where did these crystals even come from?" Everyone spread out. "Don't let the crystals touch you." Yuhi forcibly suppressed his fear, his roar echoing across the battlefield. However, nearly all of GD City's professionals had been ordered to gather here in extremely dense formations. How could they possibly spread out? Panic only made the crowd press tighter together, and each crystal explosion affected even more targets. The 5 leaders' hearts sank into an icy abyss, overwhelmed by the helpless feeling that this time we're truly finished. These crystals were like an unstoppable plague, advancing with devastating force. If the situation continued to deteriorate, it wouldn't be long before all of GD City became silent crystal sculptures only. Now, did they truly understand the meaning of horror? In the principal's office at Jinghai No. 3 High School, Principal Su Li, the 2 admissions officers from Imperial Capital University, Zhou Sheng and Yu Luo, and Li Cheng, were equally stunned by the livestream footage. "These crystals," Su Li gasped. "Are they also student Lin Yan's familiars?" "No." Zhou Sheng shook his head, but his eyes blazed with intense light. "But their effect is like a weapon of mass destruction. Even true god-level beings would have to be cautious." He slammed the table, unable to contain his laughter. "Ha! Genius. Student Lin Yan is absolutely a genius. Old Su, you've struck gold." Then he turned to Yu Luo. "I admit what you said earlier was right. True geniuses can handle any unexpected situation. Who would have thought Lin Yan had mastered a method to counter large-scale military operations?" Yu Luo continued staring at the screen in a daze, as if confirming this wasn't a hallucination. Li Cheng's face was ashen as he muttered under his breath. "Impossible. How is this possible?" He had carefully orchestrated this plan, convincing the GD City natives to mobilize everything at once to crush Lin Yan in his cradle. But now it seemed he had actually helped Lin Yan. If the enemies had attacked in waves, the crystals would never have achieved today's devastating effect. Realizing this, his expression instantly darkened like storm clouds. On GD City's side, more professionals were covered by crystal dust, becoming shattered statues. The 5 leaders grew increasingly anxious, yet none dared approach those crystals rashly. No one knew if they would be directly infected. Everyone instinctively looked toward Tianhe. If he hadn't ordered the concentration of forces, perhaps they would still have room to maneuver. But it was too late for regrets now. Just then, a roar filled with rage and contempt suddenly echoed across the battlefield. Lowly creatures. Everyone looked toward the sound to see a massive reptilian monster bursting through the air, bound with gleaming crystals all over its body, charging furiously toward the leaders. In the next moment, the immortal evil lizard, its entire body tightly bound by thick crystal vines, suddenly lunged toward the 5 leaders of the supreme imperial city. Behind it followed the Shy One, with eternal flames burning atop its head and face forever hidden beneath a hood, along with the Plague Doctor and a host of other eerie, anomalous entities, forming a dark mass with menacing momentum. What? There are actually this many foreign invaders. The 5 leaders felt a collective chill in their hearts, yet their gazes were irresistibly drawn to the crystals on the immortal evil lizard that had almost fused with its scales. Being seasoned veterans, they made their judgment in a split-second retreat first. 5 figures suddenly scattered, leaving 5 afterimages streaking through the air. Pathetic inferior creatures, only capable of fleeing. The immortal evil lizard growled lowly, its massive tail lashing out violently, shattering the ground as it charged again. Stung by the word inferior, the 5 leaders burned with rage. As the heads of the supreme imperial city, they had never endured such mockery, yet the danger of the crystal vines remained vivid in their minds, forcing them to dodge once more. On the battlefield below, those sinister crystals were rapidly spreading through the professional legions, and no one dared to engage directly without intelligence. This invader is also 3rd tier. After a brief exchange, Grand Leader Tianhe's mind raced, and his expression suddenly hardened. It's bound so tightly by crystal vines, yet hasn't been crystallized, meaning we can resist too. As one favored by the planar will, he was confident of being invincible among peers. The other leaders' eyes also lit up, nodding in agreement. If the enemy was unharmed, they certainly had nothing to fear. Before his words finished, Tianhe struck first. He roared, "Ugly lizard, do you really think I fear you?" Surging energy erupted from within him, condensing into a massive hammer over 10 feet long that crashed down from above. However, where the hammer's shadow fell, only sparks scattered. The immortal evil lizard's scales remained completely intact, the disdain in its eyes growing even stronger. Tianhe froze, then his face turned ashen. Having already lost face due to previous command failures that caused heavy casualties in the city, and now being scorned by a mere lizard, his fury intensified. "Disgusting reptile," he roared, charging again. Meanwhile, the other 4 leaders engaged in combat with the Shy One, Plague Doctor, and other anomalous entities. Damn it! How can this corpse not be killed? Those flames can't be extinguished once they touch you. What kind of plague? It spreads with just one touch. On the other side, Tianhe and the immortal evil lizard were locked in fierce battle. Tianhe possessed tremendous strength, while the immortal evil lizard, having undergone multiple adaptations and evolutions, boasted terrifying defense. Neither could break through the other's defenses, yet they clashed with brute force, their violent shockwaves sweeping across the area and instantly causing hundreds of Supreme Imperial City professionals to be shaken until blood spilled across the streets. Hiss! A sudden sharp pain made Tianhe's brow furrow deeply. He instinctively raised his hand, only to see his right arm rapidly turning white from within, transforming into semi-transparent crystal in an instant, exactly the same state as those professionals before they shattered. Damn it! I actually can't resist this crystal. Recalling the professionals who had just been completely overrun by crystals and utterly shattered, Tianhe was instantly filled with terror. Fresh blood still wetted his feet. He raised his blade without hesitation and severed his entire right arm at the shoulder. A fountain of blood spurted from the wound, but he quickly sealed it with his psychic power. His gaze returned to the front. The immortal evil lizard was completely wrapped in white crystal vines, still writhing slowly like a pile of time bombs ready to explode at any moment. A chill ran down Tianhe's spine. Damn it, another miscalculation. Why is this monster completely unaffected? Before he could think further, the immortal evil lizard lunged forward. Tianhe dared not engage at Hedon again, fearing further crystal contamination. He retreated rapidly, dodging desperately through the ruins by the narrowest of margins. "You lowly creature, can you only run away?" The evil lizard taunted hoarsely. "If you have the guts, come fight me. Don't be a coward. Worthless trash. Come on, stop running." Listening to its incessant chatter, Tianhe nearly burst into curses. Damn it, take off that pile of crystals first before talking big. Before the taunting ended, he suddenly felt sharp pain from his right shoulder's severed edge. Looking down, crystals were growing wildly from the flesh at the wound's edge. Impossible. When I cut it off, it clearly hadn't been infected yet. Why is it still spreading? The pale crystal layer spread rapidly across half his body like frost. Tiana's heart completely collapsed. The next moment, the immortal evil lizard caught up, its claws striking down heavily. Crack! The mutilated body completely crystallized in agony and despair, then shattered with a thunderous crash. Countless crystal fragments scattered like arrows, striking surrounding buildings and corpses, instantly turning everything the same icy white. This scene fell upon the eyes of the remaining 4 leaders, who immediately fled in panic. But no matter whether they hid in the shadows of broken walls or dove into rubble-filled underground passages, the corpses with ever-burning flames atop their heads tracked them with ghostly precision. Fanshin bore the brunt, completely incinerated into a pile of ash by the ever-burning flames. The remaining 3 leaders were soon dragged out by 096, unable to even let out half a scream before being added to death's roster. Thus, all 5 great leaders had fallen, and most professionals had become crystal debris. Lin Yan's invasion of the Imperial City was finally declared complete amid this white catastrophe. Watching the crystal vines spread like a tide, the entire Imperial City gradually transforming into inorganic crystal inch by inch, Lin Yan exhaled a long breath. If left unchecked, this thing alone could devour an entire micro-ownerless plane, far more outrageous than any previous anomalous containment object. While the massive concentration of the city's armies certainly helped, the crystal vines remained abhorrently overpowered. Unfortunately, the crystal vines weren't living units and couldn't advance in tier. The material itself was 3rd tier, so it could only remain at the 3rd tier. As for whether higher tier familiars could replicate this terrifying effect, he had no idea. To test it, he'd first need to obtain 4th tier materials for sacrificial recruitment. As he pondered, notification sounds from the Divine Realm interface suddenly rang in his mind. Congratulations! You have successfully invaded the micro-ownerless plane, Imperial City, and may exit at any time. Congratulations! Your accumulated faith power has exceeded 100 million, meeting the minimum requirement to upgrade your Divine Realm core to the 4th tier. 100 million faith! Lin Yan's heart leaped with joy as he immediately opened his panel. Then he decisively began examining his Divine Realm information. Name: Lin Yan. Level: Demigod. Divine Domain Core Tier, 3rd tier. Faith Power: 100,006,012. Currency Points: 513,520,132. Divine Artifact: Hammer of Punishment. Damaged. Hero Units: Anomalous Containment Object 096 The Shy Guy. Anomalous Containment Object 049 Plague Doctor. Anomalous Containment Object 173 The Sculpture. Anomalous Containment Object 682 Hard to Destroy Reptile. Anomalous Containment Object 106 The Old Man. Anomalous Containment Object 457 Burning Man. Regular Follower Units. Human Race: 625 Snipers. Anomalous Containment Object 217 The Clockwork Virus. Infected: Special, Anomalous Containment Object 409 Crystalline Vine. Looking at the data transmitted from the Divine Domain interface, Lin Yan's heart immediately surged with excitement. In such a short time, he had actually accumulated a full 100 million faith power. If word got out, probably no deity would believe it. Yet he had done exactly that. What made him even more delighted was that War Beast number 4715 had entered its final recruitment progress bar. It was a true weapon of mass destruction. In every sense, the more intense the hatred, the more massive its size and mass became. If encountered by ordinary followers on a divine battlefield, it would be an absolute meat grinder. Thinking of this, Lin Yan suppressed the restlessness in his heart and forced himself to refocus his attention on the divine domain itself. With a thought, over a dozen divine domain core fragments appeared before him in sequence, their surfaces shimmering with flowing light like suspended stardust. According to the rules, a 3rd-tier core needed to devour same-tier core fragments to expand its terrain and area in order to advance to the 4th tier. Lin Yan's gaze quickly swept across the fragment's azure images of surging waves, emerald circles of grasslands like carpets, deep shadowy scenes of forest coverage. After a moment of consideration, he made his decision. First, select one ocean terrain core fragment left behind by Miyamoto Shinji. Second, add one plains fragment. Third, include 2 forest fragments. With this configuration, the Burning Man could obtain more fuel, other followers would have room to grow, and he would additionally possess an entire ocean. With preparations complete, just as he was about to begin the fusion, Zhou Sheng's voice suddenly rang in his ears. Student Lin Yan, once the invasion is complete, hurry out. We'll handle the procedures for your Imperial Capital University student certification. The other's tone was filled with barely concealed excitement and joy. Lin Yan chuckled, nearly forgetting the main business, and repeatedly agreed. Meanwhile, in the principal's office of Jinghai Third Middle School, 3 true gods and the demigod Li Cheng still looked at each other in bewilderment. seemingly not yet recovered from their shock. An entire miniature masterless plane had been conquered by Lin Yan with such apparent ease. Through the light screen, they watched as the outline of GD City was rapidly being dyed pure white crystal by anomalous containment object 409 crystalline vine. Those winding tendrils grew wildly between city walls, streets, and buildings, transforming everything they touched into hard, smooth crystals, like a battlefield exclusion zone. Thank goodness this thing is only third tier. Even Principal Su Li, who had always favored Lin Yan, couldn't help but feel secretly relieved. If they faced this kind of tactical level contamination hidden, their divine domains would likely suffer serious damage. The next second, a divine avatar leaped out from GD City, which was being eroded by the crystalline vine, and landed steadily in the principal's office seat. Was Lin Yan. As soon as the door closed, everyone's gazes fell on him in unison. Student Lin Yan, congratulations. Zhou Xing's eyes immediately lit up with excitement as he rushed forward. I can't believe you actually succeeded in invading the Supreme Emperor's city with just 7 familiar units. He hurried to Lin Yan's side, his voice filled with undisguised amazement. Among all the students from Jinghai over the years, only your senior Lu Li has achieved a higher record than yours. He paused slightly. The words, Lu Li was at the 4th tier divine domain core level, while you're only at 3rd tier, remaining unspoken, but his burning, almost possessive gaze made his meaning crystal clear. Lin Yan felt uncomfortable under the intense stare and instinctively took half a step back. All right, old Zhou, you're scaring the kid. Su Li coughed lightly from the side, giving Zhou Sheng a disapproving look. Where's your dignity as a capital university professor? Ha ha ha. Zhou Sheng laughed heartily without a care, then solemnly announced. Congratulations, student Lin Yan. You've successfully passed Capital University's assessment. From now on, you're a student in Capital University's preparatory program. The laughter abruptly stopped as an anxious voice suddenly interrupted. Professor Zhou. Li Cheng strode quickly into the principal's office, his gaze fixed directly on Lin Yan. According to Capital University's regulations, preparatory program students must have a 4th tier divine domain core. He's only at 3rd tier, doesn't qualify. Li Cheng's heart was churning, had returned to Jinghai specifically to eliminate Lin Yan and avenge his brother Li Hao. If Lin Yan truly left with Capital University student status, it would be nearly impossible for him to make another move. Li Cheng. I've had enough of you. Zhou Sheng's expression darkened, his voice carrying undeniable authority. Lin Yan is your junior. Why do you constantly target him? If you knew the rules, why wait until after he passed the assessment to speak up? Looking for entertainment. He snorted coldly. More importantly, Lin Yan is different from you. With the performance he just demonstrated, once word gets out, top-tier universities will be fighting over him. Li Cheng gritted his teeth, fury flickering in his eyes. He had always taken pride in his talent, but in Zhou Sheng's assessment, it seemed worthless compared to Lin Yan, and indeed it was. He had barely passed the preparatory program assessment, while Lin Yan was a prodigy that prestigious schools would actively compete for, completely different leagues. The reason he had waited until now to mention the rules was twofold. First, who could have imagined Lin Yan would actually succeed in invading the Supreme Emperor city? Second, he stole a glance at Yu Luo. Almost simultaneously, Yu Luo raised his hand to signal for quiet and spoke in agreement. Professor Zhou is absolutely right. Lin Yan is a genius among geniuses. Any top university would compete for him. Li Cheng felt relieved, but then heard Yu Luo's tone shift. However, Li Cheng's concerns aren't entirely unreasonable. All preparatory program courses are designed for 4th tier divine domain cores. For Lin Yan to force his way through a 3rd tier might do more harm than good. Zhou Sheng was about to retort with a cold laugh when Yu Luo continued. How about this? We'll grant him admission qualification first. Let Lin Yan remain in Jinghai to advance his divine domain core to 4th tier, then formally enroll at Capital University. What do you think? After a moment of silence, Zhou Sheng had to admit the plan's reasonableness. While Capital University had abundant resources, its existing curriculum ranged from 4th tier demigods to true gods. Creating a temporary program just for Lin Yan might not be more effective than steady progress in Jinghai. He looked up at Lin Yan. Student Lin Yan, what are your thoughts? Lin Yan blinked, recalling a memorable scene he had once read, and smiled slightly. Professor Zhou, I'd really like to experience Capital University, this top-tier institution, first. Zhou Sheng nodded thoughtfully. Making an exception for you is certainly possible, but hastily designing 3rd-tier courses for you alone might be difficult to calibrate properly. Before he could finish, everyone saw Lin Yan's faint smile. Professor Zhou, isn't this simple? I'll just advance to 4th tier. Zhou Sheng was stunned. Everyone in the principal's office was speechless. Upon hearing Lin Yan's words, the 3 true gods and 1 demigod in the principal's office were all stunned. They froze almost simultaneously, turning toward Lin Yan in bewilderment, as if they hadn't quite caught what he had just said. At that very moment, Lin Yan unhesitatingly threw the 4 divine domain core fragments he had already selected into his inner divine domain. The next instant, his divine domain core erupted like an ignited flame, shooting forth a blazing white pillar of light that completely devoured the four fragments. Rumble. Accompanied by a deafening roar, his divine domain shook violently, and the previously stabilized space began expanding rapidly like a living creature once again. The plains stretched wildly outward, rolling waves of green spreading far and wide. The forests grew taller and broader, their canopies surging like tides. At the boundary between plains and forest, a vast blue ocean materialized from thin air, waves churning and crashing. Though not as expansive as Miyamoto Shinji's ocean, it still stretched endlessly to the horizon. Meanwhile, the divine domain notifications in Lin Yan's ears went absolutely wild. Your divine domain core has advanced to Tier 4. Hero Unit Anomalous Containment Object 096. The Shy Guy has advanced to Tier 4. Your divine domain core has advanced to Tier 4. Hero Unit Anomalous Containment Object 173. The Sculpture has advanced to Tier 4. Your divine domain core has advanced to Tier 4. Hero Unit Anomalous Containment Object 106. The Old Man has advanced to Tier 4. The notifications came in an unbroken stream, barely leaving any gaps between them. In the office, the three true gods immediately sensed the explosive surge in Lin Yan's aura and collectively gasped. Wait, what? One of them said in a hoarse voice. Lin Yan actually reached Tier 4? He was just Tier 3 a moment ago, and now he's suddenly Tier 4. Shock, bewilderment, and utter astonishment cycled across their faces. Even Principal Su Li, a true god himself, and the two admissions officers from Imperial Capital University fell into a systemera-like state of complete mental shutdown. I say, old Su, Zhou Sheng swallowed hard. Are you absolutely certain Lin Yan is just a high school sophomore? That he's only had his divine domain for less than 2 months? Su Li's mouth hung slightly open, and after a long pause, he managed to squeeze out, if I remember correctly, he should be, right? Even he, the principal who had been closely following Lin Yan's progress, was no longer certain. This speed is just too damn fast. A Tier 4 divine domain core, who can even make sense of this? Noticing the true god's reactions, Lin Yan couldn't help but feel a surge of satisfaction. Showing off feels amazing, he thought to himself. So satisfying, absolutely satisfying. Meanwhile, Li Cheng's pupils contracted sharply. He just advanced to Tier 4? Having always considered himself exceptionally talented and believing only he was worthy of Lu Li, he had consistently viewed Lin Yan as an insignificant competitor. Even after entering Imperial Capital University, though his confidence had been shaken by other prodigies, he still felt Lin Yan was unworthy of Lu Li after all. Lin Yan's first hero unit was just an rank corpse warrior, making it hard not to look down on him. But in the blink of an eye, Lin Yan had not only easily passed the Imperial Capital University preparatory class assessment, but had also directly stepped into Tier 4. This is absolutely ridiculous. Li Cheng's mind was in turmoil. If I had known, I should have used the excuse of revenge during that life-and-death battle with Li Hao to cripple him. Regrets surged through him, but remembering how he had held back due to concerns about Lu Li and the Lu family, he hadn't made that move. No, he's only just reached Tier 4. I still have a chance. Li Cheng clenched his fists, breathing heavily as he tried to rally himself. The shock in the principal's office had yet to subside. Student Lin Yan, the surprises you bring me just keep coming one after another. Zhou Sheng smiled bitterly, then eagerly continued. Well, congratulations. You've successfully become a member of the Imperial Capital University preparatory class. You can head to Imperial Capital University whenever you're ready. Yu Luo's face lit up with a smile as he quickly added, Student Lin Yan, I was just doing my job earlier, so my tone was a bit harsh. Please don't hold it against me. Lin Yan nodded without saying much more, left 3rd high school directly, and hurried home to pack his luggage. Yu Luo and Li Cheng exchanged glances before each hastily departing their separate ways. At the school gate, only Su Li and Zhou Sheng remained. Zhou Sheng looked at Su Li and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Old Su, you're absolutely brilliant as a high school principal. A few years ago, you produced Lu Li, who's still the brightest star at Imperial Capital University. And today, you've brought me another genius who's probably no less talented than Lu Li. I don't even know how to thank you. Want to thank me? Su Li's eyes gleamed mischievously. Simple. Just lend me your divine artifact for a few days. Don't worry, I guarantee I'll return it in perfect condition. Zhou Sheng's surge of gratitude came to an abrupt halt as he laughed awkwardly. Old Su, we're brothers, right? But you know my divine artifact really has important uses lately. Su Li snorted coldly, but suddenly lowered his voice and said mysteriously, by the way, I have some gossip about Lin Yan. Want to hear it? Yes, yes, yes. Zhou Sheng's eyes immediately brightened as he patted his chest in assurance. Old Su, don't you trust me? My lips are sealed, I absolutely won't tell anyone. Su Li still wore a cold smile, hesitating for half a second before finally speaking. Do you know that Lin Yan and Lu Li are actually? Zhou Sheng's eyes widened. You mean the #1 female war goddess of Imperial Capital University, Lu Li specifically came back to Jinghai just to reject Lin Yan's proposal to break off their engagement in person? Something like that. Su Li nodded. Zhou Sheng's mouth twitched. TSK. If this gets back to Imperial Capital University, how many male students will be jealous of Lin Yan? Even I'm envious of him. Just as Su Li was about to continue with more gossip, his wrist communicator connected to a joint call from the principals of First High and Second High. The voice on the other end first showed concern. Old Su, has Imperial Capital University finished their assessment of student Lin Yan? We need to arrange his curriculum, right? Su Li replied lazily. No need. The First High principal was stunned. Why? Don't tell me. He actually passed Imperial Capital University's assessment? But the minimum requirement for preparatory students is 4th rank. How did he manage that? Remembering Lin Yan's parting words about keeping low-key, Su Li couldn't suppress the corners of his mouth from rising as he said casually. How else? By advancing to 4th rank, of course. The communication fell silent instantly. After a moment, the two principals finally reacted, their faces full of bewilderment. Looking at those two shocked faces in the light screen, Su Li felt one word in his heart, satisfying. This feeling of showing off was indeed comfortable. Meanwhile, at Lin Yan's home, the room was softly lit, with a divine realm projection platform quietly on standby in the corner. Lin Yan sat at his desk, his gaze fixed on a round gemstone in his palm. The crystal-clear stone rotated slowly inside, projecting the semi-transparent figures of a man and woman, his parents. This was the last memento his parents had left him. Usually, he kept it locked in a hidden compartment, only daring to take it out today. Lin Yan took a deep breath, gently tucked the gemstone close to his body, then turned his attention to the divine realm within himself. In the divine realm, the anomalous containment object 4715, War Beast, on the recruitment panel entered its final countdown. 10 more seconds. Lin Yan's heartbeat quickened. The War Beast could rapidly expand its size when receiving hatred, and if deployed in divine realm battles involving tens of thousands of people, it would surely become a mobile meat grinder. He couldn't imagine how terrifyingly large it would grow when tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of units simultaneously harbored hatred toward it. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The countdown reached 0, and a cold yet thrilling system notification rang in his ears. Congratulations. Anomalous containment object 4715, War Beast recruitment complete. As the system's voice echoed, a panel suddenly materialized before him. Hero unit, unnamed. Hero tier, 4th order. Hero quality, unknown. Gender, unknown. Faith level, saint. Other, unknown. Before the panel's flickering light had even faded, a deafening roar erupted from the forest region of Lin Yan's divine domain. Roar. A massive beast over 5 meters in length crashed to the ground with tremendous force. Its form resembled a grotesque fusion of multiple creatures. 6 powerful limbs supported its enormous body, with a pair of sharp, swept-back horns protruding from the rear of its skull. Each front limb bore 7 human-like fingers, while its hind legs were thick and bear-like. A muscular tail, corded with sinew, planted firmly on the ground, ready to serve as a third supporting leg like a tripod. Anomalous containment object 4715, the demon born from war. The moment it arrived, the nearby ankle snappers scattered like mice sensing a predator, shrieking as they fled deeper into the forest, their instinctual terror driving them to panic. 4715 remained indifferent to their flight, merely letting out a low growl before continuing its prowl through the woods, its massive claws carving furrows in the fallen leaves. Exactly as described in the records, Lin Yan murmured to himself, observing the scene. Foundation archives indicated that 4,715 possessed intelligence rivaling that of humans, fully aware of its anomalous properties and skilled at exploiting them. It harbored extreme aggression toward highly intelligent life forms while showing no interest in low-intelligence species like the ankle snappers. Records even mentioned instances where the war beast had deliberately incited conflict between peaceful intelligent species, using their warfare to increase its own size. Suddenly, 4715 seemed to detect something. Its golden pupils flashed with keen interest as its massive form pressed low to the ground, racing past fallen ancient trees and scattered stones, bursting into the deepest shadows of the forest in moments. There, anomalous containment object 0492 instances were being continuously produced by the plague doctor. Lin Yan caught the glimmer of anticipation in the war beast's eyes, while the plague doctor standing among his patients showed equal excitement. The voice beneath the bird-like mask was hoarse yet thrilled. What manner of creature is this? Oh, a completely new life form. If I could experiment on it, my curative methods would surely advance further. However, 4715's body showed no signs of the usual expansion. The plague doctor detected no pestilence on it and displayed no hostility whatsoever. In fact, as long as he determined a subject carried no plague, the plague doctor was among the most benign of all anomalies. Lin Yan understood perfectly the plague doctor genuinely believed he was curing people. It was simply that his test subjects were ungrateful. The lack of any physical changes left 4,715 visibly confused, its heavy breathing scattering the dead leaves. It shook its massive horns and resumed its search. At that moment, the war beast suddenly raised its head, gaze locking onto another section of the forest, its pupils blazing with intense light. A new target had appeared. There, in the area where the immortal salamander lay coiled in rest. Noticing this development, Lin Yan's expression grew peculiar. Among the many containment objects in his divine domain, he hadn't expected the war beast's first chosen prey to be that particular troublemaker. However, Lin Yan made no divine intervention to halt the war beast's actions. Upon spotting its target, the war beast showed no hesitation, twisting its massive form and charging swiftly toward the immortal malevolent lizard. Steel-like claws scraped across the ground, sending up showers of debris and dust. Within mere breaths, it had burst into the immortal malevolent lizard's territory. Roar! A deafening bellow erupted like thunder. The slumbering immortal malevolent lizard was jolted awake, its golden vertical pupils slowly opening. It cast only a cold, disdainful glance at the intruder before preparing to close its eyes once more. The moment its gaze fell upon the war beast, the creature's bones began crackling audibly. Its form visibly swelled and expanded, growing noticeably bulkier within seconds. This transformation delighted the war beast, but seeing its opponent dismissively close its eyes to continue sleeping ignited a fury in its chest. Roar! It reared its head high, releasing a hoarse and savage cry, the meaning crystal clear. Little lizard, from now on, I'm your boss. The immortal malevolent lizard opened its eyes again, responding with the same contempt and disgust. Rage consumed all reason. The war beast lunged forward, claws cutting through the air with violent winds, determined to establish its dominance through brutal force. Moments later, the dust began to settle. 682 calmly closed its eyes and resumed sleeping. On the other side, the battered war beast stood trembling, its body crisscrossed with wounds and cracks. Ow! Its weak whimper was filled with terror. It had been thoroughly defeated by the immortal malevolent lizard. Lin Yan, who had been silently observing from afar, rubbed his forehead and sighed deeply. This foolish creature, searching the world for opponents, had to pick a fight with the immortal malevolent lizard first? However, he wasn't worried about its safety. The war beast possessed near-immortal characteristics. Though not as terrifyingly adaptive as 682, it could heal from even the most severe injuries. Sure enough, within moments, shattered muscles reformed, bones realigned, and all wounds healed at an astonishing rate. It stared at the sleeping giant lizard, its eyes burning not only with lingering fear but also with bone-deep vengeance. It understood that its size growth was directly linked to the amount of hostile emotions around it. Earlier, with only the immortal malevolent lizard's animosity present, it had grown just slightly. If it could surround itself with massive hostility, it would surely become stronger and larger. Then it would definitely thrash this lizard that had dismissed it so coldly. With this thought, it carefully backed away, even holding its breath to avoid waking the creature again. After retreating from the territory, it resumed its quest for revenge. Soon, it locked onto a second target. Lin Yan looked at the coordinates flashing on his screen, his expression instantly becoming peculiar. Brother, you really have a keen eye for picking targets. Moments later, agonized screams erupted across the divine realm. OWWW. The war beast fled frantically through Lin Yan's divine realm, with 096 shrieking behind it in relentless pursuit. Eventually, Lin Yan issued a divine decree, forcibly stopping 096 hunt. After calming 096, he turned his attention back to the disheveled war beast. 2 consecutive crushing defeats didn't necessarily prove it was weak. 096 and the immortal malevolent lizard were simply absurdly powerful. Moreover, with the divine realm lacking abundant hostile emotions, it could only maintain its weakest form. On a divine battlefield, the situation would be entirely different. Just wait, Lin Yan said softly, watching the war beast sink into self-doubt. Soon you'll have a chance to show your true abilities. With that, he prepared to open the underground arena, allowing the war beast to invade other divine realms so some lucky domain could soothe this violent creature's wounded pride. However, just as his finger was about to touch the interface, a crimson light in the center of the divine realm panel suddenly began flashing violently. Warning, your divine realm is under invasion. Prepare for battle. The sudden system alert rang like an alarm bell, exploding in Lin Yan's mind. He jerked his head up. His divine realm was actually being invaded? Who dared to make a move against him? In the realm of the gods, every divine domain lurked within the chaotic sea, their positions constantly drifting, with only the deity themselves able to pinpoint their exact location. To initiate divine realm warfare, both parties must agree simultaneously. To force entry, one must possess the coordinates of the target's divine realm. These coordinates had always been the highest classified secret among the major deities, and Lin Yan was no exception. Yet now, his divine realm was under direct assault. Could his luck really be so terrible that his coordinates had been exposed by chance? He immediately sent a communication request to Principal Su Li, only to discover that the signal was completely blocked, as if the entire divine realm had been severed with a blade, cutting off all contact with the outside world. The enemy's aggressive approach clearly indicated long-term premeditation. Lin Yan had no time for deeper investigation and could only issue a divine decree immediately. As the divine decree descended, all followers within the mysterious divine realm instantly entered combat readiness. Weapons were drawn, magical energy surged, formations thundered to life, everything taut as a drawn bowstring. At that moment, the earth trembled, a towering and vast foreign divine realm crashed down like a meteor, violently colliding with the mysterious divine realm's barrier. Energy waves swept across the area, and the deep blue barrier rippled with countless disturbances. Then the barrier shattered, several breaches tore open, roughly stitching the two divine realms together as foreign auras surged through. Lin Yan's divine avatar materialized in the air, calmly observing the structure and aura of the opposing divine realm, while quickly listing several possible enemies in his mind. Meanwhile, the enemy's vanguard forces were already pouring through the passages. Leading them was a fourth-tier hero, Unita, two-headed giant, dozens of feet tall with bulging muscles, dragging massive hammers in both arms, classified as an A-rank hero. Behind it, thousands of fourth-tier goblin followers shrieked and charged toward the mysterious divine realm like an iron-booted torrent. Knowing the coordinates, yet still proceeding with such cautious probing, sending only a vanguard? Lin Yan wondered silently. This tactical approach didn't match the level of intelligence the opponent possessed, and he even began to doubt his own judgment. With this thought, his divine avatar moved forward, his voice echoing across the boundary between the two realms. Who exactly are you? Since you can even block my external communications, surely you're not too cowardly to show yourself. The opposing divine avatar materialized in response, face covered by a mask with only cold eyes visible, letting out a low, chilling laugh. Mysterious god, don't think you can use provocation tactics on me. A demigod whose divine realm is about to shatter has no right to inquire about my identity. Lin Yan's brow immediately furrowed. This masked intruder is being overly cautious. Lin Yan had originally thought that after cutting off contact with the outside world, the opponent would surely remove their mask and mock him brazenly, but instead they remained secretive. At this moment, the intruder raised their hand, and a divine decree suddenly descended, announcing a full-scale assault. Lin Yan's gaze sharpened slightly, wanting to see just how much weight the opponent's trump cards carried. The next second, the intruder's expression changed drastically. Roar! The immortal malevolent lizard 682, firmly bound by crystal vines, charged into the battlefield with a thunderous roar, its massive tail sweeping and sending debris flying. Close behind, 096 and the Plague Doctor also rushed in. The three figures swept through like blades, and in the blink of an eye, they simultaneously tore off both heads of the Twazhang-Tal two-headed giant, causing blood mist to explode. Seeing his hero unit instantly killed, the intruder's pupils contracted violently, but the next moment, he showed barely concealed delight. On the battlefield, after the two-headed giant fell, numerous third-tier goblins were rapidly crystallized into bizarre sculptures upon contact with 682 scales. However, the fourth-tier goblins, even when crystal formations crept over them, only slowly developed fine crystalline growths across their bodies, with their movements remaining unrestricted. I see. The intruder suddenly understood, then burst into maniacal laughter. God of mysteries, your much-vaunted crystals are nothing special. I actually prepared for so long for this, what a waste of time. Now watch me crush your divine domain core. Lin Yan raised an eyebrow. The opponent clearly knew about the crystal vines. He had only briefly used the crystal vines once during the assault on the Extreme Emperor City. A name almost instantly surfaced in his mind. Li Chang. The intruder paid no attention to Lin Yan's reaction and issued another divine decree. Rumble. The divine domain trembled as the earth split open. A massive dark army surged in from the opposing divine domain led by the Orc tribe, with 40 to 50,000 fourth-tier units, over 100 fourth-tier hero units alone, their war drums thundering like rolling thunder. Deep within Lin Yan's divine domain, the beast of war, which had been dejected after being disciplined by 096 and 682, suddenly trembled all over, as if ignited by some kind of battle spirit. It gazed at the swarming Orc army, its fangs grinding audibly, nearly running in place with excitement before charging straight toward the front lines. Meanwhile, the Orc followers who entered Lin Yan's divine domain immediately launched their offensive. The devotees of the Gear Orthodox Church counterattacked heat-in under the leadership of various anomalous containment objects. Roar, plague, woo, mixed roars and eerie shrieks echoed one after another across the divine domain's sky. The intruder's triumphant smile gradually froze. He had thought he'd found a weakness in the Crystal Vine's ineffectiveness against fourth-tier units, and could easily break through the defenses, but he hadn't expected these bizarre hero units to be ridiculously powerful. His own hero units couldn't last long at all against those strange hero units. That lizard in particular was absolutely ridiculous. With its razor-sharp fangs and dark green scales covering its entire body, it faced the assault of several hero units simultaneously without sustaining a single scratch. Then, with a casual counterattack and bite, it tore one of the hero units to shreds as easily as toying with a child. Damn it! The masked invader couldn't believe his eyes. Could all of this guy's hero units possibly be ultimate-tier individuals? He stared intently at the divine realm, but after a moment, an excited grin spread across his face. Excellent, excellent, haha. After I destroy your divine realm, all these hero units will be mine. Although these heroes were ridiculously powerful, their opponent's divine core had only just advanced to the fourth tier, with very few fourth-tier units within the divine realm. While he could only deploy fourth-tier followers due to his wariness of those white crystals, he had tens of thousands of them. As long as he could tie down those absurdly strong heroes and spread them thin, the remaining mechanical units wouldn't be able to stop his army. This way, the divine core of this mysterious god would surely fall. Heh, this mission was almost too easy, might not even need to wait. At this thought, the masked invader's grin froze mid-formation. Another hero unit? He clearly saw that from the depths of Lin Yan's divine realm, a massive beast standing 5 meters tall was thundering forward on 4 hooves, charging straight toward his army of followers. After a brief moment of stunned silence, he sneered and gave the order. Take out this hero unit first. I refuse to believe all your heroes are this outrageous. However, before he could finish speaking, the smile on his face suddenly froze, and his pupils contracted sharply. What the hell? Within the divine realm, the masked invader gazed across the battlefield, watching 4,715 war beasts thundering forward, crushing the earth beneath their feet. Having witnessed firsthand the terrifying power of anomalous containment objects like the immortal Sin Lizard, he no longer dared to underestimate any hero units from Lin Yan's divine realm. Without hesitation, he issued a divine decree, sending a small contingent of orc followers to charge forward as sacrificial pawns, buying time for his main forces to penetrate the core, not seeking victory, but merely delay. The tactic was simple, yet historically effective. His plan was clear: tie down those hero units, and once the core was destroyed, all problems would be solved. However, in the next second, his brow furrowed sharply. That massive beast charging toward him was its size growing larger? Am I hallucinating? He rubbed his eyes and looked toward the battlefield again, unable to suppress a shocked exclamation. Holy shit! It's not a hallucination. The giant beast had grown from its initial height of over 5 meters to more than 10 meters in the blink of an eye. Where the hell did this god of mysteries breed such monsters? The masked invader's face showed utter disbelief. Most demigod realms would be impressive with just 1 or 2 of these, yet all his hero units are this ridiculously powerful. Shocked as he was, his reaction was swift. He immediately dispatched more orc legions to engage, then shifted his attention back to the main force. He firmly believed that with proper micromanagement, these legions assembled from bronze and gears couldn't possibly stop his 4th-tier orc army. No matter what, this is 4th tier against 3rd-tier advantage is mine. He watched the 2 armies face off, brimming with confidence. Roar! Just as he finished speaking, a deafening roar echoed from the opposing side. His pupils contracted sharply. After more troops engaged, that giant beast's form swelled once again from 10 meters to 15 meters, muscles bulging like twisted steel, its shadow looming like a mountain. The orc squads he had sent couldn't withstand the overwhelming pressure. Some even collapsed and fled in terror. Wait, it can grow even bigger. The masked invader was stunned, hastily issuing another divine decree to deploy an even larger legion. As a result, he could only watch helplessly as the 15-meter war beast expanded before his eyes to nearly 20 meters, raising its claws high and roaring as it trampled the fleeing soldiers. Damn it! Again, refusing to believe it, he threw in an entire fresh army before his existing troops had even suffered casualties. Then, the giant beast at the center of the battlefield grew taller once more, its massive limbs swelling explosively as it roared with excitement, as if its growth was endless. Where the hell is this hero unit's limit? It's almost rivaling my behemoth. The masked invader stood there in stunned silence. Moreover, if he possessed such a size-enhancing ability, why hadn't he used it from the very beginning? After a brief moment of bewilderment, his mind raced as his gaze swept across the battlefield once more, and suddenly it all clicked. I understand now. This god of mysteries is toying with me. He's deliberately wearing down my familiar legions in waves, trying to grind me to death through attrition. Rage instantly surged through him as the masked invader let out a cold laugh. God of mysteries, you're too naive. With these petty tricks alone, it would take forever to exhaust my legions. Do you really think what you see before you is the extent of my power? Meanwhile, Lin Yan, who had been monitoring the battle through his projection, furrowed his brow in confusion, unable to understand what the masked invader was suddenly up to. Just then, he watched in astonishment as the masked invader commanded all his familiars to turn around and charge en masse toward the war beast. Lin Yan's expression turned utterly bewildered. What the? Another cold laugh echoed from above as the masked invader pressed his attack. God of mysteries, I originally intended to destroy your divine domain's core first, but since you want to play dirty, I'll show you the consequences of angering a veteran fourth-tier demigod. I'd like to see just how large your so-called hero can grow. He added through gritted teeth. I refuse to believe my orc legions can't handle it. Hearing this, Lin Yan opened his mouth as if to say something, but ultimately held his tongue. Divine domain battlefield. Dense footsteps and roars merged into a thunderous wave as the orc army surged forward with murderous intent toward their target. Sensing the overwhelming malice, SCP-4715 the war beast was so excited it nearly wept with joy. This was the stage it had been waiting for. When it first descended into the divine domain, it had wanted to establish dominance and increase its size accordingly, only to be thoroughly beaten by SCP-682 and SCP-096 in turn. Now, its moment had finally arrived. Boom. In just one breath, the war beast's body began expanding like an inflating balloon. In the blink of an eye, it had grown to over 50 meters tall, resembling a moving mountain from a distance. The orc army composed of giant beasts now looked like a swarm of black ants beneath its feet. On the other side, the orcs who had been roaring and charging forward under their god's command now looked up at the mountain-like monster before them, their faces uniformly displaying the same rigid expression of utter bewilderment. Wait, hold on, God, just now. Did he really tell us to take down this giant beast? Not only the orc legion, but the masked invader himself was stunned. He stared blankly upward at the war beast that rose like a mountain range, his mind instantly short-circuiting. No way. This thing can actually grow bigger, just like that? Roar. The war beast raised its head and roared furiously, the thunderous sound rolling across the earth. All the frustration from being suppressed by 096 and 682 earlier was completely swept away by this single bellow. Shockwaves spread outward, the ground trembling and shaking, debris flying, dust rising dozens of feet high. It looked down at the group of orcs below that had surrounded it in a black circle, now frozen in shock and awe. The contrast was staggering. The orcs looked like a cluster of ants on the ground. Excited gleams danced in the war beast's dark red pupils, and in the next instant, boom. It took a step forward, its massive claws crushing down, instantly trampling a string of orcs into bloody pulp. Second step, third step, each movement accompanied by bone-chilling sounds of cracking bones as countless orc followers were flattened outright. Worse still, it wasn't just terrifyingly large. The black rock scales covering its body were like natural armor. Blades, spears, berserker totems, even spells striking the thick armor only sparked and chipped, barely leaving a scratch. Within moments, some orcs had already been broken by fear, dropping their weapons and scattering in all directions. Witnessing this carnage, the masked invader's heart bled. He even had the illusion that each attack from this giant beast was like releasing all its long-suppressed rage in one explosive outburst. Where the hell did this hero unit come from? The intelligence never mentioned anything like this. He stared at the battlefield, his face dark with fury, hesitation churning in his eyes. After just a few breaths, he gritted his teeth. It's just an oversized monster. God of mysteries, if you want to play with giant beasts, you've met your match. Rumble. Both divine realms shook in response. The invader's divine realm gates swung open, and a silver-white giant beast over 20 meters tall stepped out, its thick limbs cracking the stone slabs beneath, its tusks gleaming like curved Subursa silver behemoth. Following behind, about 50 slightly smaller behemoth giants emerged, a silver-white torrent spreading across the entire battle line. Lin Yan's eyes narrowed, pupils contracting. Behemoth giants shrank quality rare followers that possessed terrifying combat power through sheer size alone, let alone with silver bloodline. Go. Hold down that war beast. Other followers, attack his divine realm. The masked invader issued his divine decree without hesitation, then looked up and fixed his gaze on Lin Yan, his eyes filled with bloodlust. God of mysteries, I originally intended to spare your life, but you insisted on probing my trump card, so die here. Silver behemoth clans were extremely rare, especially those possessing demigod-level bloodlines. If the outside world learned of this, his true identity would surely be exposed. This was precisely why he had been reluctant to deploy these trump cards earlier. He had thought the Orc Legion alone could handle a newly promoted fourth-tier opponent, but now that the battle had turned, if he continued holding back, the entire Orc army would be lost here. Rumble. As the divine decree fell, the silver behemoth took the lead, its four hooves pounding the ground as its massive shadow lunged toward the war beast, with the other behemoths following close behind like a bestial tide sweeping across the battlefield. On the other side, the war beast also sensed the threat of equal caliber and decisively abandoned clearing the remaining orcs, turning to face the silver behemoth horde. Two colossal forces were about to collide head-on. Silver behemoths were renowned for their size, and against most follower units, they were like an army unto themselves, their presence overwhelmingly intimidating. However, at this moment, facing the war beast, the silver behemoth's size was utterly insignificant. It lowered its head and charged forward on all fours with full force, employing its tried-and-true signature move in the past. Whether enemies or city walls, all had been reduced to rubble under this devastating charge. But in the next second, it felt itself being lifted entirely off the ground. The war beast seized its twin tusks and executed a powerful over-the-shoulder throw, sending the silver behemoth flying in an arc through the air with shock and fury, crashing thunderously into a mountaintop and shattering it, sending rocks flying like rain. From within the dust and debris, the silver behemoth staggered to its feet, the fierce light in its eyes fading and suddenly becoming clear. Meanwhile, other behemoth giants lunged at the war beast. Their claws and tusks crisscrossed, but the war beast showed no fear, striking back with its hands. For every new wound that appeared on its body, a behemoth giant was crushed to death on the spot, their flesh and blood exploding under the immense force. The masked invader watched in a daze. In his previous Divine Realm battles, it was always other followers surrounding and attacking his behemoth giants. But now it was reversed, his behemoth giants were surrounding and attacking someone else's hero unit. This was the first time he had witnessed such a scene. His gaze burned with such intensity, it was almost scorching. This war beast must belong to me. With this thought, he immediately issued a divine decree. The silver behemoth roared toward the sky and suddenly erupted in the opposite direction, tearing apart the nearest of its own kind and raising its head to drink the scalding blood greedily. In just a few breaths, dozens of behemoth giants were slaughtered completely. Shrouded in blood mist, its silver radiance mixed with dazzling golden light, the sound of growing bones crackling audibly as its height climbed steadily, surpassing 50 meters in an instant and becoming comparable to the war beast. It crouched down again and charged forward wildly. However, the war beast's strength lay not only in its size, but also in its intelligence. It kicked off with its front legs, leaping onto the silver behemoth's back like a warrior mounting a fierce beast, clamping down on its tusks and forcibly pressing the silver behemoth's head toward the ground while its fists hammered down like iron mallets. The silver behemoth roared and struggled, but remained pinned beneath its grip. Seeing his core followers reduced to a laughingstock, the masked invader covered his forehead and sighed deeply. But with the war beast occupied, his orc followers could finally act. The massive orc legion roared as they charged toward the core of Lin Yan's divine realm. He sneered coldly. "Mysterious god, let's see what you can do now." Then he turned his gaze back to the battlefield, his heart filled with wariness. This mysterious god's followers were far too strange. He absolutely could not give him the slightest chance to turn the tables. "All of you, attack with everything you have." On the other side, Lin Yan saw the orc army pressing forward, and his expression grew tense. A war hammer covered in cracks appeared in his hand, the broken hammer of punishment, a damaged divine artifact that could only release one divine skill. If he didn't use it now, his divine realm's core might truly be destroyed by the orcs. Just as he was weighing his options, the invader's divine realm gate opened once more, and a dark mass of new troops swarmed out. Over 100,000 goblins. These creatures possessed considerable intelligence, but weak combat power, with the highest being only third tier. They were also cowardly bullies with extremely poor faith, likely to disobey divine decrees at the first sign of danger. However, they possessed terrifying reproductive speed, their numbers even exceeding the orc legion. Lin Yan glanced at the densely packed goblins, then looked at the war beast still taming the silver behemoth, his expression becoming extremely peculiar. "Mysterious god, I advise you to surrender now and suffer less torment." The masked invader spoke coldly. "Go ahead and use those crystals of yours. I'll just watch and see if you can turn them all into crystals before my goblin army destroys your divine realm's core." Before he could finish speaking, the entire divine realm shook violently. The invader whipped his head around to see that just as the goblin army had stepped onto the battlefield, the war beast's size was expanding once again. In the blink of an eye, it grew from 50 meters to 100 meters tall. A creature's size and mass are not proportional when size doubles. Mass increases exponentially. Though the war beast's body seemed to have only doubled in size, its weight increased dozens of times in an instant. Under this immense pressure, the silver behemoth, which had still been struggling violently, suddenly heard its bones crack, its body collapsing with a thunderous crash as the golden behemoth instantly lost all fighting capability. How can this hero unit still grow larger? What kind of monster is this? The masked invader's pupils contracted sharply, fear washing over him like ice water. In his mind, only one thought remained. We're doomed. How is this even possible? The masked invader watched in stunned disbelief as the war beast's form continued to expand, blocking out the sky in the blink of an eye, leaving him frozen in place. Shock rolled through his eyes like waves. Why could a hero unit's size keep growing endlessly? And why hadn't the mysterious god simply unleashed it at this level from the start? The enemy was clearly toying with him. At this realization, his heart sank, and all his rage evaporated. The grand invasion he had launched now seemed utterly ridiculous in hindsight. Had he known such a colossal monster lurked within the mysterious god's domain, he would have turned tail and fled immediately. Unfortunately, it was far too late for regrets now. On the battlefield, a thunderous crash. The silver behemoth was pinned beneath a massive palm, the dull crack of shattering bones mixing with exploding dust. The war beast paused momentarily, surveyed its surroundings, then threw back its head in an ecstatic roar. The sound shook the entire divine realm, making the ground tremble like an earthquake. The nearest row of goblins was instantly sent flying by the shockwave, their bodies torn apart before they could even scream. The once fierce goblin army stood dumbfounded, weapons clattering to the ground as they turned and ran. How the hell are we supposed to fight this thing? It's a monster. Run. Stop pushing me. Get out of the way. This hero's retreating first. Protect me. You can have all my female elf captives. Whether common goblins or hero units, all fled in panic. Hundreds of thousands of goblins retreated simultaneously, kicking up clouds of dust that blotted out the sky. Meanwhile, the orc warriors still locked in bitter combat had already been terrified by the towering shadow, only their faith in their deity keeping them from fleeing. Now that the goblins had broken ranks first, the panic spread like wildfire, and they too abandoned resistance, turning to flee en masse. On the other side, Lin Yan was equally stunned. He hadn't expected that after deploying the silver behemoth, the invader would pour out a horde of third-tier goblins, attempting to overwhelm him with sheer numbers, essentially handing the war beast a shot of adrenaline. At this moment, he looked up toward the other end of the divine realm passage. Taking advantage of the enemy's retreating forces, Lin Yan decisively ordered his army to counterattack. With the negative emotions gone, the war beast's size quickly returned to normal. But when the retreating orcs glanced back and saw it beginning to expand again, they immediately recalled their earlier crushing defeat and dared not turn around, fleeing even more desperately. The war beast looked down at itself, having lost its targets, and let out a long, dissatisfied wail. Next, Lin Yan's army surged into the opposing divine realm. Under the rapid tracking of AI-096, they effortlessly located the enemy's Divine Korea 4th-tier Divine Realm core. Lin Yan murmured quietly but didn't act immediately, instead waiting patiently. Just then, the masked invader's divine avatar hastily materialized and rushed before Lin Yan, crying out in terror. Wait! Mysterious God! Let's talk this through. Mysterious God! The intruder hastily said, I invaded your divine realm, and that was my mistake. But we're both demigods. He raised his hands, the light of his divine avatar flickering unsteadily. Whatever compensation you want, just name it. I'm willing to give everything to make amends. Lin Yan stood suspended in midair, his sharp gaze sweeping over his opponent as he directly posed the question, Who sent you? The moment the silver behemoth had suddenly appeared earlier, he had determined that the person before him could never be Li Cheng himself. Such a massive retinue was far too conspicuous and required ages to cultivate. If it truly belonged to Li Cheng, Imperial Capital University couldn't possibly have heard nothing about it. However, since the opponent could precisely target the crystal vine, Li Cheng was definitely involved behind the scenes. Lin Yan was merely seeking final confirmation with this question. If he could truly obtain evidence, he could immediately report the crime of hiring someone to invade an Imperial Capital University student's divine realm to the authorities. Even the Li family's true god wouldn't be able to protect Li Cheng then. The intruder fell silent. After a moment, he shook his head. I'm sorry, God of mysteries, I don't know, and I cannot tell you any information about him. Changing his tone, he urgently added, but whether it's resources or divine artifacts, as long as you let me go, I will definitely compensate you. Lin Yan's brow furrowed slightly as he coldly issued his command. The army of retainers and various anomalous containment objects came roaring forward, surrounding the divine realm core floating in midair and emanating a faint glow in layers. I'm quite curious, he spoke calmly. What benefits did your puppet master give you that were worth risking your life to break into my divine realm, even preferring to let your divine realm core shatter rather than reveal his name? As his words fell, he issued a divine decree. The retainers immediately launched their attack. Anxiety instantly exploded in the intruder's divine avatar's eyes, but Lin Yan showed no intention of stopping. Crack! The surface of the divine realm core was instantly covered with spiderweb-like fissures. The sound of spreading cracks seemed to strike the intruder's heart, making him tremble all over as he spoke in a hoarse voice. Stop! God of mysteries! I'll talk. Lin Yan waved his hand lightly, and the retainers ceased their attack. If I tell you, you'll spare me, right? The intruder asked urgently. What answered him was the thunderous roar of anomalous containment objects surging forward again. The cracks suddenly widened, scattering fragments of light. Lin Yan's voice was as cold and indifferent as frozen iron. Do you think you still have any qualification to negotiate? The divine avatar fell into deathly silence. After a brief hesitation, he took a deep breath. Fine. I'll tell you A scream suddenly erupted. The mask on his face violently trembled, writhing as if it were a living creature. The next moment, the divine avatar evaporated into powder-like flowing light before Lin Yan's eyes, leaving only the mask clattering to the ground. Lin Yan was slightly stunned, unable to sense the intruder's presence any longer. Before he could think deeply, the cracks on the divine realm core began spreading frantically. Boom. The core completely shattered, and energy storms tore at the entire divine realm's surface. Mountains, rivers, and sky. All scenery began to disintegrate, fall, and collapse, with only the mask on the ground remaining intact. The divine realm was beginning to shatter? Without time to think further, Lin Yan's expression changed drastically as he immediately issued orders for all his followers to retreat to his own divine realm through the return teleportation arrays. The moment the divine core was lost, dense cracks appeared in the passage connecting the opposing realm to Lin Yan's domain, and within mere breaths, it crumbled like glass, ultimately dissolving into nothingness. Before long, that coreless divine realm would be completely devoured by the chaos sea. Lin Yan's divine avatar hovered at the edge of the collapse, his brows furrowed tightly. His divine realm's coordinates needed to be relocated immediately. But what was even more troubling was why had that intruder suddenly died. He had witnessed it firsthand. The opponent's divine avatar first silently dissipated, followed immediately by their divine core collapsing like a drained heart. Unless the main body had perished, such a chain reaction would be impossible. Originally, Lin Yan had planned to destroy the opponent's divine core after gathering more evidence, never expecting them to die prematurely. The opponent couldn't possibly have committed suicide if they had such resolve. They wouldn't have begged for mercy earlier. Suddenly, he looked down at the blood-scented mask still in his hand. Just moments ago, this very mask had trembled abruptly, immediately followed by the intruder's sudden death. Could there be a restriction hidden within the mask? Lin Yan recalled. When the intruder had tried to reveal the truth, something went wrong, and they died immediately. This perfectly explained why they had initially claimed to not know and couldn't provide information. But according to Lin Yan's intelligence, even true gods would find it extremely difficult to directly eliminate a main body across divine realms. Did Li Cheng truly possess such capability? Or was Li Cheng not the real mastermind? Then who had precisely locked onto his divine realm's coordinates? A barrage of questions flooded his mind, and after long contemplation without answers, Lin Yan decided to act decisively. He opened his divine realm interface and directly contacted Zhou Sheng, the admissions officer from Imperial Capital University. Student Lin Yan? Zhou Sheng was clearly surprised. Why the sudden contact? Are you ready to come to Imperial Capital University? He deeply understood the value of a genius like Lin Yan, and, fearing he might be poached by other top institutions, had been constantly urging Lin Yan to enroll. Teacher Zhou, I can depart at any time. Lin Yan nodded, though his tone carried a hint of gravity. But I'm contacting you for more than just enrollment. He then recounted the entire incident of his divine realm being invaded and his coordinates being exposed. Before he finished speaking, Zhou Sheng's brow was already deeply furrowed as he exclaimed angrily, What? Your divine realm coordinates were leaked, and someone broke into your divine realm. However, halfway through his words, his expression froze, clearly thinking of Li Cheng and Yu Luo, since only those two had access to Lin Yan's coordinates. After a brief silence, Zhou Sheng's eyes flashed with cold light. Student Lin Yan, rest assured, leave this matter to me. Whoever dared to leak an Imperial Capital University student's divine realm coordinates, I will root them out and make them pay the price. He then advised, the most urgent matter now is for you to immediately relocate your divine realm. Just as he finished speaking, Lin Yan received an email in his divine realm interface. A top-tier relocation crystal stone, capable of transferring a divine domain's coordinates within the Chaos Sea once. Lin Yan gripped the crystal, his expression freezing. This thing wasn't cheap. He had originally planned to buy one himself and move his divine domain to a safer location. Zhou Sheng's communication projection hovered in midair, his voice deep and urgent. Student Lin Yan, regardless of whether this incident is related to Imperial Capital University or not, you are our student. The situation is critical, and ensuring your divine domain's safety is the top priority. After finishing, he paused briefly before asking, By the way, is there any other information? I need to report this for investigation purposes. Lin Yan nodded and revealed the most crucial detail: the invader had died on the spot, just as he was about to reveal information. Died before revealing anything? Zhou Sheng's brow furrowed deeply. This is most likely some kind of restriction. You said the opponent wore a mask. Let me see what that mask looked like. Lin Yan accessed his divine domain interface and directly projected the mask's virtual image. The moment the projection lit up, Zhou Sheng's entire body stiffened, almost instinctively exclaiming in a low voice, "Aurora Pavilion?" Lin Yan was stunned, had never heard this name before. Zhou Sheng took a deep breath, staring at the mask as he explained, "It's normal that you don't know. Aurora Pavilion is one of the most mysterious assassin organizations in the divine realm. All member identities are completely secret. Perhaps the most ordinary-seeming deity beside you could be an Aurora Pavilion member. There are even rumors that they have upper-tier god-level assassins within their ranks. Their failure rate is extremely low, and once an invasion fails or there's danger of exposure, they trigger restrictions and die on the spot." He looked at Lin Yan, words forming on his lips before he swallowed them. Lin Yan had actually withstood an Aurora Pavilion divine domain invasion. To think that not long ago, he had personally witnessed Lin Yan's advancement to the 4th tier. At this thought, Zhou Sheng's gaze deepened, and he sneered twice. "Aurora Pavilion, huh? I'd like to see who in Imperial Capital Academy dares to collude with you." He then added, "You can either turn in that mask or keep it yourself, but never take it to the market. You won't get many currency points for it, and it might make others think you're connected to Aurora Pavilion, bringing you trouble." The communication cut off, and the projection shattered into specks of light. Lin Yan lowered his gaze to examine the mask at his fingertips, thinking silently. Aurora Pavilion? Zhou Sheng's description matched the invader he had encountered perfectly, and all the mysteries suddenly connected. He opened his divine domain interface and studied the mask's attributes. Damaged restriction mask. Tier, 4th tier. Description, a mask embedded with restrictions, capable of blocking detection. Now completely damaged, retaining only the value of an ordinary mask. As Zhou Sheng had said, taking it to the trading market would probably yield nothing. However, Lin Yan had never intended to exchange it for money when he decided to keep it. The next moment, with a thought, he directly threw the mask into the altar. "Congratulations. Sacrifice successful. Please select your recruitment target." The moment the offering hit the altar, 3 translucent screens materialized before Lin Yan's eyes once again. The first screen displayed Anomalous Containment Object 1499, Gas Mask. Unit Type, Non-Familiar Unit. Brief Description. 1. Appears as a standard gas mask. 2. When the target wears it completely on their head for approximately 1 second, anomalous effects trigger. The target instantly vanishes from all monitoring methods. 3. The target is subsequently transported to an unknown location and may encounter anomalous entities. Anomalous Containment Object 14991. A gas mask. Lin Yan murmured under his breath. He was no stranger to this containment object. In the Foundation archives, Anomalous Containment Object 1499, like Anomalous Containment Object 093, Red Sea Object, could transport wearers to different coordinates. However, multiple experiments had proven that this transportation merely sent people to random locations on Earth. More troubling still, those transported would be subjected to mental manipulation, brutally killing so-called anomalous corpses. 14991. These monsters were actually normal humans, merely distorted into horrific beings from the wearer's perspective. Random transportation held little value for Lin Yan's current situation and might even dump him into an even worse dimension. He shook his head slightly and turned his attention to the second screen. Anomalous Containment Object 035, Possessive Mask. Unit Type, Hero Unit. Brief Description. 1. Appears as a white porcelain comedy mask, occasionally transforming into a tragedy mask. 2. Highly corrosive and degenerative viscous liquid continuously seeps from the eye and mouth openings. Any contact material will slowly corrode over time until completely liquefied, with duration depending on the material. 3. Close proximity contact, or even mere visual observation produces a strong compulsion to put on the mask. 4. Once the mask is worn, the subject's consciousness is copied and overwritten, subsequently claiming to be the consciousness within the mask. 5. The host's flesh rapidly decays, eventually resembling a mummy, yet remains capable of thought and limited movement under the mask's control. Even when the body is damaged beyond normal function, the mask maintains cognitive control over it. Reading this, Lin Yan's heart suddenly tightened, and his breathing hitched for half a beat. The possessive mask was absolutely one of the most notorious containment objects in the Foundation. Although it was merely a mask incapable of self-movement, the Foundation had classified it as one of the most difficult anomalous objects to contain. Once placed on a target's face, it could instantly and completely replicate the target's entire consciousness. Memories, emotions, and even instincts were all copied without exception. If deployed on planar battlefields or in divine realm sieges, intelligence gathering would require virtually no interrogation, as the possessed target wouldn't even have a chance to resist. The mask itself also possessed extremely powerful hypnotic abilities, capable of inducing suicide through words alone or hypnotizing the wearer into a mindless puppet. Overall, it seemed more like a fully functional support-type anomalous object, and due to its independent consciousness, the system had also classified it as a hero unit. These abilities are an unexpected bonus, Lin Yan murmured softly, then shifted his gaze to the third anomalous object on the list. After just a quick glance, he lost interest compared to the 1499 gas mask and the 035 possessive mask. The third option could be completely ignored. His eyes moved back and forth between 1499 and 035 as his mind rapidly weighed the options. After a brief hesitation, Lin Yan made his decision. Ding. Congratulations. Selection successful. Anomalous object 035 possessive mask. Estimated recruitment completion time. 9 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. As the notification sound faded, his consciousness immediately sank into his divine realm to examine the latest changes. Deep within the divine realm, Plague Doctor 049 was still buried in overtime work, transforming orc corpses one by one into 0492 instances, his eyes beneath the mask flickering with almost fanatical excitement, showing no trace of complaint. Lin Yan couldn't help but think to himself, this was truly a natural-born workaholic. However, when the materials were switched to goblins, the Plague Doctor's tone was full of disgust. You call these things goblins? Damn it. Treating such creatures is a waste of my time. They themselves are another kind of plague. As for the silver behemoth, it had been trampled to death during the battle by 4715 War Beast, its bones crushed into a pile of mush. Not even worth transforming into 0492. At this moment, the culprit 4715 was pacing back and forth around 682's habitat. After the last Divine Realm War, its confidence had clearly returned, and its gaze towards 682 was full of contempt. But when 682's hate-filled eyes swept over, 4715 still instinctively turned its head away, pretending to casually look in another direction. Having finished reviewing the internal situation, Lin Yan withdrew his consciousness from the divine realm and focused on the glowing crystal in his palm top tier transfer crystal. A demigod's divine realm should normally be fixed in the Chaos Sea, only able to move freely after igniting the divine fire and ascending to true godhood. But with this crystal, he could perform a complete transfer even at the demigod stage. Without any hesitation, he chose to use it. The crystal dissolved into flowing light and vanished instantly. At the same time, deep within the Chaos Sea, Lin Yan's entire divine realm suddenly shook violently, its outer shell erupting with brilliant light as it hurtled through the gaps between countless planes at unimaginable speed. Its course was random, its trajectory constantly changing, as if it might disappear from sight at any moment. After an unknown amount of time, until even Lin Yan himself could no longer determine his original coordinates, the divine realm slowly came to a stop, hovering above unfamiliar chaotic currents. Divine realm transfer successful. Your current divine realm coordinates are. On the system panel, the coordinate numbers were still fluctuating. Confirming that everything was in order, Lin Yan felt somewhat relieved. He stood up and took one last look at his family's villa, silently vowing, "Father, Mother, wait for May will definitely rescue you." With that, he headed toward Jinghai 3rd Middle School without looking back. Soon, Lin Yan's figure appeared in the principal's office of Jinghai No. 3 High School. In the spacious office, Principal Su Li and Zhou Sheng had been waiting, but Li Cheng and Yu Luo were nowhere to be seen. "Student Lin Yan, you're here." Su Li hurried forward, his face filled with concern. "I heard that your divine domain was invaded by Aurora Pavilion assassins. You weren't hurt, were you?" Zhou Sheng also spoke in a deep voice, with a hint of apology in his tone. "I've already reported this matter to Imperial Capital University. They'll give you a satisfactory response soon." "Thank you, Teacher Zhou Sheng." Lin Yan nodded in gratitude. Zhou Sheng shook his head with a bitter smile. "Don't say that. You just passed the test and became a preparatory student at Imperial Capital University, only to have this incident happen right under my nose. If something had really happened to you, I wouldn't know how to face anyone." After a few pleasantries, Zhou Sheng set off with Lin Yan toward Imperial Capital University. Entering the teleportation gate of Jinghai City, a flash of white light occurred, and Lin Yan's consciousness instantly arrived at a complete large-scale plane. What met his eyes was a magnificent structure that almost covered the entire plane. Its scale was no less impressive than the entire city of Jinghai. Imperial Capital University is truly wealthy beyond measure. Lin Yan marveled silently, following Zhou Sheng into the building. However, upon truly stepping inside, he realized he had still underestimated this place. This structure covering the large plane was actually composed of a massive teleportation gate cluster made up of tens of thousands of teleportation channels, each door leading to other planes. Lin Yan drew in a sharp breath. The wealth of this school probably rivals some small realms. Zhou Sheng laughed heartily. "When I first came here, I was just like you, speechless at the sight." He pointed to the various plane projections and explained, "Most of the planes connected here are divine domains donated by students, teachers, and those deities who fell in battles against the abyss domains that weren't completely shattered, repurposed as teaching grounds. Year after year, they've accumulated to this scale. At this point, he scratched the back of his head with an honest smile. To be frank, I also signed a divine domain donation agreement recently. If I ever fall in the future, you might even use my divine domain for training. Hearing this, Lin Yan felt a solemn respect in his heart. Zhou Sheng then pointed to a somewhat isolated building ahead. That's the preparatory class classroom. I need to handle the aftermath of the Aurora Pavilion assassin invasion of your divine domain, so I won't accompany you there. All right, Teacher Zhou. Lin Yan responded and walked toward the classroom on his own. Pushing open the door, the classroom was already filled with dozens of students, all top-tier talents selected from nearly 1,000 cities across the Zhuxiao Federation. Seeing Lin Yan's new face, everyone simply exchanged brief greetings before continuing their conversations in small groups. Lin Yan didn't mind. New people arrived at Imperial Capital University's preparatory class all the time, and everyone was long accustomed to it. Suddenly, a student in the back row jumped up, eyes gleaming, voice rising. Latest gossip. Latest gossip. Holy crap. Earth-shattering gossip. This sudden exclamation immediately caught the attention of a large group of students, and Lin Yan couldn't help but turn his head curiously. Stop keeping us in suspense. Someone slammed the table impatiently. Spill it already. The student took 2 deep breaths and lowered his voice. You all know about Lu Li, that sophomore goddess of war, right? She and the ice goddess Wu Wan are known as the twin beauties of Imperial Capital University. Before he finished speaking, the surrounding students' eyes lit up instantly, and excited chatter erupted. Of course, just last week, Lu Li and Wu Wan had an epic divine battle. I've never seen anything like that in the combat department. Even though she's from the ancient gods department, Lu Li still crushed all those senior combat students. I'm so jealous of those seniors who got beaten up by Lu Li. Wait, no? Goddess Wu Wan is #1. I'm Wu Wan's loyal dog. Ugh, can you perverts stay away from us? Listening to the waves of praise, Lin Yan couldn't help but rub his forehead. Lu Li's reputation at Imperial Capital University was even more exaggerated than he'd imagined. What made it worse was that these rumors matched his memories perfectly. His mind involuntarily drifted to that childhood scene. Lu Li sitting on top of him, forcing him to voluntarily sign a marriage contract. He could only shake his head with a bitter smile. Come on, damn it. What's the gossip? A student urged. The student grinned mischievously. I heard that Lu Li actually has a fiancé, and he's a student right here at Imperial Capital University. Holy shit, is that for real? What kind of genius could tame Lu Li? Must be one of those top seniors from the third-year combat department. It's over. Now that she has a fiancé, I have even less of a chance. Wake up. Even without a fiancé, Lu Li would never look at you, loser. So what if she has a fiancé? I still want to be Lu Li's dog. Skeptical voices and wails of despair mixed together, with people asking, who exactly is this fiancé? The student shrugged. I have no idea, but the news is probably true. Teacher Zhou Sheng told me personally. I'm only telling you guys, so don't spread it around. Lin Yan rolled his eyes upon hearing this. Why did this gossip sound like it was about him? He couldn't be bothered with the crowd anymore, and looked down to browse Imperial Capital University's information. Suddenly, a bone-chilling coldness swept through the classroom, and the temperature dropped instantly. Looking up, he saw a tall, slender woman standing at the doorway. Her light blue hair cascaded to her waist, and her eyes were as cold as frost. Holy crap, Wu Wan, what's she doing in our class? She must be here for me. I just said I wanted to be Wu Wan's dog. I can't believe we get to see the goddess this close up. So beautiful. Exclamations rose one after another, but Wu Wan remained expressionless, walking at an unhurried pace as the air seemed to be sliced by frost. She walked straight to Lin Yan, looked down at him, and after examining him from head to toe, nodded slightly. You're Lin Yan, right? Good. From now on, you're coming with me. The entire classroom fell silent. All the students froze instantly. The previously noisy classroom discussions came to an abrupt halt, as if someone had hit the pause button, with dozens of gazes suddenly focusing on Lin Yan. The girl at the doorway stood silhouetted against the light, her combat department's dark blue uniform outlining her tall, slender figure, cold as frost and snow. Lin Yan looked at her, a big question mark forming in his mind. Let me introduce myself. I'm Wu Wan, the girl said in a clear, cold voice, enunciating each word distinctly. Second-year combat department student, so I'm your senior. Lin Yan was stunned, had indeed heard fellow preparatory students mention this name earlier, a legendary figure on par with Lu Li, but he was certain he'd never seen her before. Senior, do I know you? He couldn't help but ask. Wu Wan surveyed the classroom, her gaze sweeping across the surprised faces before settling back on Lin Yan. That's not important. What matters is from today on, you're under my protection, Wu Wan's protection. If you run into trouble in the future, just drop my name. With that, she strode away with long, decisive steps, leaving Lin Yan completely bewildered. The moment Wu Wan's figure disappeared around the corridor corner, the classroom erupted like a pot, with its lid blown off. Holy crap, that was really Senior Wu Wan. Damn, I can't believe I was so close to her. What's Lin Yan's background? The senior shows up and immediately wants to take him under her wing. Who knows? I'm so jealous my scalp is tingling. Senior Wu Wan, I'd love to be your underling too. I bet Lin Yan's identity is far from simply might be the son of a high god. Under the intense stares, Lin Yan felt his forehead throbbing. What son of a high god? He was also stepping into Imperial Capital University for the first time today, and he'd only just heard about Wu Wan. Who would have thought she'd come looking for him directly and announce she was protecting him? As for being anyone's underling, he had zero interest. Came to Imperial Capital University with only one goal: to enter the Ancient God Department, step onto the Ancient God battlefield as soon as possible, and find his missing parents. But his classmates' discussions continued to escalate rapidly. That's Senior Wu Wan. Countless male upperclassmen get excited for half a day just from saying one word to her. If we get on good terms with Lin Yan now, wouldn't we be able to see the senior often in the future? Ugh, can't you guys have some ambition, right? Don't forget the school also has Senior Lu Li's fiancé. That's a truly mysterious powerhouse. Compared to that, being an underling is nothing. If I could become a brother to Senior Lu Li's fiancé, you call that having ambition? Amid the commotion, a middle-aged man with an upright posture entered the classroom. The moment his heavy footsteps landed, the entire room fell silent. Gao Yan, instructor for this class. He merely glanced at Lin Yan indifferently before spreading his lecture notes on the podium. How many new students joined us today? Sit properly. We'll continue with our previous lesson. Chalk scratched across the blackboard from the podium, the rustling sound once again filling the classroom, and Lin Yan finally breathed a sigh of relief, collecting his thoughts to focus on the lecture. Meanwhile, in the corridor outside the preparatory class, Wu Wan stopped in her tracks. The girl raised her hand to brush aside the hair from her forehead, her cold demeanor fading as a rare anticipation flickered in her eyes. So that Lin Yan is the fiancé Lu Li refuses to break off her engagement with? After leaving the classroom, the stern expression on Wu Wan's face immediately disappeared, replaced by a look of anticipation. She was also a top-tier genius who had never regarded anyone as her equal before entering Imperial Capital University. Even after enrollment, looking across the entire Imperial Capital University, few could stand shoulder to shoulder with her. She had always been the center of attention, like the moon surrounded by stars until Lu Li appeared. Lu Li was a year younger than her, yet with even more dazzling talent. She forcibly drew away half of her spotlight. Both possessed equally proud personalities, constantly clashing with neither willing to yield to the other. What made it even harder for her to accept was that whether in academics, cultivation, or divine realm battles, Lu Li matched her in every aspect. She even had a premonition that before long, Lu Li's combat prowess would completely surpass her own. This feeling of being overshadowed by someone else was unbearable. The turning point came when she learned about Lu Li's engagement to Lin Yan. So when Lin Yan first set foot in Imperial Capital University, she couldn't wait to approach him. Thinking about Lu Li's expression when she returned from planar exploration only to discover her fiancé had become her subordinate, Wu Wan's lips unconsciously curved upward as she murmured to herself, Lu Li, oh Lu Li, I truly look forward to that moment. Just imagining Lu Li's humiliated expression, she could no longer suppress her amusement, even raising her hand to cover her mouth as she chuckled softly. Preparatory classroom. The expression for spatial coordinates is, the calculation formula is. Teacher Gao Yan's voice was steady as he wrote complex formulas line by line on the light screen. For example, when you invade Divine Realm A, as long as you enter through this node, you can reach the target plane directly. Note, certain planes possess powerful world wills that limit the number of foreign dependents. Such planes must be. Gao Yan's gaze swept across the entire class, his tone grave. Finally, remember that any accident can happen during planar invasion wars. Stay battle-ready at all times. That concludes today's theoretical lesson. He set down his pen and straightened up, speaking solemnly. Review well after class. Tomorrow morning we'll enter the plane directly to practice today's content. Yes. The young men and women in the classroom responded in unison, and the gossiping atmosphere from earlier instantly dissipated. Every single one of these people was a top genius selected from various cities. For them, developing their own divine realms was the highest priority. Gao Yan gave Lin Yan a meaningful look before turning to leave. The students moved swiftly, packing up and then immersing themselves in their divine realms to prepare for battle without any delay. Lin Yan sighed inwardly. Truly worthy of Imperial Capital University. If this were Jinghai Third Middle School, they would have countless theoretical classes first, followed by multiple rounds of virtual testing with constant teacher supervision before daring to attempt actual invasion. But here, with just one theoretical lesson, they would engage in real combat the next day. For these geniuses, this was the normal pace. He shook his head, wasted no more time, and directly immersed his consciousness into his own divine realm. Just then, a system notification sounded in his mind. Congratulations. Anomalous Containment Object 035, The possessive mask has been successfully recruited. Hearing that voice, Lin Yan's mind suddenly stirred. He quickly turned his head and saw a white ceramic mask with a smiling face silently appear in the center of the altar, its cold sheen glimmering in the light of the torches. The surrounding human followers had initially been watching from a distance, but the moment their gazes met the mask, their pupils constricted sharply, as if an invisible thread had ensnared their sight, making it impossible to look away. Lin Yan clearly sensed the change. In an instant, a strong urge to put it on surged in the minds of all the followers, an impulse that nearly overwhelmed their rationality. Fortunately, he had already issued a divine decree, ordering everyone to stay away from the altar. Otherwise, the area in front of the mask would likely be crowded by now. Even so, the followers remained fixated on the mask, their eyes seemingly glued, making even blinking a struggle. Amidst this oppressive silence, a line of faint golden text suddenly unfolded before Lin Yan's eyes. Hero unit, unnamed. Hero rank, level 4. Hero quality, unknown. Gender, unknown. Other, unknown. Faith level, saint. Except for the faith level section, which indicated saint, all other information was marked as unknown, similar to the data on other anomalous containment objects. This is the possession mask, Lin Yan murmured to himself. He had seen records of this containment object in the Foundation's archives. Its origin was a mystery, yet it held knowledge about most anomalous containment objects. Some speculated that this information was obtained through hypnotic readings from Foundation members after it was contained. Blame its nearly incomprehensible mental manipulation abilities. It had once escaped with the help of the agents guarding it, merely by using a few words of persuasion. Although it was eventually recaptured, the Foundation had paid a heavy price for it. If used for interrogation or to gather intelligence from unknown dimensions, this mask would be an almost perfect tool. However, how much influence can it exert on high-level units, especially other deities' followers? Lin Yan pondered as he gazed at the mask. The followers had a deeply rooted faith in their deities, which theoretically should not be easily swayed. Just then, an unexpected change occurred. From the crowd, a human follower staggered forward as if pulled by an invisible hand, his eyes fixated on the mask on the altar, his steps slow yet resolute. "Hey, what are you doing?" shouted a companion beside him. The deity has issued a divine decree prohibiting anyone from approaching the altar and that mask. The shout echoed, but it seemed to fall on deaf ears. The follower appeared entranced, his pace unwavering. His companion hurriedly reached out to stop him, but the follower suddenly burst forth with incredible strength, breaking free and rushing toward the altar. In the next moment, he excitedly placed the mask on his face with trembling hands. Oi, a resigned sigh escaped from beneath the white ceramic. "Buddy, I warned you not to get close to me." Lin Yan's heart sank. He clearly sensed that the follower's life was completely erased in that instant. 3 minutes. Lin Yan calculated silently, concluding that a deeply devoted follower of the same rank would be completely drawn in by the possession mask within 3 minutes, even going against the will of their deity. If it were a devout or fanatical follower, they would also feel an intense urge to wear it the moment the mask appeared, but if the deity had issued a divine decree beforehand, it could temporarily suppress that urge. However, that desire would not vanish. It would merely be forcibly buried, ready to erupt at any moment. As for ordinary followers, they would likely be unable to resist the impulse in their minds the moment they saw the possession mask. Saints, however, reach the pinnacle of faith in their deities and cannot reduce their level of devotion, making them extremely difficult for the possession mask to influence. But what if the mask were actually placed directly on their faces? The moment the mask covered its host, an excited voice immediately rang out from below. "Oi, brothers, want to understand the true meaning of life?" The instant those words fell, Lin Yan clearly sensed the emotions of the surrounding human followers churning like violently stirred water. Even the stubborn mindset of fanatical believers began to crack under the mask's temptation. After conducting several rounds of experiments, Lin Yan reached the following conclusions. 1. Devout believers would accept all commands from the possession mask within an extremely short time. 2. The longer they remained under its influence, the weaker their original deity's divine commands became. 3. Most crucially, their worshipped deities remained completely unaware that their faith was being quietly drained away. These conclusions satisfied Lin Yan immensely. He calculated silently. If used properly, the possession mask's effects were nothing short of heaven-defying. After all, not every deity was as powerful as him, capable of making every hero unit a saint. For the vast majority of deities, saints were even rarer treasures than ultimate potential units. Given enough time, the possession mask could infiltrate the spiritual world of most followers. At that moment, the possession mask's voice suddenly turned obsequious. "Oh, most omnipotent and great divine lord. The body you've arranged for me seems unable to withstand my power and is already rotting. I humbly request that you grant me another vessel. Of course, I dare not command you. This is merely a request from your most devoted follower. Lin Yan's mouth twitched. He had heard that the possession mask was servile and flattering to everyone, but these honeyed words were indeed quite pleasant to hear. The next second, he watched as the human follower controlled by the mask began secreting black fluid from their skin, their flesh rapidly decomposing. The side effects came even faster than described in the records. Humans were inherently frail, so this was hardly surprising. He would need to find a different species. The possession mask immediately spoke again. Divine Lord, I believe if suitable, 682 could serve as my host. This way you would gain the most obedient 682, and I would have the most durable body. Lin Yan pondered. Foundation archives recorded similar proposals that were rejected due to fears of 682's further evolution and concerns about the mask gaining a permanent host. He, however, felt no such fear. But the moment those words were spoken, 682's skull began twisting wildly, grotesquely sprouting spikes and ridges that made it impossible for any mask to fit, while simultaneously evolving immunity to certain forms of mental control. Oh, 682, you fool! The possession mask cursed uncontrollably in Lin Yan's hands. 682 snorted coldly, raised its head, and turned away. As the mask continued its incessant chatter, Lin Yan rubbed his forehead in thought. Right, the plague doctor and possession mask had always been close allies, and 0492 could serve as a temporary host. As long as it had a face, whether corpse or sculpture would work. Ultimately, it would just result in another mummy. Without further hesitation, he tossed the possession mask to the plague doctor. At that very moment, a message suddenly appeared in his communication interface's preparatory class group chat, a notification from today's instructor, Gao Yan. All preparatory class students begin entering the dimensional plane ahead of schedule for practical exercises. Class officially begins in 1 minute. Huh. Lin Yan was instantly confused. Hadn't they just finished the theory class? Wasn't it agreed that the practical operation class would be tomorrow? While muttering to himself, he quickly opened the preparatory class group chat and saw messages flooding the screen, but no one seemed genuinely surprised. I knew it. Teacher Gao is definitely pulling another early surprise. I expected it to be moved up too, but I didn't think it would be this early. I'm not even prepared. Who told you not to prepare? After all this time, don't you know Teacher Gao's style? I started packing my things the moment class ended. Newcomers, don't be confused. This is just Teacher Gao's way. The actual class schedule is never reliable. Either suddenly moved up, or he'll make you wait until you think it's impossible to have class, then suddenly drop a notification. Exactly. Did you guys forget what he said at the end of class today? Seeing this message, Lin Yan fell silent. During today's class, Teacher Gao Yan had indeed reminded them, always remember, during planar invasion wars, any unexpected situation can occur, so maintain combat readiness at all times. He hadn't expected that even when class starts, would be treated as part of the unexpected elements. The teacher's sudden command was like a stab in the back, catching everyone completely off guard. Lin Yan smiled bitterly but understood the deeper meaning. On the Divine Realm battlefield, anyone could backstab you at any moment, and vigilance must be established from daily life, not just when you enter the battlefield as a last-minute effort. Back at Jinghai Third High School, this was mostly just a slogan. Later, when he encountered the Aurora Pavilion Assassin's Divine Realm invasion, he truly made alertness part of his daily routine. Now, having just arrived at Imperial Capital University, Gao Yin was using the most direct method to engrave this rule into their minds. He hesitated no longer and rushed toward the academic building. In the classroom, all the preparatory class students had arrived. The scheduled class time was approaching, but Gao Yin was nowhere to be seen. Several freshmen couldn't help but complain. Seriously? He calls us here but shows up late himself? Unbelievable. Even high school teachers weren't this irresponsible. Is this the standard at Imperial Capital University? I'm filing a complaint. I'm going to report this. Lin Yan didn't join the grumbling. His mind was rapidly analyzing. Back at Jinghai Third High School, if it hadn't been for the Plague Doctor, his Divine Realm core would probably have been destroyed long ago. Later encounters with Aurora Pavilion assassins made him realize that teacher backstabbing wasn't a joke. Now, Gao Yin was clearly recreating this sense of pressure. After another moment, the classroom door was pushed open and Gao Yin walked in. His gaze swept across each student's face, lingering slightly on Lin Yan with a small nod. Then he spoke loudly. I know many of you are very dissatisfied with my arrangements. But in real Divine Realm warfare, will enemies and other deities give you time to react? If enemies knew your divine domain coordinates, would they give you advance notice before invading? The thunderous question exploded above the classroom, and in an instant, the previously noisy discussions came to an abrupt halt. Dozens of students looked at each other in bewilderment, none daring to speak. The veteran students who had entered the preparatory class early remained calm, clearly accustomed to such reprimands. At the podium, Instructor Gao Yin swept his gaze across the class, his tone calm, yet unquestionable. All right, now we'll officially begin the planar invasion. He raised his hand and tapped out a string of data on the light screen. The target is a small-scale plane that you've all practiced with during high school, so I won't elaborate on the rules. Remember two things first. Upon entry, you'll automatically acquire local native identities. Second, each person can deploy a maximum of 4 retainer units. For other details, figure them out yourselves once your divine avatars reach the plane. The students nodded in unison. They had experienced this type of simulated invasion numerous times during their senior year and were thoroughly familiar with the process. The metal cabin doors at the back of the classroom opened in sequence, and an entire row of divine domain transport pods lit up with soft white cabin lights. Everyone quickly lay down inside, mentally linking to their divine domain cores, then received the same set of planar coordinates. Lin Yan didn't hesitate for a moment and was the first to lie down in a transport pod. From the depths of his divine domain, a system prompt sounded. Please split off your divine avatar. Locating coordinates for you now. Note, your identity has been concealed, and your appearance is identical to local natives. Deploying retainers in public may expose your identity, attract the attention of the world's will, resulting in avatar annihilation and course failure. It's recommended to control the number and tier of retainers. The higher the level and greater the quantity, the higher the probability of discovery. Lin Yan quickly split off his divine avatar. As his consciousness grew dizzy, he had already crossed the invisible barrier and descended into a strange world. The night sky was deep, yet dimmed by countless lights that outshone the stars. Steel and concrete structures shot skyward, outlined by neon, while flashing neon lights painted the streets in colorful torrents, a typical scene of a city that never sleeps. A modern city? Lin Yan surveyed his surroundings, then used the reflection in a nearby shop window to confirm his disguise. His appearance was identical to ordinary people, with a clean identity tag. Pedestrians hurried past on the street, and his perception detected almost exclusively zero-tier to first-tier human units with no combat capability. This didn't surprise him. Masterless planes dominated by ordinary human civilizations comprised 1/10 of all masterless planes. Without divine intervention, their world structures were largely similar, differing only in minor details. But teacher Gao Yin wouldn't choose this as a practical course if it were that simple. Lin Yan thought to himself, muttering under his breath, I'll wait for the instructor's hints before deciding on action. Just as the thought crossed his mind, his divine domain interface suddenly trembled. Lin Yan's eyes lit up as he immediately called up the light screen. Notifications. 1. This world appears to be dominated by humans on the surface and seems ordinary, but the actual situation, at least in the past and present, is not so. 2. Your mission objective is to complete tasks within the plane and obtain corresponding task points. Please discover specific tasks on your own. 3. Be wary of all abnormal humans. 4. Explore other information independently. The cursor blinked, and the information cut off abruptly. Lin Yan stared at the screen, his eyes widening, and after several seconds finally couldn't help but curse. Damn. What kind of hint is this supposed to be? Looking at the 4 notifications from the Divine Realm interface, Lin Yan was instantly speechless. These 4 pieces of information contained virtually no useful details whatsoever. He stared at them for quite a while, but couldn't make heads or tails of anything. Left with no choice, he opened the preparatory class group chat, and sure enough, it had already exploded into chaos. What the hell? You call this a hint? Do I really need to be told that this world isn't ordinary? Possibly not a human-dominated world. Thanks for stating the obvious. And I need to explore for other information myself? Did we really need a hint for that? The mission objective is to complete the mission? What kind of nonsense is that? So what exactly is the mission? Can't even tell us that. Damn it. Even though I've been through this several times before, I can't help but lose it this time. Teacher Gao, what kind of joke is this? Everyone, just get used to it. This is Imperial Capital University, but this is way too ridiculous. They won't even explain the mission process, so what the hell am I supposed to do? Within seconds, the screen was flooded with complaints. Everyone was cursing and grumbling, but they could only vent their frustration into thin air. The 4 hints might as well have been blank. No world background, no invasion criteria, let alone mission instructions. Lin Yan rubbed his temples, wondering if teacher Gao wanted them to experience a completely authentic, planar invasion. But having no minimum objectives whatsoever was just too much. If it wasn't about sending several hundred students with less than 2,000 followers each to storm a 4th-tier minor plane, what could the real mission be? He shook his head in frustration, his gaze returning to the first hint as he muttered repeatedly. This world appears to be an ordinary human-dominated realm, but it's actually not, at least not in the past or present. A flash of inspiration struck. Wait a minute. His eyes lit up. Could the mission points be hidden in discovering the world's extraordinary aspects and those non-human entities? If so, there are probably 2 ways to earn mission points. First, uncover the original non-human entities in this world. Second, he lowered his voice, talking to himself, expose the hidden identities of other students. Maybe if I eliminate all the other students, I'll complete the mission directly? After all, the deities and their followers in the divine realm weren't truly human, they just looked similar. With this realization, his spirits lifted even if the goal seemed distant. At least he had a direction, which was far better than stumbling around blindly. Having made up his mind, he found a secluded corner and opened his divine realm. Inside the divine realm, the possessive mask, designated SCP-035, was currently worn by a body labeled SCP-0492. The body was slowly being corroded by black liquid, with small bubbles forming on the skin and horrifying signs of decay everywhere. The mask clung to the face like a living thing, surrounded by swirling black mist. Not far away, SCP-049, the plague doctor, was hunched over a corpse, working diligently. His silver scalpel and suturing needle gleamed coldly as he accompanied his work with low murmurs and incantations, performing his version of healing on the dead body. Lin Yan could clearly sense that the plague doctor was in a much better mood than before. Under the harsh white corridor lights, 049 hummed a strange, yet soothing melody while bending over to cure the corpse before him. Though the body was stiff with grayish-purple skin, he spoke in gentle, reassuring tones. "Don't be afraid, my dear. I am the cure. I will heal you and take you away from this plague." Standing nearby, 0492, now wearing the black mask, 035 clasped his hands together, his voice full of admiration. "Behold, what a great doctor with such superb medical skills. Under your masterful hands, this patient shows not even a trace of the plague. I dare say all plagues will eventually be banished by you." The flattered plague doctor waved his sleeves dismissively, though he spoke modestly. No. My medical skills aren't that advanced, or they would have been cured long ago. I'm not as good as you claim. Please stop flattering me." "Of course, great doctor." 035 continued his shameless flattery without hesitation. "But I must emphasize, this is not flattery at all, but my heartfelt response." The plague doctor's smugness grew even more apparent as he cleared his throat lightly. "Well, I suppose I am, indeed, quite capable." Lin Yan watched silently from the side. While 035's flattery sounded awkward to others, it somehow delighted the recipient. Perfect line. No wonder the Foundation files mentioned that 035 and the plague doctor could be buddies for centuries. However, he had no time to delve deeper into this and immediately commanded 035, "Go gather some information about this mysterious world." 035 immediately responded in his most obsequious tone. "As you command, great deity." Lin Yan suddenly grew curious. "Do you know what the plague 049 keeps talking about actually is?" Even the plague doctor himself couldn't explain it clearly, let alone him. But he had a vague feeling that 035 seemed to know everything. However, the mask let out a gentle sigh. "Great deity, if even you don't know the answer, then, as your most devout follower, I certainly don't know either." Lin Yan's expression stiffened. "Weren't you just praising him so eloquently?" 035 answered matter-of-factly. "I only need to flatter the doctor, not cure plague patients myself." "How logical," Lin Yan thought sarcastically, though he had to admit the explanation was flawlessly sound. Just as he was about to issue another divine command, he was interrupted by an angry roar. "Damn it! Where the hell am I supposed to find new hosts?" The voice came from a private room at the end of the corridor. A burly, bald-headed boss was furiously yelling at a group of handsome young men. "You've all been hosts for so long, yet not one of you can satisfy our VIP guest? Listen up, tonight's client is the Yakuza princess. If she's not satisfied, not only will our establishment close down, but you'll all be feeding the sharks." "Got it." The young men turned pale and trembled, not daring to make a sound. The bald man rubbed his shiny head in frustration and waved dismissively. "What are you standing around for? Go find other establishments. I don't care how much it costs to bring someone over tonight." The young men scattered like pardoned prisoners. The bald man sighed with a complex expression. "Seriously, what type does the princess even like? She rejected 18 different styles of hosts with just one glance. I heard she rarely goes out. Could she prefer the innocent type? But if she likes innocence, why come to a host club?" As he muttered to himself, his gaze swept to Lin Yan at the other end of the corridor. That unfamiliar yet exceptionally striking face seemed to have its own spotlight, making his eyes light up instantly. "Young man." The moment the bald, burly man spotted Lin Yan, his eyes lit up instantly, and he hurried over. "Interested in joining our host club? You're exactly what we've been looking for, the cure for women. Don't worry, that mask." Neon lights cascaded cold white illumination from the ceiling, and the dark gold possession mask in Lin Yan's hand reflected a faint gleam under the light. Before the burly man could reach him, his gaze became fixated on the mask, his steps suddenly halting as his pupils dilated. "This mask should be on my face." He reached out, grabbing for the mask without hesitation. Lin Yan remained silent, making no attempt to stop him. The thick palm instantly seized the possession mask, and the burly man eagerly pressed it against his own face. The next moment, the eyes behind the mask suddenly dimmed. Almost simultaneously, a deep and cold light refracted from the eye holes. The originally weeping, sorrowful expression of the mask instantly transformed into joy. Oh, great deity! The possession mask, controlling the burly man's body, bowed slightly to Lin Yan, the elegant movement creating an eerie contrast with his physique. Don't waste time. Do you have any useful information? Lin Yan spoke indifferently. The memories replicated by the mask flooded into Lin Yan's mind like a torrent. Lin Yan frowned. Today, this host club was troubled by a distinguished guest, the eldest daughter of a major crime family, who was also the current patriarch's most beloved sister. If they could satisfy her, the host club would leap to become the most famous establishment in the entire city. If they failed, tonight might very well be the shop's final operating hours. Apart from this, there seemed to be nothing unusual. The only thing that piqued Lin Yan's interest was the rumor that the upper echelons of the crime family controlling the city's underground forces were so formidable they didn't seem like ordinary humans. Especially that patriarch, who had once single-handedly taken down an entire small gang with just one man and one blade. So this Baldy is just an ordinary person? Lin Yan felt slightly disappointed. He had originally hoped the man might be a non-human entity hidden within human civilization, but the probability was ultimately too low. Lin Yan shook his head, preparing to continue searching for targets. However, just as he turned around, the possession mask suddenly whispered, "My lord, wait. I believe you'll find this memory segment very interesting." A new memory fragment suddenly poured into Lin Yan's mind. The bald, burly man had once been an elite special forces soldier with a distinguished service record. During one mission, he and his teammates encountered unknown enemies from the darkness. These beings concealed their forms, striking from the shadows with indiscernible faces. The special forces' firepower had no effect on them, and instead, the team was systematically slaughtered. Fear ultimately crushed the burly man's will, and he chose to flee, becoming the sole survivor. After returning to the city, he desperately tried to forget the past, so he opened this host club. This guy is actually a soldier king returning to civilian life. Lin Yan looked at the masked bald man, excitement flashing in his eyes. So my initial guess was correct. Those enemies from the darkness in his memory should be the first clue the non-human entities hidden within this human civilization. Although the memories from the bald, muscular man couldn't clearly reveal the appearance of those non-human races, making it impossible to determine their specific species, this was enough. At that moment, the voice from the possession mask spoke up. My lord, I don't mean to interrupt your thoughts, but if I don't find a suitable host soon, this body will become unusable." Lin Yan looked over and saw that beneath the possession mask, the surface of the bald body had already begun seeping black liquid. "Let's go take a look at this underworld princess, and while we're at it, search for non-human races within this human civilization," Lin Yan said. Soon, the two figures appeared in a resplendent host club filled with decadent luxury. "Boss, that mask of yours is..." Two hosts responsible for greeting guests immediately approached them, then were directly drawn to the possession mask, completely ignoring the abnormal black liquid on the bald man's body. "Hey," the possession mask waved its hand directly. "What are you doing? The club is so busy. Why do you keep staring at me? Go attend to the customers properly. Did you learn nothing from your host training?" The two hosts exchanged glances and left immediately. "My lord, this body can last at most 5 more minutes. I need to find a new host," the possession mask whispered quietly. "According to the plan, you might have to sacrifice your appearance a bit later. But don't worry." Lin Yan was speechless. Shifting his gaze, he saw in the center of the host club a girl wearing white wizard robes sitting alone at a bar counter, hands supporting her chin, curiously looking around at everything with an extremely endearing appearance. Beside the girl stood a group of burly bodyguards, vigilantly watching their surroundings and preventing any strangers from approaching. The underworld princess, Hui Jianzi. All eyes in the host club were involuntarily drawn to Hui Jianzi. There was no helping Idavan ignoring her identity as the underworld princess. Her beauty and appearance alone destined her to become the center of attention. At that moment, a handsome blonde host tremblingly approached the security guards, knelt down several meters away from Hui Jianzi, and showed an extremely flattering smile. "Princess Hui Jianzi, may I accompany you?" He then looked toward Hui Jianzi with utmost anxiety. Hui Jianzi shook her head slightly. The blonde host immediately showed complete disappointment. The club staff, meanwhile, looked utterly desperate. This was already the 32nd host tonight, but regardless of style or how much they tried to please her, this underworld princess would just shake her head without saying a word. If this continued, not only would the host club be finished, but they themselves might be done for. In the corner, Lin Yan looked at Hui Jianzi and asked hesitantly, "Are you sure your method will work?" There was no choice. The method the possession mask had told him was simply too bold. He wasn't certain whether this Hui Jianzi was a non-human race, nor was he sure what specific task teacher Gao Yin had arranged. What if he provoked Hui Jianzi's disgust and caused the failure of that unknown mission? Wouldn't that be a loss? "Don't worry, my lord," the possession mask said. "I have thoroughly understood human thinking. Given enough time, I could even change anyone's mind. Lin Yan nodded. Ladies and gentlemen, the possession mask, controlling the bald man, announced loudly. To welcome our most honored guest tonight, Princess Hui Jianzi. I have specially brought out our club's ultimate ace who has never appeared before. The other staff members were immediately confused. Ultimate ace? How had they never heard of this? At that moment, the possession mask had already taken Lin Yan's hand and walked in front of Hui Jianzi. The security guards originally wanted to block them, but after the possession mask said, "Excuse me," they decisively made way. All eyes immediately focused on Lin Yan, wanting to see what methods this ace possessed, and whether he could win Princess Hui Jianzi's heart. Then, when they saw Lin Yan's next action, everyone's expressions instantly froze. Suddenly, Lin Yan reached out and embraced the underworld princess. The neon lights cast an ambiguous yet piercing glow on the two figures, and the bar's cacophonous music seemed to be muted. All eyes turned to them in unison. Customers, hosts, and the bartender all froze in shock. What? Has this new host lost his mind? We're done for. He's going to drag us all down with him. Where on earth did the manager find this lunatic? Should we make a run for it while we still can? Several host club employees huddled in the corner, clutching their trays and trembling, not daring to breathe too loudly. Meanwhile, Huizenzi and Lin Yan's arms suddenly stiffened. In that instant, the girl's slender shoulders tensed like they'd been struck by lightning, cold and rigid. At the same time, a familiar notification from the divine realm echoed in Lin Yan's mind. Congratulations. You have gained the favor and admiration of the 4th Dire Hero Unit Huizenzi. Mission points 100. Mission 1 activated. Please convert the target into your believer. You can continuously earn mission points based on their level of faith. As the notification faded, Lin Yan felt relieved, had guessed correctly. Huizenzi wasn't an ordinary person, and the assessment assigned by Professor Gao Yin was indeed related to these non-human beings hidden among humanity. As for why he chose to embrace her directly, this was the bold strategy suggested by the mask he wore. Whether in his past life or present, Lin Yan had virtually zero experience studying the psychology of goddess-level individuals. Previously, others had always approached him first, so he never had to put in the effort. A semi-transparent panel suddenly appeared before his eyes. Hero Unit, Huizenzi. Tier 4th. Description: a half-blood human with dragon lineage. Due to her overwhelmingly powerful bloodline, she cannot speak aloud, as doing so would trigger unpredictable consequences. Additionally, her human body cannot sustain the dragon blood for extended periods and requires regular dilution, or she will die. Skill: Word Spirit, Judgment. A dragon hybrid? Lin Yan was slightly stunned. It seemed this was one of the alien races hidden within human civilization in this dimension. Meanwhile, at the distant Imperial Capital Academy, Gao Yin stared at the light screen before him, his fingers tapping the desk rhythmically, his expression focused. The screen displayed the scene of Lin Yan and Huizenzi embracing. Standing beside him was Zhou Sheng, the teacher who had previously gone to Jinghai 3rd High School for recruitment. Old Zhou, what are you doing here? Gao Yin frowned. Shouldn't you be at the admissions office processing Lin Yan's paperwork? Zhou Sheng shook his head without explanation, his gaze still fixed on the screen. For the freshman curriculum, you're only having them complete one-dimensional invasion? Isn't that too easy? Easy. Gao Yin sneered. I predict fewer than 10 students will pass this course. The earliest anyone could earn 1,000 mission points would be at least a week. Most won't earn a single point, let alone 1,000. That difficult? Zhou Sheng's eyes widened. These are all top-tier talents. Even a formal world invasion wouldn't be this outrageous, would it? Rather than answer directly, Gao Yin smiled. Teacher Zhou, care to make a wager? 10 billion faith power equivalent to 1 divine power. How about it? I'd have to be insane too. Zhou Sheng instinctively started to refuse, but then recalled Lin Yan's heaven-defying performance in the preparatory class exam and changed his tune. Fine, let's bet. But if you lose, you owe me 3 divine power points. Gao Yin was momentarily stunned, then broke into an even broader smile. Zhou Sheng actually dared to bet? Wasn't this just delivering divine power to him? At that moment, Zhou Sheng looked toward the light screen and asked curiously, what exactly is the trial you've set up this time? You seem so confident. Gao Yin crossed his arms and stared at the floating light screen for a moment, then replied slowly, because for this planar invasion, all the hints I provided are complete nonsense. If they want to meet the course requirements, they'll have to figure it out on their own. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Sheng's eyes widened in shock, as if struck by lightning. A second later, he exploded. What the hell? Old Gao, you screwed me over. I want my money back. No hints at all, and you still expect people to complete the mission. Gao Yin shrugged with a matter-of-fact expression. You didn't ask before. It's too late to back out now. Just as the two were arguing heatedly, several lines of golden text suddenly appeared at the top of the light screen. Student Lin Yan has successfully obtained 100 mission points. Current total mission points, 100. Ranking, first. The air seemed to be instantly sucked out, and the arguing stopped abruptly. This is impossible. Gao Yin exclaimed almost instinctively, pointing at the light screen. How could he discover the mission requirements so quickly and complete them directly? He immediately pulled up the surveillance footage of Lin Yan's divine avatar descent. In the image, Lin Yan was disguised as a cowherd and had smoothly embraced the young woman Hui Jinzi. This kid. Gao Yin stared wide-eyed and muttered, "He's really bold." Zhou Xing looked completely confused. Gao Yin quickly explained, this plane was originally ruled by dragon civilization, but after internal dragon conflicts, humanity rose to power. Dragons have extremely strong vitality, and some dragons bred with humans, creating mixed blood descendants. I set two major tasks. First, have students convert mixed bloods into their own followers. Second, defeat other students. Hui Jinzi is a top-tier hero unit among the mixed bloods. He paused and added, most students wouldn't even dare speak carelessly when they meet Hui Jinzi, let alone make physical contact, or they'd risk offending her and mysteriously failing the mission. But this kid just goes ahead and embraces her. Zhou Sheng frowned in thought, then suddenly had an epiphany, his eyes lighting up. I see. Gao Yin looked at him in confusion. Zhou Sheng pressed his palms against the light screen, speaking rapidly with excitement. No wonder he can make Lu Li so devoted to him. Gao Yin paused, then looked back at the light screen with a furrowed brow. The problem I saw after entering the plane, he completely forgot his real objective? His success in winning Hui Jinzi's favor this time was pure dumb luck. He'll need specialized training in the future. While staring at the light screen, Gao Yin reminded himself to stay calm. Favor is one thing, but converting favor into faith points isn't that easy. Before he could finish, the light screen frantically refreshed with new notifications. Student Lin Yan has successfully converted hero unit Hui Jinzi's favor into faith points, 200 mission points. Student Lin Yan has successfully cultivated hero unit Hui Jinzi into a regular follower, 200 mission points. Current ranking first place, Lin Yan. Mission points, 500. Current ranking second place, Su Tong. Mission points, 200. The moment the rankings appeared on the light screen, Gao Yin froze in place, stammering after a long pause. How is this possible? Lin Yan has already cultivated a hero unit into a follower. Zhou Sheng stood beside him with a calm expression. What's so surprising about that? It's not particularly difficult for students to recruit hero units from ownerless planes as followers. Since Lin Yan discovered the mission, this is exactly what he should have done. Gao Yin shook his head, slowing his speech to remind his colleague of the intricacies involved. Don't forget, the hero units in this world are either half-bloods or pure-blood dragons, all watched over by the world's will. To gain their favor and cultivate them as followers, you have to rely entirely on personal methods. Divine power and forced conversion of followers are completely useless. Add to that the dragon bloodline factor, and half-bloods naturally submit to pure-blood dragons. In other words, converting them is as difficult as using words and actions alone to steal another deity's followers. Zhou Xing finished, his brow furrowing. Put that way, Lin Yan's speed is indeed absurd. This was precisely why Gao Yin had dared to assert that even if students knew the mission content, those who could actually complete it would be as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Yet who would have thought Lin Yan would secure his first hero unit so quickly? Both men's gazes fell simultaneously on the light screen, wanting to see firsthand what Lin Yan had accomplished. In the footage, after gaining initial favor, Lin Yan directly took Hui Jinzi on dates. Coffee shops, amusement parks, downtown squares. Physical contact progressed from occasional shoulder bumps to hand-holding, then to casually wrapping his arm around her waist, with timing controlled to perfection. Hui Jinzi behaved like an innocent young woman, led along by Lin Yan, her emotions rising with the rhythm of their dates. Later, when her crime family noticed something amiss and sent people after them, facing her relentless pursuing brother, Hui Jinzi simply followed Lin Yan through streets and alleys, fleeing in disheveled but blissful escape. Zhou Sheng clicked his tongue in amazement. This kid's methods are too practiced. He's got the hero unit completely wrapped around his finger. If I ever have a daughter, I absolutely cannot let her near him. At this point, he suddenly remembered something. Old Gao, isn't your daughter also at Imperial Capital University? Gao Yan's face instantly stiffened, and he didn't respond. The scene continued as night fell. The observation deck at the city's highest point blazed with lights. Hui Jinzi pointed at a TV drama playing on the giant screen, her expression melancholy, writing on her portable writing board. We are all little monsters, and someday we'll be defeated by justice. Before she could finish writing, Lin Yan spoke with firm conviction. I am a deity. As long as you believe in me and become my follower, no matter who wants to kill you, I will appear to protect you. Gao Yin and Zhou Sheng's eyes widened simultaneously. Lin Yan had already grasped the world's basic information and understood that Hui Jinzi was a half-blood who naturally submitted to pure-blood dragons. By conventional logic, directly revealing his divine identity and demanding conversion of faith could easily trigger strong resentment if handled carelessly, potentially causing favorability to plummet. Yet he had boldly declared his divine status just like that. However, After Lin Yan spoke those words, Hui Jinzi simply gazed at him with starry eyes, then directly converted into Lin Yan's believer. Wait, that's it. That's simple. Zhou Sheng widened his eyes, couldn't help but mutter under his breath. He just converted a hero unit into his own follower like that. Gao Yan also stood there stunned, and after a long moment suddenly snapped back to reality, excitedly pacing back and forth, replaying the entire process from Lin Yan pretending to be a coward meeting Hui Jinzi, to pulling Hui Jinzi into his own camp. Ha ha! Student Lin Yan is simply a genius among geniuses. His grasp of hero unit psychology has reached perfection. Every step was precisely right, not a single move wasted. Just based on this segment alone, those professors from the follower cultivation department will definitely fight to recruit him early. Meanwhile, on the desolate, untrodden coastline of the Dragon World, congratulations! You have successfully converted hero unit, Hui Jinzi, into an ordinary believer, gaining 200 mission points. Current mission points, 500. As the notification from the Divine Domain interface faded, Lin Yan's anxious heart finally relaxed completely. The possession mask suggestions, though seemingly bold to the point of madness, hit the mark precisely with each step, almost making one think the mission would fail at any second, yet delivering success every time. My God, the possession mask's voice echoed in his mind again. In Hui Jinzi's heart, she sees herself as the villain monster, convinced that righteous protagonists will eventually come to defeat her, so she's been trapped in constant fear. Your words just now provided an anchor for her extreme terror. Combined with her feelings for you reaching their peak, believing in you is only natural. Lin Yan nodded slightly. The other party indeed wasn't boasting their control over human psychology, was virtually flawless. He turned to look at Hui Jinzi beside him. This hero unit with dragon bloodline was more innocent than most ordinary people, innocent to the point of being heartbreaking. While others watching heroic dramas would identify with the righteous protagonists, only she would identify with the villain characters, constantly worrying about being defeated by heroes. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yan grasped Hui Jinzi's hand, preparing to continue strengthening her faith. Suddenly, a tall figure in a well-tailored suit emerged from the shadows of the abandoned dock, walking with steady, deliberate steps. Hui Jinzi's face instantly turned pale, instinctively thinking it was a gang member sent by her brother, and quickly hid behind Lin Yan. Lin Yan's eyes narrowed slightly. The gangs that had been tracking them earlier always appeared in groups, but now there was only one person, and his aura was completely different. The man stopped 10 meters away and spoke calmly. No need to hide, classmate. My followers can sense the divine incarnation of a deity. He smiled slightly, his gaze sharp. First, let me thank you for providing me with those 100 mission points. Before his words finished, he raised his hand. His followers were instantly summoned, lunging toward Lin Yan. Lin Yan frowned, about to release his own anomalous containment object, when a cold yet slightly trembling voice suddenly rang out from behind him. It was the first words Hui Jinzi had ever spoken. Death. After being in this world for so long, this was the first time Lin Yan had heard Hui Jinzi speak. Her voice was crystal clear, like a lark's song. However, beneath that voice lay terrifyingly dire consequences. The moment the word death left her lips, Lin Yan felt the air currents around them violently disrupted. An invisible, yet savagely powerful force that made one's heart race with fear suddenly swept toward the divine avatar and its followers across from them. Useless, classmate. The divine avatar seemed completely accustomed to such displays. He smiled coldly. Since you want to try, let me show you what real power looks like. Having qualified for the preparatory class at Imperial Capital University, he was already a genius among geniuses who had never met his match in his own city. Just moments ago, he had easily defeated another student, and now his confidence was at its peak. With a deep summoning call, a massive centaur emerged from the divine radiance. The centaur's hooves struck the ground, sending stones flying. When it looked up at Hui Jinzi, its face was full of disdain. Receiving divine command, it roared furiously, pointing its spear directly at the girl, then charged forward with thundering hooves in a wild assault. However, in the next breath, while the echo of Hui Jinzi's word death still lingered in the air, invisible blade-like forces descended like a torrential downpour, shredding the centaur's flesh and blood. Before it could even approach its target, it was covered in wounds and crashed heavily to the ground. Both Lin Yan and the student's divine avatar froze in shock. How is this possible? The divine avatar's pupils contracted sharply. Immediately after, the same invisible blade swept toward him, instantly tearing his divine avatar to shreds and obliterating it completely. Congratulations. Student Lin Yan, you have successfully eliminated another student and earned 100 points. Your current score is 600. The Divine Realm interface's notification sound accompanied the appearance of a light screen, leaving Lin Yan completely stunned in place. Huh. He instinctively looked toward Hui Jinzi. Of course he knew Hui Jinzi was a fourth-tier hero unit, but throughout their time together, he had always treated the girl as an ordinary person who couldn't speak. His first instinct moments ago had even been to prepare to deploy his own follower units personally. He never expected Huizenzi to display such terrifying combat power. Though that centaur wasn't as strong as the anomalous containment objects in his divine realm, it was still extremely powerful, yet it had been instantly annihilated. After the brief outburst, the pure white in Huizenzi's pupils quickly faded, returning her to the appearance of an innocent girl. Noticing Lin Yan's gaze, she became somewhat flustered and quickly raised her writing board to scribble rapidly. Huizenzi doesn't dare to speak. She only says strange things, and terrible things happen when she speaks. After writing this, she looked toward where the divine avatar had disappeared, then cautiously glanced at Lin Yan before continuing to write. Just like him, everyone I've spoken to has died. Lord Divine, Huizenzi didn't mean to deceive you. Lin Yan paused. This hero unit was truly innocent. Due to her dragon bloodline, she had never dared to speak, as death inevitably followed her words, so she willingly pretended to be mute. Just now, thinking Lin Yan was in danger, she had risked exposure to kill the enemy. After the battle ended, she was anxious and fearful that Lin Yan would blame her for concealing the truth, so she hurried to explain. At this moment, the voice behind the mask in his mind spoke up again. Lin Yan took a deep breath and gently patted Izuko's head. Don't worry, Izuko. Since you've placed your faith in me, I'll help you solve this problem. The girl was stunned for a moment, then broke into a bright smile and nodded vigorously without any hesitation, completely trusting Lin Yan before her. At the moment their eyes met, a notification thundered through Lin Yan's mind from the Divine Realm interface. Congratulations, student Lin Yan. You have successfully converted the hero unit Izuko into a devoted believer. Mission points 200. Current mission points 800. She became a devoted believer so quickly. Lin Yan's pupils contracted slightly. Logically speaking, even when a deity was within their own divine realm, converting a hero unit into a devout believer would require extensive time and numerous miracles. Yet he had accomplished this with just a few words? The masked spirit immediately became smug. My lord, not to boast, but this person is simply too naive. Manipulating her thoughts is effortless for me. In fact, not just her, no matter who it is, I can. Before it could finish speaking, Izuko's face suddenly turned pale, pain surging in her eyes. She arched her back as a silver-white dragon scale broke through her skin, gleaming coldly. The dragon bloodline is too concentrated. Lin Yan's expression grew stern. Using her abilities triggered a bloodline awakening her human body can't withstand it. Without hesitation, he immediately commanded the mask to possess the body of a criminal organization member who had been hunting Izuko. Quickly reading through the memory, sure enough, to keep Izuko alive, the family regularly injected her with a special serum to suppress her dragon bloodline. After confirming this intelligence, Lin Yan had the mask-controlled body take Izuko back to the criminal organization to ensure she could receive her serum injections on schedule. Then, his consciousness decisively withdrew from that world and returned to his dormitory at Imperial Capital University. Back in reality, he immediately contacted Chu Du, the Jiaoheng Commerce Guild's representative in Jinghai City. Completely cure the side effects of dragon bloodline. Chu Du frowned, pondering for a moment before replying. Student Lin Yan, the Jiaoheng Commerce Guild certainly has methods. But as you know, most deities would simply abandon their followers in such situations. Large-scale treatment solutions are extremely rare, so I'll need some time to mobilize resources. Thank you, President Chu. Lin Yan nodded solemnly. Meanwhile, in the preparatory classroom at Imperial Capital University. Gao Yin and Zhou Sheng stared at the screen showing Lin Yan's continuously climbing mission points, looking at each other in bewilderment. Zhou Sheng adjusted his glasses. Old Gao, what did you set as the mission point requirement for this world? Gao Yin mumbled. Same as usual, 1,000 points for completion. So Lin Yan just needs 200 more points to clear it? Zhou Sheng chuckled. Old Gao, remember our bet. I'm not like you, I don't welch on bets. Gao Yin snorted coldly, yet stared at the screen in a daze. Originally, he had expected it would take a long time before any student completed the mission, but who knew Lin Yan would nearly finish ahead of schedule. Lost in thought, he suddenly frowned deeply, his gaze shifting to another corner of the screen, his expression changing dramatically. Wait, why are there so many anomalies in this course session? On the screen, a middle-aged man in a pristine white lab coat Dr. Hull looked up with reverence written across his face. Please forgive my earlier presumption. I never imagined you were truly a deity. It's puzzling how someone who appears to be an ordinary human could be classified as a hero unit. The young man crossed his arms and snorted coldly. Dr. Hull, offer me your faith and become my follower, and I shall grant you my protection. Yes, great deity. Dr. Hull bowed his head abruptly, his expression a mixture of terror and excitement. From this moment forward, I am your most devoted believer. Please allow me to carefully admire your magnificent form. Hearing these words, the young man felt a surge of pride, his lips curling slightly as he nodded in approval. With permission granted, Dr. Hull adjusted his metal-rimmed glasses, his gaze burning with intensity, as if studying a priceless work of art. After a moment, he lowered his voice and suddenly made a request. Great deity, I have one more wish. Would you be willing to grant it? What wish? The young man asked with slight impatience. Before he could finish speaking, his expression changed dramatically. A gleaming blade had somehow pierced through his chest. This body was merely his fourth-tier demigod avatar. Upon entering this realm, it had been suppressed by the rules set by teacher Gao Yin in the world's will, reducing his physical abilities to nearly mortal levels. Before the pain could fully register, his consciousness was forcibly ejected back to Imperial University. The mechanical chamber door opened, and he rose woodenly, his eyes filled with disbelief. His divine avatar had been slain by a native life form of this world. Fool. In the classroom, Gao Yin glanced at him dismissively before returning his attention to the screen. On the other side of the screen, Dr. Hull's expression began to twist, his voice becoming hoarse. God? There is only one true deity. Behind him lay a withered bone that still retained traces of life force. Dr. Hull whispered, the true God is dead, and I shall take his place. He frantically injected the divine avatar's remaining blood into the bone. I originally planned to use that girl's blood, but now I have better material. As the blood seeped in, countless hair-thin white threads suddenly sprouted from the bone's surface, rapidly coiling around Dr. Hull's entire body. The mass of white silk churned and finally formed into a human-shaped cocoon. Within moments, the massive cocoon cracked open. Roar! A soul-rending bellow shook the laboratory. Amid the shattered cocoon fragments, a magnificent white dragon rose majestically, its cold draconic eyes gazing down upon the earth. Damn it! Gao Yan's brow furrowed deeply. The Dragon King of that world has awakened. This is a terminal class unit that has caught the world's will's attention. He raised his hand and commanded, all students immediately recall your divine avatars and dispatch followers. This lesson ends now. Meanwhile, Chu Du's voice came through the school communication system. Student Lin Yan, there is a solution. But time is critical. I've only found one method, separating the dragon bloodline from that hero unit. If she loses her bloodline and reverts to an ordinary human, she won't be affected anymore. A dialogue box flashed, and a transparent vial appeared in Lin Yan's inbox. Chu Du continued, the dragon bloodline separation serum has been sent. The decision to use it is yours. I'll continue searching for alternative solutions. Lin Yan was about to speak when Gao Yan's voice echoed through the divine realm. Immediately, confusion flashed through his mind. Huh? The class is over? What's going on? Before he could figure it out, an urgent and reverent cry pierced into his consciousness. My God! It was the voice from the mask, filled with obvious panic. The situation has changed. The dragon of this world has awakened. It's heading this way, targeting Hui Jinzi. Lin Yan's heart tightened as he immediately withdrew his consciousness from the divine realm interface. Outside the mechanical pod, all the preparatory class students except him had already stood up, staring at the massive light screen at the front of the classroom with frozen expressions. On the screen, a silver-white dragon spread its massive wings, shaking off dust, its throat erupting with a deafening roar. Though just awakened, it seemed as unstoppable as a natural disaster. All the weapons and firepower of human civilization poured down upon it, yet only sparked tiny flashes against its scales. Heroes from around the world rushed to provide support, but their encirclement was like paper before the dragon, torn apart in an instant. This is not enough, the silver-white dragon murmured, its roar rolling across heaven and earth. I need that girl's blood to become the true Dragon King. As its words fell, its massive form instantly locked onto a direction and shot through the sky. One of you made a foolish mistake, causing the dragon to awaken prematurely, Teacher Gao Yin said, his gaze cold as it swept across the class. Continuing this lesson would only result in the pointless sacrifice of your followers. Close the world passage now. I'll find you another training world. Wait, who still has follower units that haven't been recalled? Just as he finished speaking, Lin Yan's voice rang out. Teacher Gao Yan, don't close the passage yet, you need to enter that world. The entire class and Gao Yan froze simultaneously. Zhou Sheng was the first to speak. Student Lin Yan, do you want to save that hero unit Hui Jinzi? Lin Yan nodded. The girl was too innocent. He couldn't bear to see her hurt. Moreover, he had promised her that as long as she believed in him, he would protect her. Don't be ridiculous. Gao Yan frowned and shouted. That's the awakened form of the world's strongest dragon race, already under the attention of the world's will of fourth-tier unit. You only have 3 hero unit slots, and you've already deployed 1, leaving just 2. Sending them in now would be suicide. The passage had been closed, making it impossible for other students to enter. Hero units under the world's will's attention had combat power far exceeding ordinary units of the same tier. Even with Lin Yan's remarkable talent, success with just 2 hero units was nearly impossible. I know, Lin Yan said with determined eyes. Teacher, let me try once. Gao Yan was about to refuse. Zhou Sheng suddenly interjected. Old Gao, let student Lin Yan try. I believe he wouldn't do something without confidence. Gao Yin was stunned, turning to look at Zhou Sheng. Under the latter's affirming gaze, he could only grit his teeth. Fine. Go. But retreat immediately if there's danger. Understood, teacher. Joy flashed in Lin Yan's eyes as he immediately began condensing his divine avatar again. Meanwhile, in the dragon world, war raged everywhere. Countless dragon hybrids and human weapons wove torrents of metal and flame, frantically bombarding the silver-white dragon. However, these attacks couldn't even leave a scratch on its scales, and couldn't even slow the white dragon's advance by a single step. The dragon's massive form hurtled toward the crime family's headquarters. High above, its silver-white scales reflected a cold, piercing light as its wings sliced through the air with thunderous roars like war drums. In the next instant, it swooped before the towering building and exhaled sharply. That breath became an invisible blade, slicing the heavily fortified skyscraper cleanly from top to foundation. Steel, concrete, and glass scattered with piercing shrieks. Through the gaping wound, Huizenzi and the crime syndicate's top brass stood exposed, caught in the dragon's cold, luminous gaze. Faced with this sudden scene of destruction, every hybrid around turned deathly pale, their chests feeling crushed by massive stones. The silver-white dragon's power far exceeded their imagination. Holy shit, several executives cried out in shock. Just as everyone's minds shattered with terror, a masked figure nearby suddenly raised his hand toward the sky and shouted loudly. Holy shit, that dragon is seriously badass. Don't you all think so? Way cooler than that damn, oversized lizard. The unexpected quip exploded through the air thick with despair, yet strangely drew no rebuke. Instead, it somehow pushed down the fear in many hearts. They actually found his words rather reasonable. Pretty badass indeed, someone unconsciously agreed, then added suspiciously. But what's this about an oversized lizard? I've never heard of that before. As soon as the question fell, he whipped his head around, suddenly realizing he'd never seen this masked guy before. Wait, who are you? I've never seen you. Why are you here? Meanwhile, as the explosive dust had yet to settle, Huizenzi's gaze swept continuously through the rubble, as if waiting for someone to appear. Her brother, the crime family patriarch, looked grim as he urged her in a low voice. Huizenzi, I told you, that guy deceived you. There's no such thing as a deity. I already told you to escape. His voice suddenly rose. Huizenzi, what are you doing? Wait, come back. Don't go. But before his words finished, his pupils contracted sharply. He watched as Huizenzi looked up, her black hair flowing wildly as she slowly floated off the ground. She faced the massive silver-white shadow in the sky, her eyes dark as she parted her lips softly. Death! Death! The icy words fell like a verdict. In the next moment, terrifying energy burst from within her, transforming into an invisible torrent that rushed straight at the dragon. This move could instantly kill hero units of the same level. Everyone held their breath, pinning their hopes on this attack. Yet before the silver-white dragon, this force capable of destroying entire towns failed to create even a ripple. It merely let out a low growl, seemingly effortless, and the invisible assault vanished into thin air. Huizenzi's form plummeted from midair, slamming heavily into the rubble. Silver-white dragon scales sprouted wildly across her back once more as she gasped for breath, her life force weakening. Hope died completely in the executive's eyes as despair spread like a black tide. But lying among the debris, Huizenzi felt not a trace of fear. Deep in her mind, a blurry figure mysteriously surfaced. My lord deity, I'm sorry. Huizenzi has broken her promise and can no longer stay by your side. She whispered silently to herself. Villain monsters are destined to be killed. Just then, a gentle voice seemed to whisper right against her ear. Huizenzi, I've come to save you. Upon hearing these words, Huizenzi, who had been utterly weak, suddenly opened her eyes. In her hazy vision, a familiar figure seemed to appear, holding her tightly in his arms. Was it an illusion? She wondered silently to herself, then fainted again due to extreme weakness and the uncontrollable dragon bloodline within her body. The surrounding spectators were all stunned. Lin Yan's figure was right before their eyes, silently embracing Huizenzi. Could what Huizenzi had said earlier be true? Her brother's eyes widened. She hadn't been deceived by that blonde punk? Did such things as gods truly exist in this world? Lin Yan held Huizenzi and slowly raised his head, his gaze fixed directly on the silver-white dragon hovering in midair. On the other side, the silver-white dragon doctor her felt that gaze, and a blazing fury surged in his chest. Through a lifetime of scheming, combined with a stroke of luck, he had finally seized this silver-white dragon's body and taken its place. Only after occupying this new form did he truly experience the absolute power and perfect bloodline that this ancient race once possessed. In his previous calculations, any being that hadn't reached the pinnacle was worthless. Before him was the only true god in this world. Because of this, when he descended upon this place, preparing to use Huizenzi's life for further transformation, he had been so casual, even toying with her and the other mixed bloods. After all, he still maintained Dr. Hare's mindset, and now that he had gained power, how could he not indulge himself to the fullest? But now, someone dared to look directly at him and claim to be a deity? Dr. Hare let out an enraged roar, his silver-white dragon wings beating heavily. I am the true god. Brilliant lightning transformed into several thick electric whips, howling as they struck toward Lin Yan. Before the lightning could explode, a massive reptilian creature suddenly blocked Lin Yan's path. The thunder crashed down, yet couldn't even scorch a single scale. Another dragon? No. Dr. Hare's gaze narrowed as he recognized it was merely a mixed-blood lizard with dragon lineage, and he couldn't help but sneer and growl. The pureblood's majesty poured forth like a torrent, believing that any mixed blood would surely tremble and submit. However, the lizard was not only unaffected but looked back at him with eyes full of disdain and disgust. The fury in Dr. Hare's chest instantly surged. He had finally become the silver-white dragon king. The world should bow before him. Yet the creatures before him continued to show him contempt. Lin Yan watched the confrontation between the two giant beasts, silently calculating in his mind. Among the many theories about the immortal sin lizard's origins, some claimed it came from a divine existence of another world, possibly even the dragon ancestor. Others said it was merely a descendant of some supreme divinity. Regardless of the truth, the immortal sin lizard was clearly no ordinary mixed blood. In the sky, Dr. Hare roared again, and another violent elemental force erupted. The next moment, fierce winds arose, wind elements condensing into countless invisible blades, thundering toward the immortal sin lizard. So this is what it means to be the sole focus of a complete world's will. Lin Yan's eyes suddenly lit. Ordinary fourth-tier dragons, even those with ultimate potential, could never simultaneously wield multiple elemental powers. Only those blessed by the world's will could achieve this, as it meant the world's will had directly transferred a portion of its origin. Moreover, only a complete world's will could accomplish such a feat. The tree folk he'd encountered before had only received amplification from a fragmented will, which could merely enhance their existing powers, nothing compared to what he was witnessing now. This was perfected would give the immortal sin lizard another chance to evolve. The creature already possessed incredible defenses. Virtually no hero unit could truly harm it. With this thought, Lin Yan withdrew his gaze and turned toward Huizenzi, a hint of hesitation flickering across his brow. On the other side, fierce wind elemental slashes came howling through the air, striking heavily against the immortal sin lizard's back armor and drawing blood. Dr. Hare's spirits lifted at the sight. However, his smile had barely formed when he stared in shock as the wound began writhing and closing at a visible rate. He gritted his teeth and increased his output, but within moments, his wind blades gradually lost effectiveness as the torn scales healed faster and faster. Impossible! Dr. Hare cried out in alarm, his massive dragon wings momentarily forgetting to beat. After a brief pause, he snapped back to his senses and immediately switched elements. His dragon maw opened wide, unleashing a torrent of boiling flames that engulfed the immortal sin lizard completely, the searing heat turning even the rocks red hot. The acrid smell of burning flesh filled the air. Yet the same scenario repeated. The burn marks faded rapidly, fresh scales regenerated within the blazing inferno, and soon the flames became completely ineffective against their target. What the hell is this thing? Dr. Hare was utterly bewildered, his majestic dragon form trembling involuntarily. He even entertained the absurd notion that this lizard might be more powerful than his own pure-blood dragon body. But how could that be possible? His roars echoed through the air, yet he dared not attack again, instead beating his wings to maintain distance from the immortal sin lizard, circling warily as he searched for any weakness. The contempt in the creature's eyes cut like cold steel. This spectacle completely stunned the surrounding survivors. They, as mixed bloods, knew better than anyone the extent of the silver-white dragon kings. Might even the strongest mixed blood would be paralyzed by the dragon king's aura. Yet now, the silver-white dragon was showing wariness toward a mere lizard. At that moment, a piercing wail suddenly tore across the battlefield. Everyone looked toward the sound to see a gray-white shadow shrieking as it lunged straight at the silver-white dragon, moving so fast it nearly left after images, closing the distance in an instant. All present exchanged bewildered glances, their minds blank. Facing the approaching SCP-096, Dr. Hare initially paid it little mind at this moment. Only the immortal sin lizard deserved his serious attention. However, after a brief exchange, he discovered to his horror that the gray-white shadow was equally formidable. No matter what elemental attacks he used, it could recover instantly and close in again, while the immortal sin lizard continued to watch menacingly from the side, preventing him from focusing his full power on SCP-096. A strong sense of foreboding rose in his heart. If this dragged on, he really would die here. Dr. Hare took one long look at the immortal sin lizard and beat his wings forcefully, attempting to escape the battle. But the gray shadow shrieked and pounced again, moving even faster than a pure-blood dragon. More deadly still, Each time it was struck down or obliterated, it would regenerate completely and climb onto his dragon body to attack again. Damn it! What the hell is this thing? Stop! You wretched creature! What grudge do you have against me? Stop! Dr. He roared in anguished fury, but the only response was the ear-splitting shriek cutting through the air. With SCP-096's entry into the battle, the tide quickly turned. The silver-white dragon's scales were torn apart, blood raining down as his massive form finally could no longer hold up, crashing to the ground with weakened breath. Lin Yan focused his thoughts and issued a divine command, preparing to end his opponent's life. Just then, a resonant and majestic voice thundered through his divine domain interface. God from beyond the realm. Stop. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.